On a stormy night, a magnificent cruise ship, adorned with dazzling lights, sailed across the Atlantic Ocean. Outside the ship's windows, fierce winds and torrential rain raged, yet within the opulently decorated banquet hall, laughter and merriment thrived. To reward her employees for outstanding performance this quarter, Yanran, the president of the Red Ding Group, extravagantly chartered the entire ship for a lavish outing. In one corner of the banquet hall, Qin Chuan and Zhang Xiaochang were seated at a table overflowing with a cornucopia of delectable dishes, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the dance floor. As security personnel for their company, they found it challenging to integrate into the circle of elite white-collar workers. Zhang Xiaochang, however, was content, indulging himself in the feast. With only 5 slots available in the security department, it was sheer luck that both he and Qin Chuan drew the winning ticket to join the luxurious cruise. With all expenses covered by the company, he seized the opportunity, gaining a few extra pounds in just 3 days. In contrast, Qin Chuan appeared disinterested in the extravagant spread, nibbling on a crab leg while his eyes wandered elsewhere. At that moment, President Yanran, elegantly attired in a black evening gown and adorned with subtle makeup, held a goblet and engaged in soft conversation with several company executives. There was an invisible allure about her, one that made her the focal point of attention regardless of her surroundings. The suave vice president, Du Zihei, one of her admirers, approached with a gentle smile and extended his hand, asking, "May I have the honor of dancing with you, Ms. Su?" The band on stage was energetically playing the lively voices of Spring Waltz. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yanran nodded in agreement, placing her delicate hand in his as they gracefully glided onto the dance floor, eliciting thunderous applause. "Stop looking. Do you not realize that Ms. Su is a billionaire at such a young age? Even if she were blind, she would never cast her gaze upon us," Zhang Xiaochang mumbled through a mouthful of food. His small eyes clearly communicated a harsh reality to Qin Chuan, dispelling any dreams of an impossible romance. Unfazed, Qin Chuan smiled and quoted a famous saying, "Without dreams, what distinguishes one from a salted fish?" Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted in the ears of the crowd, causing the music to abruptly cease. The ship began to lurch violently, throwing many off balance. "It sounds like an explosion. Oh my God, what is happening?" The vibrant lights flickered before plunging into darkness, leaving only the emergency lights casting a sickly green glow. Mere seconds later, the piercing sound of an alarm rang out, and it became clear to everyone that disaster had struck the cruise ship. Qin Chuan's expression changed. He could feel the shifting weight beneath him as the ship tilted precariously. The neatly arranged dishes and glasses clattered to the floor, shattering into a million pieces. "Run! The ship is capsizing!" Someone shouted in the darkness, and chaos erupted in the banquet hall. If the ship capsized, those still aboard would face certain doom. People scrambled towards the exits, some tripping and falling, their screams and cries merging into a cacophony. Qin Chuan and Zhang Xiaochang joined the throngs rushing to the door, only to be quickly separated by the panicking crowd. Had it been daylight, one could have clearly seen a gaping hole in the ship's machinery compartment, with torrential seawater gushing in. In just a few short minutes, the ship had tilted nearly 30 degrees. The angle of the tilt increased, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their balance. The narrow doorway leading to the deck became a chaotic scene as people, desperate for survival, pushed and shoved, abandoning all sense of decorum and morality. Finally making it to the deck, Qin Chuan barely had time to assess the situation when someone behind him shoved him forcefully. He lost his footing and fell onto the deck. His body rolled down the slanted surface towards the side of the ship, perilously close to falling overboard. Fortunately, in his panic, he managed to grab hold of a rope, halting his tumble, but soon a sharp pain shot through his left leg. A steel rod, nearly a foot long, had pierced his thigh, and he couldn't suppress a groan of agony, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The ship continued to tilt dangerously to the left, and people on deck transformed into rolling projectiles, tumbling one after another over the edge. The cruise ship was on the brink of capsizing, and for them, it would mean the end. The massive suction created by the sinking vessel would drag everything and everyone into the depths of the sea. They had to find a way to escape quickly. Enduring the excruciating pain, Qin Chuan pulled out the steel rod lodged in his thigh. His left leg felt nearly numb, and sweat streamed down his forehead. With no time to spare, he gritted his teeth and clung tightly to the rope, climbing upwards with all his might. After an arduous struggle, he reached the railings. Everyone realized that the ship was about to sink, and like dumplings, they began to leap into the water. The ship's sinking would create a tremendous pull, dragging them down with it. They needed to swim as far away as possible before that happened. A colossal wave surged forth, causing half of the heads bobbing on the surface to disappear. Qin Chuan leaped into the frigid waters, choking on several mouthfuls before finally surfacing. The pain in his left foot was excruciating, rendering him almost powerless. Just then, a lifeboat passed by, and he desperately reached for the stern, swimming alongside it. The lifeboat, designed for 8, was now crammed with over a dozen people, those who had managed to escape first. 2 male colleagues seated at the back noticed Qin Chuan hanging onto the boat and hurriedly rolled up their sleeves, intending to pull him in. However, a stern voice interrupted them. "You two, stop. This boat can't hold that many people. Do you want everyone to die here?" It was Wang Lei, the marketing manager, a figure of authority whom the employees dared not disobey. The 2 men hesitated, clearly torn, before gradually releasing their grip on Qin Chuan. "But if we leave him, he'll drown." A feeble female voice pleaded for Qin Chuan's life, the only support he received. He recognized her as Xia Qing, a new intern from the marketing department, a gentle and demure young woman. Wang Lei shot a menacing glare at Xia Qing, his tone icy as he retorted, "Fine, then you jump in to let him on board." Xia Qing appeared intimidated by his glare, lowering her head in silence. Amidst the storm, another massive wave surged forth. The luxurious cruise ship, amidst the desperate cries of the crowd, was already sinking deep into the sea. "Stop hesitating, Ro," Wang Lei shouted, urging the others while brandishing a paddle, turning coldly towards Qin Chuan with a command. "Let go of your grip. We don't want to bury you with us." With that, he raised the paddle high, his expression twisted in rage as he aimed it at Qin Chuan. Xia Qing shut her eyes in fear, while the others rowed with indifferent faces. In the face of survival, humanity's selfishness was laid bare. If the paddle struck, Qin Chuan feared he would perish at Wang Lei's hands. He barely had time to turn his head when the paddle struck his shoulder with a solid thud. Wang Lei attempted to strike again, but Qin Chuan seized the paddle, pulling with all his strength, refusing to relinquish it. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it, let go of my hand." With that, he aimed a kick at Qin Chuan's fingers gripping the rail. Just as he lifted his foot, Qin Chuan decisively yanked down on his pants leg, causing Wang Lei to lose his balance and plunge into the water, sending up a massive splash. "I'll kill you," he seethed, thrashing about in the water, intent on dragging Qin Chuan down with him. At that moment, panic erupted among the remaining passengers. A wave is coming. Everyone turned to see a towering wave, several meters high, crashing down upon them. Wang Lei's face paled, and he scrambled desperately to climb back onto the ship. "Quick, pull me up." But the others, consumed by despair, paid him no heed, watching helplessly as the wave descended with an unstoppable force. Chapter 2. Stranded on a deserted island, the tempestuous storm that had ravaged the night finally subsided, and the sea gradually returned to a placid state. The sun cast its radiant beams down, and the temperature began to rise. Qin Chuan opened his eyes, finding himself sprawled upon a protruding rock amidst the vast ocean. "Am I still alive?" He rubbed his somewhat dazed head, memories of the shipwreck flashing vividly in his mind. The sharp pain in his left leg served as a stark reminder that this was no dream. Yet, he wondered, what had become of the others? The situation had been perilous, and it was likely that their fates were equally grim. Having returned after 7 years of military service, Zhang Xiaochang was the first friend he had made, and he had assumed this trip would merely be an ordinary adventure, never anticipating the calamity of a shipwreck. With a sigh, he propped himself up on the rock, only to be beset by waves of dizziness, nearly toppling back down. The wound on his leg had bled excessively, and after a night adrift at sea, his body felt exceedingly feeble. To have miraculously salvaged his life could be deemed a miracle, and he owed his survival to the robust physique honed during his military training. After sitting for a while, the dizziness finally subsided, allowing him to furrow his brow and inspect the injury on his left leg. His trousers were torn, revealing a 2-finger-wide gash, and the wound, bleached by seawater, was exposed to the sun, curling like the lips of an infant. Though the injury was not large, it was deep enough to faintly reveal the white bone beneath the tender flesh. He could count himself fortunate that the iron rod had not pierced the femoral artery. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this moment. A slight movement caused fresh blood to seep from the wound again, lacking any medical supplies to staunch the bleeding. He tore a strip from his clothing and fashioned a rudimentary bandage for the injury. Once he had dressed the wound, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. Aside from the boundless ocean, 2 islands, one tall and the other short, were visible to the southwest, approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away. The islands appeared lush and inviting, suggesting a hospitable environment. However, he lacked the strength to swim there, so it would be prudent to remain on the rock and await rescue. The ill-fated cruise ship had carried 500 to 600 passengers. Given the severity of the incident, it was likely that a rescue team would soon be dispatched. After drifting for a night, he was uncertain of his precise location, merely hoping that he had not strayed too far from the site of the disaster. Turning his head to survey the area behind him, he inadvertently caught sight of a dark figure lying face down at the edge of the rock. The figure had long black hair that swayed gently with the undulating sea, and from the silhouette, he could discern only that it was a woman, with a limp. He cautiously approached the woman on the slippery rock, which was covered in moss, and he nearly lost his footing several times. "Hey, wake up!" He reached out, gently shaking her body, but there was no response. Sensing something was amiss, he hurriedly turned the woman over, and as her delicate, pallid face came into view, his eyes widened in astonishment. The woman was none other than Su Yanran, the company president. The once lofty and unattainable figure of the executive now lay adrift here. Just like him, he noted that her normally flat abdomen, concealed beneath her elegant black evening gown, was now slightly distended. Su Yanran appeared as though she were in a deep slumber, her eyes firmly shut, with a few sparkling droplets of water clinging to her long, curved eyelashes. No matter how Qin Chuan called out to her, she remained unresponsive. Tentatively, he extended his hand toward her nose, feeling no trace of breath. She was lifeless. A wave of panic surged through Qin Chuan. Disregarding the disparities in their social standings, he placed his hands between her breasts and performed chest compressions, employing his knowledge of first aid in a desperate attempt to revive her. In the presence of this icy beauty, his mind was utterly focused on the singular goal of saving her life. After approximately half a minute of relentless compressions, Su Yanran finally began to respond. She coughed up a significant amount of water, followed by several more coughs, and slowly opened her eyes, revealing a narrow slit. "You're awake," Qin Chuan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Overcome with excitement, he momentarily forgot to remove his hands from her chest. As the female CO regained consciousness, still somewhat dazed, she instinctively perceived the pressure on her chest as a threat and, without a second thought, slapped him across the face. The sound echoed as Qin Chuan received the blow. Caught entirely off guard, he never anticipated that after exerting such effort to save her life, he would receive no words of gratitude, but rather an inexplicable slap. Faced with the vigilant CEO, who had her arms protectively crossed, Qin Chuan felt compelled to explain, "I was trying to save you," regardless of whether she believed him. He was determined not to be unjustly labeled a predator. Upon hearing his explanation, Su Yanran became aware of their surroundings. Glancing around, her keen intellect quickly deduced that she had likely misunderstood him moments earlier. After a brief silence, she coldly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Her tone suggested an unwillingness that was hard to miss. It was no wonder that people referred to her as the Ice Queen. Her demeanor remained distant even towards her savior. Qin Chuan, sensing the atmosphere, chose to remain silent and sat back down on the ground. "Where are we?" she inquired, furrowing her delicate brows as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon seeing Qin Chuan shrug in response, indicating his own uncertainty, she opted not to pursue the matter further. Bending down to wring out her skirt, droplets of water cascaded down. With only the two of them amidst the rocky terrain, conversation felt scarce. The sun had risen high above them. Several hours had passed, and there was still no sign of a rescue boat. Instead, various debris floated by with the currents. And fortune smiled upon Qin Chuan as he discovered a wooden crate containing sausages and bread. While the bread had disintegrated from exposure to seawater, the sausages remained edible. Having narrowly escaped death, his energy was depleted, and his stomach growled in hunger. He divided some of the salvaged food with her, indifferent to whether she appreciated the gesture, and tore open the packaging of a sausage, devouring it ravenously. The ham sausage weighs approximately 200 grams, and he devoured 3 in quick succession. Finally feeling a semblance of fullness, Su Yanran sat on the ground with her knees hugged to her chest, lost in thought. Neglecting even the food Qin Chuan had offered her, her brow furrowed in concern. After a while, she turned to Qin Chuan and inquired, "What is your name?" With over 1,000 employees at Hongding Group, it was entirely understandable that she did not remember a mere security guard. It is worth noting that Su Yanran is the president of Hongding Group. If Qin Chuan were astute, he would seize this opportunity to cultivate a connection and leave a favorable impression, making future promotions and pay raises effortless upon returning to the company. However, Qin Chuan was preoccupied with collecting the debris around them and had no inclination for small talk, merely uttering his name before lapsing into silence. Su Yanran seemed dissatisfied with his response, her brows knitting together slightly, and the atmosphere fell back into silence. Qin Chuan piled the collected items to one side, lying on the ground and breathing heavily, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yanran. Their luck was not overly dire. Amongst the gathered provisions were food and drink, ensuring that even if the rescue team delayed, they could survive on the rocks for 3 to 5 days without issue. As night gradually descended, the still weak Qin Chuan unknowingly drifted into slumber, the cool night breeze dispelling the heat of the day, the wind's intensity shifting from gentle to fierce. In his dreams, he faintly heard the sound of rushing water. Had it begun to rain? groggily opening his eyes. He followed the sound and beheld the female president squatting in the dimness opposite him, her back turned. The rocky space was merely a few square meters. Secrets were hard to keep. He quickly surmised the reason for Su Yanran's presence there, after holding it in all day. She had likely opted to resolve her personal matters at night. Poor thing. As the sound of the water diminished, Qin Chuan was about to avert his gaze to avoid the awkwardness of being discovered awake, when she suddenly stood up and strode toward him. Oh no! She had caught him. Chapter 3. The screams from the sea just as Qin Chuan closed his eyes, intending to feign sleep once more. He heard Su Yanran's slightly panicked voice beside him. Get up quickly, the tide is rising. The tide. He had been too busy admiring the president's silhouette to notice that the water had imperceptibly risen nearly 2 feet, encroaching upon his resting place. A fierce wind howled, and the sea continued to swell at a visible rate. As if fate conspired against them, a silver flash split the heavens above, illuminating their surroundings in a ghastly white. Following a deafening clap of thunder, torrential rain poured down, instantly drenching the two of them. The wind howled, and the rain pelted against them like marbles, causing discomfort. Weighing less than 100 pounds, Su Yanran struggled to maintain her balance in the gale, clinging to Qin Chuan's arm for support. It seemed the deity of misfortune had turned its gaze upon them, as the water level continued to rise at an alarming rate, now submerging their calves. The supplies Qin Chuan had painstakingly gathered that afternoon were swept away by the relentless waves. He could only lament silently in his heart, unable to act in time, and could only watch helplessly as the supplies vanished. The sea would soon engulf this place. We must leave immediately. He turned to the pale-faced Su Yanran and shouted. What did you say? The howling wind drowned out her words, and she couldn't hear anything clearly. Qin Chuan raised his hand to point toward the indistinct shadows of 2 islands in the southwest, leaning closer to her ear and shouting, Get away from here. To that island. Can you swim? Yes. Su Yanran nodded, noticing Qin Chuan picking up a driftwood log floating on the surface of the sea. With the buoyancy of the wood, it might help them reach the opposite island. In just a moment, the water rose another foot. To facilitate swimming, Su Yanran bent down to lift her long skirt, and in front of Qin Chuan, she turned it inside out and tied it around her waist, exposing her fair thighs. The evening gown, drenched by the downpour, clung tightly to her graceful form. Qin Chuan swallowed hard, dismissing distracting thoughts, and encouraged her to hold on to the other end of the log as they swam toward the island together. The fierce winds and rain rendered visibility over the sea extremely low, revealing only the vague outlines of the 2 islands in the distance, one tall and the other short. Fortunately, Su Yanran was not as delicate as he had imagined. Even in such a desperate situation, she did not utter a single complaint. She understood very well that at this moment, no one could save them but themselves. The tumultuous sea unleashed ferocious waves upon the two. Although a distance of 1,000 or 2,000 meters appeared short, in such harsh conditions, the energy expended was several times greater than usual. Luckily, the log provided support, allowing them to pause and catch their breath when fatigue set in. Nevertheless, it was still exceedingly arduous. After swimming for about 2/3 of the distance, Su Yanran, panting behind him, asked, How much farther? Her stamina was nearly exhausted. Her limbs felt unresponsive, and the pressure of the water made it difficult for her to breathe. Qin Chuan, injured and not much stronger than she, wiped the seawater from his face and replied, About 400 or 500 meters. Let us take a break for now. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed nearby, a sound that could not be masked even by the raging storm. They both turned towards the source of the sound, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the dark sea. There are people over there, Su Yanran cried out. Without her reminder, Qin Chuan had also noticed the flailing arms amidst the waves. This person was likely another survivor who had escaped from the ill-fated cruise ship, now succumbing to exhaustion near the island. Qin Chuan intended to suggest rescuing the individual, but before he could voice it, a stronger flash of lightning struck. As visibility sharpened, he keenly observed numerous indistinct fish fins surrounding the drowning person. This revelation sent a shiver down his spine. Seeing that he remained silent, Su Yanran, misinterpreting his hesitation as indifference, felt her opinion of him diminish further. The survivor in this perilous sea might very well be a colleague from their company. As the hands began to sink into the sea, she decisively proclaimed, I will go to rescue them. You follow me. The urgency of saving a life was paramount. With that, she released the tree branch she had clutched, enabling her to swim more swiftly. However, Qin Chuan seized her wrist, pulling her back. Don't go over there. There are sharks. Before Su Yanran could express her anger, he revealed his apprehension. Nonsense. How could there possibly be sharks here? Su Yanran dismissed his fears, convinced that they would have noticed any nearby sharks during the day. This momentary hesitation cost them dearly, as the frantic hands they had seen on the surface vanished without a trace, making any rescue attempt futile. It's your fault. You caused his death. A life was slipping away right before their eyes. Su Yanran felt an overwhelming urge to slap this selfish man in front of her. Upon returning, her first order of business would be to rid the company of such individuals. Yet, it seemed she had misjudged Qin Chuan once again. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder jolted Su Yanran's attention back, revealing the ominous fins of sharks rising from the water's surface. The numbers were countless, and they were less than 30 meters away. The shark pack had evidently detected fresh prey and was swiftly approaching. Terror gripped Su Yanran as she covered her mouth, her face draining of color. Swim! Qin Chuan shouted, reacting swiftly. If they remained stationary, the sharks would reach them in mere seconds, ready to devour them both. They summoned every ounce of strength to swim towards the shore, for only on the island could they hope to survive. Qin Chuan exerted himself to the utmost, unable to glance back at how far the sharks were, while a searing pain throbbed from the wound on his left leg, blood spreading through the water. Without his extraordinary willpower, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Throw away the wood. As they neared the island, the tree branch became a burden. In a daze, Su Yanran instinctively followed his command, relinquishing the wood and continuing to swim desperately behind him. Just a few dozen meters remained when a wave surged from behind, and the exhausted Su Yanran was swept into the frigid water before she could scream for help. She believed her end was near, having lost the strength even to move a finger, sinking towards the seabed. At that moment, Qin Chuan, who had been swimming ahead, turned back, plunging into the water and pulling the breathless Su Yanran to the surface. With all his strength devoted to protecting her, he finally managed to drag Su Yanran onto the beach just before his own energy was utterly depleted. Let go, he gasped, collapsing onto the sand like a rag doll, allowing the waves to wash over him. Apart from his chest still rising and falling, the two of them looked no different from the dead. Chapter 4. A gentleman's revenge. The weather in this place was as capricious as a woman's whims. As dawn broke over the horizon, calmness returned. Qin Chuan and Su Yanran, drenched to the bone, huddled back to back under a rock, having spent the night in this precarious refuge. Sunlight cascaded upon the small island, where lush vegetation exuded vibrant life. A few seagulls, as per their routine, descended upon the beach in search of sustenance. Suddenly, an unusual sound captured their attention, prompting them to gaze warily at their surroundings. A clump of grass nearby split apart, startling the timid seagulls into a hurried flight. Du Zihei, the vice president of the Hongding group, emerged from the thicket, leading a group of drenched men and women, resembling drowned rats. While their appearance was indeed disheveled, they were considerably fortunate compared to Qin Chuan, who had narrowly escaped the treacherous sea. As the cruise ship teetered on the brink of sinking, they were among the first to board the lifeboat. After drifting to this vicinity, the lifeboat eventually collided with a rock and overturned. Du Zihei and several others, possessing decent swimming skills, assisted their colleagues who were unable to swim, eventually reaching the island. They struggled through the jungle from the opposite end of the island, making their way to the beach, as it provided a better chance of being spotted by passing ships. You all did well. Let us rest for a while. I believe it won't be long before we are able to return home. Du Zihei encouraged his weary staff, who were accustomed to the comforts of an air-conditioned office and had never endured such hardships. Exhausted from the arduous trek, they sat down, disregarding the dirt beneath them. Demonstrating strong leadership, Du Zihei gathered several department heads, discussing their next course of action while others rested. His secretary, Bai Lulu, fanned herself with her hand, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, pointed towards a cluster of large rocks in the distance, interrupting Du Zihei mid-sentence. Look, it seems there is someone beneath that rock. Have you lost your mind? Who could possibly be here in this desolate area? Unless it's a ghost, a female employee, who had a history of discord with Bai Lulu, scoffed from the ground. Yet another colleague chimed in, no really, there is someone over there. Let us go see. Without hesitation, Du Zihei strode towards the direction indicated. Du General, wait for me. Be careful. Wang Lei from the operations department picked up a fist-sized rock for protection and quickly followed. Despite his rough demeanor towards subordinates, often berating them harshly, Wang Lei displayed utmost respect towards the senior executives, particularly Du Zihei, treating him with the reverence one might show a father. Those who had suffered under his harshness often referred to him as Du Zihei's loyal attack dog. Finally catching up with Du Zihei, Wang Lei dramatically positioned himself in front of him, exclaiming, Du General, be cautious. Just as Du Zihei was about to respond, Wang Lei excitedly shouted, It's President Su. Hearing the commotion, the drowsy Su Yanran was instantly roused. She looked up to see Du Zihei and Wang Lei hastily approaching her. You are also on this island? She exclaimed, rising in disbelief as she gazed at Du Zihei and the group of colleagues behind him. Du Zihei stepped forward, grasping her still cold hand with heartfelt warmth. Yanran, you are safe. This is truly wonderful. Wang Lei leaned in closer, his menacing visage contorting into a semblance of affability. Mr. Su, you cannot fathom the distress that both General Du and the others have experienced during your brief disappearance. Upon reaching the island, they forsook rest, scouring every nook and cranny in search of your whereabouts. General Du even proclaimed that he would never relinquish hope, no matter how faint the chance. As the foremost sycophant to Du Zihei, Wang Lei was acutely aware of Du's affections for Su Yanran, and seizing this opportune moment, he spared no effort in his flattery. Even Du Zihei himself felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing such words, for he had uttered none of them. They were entirely fabricated by Wang Lei. Observing a faint blush on Su Yanran's cheeks as she smiled and nodded, it seemed that Wang Lei's words had indeed made an impression. Du Zihei's heart swelled with joy. It appeared that this misfortune might yield unexpected blessings, allowing him not only to survive, but perhaps even to win the heart of the fair maiden. He grasped her delicate hand, reluctant to release it, and was about to speak when suddenly, a figure erupted from behind Su Yanran, delivering a brutal fist directly to Wang Lei's grotesque face. The blow was substantial, and with Su Yanran's startled cry, the unsuspecting Wang Lei was sent sprawling into the soft mud. Stop! Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Su Yanran, closest to him, hurriedly extended her arm in an attempt to intervene. It was then that everyone recognized the assailant, Qin Chuan, on the fateful night of the incident. It was this very Wang Lei who had nearly caused him to meet a watery grave. Had it not been for his extraordinary luck in escaping, he might well have become a lifeless corpse. It is unworthy of a gentleman to harbor grudges without retaliation. Wang Lei had nearly taken his life, yet dared to feign innocence as if nothing had transpired. Qin Chuan had not forgotten this vendetta. Upon seeing Wang Lei, he wasted no time in delivering a punch. Were it not for Su Yanran's presence, which impeded his movements, and his own leg injury, he would have surely shown no mercy to Wang Lei. Truth be told, this punch was a mere trifle in the realm of punishment. Yet, Wang Lei, accustomed to wielding power over his subordinates, failed to appreciate the gesture and was instead filled with indignation. The impact had loosened several of his teeth, and with both Du and Su present, he was mortified at the thought of where he might hide his shame. Seizing the moment while Su Yanran stood between them, he clambered to his feet, spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground, his expression ferocious as he glared at Qin Chuan. Damn you, I will end you, he spat, lunging towards Qin Chuan. Su Yanran, despite her petite frame, could not impede the frenzied advance of Wang Lei. In the ensuing chaos, she was shoved aside and fell to the ground. Wang Lei, brandishing a fist the size of a bowl, swung it towards Qin Chuan's face. He displayed an egregious underestimation of his opponent. Believing Qin Chuan to be merely an ordinary security guard, he could never have imagined that the man before him was a member of one of the world's elite special forces, the Dragon Commando. Injured though he was, Qin Chuan had once single-handedly vanquished an entire mercenary squad. Against a feeble adversary like Wang Lei, even with his leg injury, he was more than a match. He deftly evaded the incoming punch, simultaneously delivering a precise hook to Wang Lei's jaw, and before the latter could collapse, he followed up with a powerful kick from his uninjured leg. Bang! Blood mixed with two shattered teeth flew into the air. Wang Lei, with a swifter momentum than before, tumbled backward, landing face down in a heap of muck, resembling a dog in distress. As he turned over, his face smeared with mud. He had yet to plead for mercy when Qin Chuan, like a ferocious tiger, pounced upon him, unleashing a flurry of punches, one left, one right. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's considerable fatigue, this combination of strikes could have claimed half of Wang Lei's life. Enough! Cease this madness. Du Zihei and Su Yanran, one a gentleman and the other a lady, were utterly incapable of restraining the rampaging beast. Fortunately, the towering captain of the security team, Zhang Ziqiang, along with several colleagues, swiftly intervened, pulling Qin Chuan away from his opponent with great effort. Chapter 5. The iceberg is not cold, you little security guard. Wait for it. Once we return to Yuzhou, on my territory, you'll see how I make you suffer. Wang Lei, bruised and bloodied, sat on the ground, pointing at Qin Chuan and cursing furiously. Despite enduring a brutal beating, this fellow retained a defiant spirit, his foul language eliciting frowns from Su Yanran. However, if he were to challenge Qin Chuan again, even with tenfold courage, he would not dare. He could only hide behind the crowd, hurling insults. Captain Zhang Ziqiang and two other burly colleagues held Qin Chuan firmly, and Zhang Ziqiang felt a twinge of fear. This newcomer had the audacity to strike Wang Lei. It seemed he might not wish to remain in the company any longer. Given Wang Lei's vengeful nature, it was evident that this matter would not be settled easily. Upon returning, retaliation would surely follow. One was a trusted aide to Vice President Du Zihei, while the other was a brash young man, newly arrived, and lacking any backing. Zhang Ziqiang was acutely aware of where his loyalties should lie. Qin Chuan belonged to his security department, and as captain, he realized that failing to take a stance could very well earn him Wang Lei's ire as well. Qin Chuan, are you out of your mind? Apologize to Manager Wang at once. Zhang Ziqiang reprimanded. Apologize to him? Dream on, Qin Chuan scoffed. He had nearly been killed by Wang Lei. Sparing the man should have been considered mercy, and now they expected him to apologize to such a petty individual? Faced with a subordinate's defiance in front of the crowd, Zhang Ziqiang felt his face flush with embarrassment, his anger intensifying. What? You don't even heed my words. Do you wish to leave Hongding Company? There are plenty of places to work as a security guard. In truth, Hongding was considered a large company in Yuzhou, offering better employee benefits than many private enterprises. Countless individuals vied for positions here, even for the role of a security guard. Qin Chuan, though newly employed, could earn 5,000 to 6,000 yuan monthly with bonuses and allowances, a substantial sum. Yet, he appeared unfazed by the threat, retorting in front of the president. When suddenly someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning to see who it was, he was surprised. Xiaochong, you're still alive? Having finally squeezed into the scene, Zhang Xiaochong, noticing the collective gaze upon him, quickly shrank back and whispered, let it go, don't escalate this. Seeing Xiaochong standing before him eased some of Qin Chuan's tension. Silence. What do you two look like? Just 2 days after leaving the company, Du Zihei's commanding presence still lingered. With a thunderous shout, he finally quieted the chaotic scene. Before Su Yanran, he displayed the charisma of a true leader, proclaiming to the crowd, let us not forget, as we find ourselves stranded on this island. Our foremost priority is survival. We are but grasshoppers on the same string. Only through unity can we weather this storm. A few scattered applause emerged from the crowd, and Du Zihei turned to see a glimmer of admiration in Su Yanran's eyes, which brought him a surge of joy. Clearing his throat, he addressed the glaring Wang Lei. Regarding your issues, we shall resolve them upon our return to the company. For now, compliance is paramount. Anyone who dares to incite further unrest will find no mercy from me. His words were resolute, his gaze piercing as it fixed on the two. While he may disregard the feelings of others, he would never disrespect Du Wang Lei. Sensing the shift, was the first to concede. Du, I will heed your words. He shot a defiant glare at Qin Chuan, as if to say, let us see how this unfolds. Du Zihei then turned his attention to Qin Chuan. Having already settled the score with Wang Lei, Qin Chuan was in a relatively good mood and merely nodded in agreement. That's good, Du Zihei sighed in relief, having temporarily diffused the tension under his firm intervention. As for how to handle the situation upon their return, he had already formulated a plan. Dismissing a mere security guard required only his word, presenting no challenge at all. Now, they awaited the rescue team to locate them and return them to civilization. So they would temporarily settle on this beach. When the lifeboat met its fate on a reef, the emergency provisions on board were salvaged and brought to the island. Following Du Zihei's directive, all food and water were centrally managed. For lunch today, each person received 2 pieces of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. Though the rations were scant, barely enough to stave off hunger, none could predict how long they would remain on this desolate island, so everyone agreed to conserve their provisions. Qin Chuan queued to collect his share of biscuits and water, then settled down on a nearby rock. The duo he formed with Su Yanran had dissolved with the arrival of others. Now, Su was surrounded by management personnel from various companies, warmly exchanging pleasantries, her face radiating joy at their reunion. Others sat in small clusters, eating and conversing, having survived a harrowing ordeal. It seemed they had collectively forgotten the terror of that night, engaging in light-hearted banter, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. Zhang Xiaochong approached with his food and sat beside Qin Chuan. I thought you perished. I can't believe we meet again on this island. It's truly wonderful. Pray tell, how did you and Su end up here? Zhang's genuine relief was evident on his plump face. Qin Chuan's experience could only be described as a brush with death, had it not been for divine intervention. He would have long since become fish food. In contrast, Zhang Xiaochong had been considerably luckier, after being separated by the crowd. He fell into the sea but fortuitously clambered aboard Du Zihei's vessel, drifting smoothly for a day and night until a tempest struck, causing the boat to crash against the rocks. Wang Lei is truly despicable, Zhang Xiaochong muttered in empathetic indignation after hearing Qin Chuan's account. He has finally come to understand why the usually composed Qin Chuan reacts to Wang Lei as if he were an avowed enemy, charging at him with unrestrained aggression. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Had I known, I would have joined you to deliver a few punches to that bastard. Zhang Xiaochong exclaimed, his fists raised in indignation. In his moment of distraction, his right hand inadvertently struck Qin Chuan's injured left leg, eliciting a pained gasp from him. You're injured? Only then did Zhang Xiaochong notice the bandage wrapped around Qin Chuan's leg, faint traces of crimson seeping through. With a furrowed brow, Qin Chuan began to unravel the bandage, revealing a grievous wound with flesh peeling back. Due to having been submerged in seawater for an entire night, the area surrounding the injury had turned pale, with pus oozing forth. Zhang Xiaochang inhaled sharply. The severity of the injury was enough to induce pain just by witnessing it, leaving him to wonder how Qin Chuan managed to endure such torment while still possessing the strength to engage in a brawl. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rose to his feet and declared, "Right. I remember there being a first aid kit on the lifeboat containing antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medication. Wait here. I will seek out General Du." Before Qin Chuan could interject, he had already strode away. General Du. Du Zihei was conversing with Su Yanran and Wang Lei when he heard the call. Turning to see Zhang Xiaochang approaching, he inquired with a smile, "What is the matter?" Du Zihei exuded the charm of a successful man, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, which eased Zhang Xiaoqiang's earlier trepidation. He spoke candidly. "I recall there being a first aid kit when we arrived on the island. Could you possibly spare me a couple of anti-inflammatory pills? My friend has sustained a severe injury to his leg. If he does not receive medication in a timely manner, he risks losing it." As he pointed toward Qin Chuan, the latter sensed impending trouble. As anticipated, before Du Zihei could respond, Wang Lei glared angrily and shouted, "Are you dreaming? Those supplies were hard-won. We brought them to the island at great risk. Allowing him to benefit from our efforts is already generous enough, yet he audaciously asks for more? I tell you, there is nothing. No, I only need 2 anti-inflammatory pills," Zhang Xiaochang stammered, his courage waning under Wang Lei's fierce gaze. Du Zihei raised his hand to silence Wang Lei's tirade, and, in a gentle tone, explained, "You must be mistaken. Aside from the food and water we brought, we truly have nothing else. Even if we did, it certainly wouldn't be in my possession." As Zhang Xiaochang returned, crestfallen, Qin Chuan surmised the outcome without needing to ask. Without hesitation, he used the remaining bottled water to cleanse his wound, then re-wrapped it with the bandage. He feigned nonchalance, yet internally acknowledged that the chances of self-healing were slim. If this condition persisted, he risked not only the loss of his leg, but possibly his life. Wang Lei would be more than eager for him to perish, and even if there were medication available, he would never part with it. After their meal, someone suggested a stroll nearby to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, but only a handful of the more energetic individuals responded. The majority chose instead to recline on the ground, opting for a much-needed rest while awaiting rescue. Their sole contribution to the physical labor involved arranging stones and branches on the beach to form an SOS signal. As night fell, Qin Chuan developed a low fever. In a haze of sleep, he faintly perceived a series of delicate sounds in the distance. As I opened my eyelids just a crack, I caught sight of a tall silhouette making its way towards the resting area. It was Su Yanran. Why was she wandering about at this late hour, sneaking around like a thief? Confused, I sat up, inadvertently brushing my palm against something. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was a folded leaf. Inside the leaf were 2 green capsules, antibiotics. Suddenly, it dawned on me that Su Yanran must have taken advantage of Du Zihei and Wang Lei's slumber to secretly procure the medication for me. It seemed that the so-called Ice Princess, whom others spoke of, was not as cold-hearted as she appeared. As I observed her receding figure, a smile crept across my face. I raised my head and swallowed the 2 capsules whole. Chapter 6. The stranded 2 days had swiftly passed. Each day, the 16 of us relied solely on the meager supplies salvaged from the lifeboat, and by today, we had nearly exhausted our provisions. The most pressing concern was our water supply. On this small island, where temperatures soared to 37 or 8 degrees Celsius, the absence of potable water meant our survival was precarious. Throughout these 2 days, not a single ship had graced the vast expanse of the sea, and apart from the white clouds, only birds soared above. As time wore on, the gloom in everyone's hearts thickened. In the initial days after our arrival, there had been laughter and chatter, but now, a pall of desolation hung over us, with all eyes vacantly fixed on the horizon. Were we truly forgotten? Rather than resign ourselves to despair, we resolved to seek our own salvation. Only by persevering could we hope to return to the civilized world. Everyone set out to forage for food, yet the fruits of our labor were meager. We had even attempted to catch fish and birds nearby, but all efforts were in vain. It was far more challenging for a group of urban elite to survive in this desolate place than the movies led us to believe. Reluctantly, Du Zihei had to adjust our food rations, reducing our meals from 2 a day to just 1, consisting solely of tasteless compressed biscuits. As night fell, our stomachs grumbled incessantly, making sleep impossible. Even with our frugal measures, the remaining food and water would only sustain us for a few more days. Lost in contemplation of our dire circumstances, Du Zihei's eyes flickered with determination, as if he had made a decision. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the darkness, jolting everyone awake. Who was calling out? What had happened? Startled by the cry, We all rose, bewildered, and looked around. It was the voice of Bai Lulu. She had just gone to the restroom with Sister Xia. In turn, Xia Qing, with a pale face, remarked, "The two of them are still screaming. They must be in danger." In this urgent situation, Du Zihe, chosen as our leader, took it upon himself to act. He quickly summoned Wang Lei and Zhang Ziqiang to grab makeshift weapons, and they rushed towards the source of the commotion. The rest of us followed suit, hastily picking up stones along the way. Qin Chuan, still nursing an injury to his leg, was supported by Zhang Xiaochong, limping forward. Listening to the women's desperate cries, Zhang Xiaochong asked, his face betraying unease, "Do you think there could be wild beasts on this island?" Qin Chuan shook his head, unable to answer the question as he had not conducted an on-site investigation. The two of them walked at the rear, traversing approximately 100 meters along the beach. Upon rounding a massive rock, they encountered two women trembling on the ground. "What happened?" Du Zihe inquired as he approached. Seeing that the women were unharmed, the tension that had gripped the group finally eased. Women often thrive on drama, leading everyone to believe they had encountered some misfortune. Zhang Xiaochong also secretly sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a false alarm. "Look over there. Someone is floating in the water." Bai Lulu pointed with a trembling hand towards a distance, her breath quickening from anxiety. Having ventured out at night without wrapping her alluring figure in a trench coat, she wore only a short, tight-fitting camisole, accentuating her already impressive proportions. The majority of the men present seemed less attentive to her words, their gazes inadvertently fixated on her noticeably heaving chest. With a gulp, Wang Lei and Zhang Ziqiang, who were closer to her, could not help but swallow hard. "Is there someone?" In the presence of Su Yanran, Du Zihe gallantly removed his coat to shield the secretary. Bending down, he picked up the flashlight that had fallen to the ground and directed it towards the area she indicated. The beam pierced through the darkness, illuminating the sea surface a few meters away. After scanning the vicinity, they quickly identified the target. The two women had not been mistaken. A white figure was floating face down in the water, bobbing up and down. This individual had likely met with a maritime disaster, drifting to this point. Perhaps even a friend they recognized. The group hurried towards the figure, the water lapping at their calves. It seemed the figure had recognized them as well and gradually approached with the waves. Wang Lei extended his arm, grasping the collar of the person and pulling them closer, flipping the individual over. However, the next moment, he was horrified to discover that only the upper half of the body remained. The legs appeared to have been gnawed away, revealing torn muscle and a fragment of white bone. The corpse had been submerged for days, its face grotesquely swollen and unrecognizable. With a splash, Wang Lei fell back into the water, his face ashen as he exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's a dead person." Witnessing such a terrifying sight, the onlookers recoiled in fear, with several unable to withstand the shock, bending over to vomit. Zhang Xiaochong took merely a glance before his legs buckled, and he crouched down, retching uncontrollably. Only Qin Chuan remained the most composed, his expression scarcely changing. He had witnessed such horrors before. To confirm his suspicions, he waded through the water to the floating corpse, scrutinizing it closely. From the bloated contours of the face, he could vaguely discern the identity of the deceased. It was Li Dehai from the small vehicle team. Old Li, in his 40s, had been a kind-hearted, diligent man, always smiling at everyone he met. Unfortunately, good people often do not live long. His body bore numerous bite marks, and both legs had been consumed. If he was not mistaken, he was most likely the first victim of the shark attack that night. If the shark had not initially targeted him, perhaps Qin Chuan and Su Yanran, who were nearby, would have become its first victims, meeting a tragic fate in the depths of the ocean. Just contemplating this instills a deep sense of dread in the vast sea. No one can conquer a multitude of sharks, and the inevitable outcome is often to become their prey. Qin Chuan raised his gaze toward the direction of Su Yanran, who happened to look back at him. Their eyes met, and from the expression in his gaze, she understood his unspoken thoughts and solemnly nodded. Upon her return, she would likely seek to make amends to the family of old Li through tangible actions. Although Li Dehai had inadvertently saved them, it was his anguished cry that alerted them to the presence of the sharks, allowing them to escape a dire fate. In China, there is a cultural emphasis on finding peace in death, and with this in mind, Qin Chuan made a resolute decision. He grasped one of old Li's arms and turned to head toward the shore. "What is wrong with you? The man is already dead. Why bring him back?" Wang Lei shouted from the side, and Du Zihe shook his head in disbelief, unable to comprehend Qin Chuan's actions. This was a critical time. The living had enough to manage without concerning themselves with a corpse. His efforts seemed utterly futile, merely a performance for no one in particular, regardless of others' opinions. Qin Chuan dragged old Li's incomplete body onto the shore, panting heavily from the exertion. Finding a relatively flat patch of grass, he knelt on one leg and began to dig with his bare hands. Most people understood his intentions, but, paralyzed by fear and a sense of detachment, stood at a distance, watching with a mixture of scorn and pity for this fool who sought to endure unnecessary hardship. Lacking proper tools, his strength alone was limited. Qin Chuan glanced back at the group a few meters away, only to find them deliberately avoiding his gaze. Zhang Xiaochang wished to assist, but lacked the courage to approach. Nearly retching from anxiety, Wang Lei waved his hand at the group, urging them to depart. Let us go back and rest. We need to search for food early tomorrow. There's no need to waste time here like fools. With that, he led the way back, prompting the others to relinquish their unease and follow suit. The expansive beach was left desolate, with only Qin Chuan remaining to attend to old Li's remains. The sandy ground was soft and without tools. Digging a deep grave to bury a body proved to be a formidable task. Everyone was struggling to fill their own stomachs. No one wished to expend energy on such a seemingly meaningless endeavor. On the darkened beach, only Qin Chuan toiled, his hands digging into the moist earth. After some time, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and he had barely managed to create a shallow pit. Sitting down to catch his breath, his gaze fell upon old Li's body. The pocket of his shirt appeared to bulge with something. Reaching in, he retrieved half a pack of cigarettes and a windproof lighter. As a habitual smoker, old Li always kept tobacco close at hand. The cigarettes had been soaked by seawater and were ruined, yet the lighter was functional, containing a sufficient amount of flammable gas. In this desolate, uninhabited island, it was indeed a valuable asset. Old Li, if he were aware, would surely be pleased to know it could still be of service to them. Qin Chuan stowed the lighter in his pocket and resumed his digging. The sound of rustling reached his ears, prompting him to turn around cautiously, only to find a corpulent figure approaching with trepidation. What brings you here? Just a moment ago, you were so frightened that you could barely move, he remarked in mild surprise as he regarded the approaching Zhang Xiaochang. Zhang Xiaochang, with a tattered cloth covering his mouth and nose, trembled as he drew near. I couldn't sleep anyway, so I thought it would be more reassuring to stay with you. Upon saying this, he bowed twice to the nearby old Li, his eyes darting elsewhere as he murmured, Uncle Li, you were a good man. Tonight, Qin Chuan and I will bury you. Please don't scare me anymore. Enough with the nonsense. Come help me quickly. The stench of decay was indeed unbearable. Even with the cloth covering his face, Zhang Xiaochang felt his stomach churn from the odor. In contrast, Qin Chuan appeared oblivious, squatting down to dig with an expression of indifference. Can you not smell this odor from old Li? He asked curiously. Qin Chuan shook his head. I've gotten used to it long ago. This scent is nothing to me. Upon reflection, this remark was rather unsettling. However, Zhang Xiaochang, being rather simple-minded, dismissed the deeper implications, assuming that his companion was merely enduring the same discomfort. After considerable effort, the two managed to excavate a pit half the height of a person before dawn. After placing old Li inside, they covered him with the surrounding earth and found some stones nearby to adorn the mound before they returned side by side to rest. As the sun began to rise, the two, having only enjoyed a fitful sleep, were abruptly awakened. Everyone rise. I have an important announcement to make. Du Zihe proclaimed from atop a large rock, his voice resounding with authority. Hey, wake up. What are you still doing asleep? The companions Wang Lei and Zhang Ziqiang rudely roused those still lost in slumber. Wang Lei swaggered over to Qin Chuan and Zhang Xiaochang, delivering a kick to Zhang Xiaoqiang's back. He then turned to intimidate Qin Chuan, but found him already awake, staring intently back at him. The intensity of Qin Chuan's gaze sent a shiver down Wang Lei's spine, prompting him to lower his foot and angrily berate the surrounding group. Damn it, have you all gone deaf? You're all useless, just eating and sleeping all day. Get up now. With a huff, he stalked away, leaving a bewildered Qin Chuan and Zhang Xiaochang to sit up. Seeing that everyone was now awake, Du Zihe, who had been sleepless throughout the night, yet appeared surprisingly alert, cleared his throat and spoke loudly. You all must be aware of our current predicament. Our food and water supplies are dwindling, and the rescue team has yet to make an appearance. If we continue to wait like this, death is our only fate. A murmur of anxious discussion spread through the crowd, their faces reflecting a deep-seated concern. The sight of old Li's body floating at sea the previous night had cast a heavy shadow over their hearts. Once their food and water were exhausted, they too would meet the same fate as old Li, buried on this desolate island. Everyone, please be quiet. Du Zihe raised his hands to restore order, struggling to regain silence amidst the rising tension. Clearing his throat, he continued, after deliberation among our senior management, we have decided to divide everyone into two groups. One group will remain here, awaiting rescue personnel, while the other will accompany me and General Su to the opposite side of the island in search of sustenance. General Du, will you return if you find food? A voice, tinged with desperation, broke the somber atmosphere. Food is scarce on the island. By splitting into two teams, we enhance our chances of survival. Whether you stay or go, It is imperative that everyone seeks out food to sustain themselves until the rescue team arrives. General Du did not directly address the inquiry, but the flicker of his eyes revealed the underlying truth. The division of the group was merely a facade. His true intent was to eliminate the weak and infirm from their ranks, allowing them to fend for themselves. In this ruthless realm, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. Those who contributed no value became burdens, siphoning off the already limited resources meant for the capable. Thus, it was deemed more prudent to leave them behind to perish. The executives had conferred in secrecy the previous night, and aside from Su Yanran, who opposed the decision, the others were in unanimous agreement. This was not a corporate environment. Su Yanran did not possess the authority to veto the motion. A fleeting look of guilt crossed her face, as though she had already discerned who would be left behind. I shall now call names. Those mentioned will remain. The others will accompany us. Wang Lei cast a haughty glance at Qin Chuan. As anticipated, the first name called was his own, followed by Zhang Xiaochang. It's over. We're truly going to starve to death here. Zhang Xiaochang's face fell instantly. Those called upon mirrored his expression, resembling wilting eggplants, despondent and defeated. To be abandoned in such dire circumstances felt akin to a death sentence. You cannot be so selfish, leaving us to await our demise. Shi Higui, on the brink of retirement, cried out in despair upon hearing his name. Wang Lei shot a glance, and immediately several burly colleagues seized Shi Higui, casting him aside. The notions of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young held no weight here. This is your share of food and water. Conserve it if you wish to survive. Perhaps until the rescue team arrives, Wang Lei declared, tossing down a backpack and grinning menacingly at Qin Chuan before leading the others boldly into the jungle. Su Yanran cast a final glance back at the ashen faces of the forsaken individuals, and, under the persistent urging of General Du and the others, she too followed suit. Soon, the beach was left with just 6 of them. It was no exaggeration to label this group as the weak and ailing. Qin Chuan had injured his leg and could scarcely walk. Even without incurring Wang Lei's wrath, being abandoned was a foregone conclusion. Zhang Xiaochang, however, bore the brunt of misfortune, ensnared by association. The remaining 4 included the soon-to-retire Shi Higui, a new intern named Xia Qin, and 3 other defenseless women, Wang Yuxia and Jiang Qin. Chapter 8. The treacherous one's muffled curses mingled with cries echoed along the beach. No one would turn back to offer sympathy. To escape starvation, they had no choice but to devise their own means of survival. Compared to the weeping women and the incessantly cursing Shi and Gui, Qin Chuan maintained a semblance of composure. The challenges he faced did not yet constitute a dire predicament in his eyes. Perhaps influenced by his demeanor, Zhang Xiaochang swiftly regained his composure as well. Since the situation had already been settled, continuing to wail would only squander their energy without yielding any constructive outcome. Man is iron, and food is steel. After a night of turmoil, he was already famished, his stomach pressing against his chest. He glanced at the backpack that Wang Lei had carelessly discarded on the ground and stood up to approach it. It contained all the food for their group of 6. And, prioritizing sustenance, he thought little of anything else. As he unzipped the heavy backpack, his expression instantly froze. Bastards, we've been deceived. He suddenly bellowed, his voice filled with exasperation. What's wrong? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. In front of everyone, Zhang Xiaochang turned the backpack upside down, dumping its contents onto the ground. Aside from a few bags of waterlogged, moldy biscuits, the rest consisted solely of stones and refuse. There was no food to be found. It was only then that they realized they had once again fallen prey to Wang Lei and his cohort's trickery, since they had chosen to abandon them. How could they possibly spare half of their precious provisions? I'll go in and demand our share of food back from them. Zhang Xiaochang had never been so enraged. He picked up a stone from the ground, ready to confront Wang Lei and settle the score. After taking a few steps, he was abruptly seized by Qin Chuan, who grasped his arm firmly. Let go of me. Zhang Xiaochang shouted, nostrils flaring. What good would that do? The rift between us has already widened. Even if you find them, do you truly expect them to hand over any food? Qin Chuan calmly advised. It would be wiser to conserve your strength and contemplate how we might survive. Deep down, Zhang Xiaochang understood that pursuing them would be futile. They were outnumbered, and Wang Lei alone could easily subdue him. Yet he could not swallow his indignation, prompting such impulsive actions. Survive? Easier said than done. There is not a morsel to be found in this vicinity, he exclaimed, tossing the stone aside and muttering under his breath. Shi and Gui, along with the 3 women, were city dwellers, utterly at a loss in such an environment. The only one capable of making decisions was Qin Chuan. Even in such dire straits, he managed to smile, gesturing toward the vast sea before them as he casually remarked, the ocean teems with food. Why should we fear hunger? We merely need to devise a way to retrieve it. His assertion was undeniably correct. the sea indeed brimming with sustenance that could last them a lifetime. However, the pressing dilemma remained. How could they possibly catch the fish and shrimp from the depths of the ocean? Are you suggesting we dive into the sea to catch fish? We've already tried that. If it were feasible, we wouldn't be starving now, Sister Xia scoffed, her disdain palpable. Being grouped with them felt like a stroke of immense bad luck. The young and the elderly alike were woefully unaware of the difficulties of surviving in the wild. She held little hope, merely wishing that the rescue team would find them before hunger took its toll. There are always more solutions than difficulties. How can one know without trying? Qin Chuan remarked. Sister Xia, too weary to waste her breath on him, sat down, wallowing in self-pity. Sister, may I borrow something from you? Qin Chuan hobbled over to Xia Qing, extending his hand towards her chest as he spoke. He held a favorable impression of this quiet in turn. She had been the only one to plead his case with Wang Lei aboard the lifeboat. In broad daylight. Was he attempting to flirt with her? Xia Qing gasped, unable to utter a sound before noticing he had halted, indicating her collar. Clearly misunderstanding. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly removed the decorative brooch from her neckline and offered it to him. Do you want this? Perhaps it could serve as a fish hook. Whether we feast on meat today depends entirely on it. With that, he straightened the brooch before skillfully twisting its sharp end into a hook shape. Testing its sharpness with his fingers, he nodded in satisfaction. Among the debris washed ashore, he found a piece of nylon rope, which he unraveled to extract a strand. Tying it to the makeshift hook. Xiao Chong, go fetch some earthworms, he instructed casually, clutching the rudimentary fishing tool as he limped along the coastline. Thanks to the anti-inflammatory and antibiotic medications secretly given to him by Su Yanran, he was able to preserve his leg. The wound had scabbed over. And with a few more days of rest, it should heal. Finding a spot beside a rock 2 meters above the water, Qin Chuan gauged the depth of the sea before sitting cross-legged. Soon, Zhang Xiaochong arrived, clutching an empty water bottle containing several freshly dug earthworms. Brother, you don't even have a float. Can you really catch fish? He squatted beside Qin Chuan, eagerly eyeing the nylon line cast into the sea. Qin Chuan smiled silently, intending to respond with action. He rested his index finger on the end of the line, occasionally twitching it, though the purpose of this action was unclear. After repeating this motion dozens of times, the limp nylon line suddenly tightened without warning, and he felt a distinct tug from the other end. Got one. Qin Chuan reacted swiftly, pulling up the line as he spoke. In an instant, a colorful fish, approximately the size of his palm, was forcibly dragged to the surface, flopping helplessly on the shore. The foolish creature, desperate to return to the water, flailed about, but Zhang Xiaochong swiftly pounced, subduing it. I caught it. Now we have fish to eat, he exclaimed, dancing with joy. It was still early. Xiao Chong should return to gather wood with the others so they could roast the fish later. Qin Chuan remained to fish, his earlier success bolstering his confidence. Hoping to provide a hearty meal for everyone that day. Half an hour passed before he pulled up a second fish, even larger than the first. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a strong wind swept across the sea, and waves crashed relentlessly onto the shore. Underwater, the fish seemed startled, scattering in all directions. Qin Chuan rebaited his hook with worms and cast it again. Yet there was no sign of movement for quite some time. Realizing that, given such weather, the fish had likely retreated to deeper waters and would not return soon, he did not indulge in greed. He carefully stowed away his fishing gear before lifting the one fish he had caught and making his way back to his lodging. Chapter 9. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled group upon returning to the makeshift camp by the beach, Zhang Xiaochong and Sister Xia were hunched over a piece of wood, attempting to ignite a fire through the method of friction. The vividly colored sea fish that Xiaochong had brought back earlier was now cleaned and hanging on a nearby tree branch. However, the task of creating fire through this method proved far more challenging than they had anticipated. The 5 of them took turns rubbing the stick for several hours. And despite their efforts, they had yet to see even a spark, let alone smoke. Oh my goodness, I'm about to collapse. All that stuff they show on TV must be a scam. I can't do this anymore. Sister Xia, you take over. Zhang Xiaochong lamented, handing the task to Wang Yuxia, who was squatting opposite him. Look at you, all bluster and no substance. You were so confident you could create sparks. Yet now you can't even last a little while, Wang Yuxia scoffed, taking his place. After such a prolonged effort, none of them wanted to give up now. Zhang Xiaochong, too fatigued to argue with the sharp-tongued Sister Xia, felt his arms aching. As he lifted his gaze to wipe the sweat from his forehead, he spotted Qin Chuan returning with his catch. Finally, you're back. At this rate, we'll only have sashimi for dinner. This fire just one tea catch. He lamented upon seeing him. Qin Chuan, hand pressed to his forehead, replied, Who told you to start a fire? I merely asked you to gather some wood. Isn't gathering wood for the purpose of building a fire to cook the fish? The others were momentarily taken aback by his remark, just as they were contemplating this. Qin Chuan leisurely retrieved a windproof lighter from his pocket. Approaching the pile of dry leaves, he flicked the lighter twice, and the fire ignited. "What are you all still standing there for? Fetch some branches and get the fish ready," he instructed, turning to find the group staring at him with expressions that suggested they might devour him. The fact that he had a lighter all along, while they had nearly exhausted themselves, did not sit well with them. However, considering the plump fish in his possession, they decided to let it slide for the moment. Without needing to be asked, they gathered around the campfire. 2 succulent sea fish were skewered on branches and roasted over the flames, emitting a tantalizing crackle. An irresistible aroma wafted through the air, and the sound of saliva being swallowed echoed amongst them. Since arriving on the island, they had gone days without a hearty meal, let alone meat. Just the scent alone was enough to drive them to distraction. Qin Chuan picked up the slightly smaller fish, the name of which none could recall, but it appeared delectable. He took a tentative bite from the belly of the fish before passing it to Zhang Xiaochong beside him. "Delicious. If only we had some seasoning. It would be perfect," Zhang Xiaochong exclaimed, savoring the fish and reluctantly passing the roasted delicacy to Shi and Gue. After everyone had taken a bite, all that remained in Qin Chuan's hands were the bones and head of the fish. In truth, the weight of these 2 fish was merely sufficient to barely satiate Qin Chuan's hunger, even if shared among everyone. It would not suffice to fill the gaps between their teeth. The fire he kindled and the fish he caught, the others, aside from gathering firewood, contributed little to the effort. Even if he were to indulge alone, in such circumstances, no one could justly accuse him of selfishness. His generosity not only garnered the gratitude of the group, but also instilled within them a greater sense of hope for survival. As night fell, the 6 of them gathered around the fire, deliberating on the tasks for the following day. With their bellies filled, their complexions appeared considerably more vibrant. As the saying goes, a household cannot thrive without a leader. For this small group of 6 to thrive on this island, unity was essential, as was the selection of a leader. In truth, everyone had their own thoughts on the matter. This was merely a formality. "I propose we elect old Qin as our leader. Without him, we might not even survive the night," declared Zhang Xiaochong, to which the others nodded in agreement. Apart from him, there were 3 women and an elderly man. Even if they were appointed as leaders, they would not presume to possess the capability for such responsibility. As the group's intense gazes bore down upon him, Qin Chuan hesitated to respond. After all, becoming the leader would weigh heavily on his shoulders, particularly the challenge of providing for the frail and ailing. This was no enviable task, and a wise person would surely recognize the most advantageous course of action at such a juncture. As the group simmered with anxiety, Qin Chuan, after careful consideration, nodded, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from those around him. The typically sharp-tongued Wang Yuxia, wearing a warm smile, remarked, "Little Qin, my mouth often lands me in trouble. If I have ever wronged you, please do not hold it against me." Wang Yuxia, in her early 30s and possessing a decent appearance, was at the most alluring stage of womanhood, yet her husband could no longer bear living with her and had departed. All due to her sharp tongue, which could belittle her own partner over trivial matters. In her workplace, she was similarly ostracized for her acerbic remarks. Should she offend Qin Chuan, she feared she might find no refuge elsewhere. "Why don't we introduce ourselves? I shall begin. Here on this island, we are to become like family, and it is essential to deepen our understanding of one another." Qin Chuan took the initiative to introduce himself. "I am 25 years old. Prior to joining the company, I served in the military for 7 years, but I retired due to injury. My first job after returning home was as a security guard at Hongding." "You served in the military and were injured?" "I had no idea," Zhang Xiaochong remarked, scrutinizing him with curiosity, likely seeking any physical impairments. "Your injury must have been quite severe. Otherwise, why would you not remain in the military? Surely that would be preferable to being a mere security guard," Wang Yuxia asked unabashedly. Sitting across from him, Xia Qin gazed at Qin Chuan with sparkling eyes, seemingly intrigued by his military background, and softly inquired, "Has your injury healed now? It should be nearly recovered, right?" Qin Chuan smiled subtly, offering no extensive explanation. While physical wounds may heal, the scars born from psychological pain may take an eternity to mend. Strictly speaking, this situation pertains to a psychological affliction triggered by warfare, commonly referred to as post-war psychological syndrome, categorized as a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Once manifested, the repercussions could be exceedingly grave. Therefore, as the ace of the special forces, despite the higher-ups' reluctance to release him, they were ultimately compelled to sign the discharge order after multiple evaluations by experts. Even after departing from the military, he is required to report his condition annually to designated authorities and undergo further psychological assessments by a panel of specialists. "My name is Zhang Xiaochong. I am 23 years old, a college graduate, and unmarried." After Qin Chuan finished his introduction, Zhang Xiaochong, unwilling to be overshadowed, rose to his feet. His small eyes constantly darted towards the young lady, Xia Qing. Are you introducing yourself or looking for a partner? Have you taken a liking to Xia? Sister Xia and Jiang Qin, both already married, could easily discern the young man's intentions, and they burst into laughter, covering their mouths. That is absurd. Sister Xia, please don't speak nonsense. Zhang Xiaochong hastily waved his hands in denial, though his flustered expression betrayed him. Xia Qing's fair complexion turned as red as a ripened persimmon as she lowered her head, exceedingly bashful. Their playful banter significantly alleviated the previously somber atmosphere. Chapter 10. A new beginning. Upon awakening the next day, Qin Chuan did not forget to inventory the supplies at hand. The food was entirely depleted. With only 2 bottles of mineral water remaining, barely sufficient to sustain them for a day if rationed judiciously. Apart from that, there was a heap of various debris washed ashore by the waves. Survival on the island hinged upon sustenance and hydration. Relying solely on fishing was uncertain, as no one could guarantee a daily catch, let alone ensure everyone's hunger was sated. Being elected as captain last night was a matter of responsibility. In the eyes of a soldier, there is little room for frivolity. Having made a promise, one must exert every effort to fulfill it. As time passed, the likelihood of the search and rescue team locating them diminished. Qin Chuan gazed towards the vast expanse of the sea, compelled to consider the worst-case scenario. Seizing the opportunity while the morning mist still lingered, the 6 of them took empty water bottles to collect dew from the leaves. Of course, this meager amount of dew was hardly sufficient for their daily needs. It could only be deemed a slight consolation. He estimated that the recent torrential rains had left some fresh water in the puddles around the island, which, if discovered, could alleviate their immediate crisis. Due to his impaired mobility, this task had to be delegated to the others. The group divided into 3 pairs. Zhang Xiaochong and Xia Qing headed east of the island, while Jiang Qin and Wang Yuxia ventured in another direction, simultaneously surveying the surrounding terrain, which might yield unexpected discoveries. The island itself was quite expansive, with lush vegetation. For the sake of safety, Qin Chuan reminded the 4 not to venture too deeply into the woods to avoid unforeseen dangers. The others did not express any dissent regarding his arrangements. Armed with empty bottles for collecting water, they set off in their respective directions. Meanwhile, the mobility-challenged Qin Chuan, accompanied by Shi and Gui, made their way to the rocky cliff from the previous day to fish. The waves today are tumultuous, crashing against the rocky cliffs in relentless succession, a harbinger of ill fortune. Just yesterday afternoon, the swelling waves had thwarted their fishing endeavors, leaving them empty-handed. Qin Chuan imparted the essentials of line fishing to old Shi, who nodded in understanding and baited a plump earthworm onto the hook before casting it into the sea. Still, a gnawing worry lingered in Qin Chuan's mind as he settled beside old Shi, concerned that the elder might snag the hook on the submerged rocks, risking a snapped line and leaving them all to face hunger. However, the results proved that experience holds its weight. Old Shi, with a languid grace, manipulated the fishing line while regaling Qin Chuan with tales of his past glories. Suddenly, the line snapped taut. He sprang to his feet, gripping the end of the line firmly. Sensing the fish was substantial, it thrashed violently beneath the surface, churning the water into a murky froth. Yet old Shi remained composed, skillfully maintaining tension on the line without rushing to reel it in. Watching the standoff unfold only heightened Qin Chuan's anxiety, fearing that the formidable fish might sever the line. This was their sustenance at stake. Stay calm. It won't struggle for long, old Shi assured him, flashing a grin that revealed his smoke-stained teeth, exuding the confidence of a seasoned angler. His words were not mere bravado. As an experienced fisherman, he understood the behaviors of both freshwater and saltwater fish alike. After approximately 10 minutes of thrashing, the fish's struggles began to wane, allowing old Shi to gradually reel it in. Soon, the fish's head broke the surface, unwillingly dragged back against its will. With the water's edge a few meters below the cliff, Qin Chuan slid into the sea, embracing the fish despite its frantic writhing, and heaved it onto the shore. This was a mackerel, distinct from the common blue-black variety typically found in domestic waters, its body shimmering with a golden hue under the sun. Although it weighed only 3 to 4 pounds, it was a rare catch, promising a hearty meal for the group. As the fish flopped desperately on the shore, old Shi seized it and forcefully slammed it down, silencing its struggles for good. With his assistance, Qin Chuan exerted considerable effort to climb back onto the shore. It was remarkable that a single worm had sufficed to lure such a creature, a testament not only to old Shi's skill, but also to his character. Of course, Qin Chuan played a pivotal role as well. The hook, now slightly misshapen, had been retrieved from the fish's mouth just in time. Had he not acted swiftly to leap into the water, they might have lost this prize. In the ensuing time, old Shi managed to catch several more fish, though none matched the size of the first. Eventually, as the hook ceased to yield any further bites. They gathered the fish they had strung together on a branch and made their way back. Upon returning to the campsite, they found the others had already arrived. Cheers erupted as they beheld the fish in their possession. To celebrate the fruitful day's catch, Qin Chuan proposed that they first prepare the largest mackerel. Sister Xia, beaming with delight, took the fish to the beach for cleaning. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan did not forget to inquire about the discoveries of the others. The other two groups did not fare as well. Due to the absence of any navigable paths in the forest, their exploration progressed at a sluggish pace. After a day's effort, they had merely circumnavigated the periphery of their surroundings. Most critically, they had yet to locate a source of fresh water. Though not all was in vain. Sister Xia's team had returned with an abundance of wild fruits, each no larger than a walnut, adorned with a vibrant red hue and brown speckles. The three women, including Jiang Qin, indulged in these fruits as snacks, discarding numerous seeds onto the ground. After washing them, they encouraged Qin Chuan to sample one, suggesting that the flavor was quite delightful. These three were exceedingly bold, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of consuming toxic fruits. Even if it merely resulted in a bout of diarrhea, in such a medically barren environment, it could lead to fatal consequences. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly, feeling a pressing need to impart survival knowledge to the group. They had consumed quite a few on their way back without any adverse effects, suggesting that the fruits were safe. Thirsty and oblivious to Zhang Xiaochang's warning glances, Qin Chuan popped one into his mouth and bit down. The moment the juice burst forth, it was akin to tasting aged vinegar, overwhelmingly sour. He spat out the chewed pulp onto the ground, finally grasping why Zhang Xiaochang had been winking at him moments earlier. This one certainly isn't so sour. Why not give it another try? Summer Qing, seemingly amused by Qin Chuan's discomfiture, handed him a larger fruit. This time, he was resolute not to fall for it again, as the lingering sourness still coated his mouth. Old Qin, look what we found. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaochang approached at that moment, proudly revealing an item he had been concealing in his pocket, indirectly alleviating Qin Chuan's embarrassment. As he unwrapped layers of leaves, he uncovered a layer of plastic beneath, revealing a glimmering array of tiny crystals. Sea salt? Qin Chuan exclaimed, unable to contain his delight as he turned back to inquire. Where did you discover this? Xiaochang pointed towards the nearby beach, explaining, just a short distance ahead. Those stones by the shore are laden with dried sea salt. It's quite cumbersome to collect, though. It took Qin Qing and me quite some time to gather this little bit. Hearing such an affectionate term made Summer Qing's demeanor slightly awkward. Chapter 11. Adding insult to injury. Unrefined sea salt contains a plethora of harmful substances. Prolonged consumption could be detrimental to health. However, the immediate priority was to satiate their hunger, with health concerns to be addressed later. Qin Chuan was aware of methods to refine sea salt, but they were overly cumbersome. He could attend to that once they had secured their livelihood. The collected sea salt could serve to prolong the preservation of fish. A simple curing process would suffice. Meanwhile, Wang Yuxia had already cleaned a sizable mackerel weighing 4 to 5 pounds, skewering it with a stick through its mouth to roast over the fire. Besides this large mackerel, several smaller fish were also caught, which Qin Chuan intended to keep as a reserve food supply. It was wise to prepare for future needs. Wang Yuxia utilized a salvaged can lid as a tool for filleting fish, a slender piece of metal, remarkably sharp, proving entirely adequate for slicing through fish flesh. Qin Chuan seized the metal shard and, before the meal commenced, proceeded to the shoreline to prepare several more fish. He meticulously removed the scales, then deftly opened their bellies to extract the entrails and gills, which he placed in a plastic bag he had brought along. Old Shi remarked that these innards were far more effective for fishing than worms. Once the fish were properly cleaned, he sprinkled a delicate layer of sea salt over their bodies using his fingers, secured them with nylon twine, and hung them on the branches beside their campsite. With this reserve of provisions, they were at least spared the worry of hunger the following day. While the mackerel was still roasting, Qin Chuan gathered a few stones and branches to enhance the visibility of the SOS message crafted in the sand. Finally, the hour for their meal arrived, and the 6 famished individuals, disregarding the heat, clutched bowls fashioned from tree bark, ravenously devouring the delectable fare. A single mackerel was swiftly reduced to nothingness. Indeed, after removing the entrails and bones, the moisture lost during grilling meant that each person received but a few ounces of fish. Given Qin Chuan's appetite, it was insufficient for even one sitting. He swallowed the morsels hastily, yet his stomach remained devoid of any sense of fullness, leaving him feeling even hungrier. If he were to indulge, even the meager supply hanging from the branches would not suffice for his needs. He resolved to seek additional sustenance the following day. After wiping his mouth, he set down his bark bowl and prepared to step aside when a petite figure crouched beside him, extending a piece of bark with fish to him. "There's too much. I cannot finish it," Xia Qing said with a cheerful smile. She had scarcely touched her portion, leaving over half untouched, including the tenderest piece of the fish belly. Will you not be hungry later for eating so little? Qin Chuan inquired, not taking the offering. I naturally have a small appetite. Eating less helps me avoid gaining weight. Xiaqing patted her flat stomach, devoid of any excess flesh, and leaned closer, whispering, I cannot stand the fish belly. If I waste it, I'll be scolded. Please consider it a favor. She then gazed at him with an imploring expression. Regardless of the truth in her words, Qin Chuan found no reason to decline her request and accepted her offering with a smile. It was quite normal for a girl of her age, particularly one in her early 20s, to consume less. They are often most concerned with their figures and tend to avoid overly rich foods. Thank you, Xiaqing replied happily as she returned to her spot. At that moment, Zhang Xiaochong, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked sourly from the side, Why does she give you food and not me? I finished mine as well. Today I even helped her wash the fruit, yet she hardly acknowledges me. It was clear that the chubby lad was feeling envious. Qin Chuan chuckled and offered half of the fish in front of him, saying, She probably didn't notice. Here, let us share. After satisfying their hunger, they arrived at the most blissful moment of the day, drifting off to sleep accompanied by the soothing sounds of the waves. The island's daytime temperature soared above 35 degrees Celsius, but as the sun set, the temperature swiftly dropped, enveloping them in a refreshing coolness. Fortunately, there was a campfire to provide warmth. It remained uncertain whether the other group had managed to ignite their own fire. Surely, these urban elite would find their current predicament rather challenging. They could only blame themselves for their plight. Qin Chuan, however, was primarily concerned for Su Yanran's safety. This place was not like the company. There was no legal authority to uphold justice, and relying solely on morality could only restrain them for so long. With both her and Bai Lulu among them, their situation could turn precarious over time. Su Yanran, an exceptionally intelligent woman, had regrettably misjudged the situation, perhaps placing too much trust in General Manager Du Zihe. In this regard, Qin Chuan felt powerless, as a mere security guard. His credibility in the eyes of the female CEO could hardly compare with that of the vice president she interacted with daily. Nonetheless, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for Su Yanran's earlier kindness in secretly providing him with medicine, and if the opportunity arose, he would still strive to protect her. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber amidst the darkness of the beach, the flickering campfire casting a wavering glow in the night breeze. As a former soldier, Qin Chuan's 7 years in the military instilled in him an enduring vigilance, even in sleep. Just before dawn, a faint, disconcerting noise roused him from his dreams. He turned to sit up, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Finding nothing suspicious, his tense body gradually relaxed. The sound originated from Xiaqing, who was curled up on a makeshift bed of dry grass and leaves, her eyes tightly shut while her lips murmured incessantly. The others remained undisturbed in their slumber, oblivious to the noise. Qin Chuan stepped over the snoring Zhang Xiaochong and approached Xiaqing, who remained unaware, her mouth moving as if in a dream. Though he could not discern her words. Most likely, she was caught in a nightmare. He gently shook her, hoping to awaken her, but upon touching her arm, he furrowed his brow in concern. Leaning closer, he noted that her pale forehead was beaded with perspiration. In the chill of the night, where temperatures barely reached 10 degrees. How could she be so hot? Placing his palm against her forehead, he discovered it was alarmingly warm. His worst fears were confirmed. The frail Xiaqing had succumbed to a fever. On this desolate island, even the slightest ailment could prove fatal, let alone a fever. So hot, so hot. Xiaqing muttered incessantly, her face flushed with feverish heat. Lacking any medication, Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless in the face of this predicament. However, he retained enough basic knowledge to unscrew the last bottle of mineral water, attempting to coax her to drink. Yet, Xiaqing was too feverish to comprehend his words. He resorted to prying open her tightly clenched teeth, pouring the precious fresh water gradually into her mouth. After consuming about a third of it, she still smacked her lips in dissatisfaction. This small amount was merely a drop in the bucket for someone suffering from a high fever. Yet it represented their last remaining fresh water. If they finished it and failed to find more the following day, they would have to endure the pangs of thirst. Chapter 12. Sudden high fever. All this commotion gradually awakened the others. A ray of dawn pierced the horizon, dispelling the darkness that enveloped them. Oh dear! How could Xiaqing be burning with such a high fever? Sister Xiao approached, and, upon touching Xiaoqing's forehead, recoiled as if she had touched a searing iron. In an effort to make her more comfortable, Qin Chuan allowed her to rest her head on his lap, while he fanned her with a piece of tree bark. Despite this, the feverish Xiaqing, in a dazed state, continued to mutter about the heat. Let me take a look. I know a few traditional Chinese massage techniques that can reduce fevers, said Jiang Qin as she knelt beside her. She began to alternate, pushing her thumbs upward between Xiaoqing's brows. repeating this motion dozens of times before moving her thumbs horizontally along her eyebrows. Does this method really work? Wang Yuxia inquired anxiously, noticing that Xiaoqing showed no signs of regaining consciousness. It should be effective. An elderly Chinese medicine practitioner taught me this method when my child had a fever, Jiang Qin replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, her hands never ceasing their motions. The poor girl was burning up so severely that blisters had formed at the corners of her mouth. Who could bear to see her suffer so? Don't be deceived by charlatans. This is a futile endeavor, Sister Xia said, rolling up her sleeves but feeling helpless, her agitation mounting. At that moment, Huggy emerged from a nearby thicket, and everyone initially assumed he was in a hurry to use the restroom. However, upon his return, they saw he was holding a handful of green grass. This particular grass was ubiquitous on the island, deep green with heart-shaped leaves. It appeared quite fresh. Likely freshly picked by him. What on earth are you doing bringing back grass? Can't you see how gravely Qing is ill? Hurry up and think of a solution. Sister Xia, irritable, was incensed by his leisurely demeanor. While everyone was worried about Xiaoqing's illness, this old man seemed to have the luxury of wandering about. Being of advanced age, Huggy did not easily lose his temper with the woman. With a serious expression, he raised the grass in his hand and said, in the past, when we fell ill with a fever, we would use this herbal remedy, boiling it in water to consume. It wouldn't be long before the fever subsided. What kind of herbal remedy? This is just common wild grass. Wang Yuxia exclaimed incredulously. Are you out of your mind, Huggy? Just picking any wild grass and claiming it can cure illness? If it makes someone sick, can you afford the consequences? Though skeptical, she reluctantly accepted the grass. Huggy waved his hand dismissively. You women, with your long hair but short sight, I won't argue with you. He continued, this herbal remedy is called Biandi Jin. I can't recall its scientific name, but just hurry and prepare it to feed Xiaoqing. We must not let her head suffer further damage from this fever. Is it really effective? Sister Xia remained doubtful and turned to Qin Chuan for guidance. Regardless of the efficacy of the herbal remedy, there were no other options available. They could only employ both methods, herbal treatment and massage, and whether Xiaoqing would pull through was left to fate. Let us heed Uncle Shi's advice and give it a try. Without hesitation, they set to work, asking Zhang Xiaochang to fetch the iron tin they had found on the beach yesterday, while they crushed the herbs into a bundle and stuffed it into the tin. Qin Chuan picked up the last half bottle of water, hesitated for a moment, and then poured it all in. Soon, the iron tin placed over the charcoal fire began to emit bubbling sounds. According to Shi and Gui's instructions, this medicinal concoction must simmer over a gentle flame for at least 40 minutes. However, the scant water in the pot was on the verge of evaporating. Leaving no time for such lengthy preparation, Qin Chuan retrieved the pot with 2 wooden sticks, discovering less than a tenth of the original water remained. He first extracted the herbal mixture, which had thickened to a paste, and once the pot cooled, Wang Yuxia carefully administered the darkened medicinal liquid to Xiaoqing. To their dismay, as soon as it entered her mouth, Xiaoqing spat it out, muttering, "It's so bitter. What are you complaining about at this moment, child? This is for your survival. Do not waste it," admonished Sister Xia. After some persuasion, the feverish Xiaoqing seemed to relent, gradually swallowing the unpleasant, viscous remedy. After approximately half an hour, it appeared that Shi and Gui's herbal blend had indeed begun to take effect. Xiaoqing ceased her nonsensical babble, and her breathing became more steady and elongated. Qin Chuan wiped her forehead, which still felt somewhat warm to the touch. Presently, they had no drinkable water, and as the sun ascended, the temperature steadily rose, bringing with it an oppressive heat. Xiaoqing continued to suffer from fever and required constant hydration. They all remained by her side, yet felt helpless in alleviating her condition. Qin Chuan licked his parched lips and reassigned tasks among the group. Jiang Qin would stay to care for the ailing Xiaoqing, leaving only 4 of them capable of action. Their foremost priority was to locate fresh water. As relying solely on dew collected from leaves was an insignificant measure, he resolved to venture deeper into the forest in search of a water source. Assigning Lao Shi to fish, while Zhang Xiaochang and Sister Xia would head south, and he would proceed eastward alone. He refused to believe that on such a vast island, not a single puddle could be found. The 4 split into 3 groups and swiftly set to work, racing against time, while they could endure without water. Xiaoqing's high fever could not wait. This maritime region boasted a temperate climate with densely growing vegetation, due to years of neglect. The area was overgrown with thick bushes and low trees, making navigation arduous, and they had to be constantly wary of the thorns that could leave bloody marks on exposed skin. Zhang Xiaochang and Wang Yuxia continued along the path they had not completed the previous day, trudging deeper into the underbrush. They stumbled countless times, their feet slipping as they went. After a brief respite, they had barely advanced half an hour, covering only a few hundred meters, when Zhang Xiaochang, gasping for breath. Leaned against a large tree, his chest heaving like a bellows. It wasn't he that he lacked the will to continue. He was simply exhausted. In all his years, he had never endured such hardship. Each step forward drained his energy considerably. Pathetic. I'm not even as good as a woman, Sister Xia teasingly chided. Yet she too paused, deciding to take a break. As the temperature rose, the heat from the forest became stifling, akin to being in a sauna, with beads of sweat forming even while standing still. At just over 30, Wang Yuxia was quite attractive, especially with her well-maintained physique, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. If one were to disregard personality traits, she would undoubtedly have an abundance of suitors. Her dress, drenched in perspiration, clung tightly to her voluptuous form, accentuating her curves. Wang Yuxia was futilely fanning herself with her hand when she suddenly noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang's unabashed gaze fixed upon her, causing her expression to darken instantly. How dare he even glance at my mother's tofu? With a fiery glare, she sharply questioned, "What are you staring at, you little thief?" In truth, she had misjudged Zhang Xiaoqiang. Even if he harbored such thoughts, he lacked the audacity to provoke her. Trembling, he raised his hand and stammered, "Sister Xia? BB behind you." Chapter 13. The oppression of the weak behind me? Instinctively, Wang Yuxia turned her head, and to her horror, she beheld a snake, as thick as her arm, coiled around the tree trunk, its triangular head directed towards her, hissing and flicking its tongue. No matter how bold her demeanor might be, women inherently possess an aversion to creatures with such grotesque appearances. With a shriek, Sister Xia turned on her heels and fled. Had Qin Chuan been present, he would have seized the opportunity for a delectable feast, but Zhang Xiaoqiang's courage was hardly greater than that of a woman. Terrified, his legs turned to jelly, and upon seeing Sister Xia run, he hastily followed suit. "Wait for me." In a frenzy, they ran, oblivious to their surroundings. After sprinting several dozen meters, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly stumbled, letting out a cry as he fell. Wang Yuxia, hearing his shout, turned back but saw no sign of him. She quickly halted and called out, "Xiaoqiang." After a few seconds, from the dense underbrush to her right, came his voice, tinged with excitement. "Sister Xia, I'm here, come quickly." Curiosity piqued, Wang Yuxia approached the thicket and parted the foliage to peer inside, only to find Zhang Xiaoqiang half submerged in a pit, murky water lapping at his waist. "Is this water drinkable?" He grinned foolishly, a dried leaf stuck to the corner of his mouth. Water. We've found water. Their fortunes were indeed remarkable, by sheer happenstance. They had discovered a source of fresh water. There was ample supply too, as the rainwater accumulated in the pit could quench the thirst of 6 individuals for a good 10 to 15 days, and with the next rainfall, it would soon refill. "Come down, the water feels so refreshing." Zhang Xiaoqiang joyfully splashed water towards Wang Yuxia, drenching her face. After realizing his mistake, he braced himself for a scolding. But to his surprise, Sister Xia did not seem angry. Instead, she scooped up water and splashed it back at him. With the discovery of fresh water, all their troubles appeared to dissipate. As they merrily frolicked by the waterhole, a fist-sized stone suddenly soared through the air from a distance, creating a huge splash and nearly striking Zhang Xiaoqiang. Who else there? In this desolate island, who else could possibly be present? They turned to the direction from which the stone had come, only to see Wang Lei leading 7 or 8 people leisurely emerging from the forest. He held an empty bottle meant for fetching water, undoubtedly searching for fresh water in the vicinity. Observant Zhang Xiaoqiang also noted the presence of 2 new faces in the group, indicating that their numbers had expanded since their last separation. "Wang Lei, what are you doing? Do you have any idea that you nearly struck someone just now?" Zhang Xiaoqiang rose from the puddle, glaring fiercely at the group. Had that stone landed on him or Sister Xia, the consequences would have been dire. It could have even resulted in fatality. How could he not be enraged? However, Wang Lei, under Zhang Xiaoqiang's fierce scrutiny, exhibited no sense of remorse, leading his companions nonchalantly towards them. He cast a scornful glance at the disgruntled duo. "How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" Outnumbered, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt his confidence wane, softening his words. "What I meant to say is, your actions just now were perilous. What if someone had been injured?" Suddenly, a slap caught him off guard, and he found himself sitting in the muddy ground beside the puddle, dazedly covering his face. "Why did you hit me? What is wrong with that?" "We discovered this puddle first. Who told you to bathe in it?" "Nonsense, we found it first." Zhang Xiaoqiang attempted to argue, only to receive another slap on the opposite cheek as he raised his head. "You dare to be defiant?" Wang Lei chuckled maliciously, towering over him, his gaze dark and threatening. "Do you believe I want to end you?" As he spoke, his right foot pressed down on Zhang Xiaoqiang's chest, grinding mercilessly. Hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's pained cries, Wang Yuxia, blocked from intervening by 2 male colleagues, could only express her frustration from the sidelines. "Wang Lei, don't go too far. There's enough water here for all of us. By what right do you claim it all for yourself?" I intend to keep it all for myself. What are you going to do about it? Wang Lei's selfish and vicious nature intensified, emboldened by his numbers and the absence of legal constraints. Run. Go get Lao Qin. Zhang Xiaochang cried out in agony, pinned to the ground. At that moment, Qin Chuan was not far away. Unaware of the trouble that had befallen Zhang Xiaochang and the others, as the dense foliage obscured the view. Although he had yet to find water, he had stumbled upon some valuable finds. Approaching a decaying dead tree, he brushed aside the soft fallen leaves, revealing a cluster of fresh wild mushrooms. As a capable soldier, survival in the wild was an essential skill. Wild mushrooms were not as fearsome as often presumed, and most were indeed edible. As long as one could identify them correctly, the chances of mishap were slim. Filling one's stomach was of utmost importance. Along his journey, he had already gathered a considerable amount of edible fungi. Additionally, as Jiang Qin was from Yunnan Guizhou, he could bring them back for her to identify, ensuring absolute safety. This moist soil provided an ideal habitat for various fungi, and it did not take long for Qin Chuan's backpack to become filled. The cluster of wild mushrooms before him appeared rather ordinary, albeit with slight deviations from commonly seen varieties. Unsure, he took a piece the size of half a fingernail and placed it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Before he could even swallow, a tingling sensation spread across his lips, prompting him to hastily expel the remnants from his mouth. To his dismay, this seemingly innocuous substance was indeed toxic. With a sigh of regret, he wiped his mouth and was about to proceed when he heard a faint, haunting scream carried by the wind. His brow furrowed. It was unmistakably the voice of Zhang Xiaochang. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a tree trunk and sprang up the slope. Despite his left leg still being injured, rendering his movements less than agile in this treacherous terrain, he ran with a surprising grace that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even when he stumbled, he sprang back to his feet as if unscathed and continued his dash forward. The dense woods echoed with the sounds of his flight, reminiscent of a ferocious beast on the prowl. Meanwhile, Wang Yuxia stumbled back to the camp in frantic haste, finding no sign of Qin Chuan. She had no choice but to summon Shi and Gui, both of whom grabbed sticks and rushed off to rescue him. By the edge of the puddle, Wang Lei's torment of the weak persisted. Zhang Xiaochang was held by two men, his face marked with bruises and shoe prints, all courtesy of Wang Lei. You little chubby one, daring to speak to me in such a tone after just 2 days apart? Kneel and apologize, and I might let you go, Wang Lei taunted, playfully pinching Zhang Xiaoqiang's cheek. Chapter 14. The law of the jungle on this remote island, far removed from civilized society. The absence of legal constraints magnified the malevolence within some hearts. Wang Lei epitomized such wickedness, devoid of restraint. Even Du Zihei sensed he was losing control over this man. Kneel and apologize. When Zhang Xiaochang remained unmoved, Wang Lei delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. The blow was substantial, causing the two men holding Zhang Xiaochang to stumble back several steps before regaining their balance. Releasing his grip, Zhang Xiaochang fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, rendered speechless by the pain. Understand this. This place belongs to us. Should I see you approach even a step closer, do not blame me for being merciless. To Wang Lei, bullying the weak was not a source of shame. Rather, it was a source of enjoyment. As Zhang Xiaochang lay there, suffering and closing his eyes like a lamb awaiting slaughter, he was oblivious to the approaching rescue. At that moment, Wang Yuxia, leading Shi and Gui, was the first to arrive. In her haste, she hadn't even noticed she had lost a shoe. Let him go, she cried out upon seeing the near-lifeless Zhang Xiaochang being restrained. Wang Lei, you vile scoundrel, how dare you? Despite their age, Shi and Gui were far from meek. The freshwater source was their lifeline, and Wang Lei's gang had seized it, clearly intent on threatening their survival. How could they not be frantic? Wielding a hefty wooden stick over a meter long, Shi charged in with fervor, his determination palpable, and Wang Yuxia was powerless to restrain him. As the saying goes, the longer the weapon, the stronger the strike. Shi swung his stick wildly, causing Wang Lei's men to falter, retreating in disarray. Old man Shi, how dare you strike me? Shrieked a small leader from the operations department, clutching his battered forehead in exasperation. With disdain, he declared that he was indeed targeting that individual. When cornered, even a rabbit may bite. Shi Huggy and his comrades, disregarding their former superior status, swung their sticks mercilessly, forcing the man to flee in terror. His cries echoing through the air. Age had taken its toll on him, rendering him less vigorous than the sprightly youth surrounding him. After a few laps of futile pursuit, he found himself panting and exhausted, having failed to bring his adversary to the ground. What a bunch of incompetent fools. You can't even handle an old man. Wang Lei glared with his sharp, triangular eyes, a simmering rage igniting within him as he observed his subordinates being chased like frightened chickens. Seizing an opportunity while Shi Huggy was distracted, he strode forward and delivered a vicious kick to the man's lower back. Shurhagi collapsed into a pile of grass, and before he could rise, a foot landed squarely on his back. "You've brought this upon yourself, old man." The young leader from the operations department, previously pursued by Wang Lei, now wore a menacing expression as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Shurhagi. If this continued, it seemed that the old man would be beaten to death. Sister Xia attempted to intervene, but Wang Lei seized her by the hair and struck her across the face. "Stop. If this continues, someone will die." Wang Yuxia, once sharp-tongued, now with blood trickling from her mouth, could only plead desperately. "I warned you not to provoke me. You brought this on yourselves." Wang Lei sneered, gripping her face as he laughed malevolently, shouting to those around him, "Keep fighting." As the situation spiraled out of control, both sides were fueled by a vendetta, their eyes aflame with a desire to annihilate one another. Suddenly, from the thicket behind them, a figure emerged with a rustle. When Wang Lei recognized that it was Qin Chuan, the very person who had previously knocked out his teeth, he did not flinch. Instead, he mocked. Another one coming to meet his demise. With the advantage of numbers on his side, he dismissed Qin Chuan entirely. This time, the others were wiser, launching themselves at the advancing Qin Chuan without waiting for Wang Lei's command. Outnumbered and still nursing old wounds, Qin Chuan advanced with unwavering determination, his eyes betraying no hint of trepidation. The first man to confront him was a towering figure, standing over 6 feet tall, his height alone eclipsing Qin Chuan by half a head. Without uttering a word, the man swung a powerful punch aimed at Qin Chuan's face. Stupefied, Qin Chuan remained rooted in place, failing to evade the blow, just as the fist was a mere 5 centimeters from his face. It was deftly intercepted by an outstretched arm. Surprise flickered across the assailant's features. He had exerted all his strength, yet his opponent had effortlessly thwarted him. Before he could recover from his shock, Qin Chuan executed a swift shoulder throw, leveraging his strength to slam the burly man to the ground. The impact sent a shock wave through the soft earth, leaving a human-shaped indentation, and it nearly shattered the man's bones. His companions, equally stunned, were roused only when Wang Lei bellowed from behind. "What are you all standing around for? We outnumber him. Are we afraid of just one man? Attack!" Awakened from their stupor, they understood Wang Lei's petty nature. Failing to contribute now would only lead to their own downfall. Though ganging up on the weak was hardly honorable, they cast aside their qualms and surged toward Qin Chuan. Pain, sharp and intense, surged through him as he swung his fist, only to be seized by Qin Chuan, who deftly twisted his thumb backward. Instantly, his face paled, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily. Thud! Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick, sending the man rolling like a gourd on the ground. As he lowered his head to evade another sneak attack, he executed a spinning kick, propelling the assailant several meters away, where he crashed into a thicket, yelping in pain from the thorns. Qin Chuan's fighting style lacked the elaborate flair of the martial arts masters portrayed on television. It was instead characterized by swift, decisive strikes, incapacitating his foes with minimal effort. In the span of mere moments, he had effortlessly taken down 6 of Wang Lei's 8 henchmen, leaving the remaining 2, trembling with fear, standing at a distance, too intimidated to approach. To them, the expressionless Qin Chuan resembled a ferocious beast. Anyone who dared to advance would meet their demise. "Watch out behind you." Zhang Xiaochong, nursing his bruises, called out loudly despite the pain. Just as he shouted, Qin Chuan sensed a menacing whistle from behind. He managed to pivot just in time as a wooden stick descended swiftly toward his head. This very stick, more than a meter long and thick as a wrist, had been wielded by Wang Lei, who had stealthily circled behind him while he dealt with others, managing a successful ambush. Crack! The triumphant grin on Wang Lei's face froze as the stick he held splintered in two, the broken half clattering to the ground near Qin Chuan's feet. The force behind his strike had been considerable, leaving a dull ache in his palm. Yet, Qin Chuan stood unfazed, lowering his arm that had blocked the attack, shaking it off before stepping forward to confront Wang Lei. They stood face to face, their gazes locked. In an instant, a chill crept up Qin Chuan's spine, and Wang Lei, usually emboldened by his bravado, felt an unexpected twinge of fear under the intensity of Qin Chuan's stare, his legs trembling involuntarily. Chapter 15. The fierce god in Yuzhou. Wang Lei was not merely a department manager at the Hongding Group. His connections ran deep, with a network of loyal comrades in the underworld. With a few phone calls, he could rally a substantial force. Thus, he had once boasted with confidence that he would ensure Qin Chuan had no foothold in Yuzhou. However, on this deserted island, all social connections and underworld allegiances were rendered useless. Faced with the reality of their circumstances, Wang Lei, despite being a manager and a favored aide to General Du, found the thought of apologizing to a mere security guard revolting. "You have the capability, then kill me," he spat defiantly, But before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face, silencing the remainder of his bravado. It was a disgrace for him, a man of stature, to be humiliated in front of so many by a lowly security guard. How could he ever face anyone again? Fully aware that he was no match for Qin Chuan, his pride surged, blinding him to the reality of the situation. Determined to reclaim his lost honor, he glared with bloodshot eyes and lunged at Qin Chuan, fists raised. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding slap struck the left side of his face, rendering his features more symmetrical. Apologize. Qin Chuan delivered 2 firm slaps to the boy, his expression remaining eerily calm. This tranquility, however, instilled a sense of dread, akin to the ominous stillness before a tempest. As danger loomed in the air, "Damn you!" Wang Lei, fueled by anger, lunged once more. This time, Qin Chuan did not hold back. With a swift motion, he delivered a slap that echoed loudly, as if Wang Lei had willingly presented himself. The force of the blow sent him staggering several steps before he managed to regain his balance, stars flashing before his eyes. Before he could catch his breath, Qin Chuan stepped forward, coldly commanding, "Apologize." With that command came another sharp slap. Wang Lei, clutching a nearby tree to prevent himself from tumbling down the slope, felt a rising panic as Qin Chuan approached relentlessly. Blood mixed with saliva and a few shattered teeth spilled from his mouth, presenting a rather pitiful sight. "This is for Xiaochang." With that, another slap sent Wang Lei spinning. Before he could fall, another blow followed. "This is for old Shi and Sister Xia." Wang Lei, like a spinning top, collapsed without uttering a sound, his eyes rolling back as he lay on the ground. Qin Chuan turned to the 7 or 8 men who had accompanied Wang Lei. Once colleagues, they had now become accomplices in cruelty, surrendering their humanity merely to survive. "Get lost." He spat through clenched teeth, prompting the men to flee as if granted a reprieve, scrambling to take the unconscious Wang Lei with them. Soon, the once boisterous scene was left with only Qin Chuan and his 3 companions. "Are you all right?" Qin Chuan's demeanor softened, the previously palpable chill in the air dissipating instantly. "Old Qin, from now on, you are my true elder brother." Zhang Xiaochang, bruised and battered, appeared severely injured. However, the layers of flesh on his body served as a protective barrier, allowing him to rise with vigor and give Qin Chuan a thumbs up. Impressive. Shi and Gui bore more serious injuries, their age rendering them more vulnerable than the younger ones. Fortunately, no bones were broken, and with a couple of days' rest, they should recover well. As Qin Chuan squatted to check on their wounds, the old man, still catching his breath, glared at the retreating figures and cursed. "If you are so strong, why didn't you eliminate those bastards? Just wait and see. With Wang Lei's treacherous nature, we shall face more troubles ahead." Experience speaks volumes. And old Shi's words soon proved prophetic. Qin Chuan merely smiled, knowing that taking a life was not as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Surely, old Shi's words were spoken in a moment of anger. He remained mindful of the advice imparted by his former commander upon leaving the army. Seeing that everyone seemed relatively unscathed, he relaxed, releasing Shi and Gui's hands, and made his way to the edge of a puddle. The water was crystal clear, revealing the branches and leaves resting at the bottom with pristine clarity. With the acquisition of this fresh water, they were relieved from the worries of hydration for the next couple of months. They first filled their empty mineral water bottles before assisting old Shi back to the campsite. A pot of herbs simmered over the fire, emitting a comforting steam. Though Xiaoqing still had a slight fever, her consciousness had returned, a promising sign. Upon witnessing the disheveled return of their companions, both Shi and Jiang Qin could not restrain their curiosity and began to inquire eagerly. As Sister Xia recounted the events, Qin Chuan and Zhang Xiaochang took the empty bottles to fetch more water. A collection of plastic bottles of various sizes lay scattered, some remnants from previous consumption, others washed ashore by the sea. In this desolate island, even the refuse floating on the water's surface had become a treasure. After filling all the bottles, the water level in the pit barely decreased. A heavy rain would soon replenish it. Just as Zhang Xiaochang intended to dip his head into the water for a sip, Qin Chuan intervened. Despite its seemingly clear appearance, the water harbored a significant amount of debris. Contracting dysentery would pose a considerable dilemma. The safest approach was to filter the fresh water and then boil it for consumption. Given the current circumstances, at the very least, the water needed to be boiled to eliminate some bacteria. Although Zhang Xiaochang did not take this advice too seriously, he complied nonetheless. After walking a few steps back with the water, Qin Chuan made another delightful discovery. Near the water hole, on a patch of soft mud, he spotted several claw-like footprints, confirming the presence of at least one species of wildlife on the island. Imagining the succulent game hen roasting over the campfire made their mouths water. Patience was essential. Wild creatures were exceedingly alert and timid, fleeing at the slightest disturbance. Capturing one would require careful planning. As dusk approached, Qin Chuan marked the ground with a stick and returned with Zhang Xiaochang. Today had yielded a satisfactory bounty. Not only did they secure ample fresh water, but Qin Chuan also gathered a half backpack full of wild mushrooms. He entrusted these mushrooms to Jiang Qin for cleaning and sorting, while placing the pot that had simmered the herbs over the fire, adding half the water, and then submerging a piece of yesterday's cured fish. Shortly after, Jiang Qin had finished washing the mushrooms, selecting the plumpest ones to add to the pot with the fish soup, finishing it off with a sprinkle of sea salt. The aroma alone was enough to make one salivate. Soon, a pot of salted fish and mushroom soup was ready, primarily for the ailing, with Shi and Gui receiving their share as well. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence of such delectable fare, Xia Qing, despite still being unwell, found her appetite unaffected. The old and the young savored the meal, smacking their lips, and since there was still food available, Qin Chuan took it upon himself to prepare another pot for everyone. Chapter 16. A soldier's tale since drifting to this solitary island. Tonight was arguably the finest meal they had enjoyed. Zhang Xiaochang, content, sat upon a rock, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and animatedly recounted the fierce skirmish by the waterhole that afternoon. Through his embellished narration, the figure of Qin Chuan was instantly magnified in stature. Despite having heard Sister Xia recount the tale once before, Xia Qing was still utterly captivated, her large eyes occasionally darting towards the figure seated by the campfire. At her tender age, when the heart begins to awaken to romance, her vision of a hero was embodied by someone like Qin Chuan, flesh and blood, a true man, rather than the superficial, flashy youths often depicted on screen. Particularly after spending the past few days together, the young girl may not have realized that her admiration for Qin Chuan was steadily ascending. As Zhang Xiaochang concluded his story, over half an hour had passed, and the night had fully enveloped them, signaling the time for rest. Yet, Xia Qing seemed reluctant to succumb to slumber, propping her chin on her small hands and playfully suggesting, "Old Qin, why don't you share some tales from your time in the army? What stories are there to tell?" "I was merely a soldier for 7 years." Qin Chuan initially intended to decline. However, as Zhang Xiaochang and the others, having finished their meals, began to urge him on, he found himself unable to refuse. "I'll share a few anecdotes. Consider them mere stories." His 7 years in military service were indeed a tapestry of vivid experiences. Except for the arduous and mundane first year as a recruit, the subsequent years were etched with indelible memories. He sifted through his recollections, selecting a segment free from classified details to share with the group. As a nostalgic expression flickered across his eyes, in truth, the reality was far more harrowing than he conveyed. It was a pitch-black night when he and his comrades received orders to intercept a group of mercenaries attempting to flee across the border after committing crimes in Huiguo. However, due to erroneous intelligence, they gravely underestimated the enemy's strength. The mercenaries numbered over 30, more than triple Qin Chuan's team, armed with thermal imaging devices and drones. Even from hundreds of meters away, the enemy quickly detected their presence. What was intended to be an ambush spiraled into a fierce firefight. The mercenaries, seasoned in combat and bolstered by their numerical advantage, split into 2 groups, encircling Qin Chuan and his comrades. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated relentlessly, with brilliant flames illuminating the darkness. The combat was exceptionally brutal, and in the end, every last one of the nefarious mercenaries was eliminated. During the skirmish, Qin Chuan sustained 2 gunshot wounds, narrowly escaping death, while his tally of defeated foes reached double digits. "Boss, that sounds utterly exaggerated. It's like a real-life version of Wolf Warrior." Zhang Xiaochang appeared skeptical, his expression one of incredulity, mirroring the sentiments of the others, save for Xia Qing. The young girl gazed at Qin Chuan with eyes brimming with admiration, seemingly convinced of his words. Noticing the disbelief among the group, Qin Chuan chose not to elaborate further, simply smiling and remarking, "You all wanted to hear a story. And now it has been told. It's getting late, we should rest." Meanwhile, Wang Lei, just regaining consciousness, was gnashing his teeth in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. His already ghastly visage was swollen on both sides, and he had lost half of his teeth. The more he pondered, the more he found it hard to swallow his indignation. He immediately summoned 2 trusted aides and stealthily departed from the camp, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, that night, another soul was tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. Su Yanran, the astute female executive. She had keenly noticed that, as their time on the island prolonged, the demeanor of the others was subtly shifting. Amongst them, she and Bai Lulu were the only women, while the remaining 12 men occasionally cast glances laden with avarice in her direction. Her feminine intuition warned her that this was a precarious sign. Today was destined to be yet another day of toil. The urban elite, accustomed to the comfort of city life, had likely never envisioned a day when they would rise at dawn and labor tirelessly for a mere morsel of food, expending every ounce of energy simply to survive. With little provisions left at home, Shi and Gue set out early in search of fish with their fishing lines, while the bruised Zhang Xiaochong and Sister Xia formed a pair to fetch water from a puddle. Jiang Qin also slung a backpack over her shoulders, preparing to return to the spot in Qin Chuan's discovery of wild mushrooms the previous day to gather more sustenance. Though their stay on the island had been brief, after the initial adjustment period, everything was falling into a rhythm. These individuals, deemed unworthy by others, found a source of hope in Qin Chuan and gradually grew confident about the days to come. Xia Qing had spent the night recovering, her fever subsiding significantly. With a bit more rest, she should be fully healed. She had intended to rise and assist with tasks within her capability, but Qin Chuan firmly dissuaded her. Should she overexert herself and fall ill again, it would only complicate matters further. Thus, it was wiser to allow her to rest until she was completely recovered before resuming her contributions. Under his somewhat stern admonition, Xia Qing reluctantly returned to her resting place. Pouting slightly, after a brief moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and she propped herself up, observing Qin Chuan busily squatting a short distance away. "Old Qin, what are you doing with that stone?" she inquired, her inquisitive nature shining through. At dawn, Qin Chuan had been scouring the beach for suitable stones, and after much deliberation, he found one that was quite appropriate. The stone was palm-sized, unevenly thick and thin, resembling an axe. He was now securing it between two wooden sticks, using nylon rope to bind it tightly. Before long, a rudimentary stone axe was complete. He wielded it a few times, feeling pleased with its heft, albeit it lacked the sharpness and durability of a metal axe. With this tool in hand, he could commence the next phase of his plans. Under Xia Qing's curious gaze, he approached a small tree, raising the stone axe overhead and bringing it down. After 3 decisive strikes, the trunk, about the thickness of his wrist, was severed in 2. Although the blade was somewhat dull, it was still serviceable, and Qin Chuan, grasping the axe, felt a sense of satisfaction. Numerous such small trees stood behind the camp, perfectly suited for constructing shelter. The challenges of food and water had seen improvements, and now, their living conditions warranted consideration. No one knew how long they would remain on this desolate island. Prolonged exposure to the elements could easily lead to illness. With renewed determination, Qin Chuan swung the axe, and with a series of resounding thuds, another small tree succumbed to his efforts. After chopping down several trees, he was utterly exhausted from the heat. He tilted his head back and gulped down a few sips of cool water, then removed his t-shirt and resumed his labor. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Qing stood behind, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at his silhouette. His physique, though not particularly imposing, was muscular and robust. Each swing of the axe caused the muscles in his back to bulge, forming a perfect contour. His sun-kissed skin was marred by numerous scars, some of which were particularly conspicuous, resembling mementos left by bullets. Upon witnessing his scarred back, Xia Qing was thoroughly convinced of the tale Qin Chuan had recounted the previous night. Chapter 17. Harmful to others. Unbeneficial to oneself, constructing a house from the ground up was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a day or two. However, one could first erect a wooden shelter for protection against the elements. Qin Chuan had already devised a plan, and after sweating profusely while felling a dozen small trees, he finally set down his axe and ventured into the forest. Before long, he returned, cradling some vines he had gathered, and began to assemble the shelter on a flat piece of land. Yet, just as he was driving a few stakes into the earth, Zhang Xiaochong, looking disheveled and frantic, stumbled towards him from a distance, calling out, "It's bad. Something has happened." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan abandoned his task and hurried to meet him. Grasping the panic-stricken Zhang Xiaochong, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Didn't you go to fetch water with Sister Xia? Why have you returned alone? Is something wrong with her?" "No," Zhang Xiaochong gasped, shaking his head. "Our water is gone." He pointed in the direction they had come from, stammering, unable to articulate the situation clearly at that moment. Without uttering a word, Qin Chuan grabbed his stone axe and urged Zhang Xiaochong towards the source of the problem. Upon arriving, he saw Sister Xia standing unharmed, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was safe, the other losses were of little consequence. However, his relief was short-lived when he beheld the pit that had once brimmed with fresh water, now reduced to a mere layer of silt. The pit had been deliberately breached, causing the water to drain completely overnight. Such malicious acts, aimed at harming others without benefit to oneself, left no doubt as to the perpetrator's identity. Qin Chuan had never intended to monopolize the waterhole. Anyone was welcome to draw water from it. Yet, his kindness had ultimately resulted in this predicament. That scoundrel, Wang Lei, had resorted to such depraved actions merely to retaliate against him. His intent was to leave them parched. What a despicable wretch. If Wang Lei were to appear before him now, Qin Chuan might very well cleave the scoundrel in two with his axe. Regrettably, it was too late for lamentations. Fortunately, he had filled all the plastic bottles with fresh water yesterday. It should suffice for them to endure for another 2 or 3 days. They would need to seek alternative water sources. It was inconceivable that there existed only a single water hole on such a vast island. Quickly shaking off his dismay, Qin Chuan resolved not to allow such a situation to recur. As the leader of this group, he bore the responsibility for those who placed their trust in him. Unlike the ungrateful scoundrel Wang Lei, Xiajia, you should head back first. Xiao Chong and I will search inside. Since Wang Lei dares to destroy this water source, he has likely discovered fresh water elsewhere, Qin Chuan remarked. Perhaps sensing the fury in his eyes, Wang Yuxia felt uneasy. Old Qin, don't do anything foolish. Listen to me. Let's not stoop to their level. Impulsiveness is the devil. Despite having witnessed Qin Chuan's formidable skills, she remained apprehensive. After all, Wang Lei and his companions outnumbered them, and if pushed to the brink, the outcome could be dire. Deep down, she wished for Qin Chuan's safety. If anything were to happen to him, the remaining elderly women would struggle to survive on this desolate island. If bitten by a dog, do we really need to bite back? Qin Chuan understood this principle well. He had believed it previously. Yet, his repeated forgiveness only seemed to invite further retaliation from his adversaries. He would no longer extend any courtesy to such individuals. Noting Qin Chuan's nod of agreement, Wang Yuxia cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Xiaochong before departing, clearly signaling him to keep an eye on Qin Chuan. Upon her departure, Qin Chuan, wielding a makeshift axe, ventured deeper into the woods. Zhang Xiaochong quickly followed, concern etched on his face. Boss, you're not truly planning to confront them alone, are you? Qin Chuan nodded and shook his head. The island was neither too large nor too small. And if the others were intent on evading him, locating them would not be straightforward. Revenge was secondary. The primary concern was finding food and water. After several days of recuperation, his injured left leg had healed considerably, allowing him to walk with agility. Whenever he encountered insurmountable obstacles, a few strikes from his axe would clear the way. As he forged ahead, he also took the time to set up simple animal traps using branches and bark. By leveraging the flexibility of the twigs, any creature that entered the trap would be securely ensnared by the rope fashioned from the bark. These traps were perfectly suited for capturing wild chickens and rabbits. Zhang Xiaochong, lacking any skills, could only stand by and watch as Qin Chuan, like a seasoned hunter, followed the subtle signs of animal trails, setting traps wherever he discovered a path. After a series of stops and starts, he had established over 10 such traps. As the temperature in the forest began to rise, Zhang Xiaochong fanned his face in an attempt to cool down. Just as he was about to remind Qin Chuan that it was time to return, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of something alarming. Old Qin, he exclaimed, jabbing Qin Chuan, who was crouched down arranging branches, nearly sabotaging his carefully set traps. Qin Chuan turned to scold him for his alarm, only to see the chubby fellow with a ghostly expression, pointing upward with trembling lips. Look, it seems like there's a dead body hanging up there. Following his pointing finger, Qin Chuan glanced up and, to his astonishment, beheld a figure suspended from a towering tree, swaying in the wind like a piece of dried meat. In the eerie woods, the sight of a corpse dangling from a tree was indeed chilling. Zhang Xiaoqiang's calves trembled, yet Qin Chuan stood up, clapping his hands, and made his way directly to the great tree. What do you intend to do? Xiaochong asked, feigning ignorance. I wish to ascertain who the person hanging up there is. Qin Chuan replied. In the midst of their conversation, he removed his shoes and, like a gecko, began to ascend the thick tree trunks. In an instant, his figure was obscured by a lush canopy of branches and leaves. Be careful. Zhang Xiaochong, feeling helpless, could only stand below, anxiously fidgeting. Just as he spoke, a sudden rustling noise erupted above him, and in the blink of an eye, a figure plummeted right before him. The corpse fell from the sky, landing less than a meter away. This was far more thrilling than watching a horror film. Zhang Xiaochong opened his mouth to scream, but found himself voiceless. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground, nearly fainting from fright. Qin Chuan leaped down and approached the body. The deceased had hung there for quite some time, their body long desiccated. Clad in camouflage attire and donning windproof goggles, they appeared to be a paratrooper. Qin Chuan leaned closer, but failed to identify the military uniform, which had decayed from years of exposure to the elements. A gentle tug caused it to disintegrate. However, the corpse still possessed several valuable items. Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon the exposed handle of a paratrooper's knife protruding from the boots, eliciting a joyful smile from him. Chapter 18. Fortuitous outcomes. As he extracted the paratrooper knife from the boot, the sharp blade gleamed in the light, exuding a chilling aura. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him at the most opportune moment. He had been lamenting the lack of a suitable tool, and here it was, delivered to him unbidden. The heavens seemed to show him favor. It was evident that the corpse held more treasures. Qin Chuan squatted down and thoroughly searched the body. He displayed no hesitation, while his companion, Zhang Xiaochong, felt a creeping sense of dread, as if a chill breeze swept over him, raising the hairs on his neck. He clasped his hands together, silently beseeching the Bodhisattva for protection. Before long, Qin Chuan had gathered several items before him: a black leather notebook, a compass, windproof goggles, and 2 expired chocolate bars. He finally removed a solar-powered wristwatch from the deceased's arm, concluding his search. He planned to take the parachute back as well. In that moment, Qin Chuan resembled a scavenger, unwilling to overlook any useful possessions. Had the paratrooper's attire not been in such a state of decay, he might have even stripped the garments from the corpse. Using the paratrooper knife, he dug a pit beside the great tree to bury the remains, thereby granting the deceased a final resting place. He would consider the recovered items as a form of gratitude. Erecting a wooden board at the mound, Qin Chuan turned to Zhang Xiaochong, only to find his smile abruptly frozen. "You don't scare me," Zhang Xiaochong stammered, his heart racing at the intensity of Qin Chuan's gaze. Involuntarily stepping back, in that fleeting moment, he was horrified to see Qin Chuan raise his right hand, gripping the paratrooper knife, and without a word, he hurled it towards him. Oh no! A flash of cold steel soared past him, and he believed his end was nigh. Before he could react, he heard a thud as the paratrooper knife embedded itself into the tree trunk beside him. He turned his head in disbelief, casting his gaze towards the tree trunk beside him. As his eyes focused on the peculiar sight, a cold sweat broke out across his back. Coiled atop the trunk was a vibrant, multicolored python, its grotesque head firmly impaled by a paratrooper's knife, while its body writhed incessantly. The snake's head was barely 10 centimeters away, its nostrils wafting the pungent stench towards him. Before Zhang Xiaochong could gather his wits, Qin Chuan had already approached him, withdrawing the knife with a swift motion and severing the snake's head, leaving only the body dangling from the branch. This was a rare delicacy, and despite Zhang Xiaoqiang's protests, it was futile. Qin Chuan draped the python over his shoulder, fashioning a splendid snakeskin scarf, the coolness of the skin against his neck offering a refreshing relief from the heat. Today could be deemed a serendipitous turn of events. As they had fortuitously acquired such valuable resources, this python, weighing 15 to 20 kilograms, would suffice for several hearty meals. "Boss, why don't we head back? It's quite cumbersome to carry all this," Zhang Xiaochong said, clutching the crumpled parachute and trailing behind. This expedition was overwhelmingly exhilarating for him. First encountering a corpse, then narrowly escaping the snake's bite, he nearly soiled himself, and even now, he felt a dampness spreading across his back. Qin Chuan glanced at his digital watch. It had just passed noon, though its accuracy was uncertain. Reluctant to turn back now, he estimated they had yet to reach the center of this unnamed island. "Do you see that mountain ahead? Once we reach there, we shall return," Qin Chuan encouraged Zhang Xiaochong, pointing towards the distant peak. They pressed on, the saying the nearer the mountain, the farther the distance, fitting perfectly in this untouched wilderness. Although the mountain appeared close, they trudged for nearly 2 hours. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaochong, who hindered their progress, Qin Chuan might have arrived much sooner. "Can we head back now?" Zhang Xiaochong gasped, leaning against a tree trunk, his breath heavy. Today had thoroughly exhausted him, the exertion equating to a week's worth of activity. However, Qin Chuan remained silent. Arriving at the base of the slope, where the walls were adorned with lush green moss, upon touching it, he felt a hint of moisture on his fingertips. Gazing up at the summit, it loomed approximately 20 meters above them, the slope forming a near 90-degree angle with the ground. Attempting to scale it unaided would not only be challenging, but also perilous. Driven by an urgent desire to locate a water source, Qin Chuan disregarded Zhang Xiaoqiang's warnings and began to ascend using all 4 limbs. Initially, he found firm footholds, but halfway up, the slope was entirely covered in moss, rendering it treacherous and unstable. Several times, he nearly lost his grip, prompting Zhang Xiaochong below to break into a cold sweat. "Be careful, boss." However, once Qin Chuan set his mind on something, it was difficult to sway him. Gritting his teeth, he sought out protruding stones, inching his way upwards. After considerable effort, he finally reached the summit unscathed. Standing atop the mountain, the entire island lay before him in panoramic splendor, and to his delight, he confirmed his suspicions. A waterhole measuring over 10 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width awaited him. The surface of the water shimmered gently under the caress of a light breeze, creating delicate ripples. Holding the cool water in his hands, he took a sip, finding it devoid of any unpleasant taste. Indeed, it was fresh water. Upon visual inspection, the depth appeared to be approximately 2 meters. Such an abundance of fresh water would suffice for their needs for an entire year, alleviating their immediate concerns. If observed from above via a drone, one would see that this pond resembled a sapphire embedded within the heart of the island. In his excitement, Qin Chuan shed his garments and dove into the refreshing waters, reveling in a swim. Once he climbed back onto the shore, drenched, he began to ponder how to transport this precious water down the mountain. Clearly, making multiple trips up and down was impractical. He recalled a bamboo grove he had spotted on his way here. Perhaps he could fashion water pipes from the bamboo. Connecting the bamboo would be a simple task, simply nesting larger tubes over the smaller ones, a perfect solution. Dressing again, he carefully descended the steep, thin-walled slope. The day was growing late. With only 2 or 3 hours remaining before dusk, he would have to return tomorrow. Back at the camp, his companions had nearly all returned. Yet, he noticed the absence of Xiaqing and Wang Yuxia. Calling out, their voices soon echoed back from behind a nearby cluster of rocks. Moments later, the two women appeared hand in hand, returning from the beach with a string of crabs tied together with grass rope. Upon their meeting, Xiaqing, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Look, old Qin, Sister Xia and I caught so many crabs over there." Her expression was one of triumph, reminiscent of a student who had aced a test, silently begging for praise. The crabs were small, yet plentiful. Previously, Qin Chuan had observed that these little creatures preferred to hide beneath the stones along the shore. He had refrained from capturing them due to their meager meat. Little did he know they would ultimately fall prey to the two women's cunning. Chapter 19. Uninvited guests today as harvest was bountiful. The resourceful Jiangqin had gathered a full backpack of wild mushrooms from the forest and discovered a wild, prickly ash tree, bringing back several handfuls of green peppercorns. Having savored the delectable mushrooms, everyone was already salivating at the thought of adding a few peppercorns to their soup, the mere anticipation intoxicating. Yet, the treasures did not end there. Shi and Gui returned with more than a dozen palm-sized fish, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds in total. Most had been salted and were now drying on nearby branches. According to him, the seaside teemed with numerous small, cockroach-like creatures, which made for excellent bait. Additionally, he had stumbled upon several chili seedlings amidst the abundant bird droppings along the shore. Most likely, the gluttonous birds had feasted on crops from the mainland, subsequently depositing the seeds along with their droppings onto the island. A few vibrant green seedlings were transplanted beside the campsite. With diligent care, they believed it would not be long before their menu expanded to include various dishes beyond grilling and stewing. Having an elder in the home is akin to possessing a treasure. Had it not been for old Shi's keen eye, the others would likely have overlooked the tiny seedlings with just 2 green leaves, failing to recognize them as chili plants. When Qin Chuan presented the hefty python, weighing over 10 kilograms, before the gathering, the shrill screams of the 3 women nearly toppled the unfinished wooden shed nearby. With little effort, he skillfully peeled the snake's skin, slicing the tender flesh into segments. A few pieces were combined with mushrooms and fish to create a delightful stew, while the remaining portions were skewered and roasted by the campfire, serving as a potential reserve of sustenance. During the process of skinning the snake, Lao Shi claimed the gallbladder, proclaiming it a precious medicinal ingredient renowned for its ability to alleviate coughs and phlegm, as well as its remarkable efficacy in detoxification and sobering. With simple preservation, it could potentially save a life in the future. The crackling fire released an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Summer Qing and Sister Xia threw the small crabs they had caught directly into the flames, requiring minimal preparation. These creatures yielded little meat, primarily offering their claws. The group indulged in this as a pre-meal snack, gnawing on the claws while listening to Zhang Xiaochang animatedly recount the day's events. Let us feast. No need to rush. There is plenty for all. Once the meal concluded, everyone reclined with contented, bulging bellies in their grassy nest. This evening marked their most substantial repast yet, to the point where Zhang Xiaochang even let out a hearty belch. Yet Qin Chuan, ever restless, rose shortly after the meal to continue constructing the unfinished wooden shed, prompting the others to join him in lending a hand. Under the luminous moonlight, the shed quickly began to take shape. Shi, Gui, and Sister Xia spread the dry grass they had gathered inside the structure, then cut open a parachute to lay atop it, creating a simple communal sleeping area that was both warm and soft. Utilizing the night, Qin Chuan completed the wooden shed and even crafted a wooden table from the surplus timber. Being considerate of the privacy of the 3 women, he set about constructing a toilet not far away. Gradually, the nascent semblance of a home emerged. Though still rudimentary, it imbued everyone with a sense of warmth. The once abandoned group of the elderly, weak, and infirm was now thriving, while in stark contrast, Du Zihei's team, having reached the opposite side of the island, found their circumstances worsening. Despite their efforts to forage for food, each meager return barely sufficed to fill their stomachs. The sole advantage they had over Qin Chuan's group was their unintentional discovery of a cave, providing shelter from the wind and rain, sparing them from sleeping outdoors. However, sometimes, fortune could turn sour. As night deepened, The cave was filled with bodies sprawled in disarray. Du Zihe, however, found himself unable to sleep. The scant food consumed earlier had long been digested, and his stomach growled with hunger, compounded by the psychological anxiety that plagued him. Although his backpack still held some biscuits and bottled water, these were their last resources. Once depleted, they would face hunger without any means of finding nourishment. The search and rescue team was nowhere in sight, leaving them uncertain of how much longer they could endure, as their food supplies dwindled daily. A sense of restlessness grew among the majority, with some even daring to argue with him openly. Fortunately, Wang Lei is present, temporarily able to assert control over the situation. However, if this continues, he may well find his position as leader in jeopardy. With empty stomachs, who would heed his commands? In matters of business, Du Zihe excels, confident in his strategic prowess. Yet the pressing issue at hand is food scarcity, which poses a significant dilemma for him. Unable to find rest, he sits upright, contemplating whether to check if his heart's desire, Su Yanran, is asleep. Just then, faint footsteps resonate from outside the cave. Who goes there? He barks, startling the others awake. Under the gaze of a dozen eyes, 3 burly foreign crew members enter, clad in sailor attire. Captain Holman, you're alive, Du Zihe exclaims, rising in excitement after recognizing the leading figure, an acquaintance of sorts. Indeed, the captain of the cruise ship they had once boarded, accompanied by 2 crew members. Both parties, having narrowly escaped death, should have celebrated their reunion. Yet, the expressions of Holman and his comrades resemble famished wolves, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Give us food, they demand, their eyes glistening with desperation. I'm afraid we have little to spare. All that's left is this, Du Zihe replies, offering his half-empty bottle of water and a few biscuits. Food and water are the most precious commodities here, and he would not be so magnanimous as to relinquish everything to these 3. With a resounding slap, Holman dismissively swats the offered food away, glaring menacingly. I mean, all your provisions. Hand them over now? This was nothing short of banditry. You're courting death. Wang Lei, no stranger to conflict, could hardly tolerate such an insult. After all, there were only 3 of them, for against one should lead to victory. Cursing under his breath, he picked up a stone and strode toward Captain Holman, intent on delivering a blow. However, with a mocking glance, Holman brandished a shiny revolver, the barrel pressed against Wang Lei's forehead. A mere flick of the finger would send Wang Lei to his demise. The stone clattered to the ground. Please, don't kill me. In that moment, the once formidable Wang Lei, who had always exuded fierceness, found himself on his knees before Holman, tears in his eyes, pleading for mercy. The 3 men settled upon a mound of rocks, surrounded by scattered biscuit wrappers. Like starving ghosts, they swiftly consumed the remnants of food and water. After finishing, Holman wiped his mouth and turned his gaze towards Su Yanran and Bai Lulu behind the others, pointing at them without reservation. You 2 come here. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds complacency. In an instant, everyone understood the intentions of these 3 foreign men, yet under the threat of the gun, they dared not voice their anger. Bowing their heads in submission, Wang Lei, who had been dutifully massaging Captain Holman's back, turned to the 2 women, barking like a sycophant. What are you 2 standing there for? Didn't you hear the captain call you over? Move. Su Yanran seized the bewildered Bai Lulu and swiftly retreated into the cave, while behind them, the raucous shouts of Holman and his companions echoed. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter with a decisive swing of his stone axe. Qin Chuan brought it down forcefully, causing another bamboo stalk to topple. Zhang Xiaochong, wielding a paratrooper knife, deftly trimmed away the excess branches. The 2 exhibited remarkable synergy, completing their preparations in merely a morning. Seated atop a pile of bamboo poles, they unwrapped their lunch, 2 pieces of smoked fish, handing one to Zhang Xiaochong. The salt-cured fish was rather rich, requiring several gulps of water to wash it down. Once satiated, they hoisted the trimmed bamboo poles to the hillside, where the perilous task of climbing the summit was solely suited for Qin Chuan. After a brief exchange, he slung the bundled vines over his shoulder and began his ascent. Using both hands and feet, his agile form resembled that of a gecko, swiftly navigating the steep cliffside. Drawing from previous experience, this climb was significantly smoother, and he reached the summit in no time. The true labor was only just beginning. All set. Zhang Xiaochong called from the slope below, waving his hand. The bundled bamboo, tethered by the vines, began its gradual journey to the peak. This was a physically demanding endeavor. Qin Chuan's sun-kissed arms alternated in pulling the vines. Sweat poured down, quickly dampening his collar. He seemed to possess boundless energy, having just pulled the bamboo to the summit. He wasted no time catching his breath and immediately knelt to continue working. He had already pierced the centers of each bamboo segment with a stick, and now it was merely a matter of connecting them. As he fitted a larger and a smaller segment together, he noted that the joint was not particularly tight. with noticeable gaps that would surely lead to disconnection over time. Thus, he retrieved a glass jar from his backpack, unscrewed the lid, revealing a thick, mud-like substance. This was the resin collected from a low tree that morning, perfectly suited as an adhesive due to its sticky nature. After extracting a piece, he evenly applied it into the crevices, and under the sun's heat, the resin quickly solidified around the joint. Satisfied that it was secure, he deemed one section of the water pipe complete. Some bamboo segments varied too greatly in size, necessitating adjustments with his paratrooper knife. Such meticulous work consumed him for 3 to 4 hours. Before long, a water pipe stretching over 20 meters extended from the summit down to the slope. Learning from past missteps, Qin Chuan covered the pipeline with whole patches of moss along the way, were it not for prior knowledge. No one would suspect the presence of a water pipe here, offering an inexhaustible supply of fresh water. Removing the wooden stopper from the pipe's mouth, clear, cool spring water gushed forth. Mission accomplished. With this water source established, there would be no further worries about fresh water in the future. On his way back, Qin Chuan took the time to inspect the animal traps he had set up the previous day. After checking several, he found them all intact, yet devoid of any captured prey. This was to be expected, as the species inhabiting the island were naturally not as numerous as those found on the mainland. Let us go? Qin Chuan reinforced the trap, dusting off the soil from his hands, and continued onward with purposeful strides. Fortune often favors the diligent, and upon reaching his destination, he observed that the bent branch had sprung back upright, swaying rhythmically. A bountiful catch awaited him. Hurrying closer, he discovered a mountain mouse ensnared by its hind leg, dangling from the branch and desperately struggling. Just a rat, Zhang Xiaochang remarked with a hint of disappointment, pursing his lips at the sight. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and this rat is no insignificant creature. It measures nearly a foot in length and is quite plump. Tonight, we shall feast. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Chuan removed his prey, which, sensing its impending doom, squeaked frantically. He swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke, skillfully removing its hide and cleaning out the entrails, wrapping them in leaves to stow away in his pack. Just as he was about to press on, a rustling sound erupted from a nearby thicket, though there was no breeze to be felt. Instantly alert, Qin Chuan gestured for Zhang Xiaochang to remain still while he grasped his paratrooper knife, cautiously advancing toward the source of the noise. Through his observations, he had noted that there appeared to be no large predators on the island. However, the disturbance in the foliage suggested that something substantial was concealed within. Wild beasts were not the true threat. Humanity posed a far greater danger. Could it be Wang Lei and his gang, lurking in the shadows to cause mischief? Or perhaps another group of unknown identity and motives? Regardless, caution was the wisest course. Qin Chuan approached the thicket, his steps measured and silent, ensuring he did not alert whatever lay hidden within. As he drew near, he decided to abandon stealth and take the initiative. With a swift movement, he emerged before the bushes, pushing aside the obstructing branches with his left hand while thrusting his knife toward the figure that was now revealed. The blade halted against the fair neck of the individual, exuding a chilling aura that caused fine bumps to rise on her delicate skin. Their eyes widened in terror, both pairs filled with dread as they beheld the man wielding the knife at her throat. "What are you doing here?" Qin Chuan exclaimed, his own face reflecting surprise. Before parting the thicket, he had contemplated various scenarios, yet never anticipated the emergence of two alluring women he recognized. It was Su Yanran and Bai Lulu. Their mouths agape in shock. After a brief pause, they erupted into piercing screams that nearly shattered his eardrums. Within moments, perhaps overwhelmed by the shock, Bai Lulu rolled her eyes and slumped to the ground, fainting. Qin Chuan quickly sheathed his knife, tucking it into his waistband, and lifted Bai Lulu, escorting her out from the dense foliage. Despite Su Yanran's astute prowess in business, she was still a woman, and this encounter had frightened her considerably. She had feared the foreign crew had caught up with them, but fortunately, it was Qin Chuan who had appeared, not those nefarious individuals. Upon gazing upon Qin Chuan's visage, she felt as though she had transcended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise, still reeling from the experience, her body weakened and lacking in strength. It is worth noting that both of them had endured quite a plight. Last night, Su Yanran, quick to seize the moment, had dragged Bai Lulu out through another exit of the cave. The two took refuge in the forest, pursued relentlessly by Holman and his companions. In their desperation, they ran aimlessly like headless flies, their arms and legs bearing countless cuts from the thorns, their clothing torn and tattered. To make matters worse, by dawn, they realized they were utterly lost, unable to discern from which direction to escape. Exhausted and weary, the two women could only conceal themselves in the dense underbrush to rest. Fearing the sound of approaching footsteps was Holman and his crew, so frightened they dared not even breathe. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them, and by a stroke of serendipity, they encountered Qin Chuan, who was preparing to return to the camp. Chapter 21. The drifting box. As Su Yanran sipped the water Qin Chuan offered, she recounted the events in a flowing narrative. Her once elegant and dignified black gown was now in tatters, caked in mud. Her hair a disheveled mess adorned with a leaf. From their disheveled appearance alone, it was evident how much they had suffered the previous night. To have stumbled upon Qin Chuan here was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, even if they had escaped Holman and his men, they would have perished from starvation in this forest. That scoundrel Wang Lei, who often acted so brazenly, aiding others and tormenting them, truly is a despicable creature. Zhang Xiaochang, a man of passion, could no longer contain his indignation and began to curse vehemently. And that Du Zihei, even unable to protect the one he cherished, could only watch helplessly as others bullied his goddess, not daring to utter a word of protest. As a downtrodden individual, Zhang Xiaochang believed that had he found himself in such a situation, he would fight fiercely to protect a woman from humiliation. Wang Lei and his ilk were certainly no men. Although Su Yanran defended those who had been scorned by Zhang Xiaochang, stating Holman was armed. After resting for half an hour, Bai Lulu awoke, yet due to the extensive journey they had undertaken, now in a safe environment, she felt utterly drained. With the daylight waning, and the forest soon to be shrouded in darkness, Qin Chuan took the initiative and offered, "Allow me to carry you." Bai Lulu shyly nodded, about to acquiesce, when Zhang Xiaochang, in a moment of misguided enthusiasm, interjected, "Boss, you've been chopping wood and climbing hills today. You must be tired. Let me carry Lulu, and you can take a moment to rest." A discerning observer would easily discern the ulterior motives of this rotund fellow. Bai Lulu was universally acknowledged as the flower of their group, not only beautiful, but possessing a figure that could incite envy even among women. In the past at the company, she had been humorously nicknamed the cow, which spoke volumes. Those who pursued Bai Lulu formed a line stretching from the company to the entrance of the building, including many wealthy suitors. While someone like Xiaochang might not even merit the privilege of carrying her shoes. How curious it was that upon encountering an opportunity to be close to Bai Lulu, Zhang Xiaochang, in a fit of impulsiveness, volunteered for such a laborious task. "Thank you, Brother Chang." Bai Lulu spread her legs and leaned on Zhang Xiaoqiang's back, gratefully expressing her thanks in a sweet voice. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, sending shivers down her spine, invigorating her body as she confidently led the way. Qin Chuan turned to glance at Su Yanran, asking, "Do you need me to carry you?" She, perhaps reluctant to lose her dignity, shook her head and replied, "Thank you, I can walk on my own." As she wobbled to her feet, Qin Chuan, still eager to assist, reached out to steady her. This time, Su Yanran did not refuse, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Boss Su, hurry up, it's getting dark." Zhang Xiaochang called out loudly from the front. This fellow, once lethargic upon entering, now seemed invigorated, carrying another person on his back without a hint of fatigue. Yet, such a state did not last long. His extra weight betrayed him, and before long, he was panting like a bellows. He frequently glanced back at Qin Chuan, unable to admit he could no longer bear the load. Fortunately, Qin Chuan understood his unspoken plea and smiled, suggesting, "You've had quite a day. Let me carry her for a while." "All right, that works for me. I could use a breather," Zhang Xiaochang conceded, reluctantly handing her over. Despite Bai Lulu's voluptuous figure, her weight was merely around 100 pounds, and Qin Chuan felt as if he bore no burden at all. However, the true challenge lay in the intimate contact they shared. As they walked, their bodies inevitably pressed against one another, a sensation that could only be described as intoxicating. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's remarkable composure, he might have embarrassed himself in public, finally grasping why Zhang Xiaochang was so eager to undertake this arduous task. Upon returning to the campsite, the dying rays of the sun illuminated the sea, casting a golden glow. Aside from Wang Yuxia, who appeared slightly displeased, everyone else welcomed Su Yanran and Bai Lulu warmly. In Sister Xia's words, she simply could not abide Bai Lulu, whom she deemed a vixen. However, after learning the circumstances, she felt a tinge of sympathy for their plight, secretly reveling in their misfortune. They had made poor choices in their companions, leading to days filled with hunger and the constant threat of exploitation, unlike their own group, who enjoyed ample provisions under Qin Chuan's care. To honor the newcomers, tonight's meal was destined to be lavish. Bright red sour fruits served as appetizers, alongside freshly roasted crab claws. Xiaoqing had spent the day in the rocky area, catching numerous small crabs and even procuring a giant conch, nearly the size of her head, a feat that had taken decades to achieve in the wild. Upon receiving Qin Chuan's praise, Xiaoqing joyfully handed the conch to Sister Jiang as the main dish of the day. Qin Chuan also entrusted them with the plump rat from his backpack for preparation. With time to spare before dinner, Qin Chuan and Lao Shi gathered around a wooden table, enjoying snacks while engaging in lighthearted conversation. Only Zhang Xiaochang, with his furtive little eyes, was persistently casting glances towards Bai Lulu, seated across from him. Upon realizing that Xia Qing seemed to harbor feelings for Qin Chuan, he had resolutely given up hope. The two remaining women were simply not to his taste. However, with the arrival of Bai Lulu alongside General Su today, Zhang Xiaochang found himself utterly captivated. He now understood the essence of love at first sight. Had they still been in the city, the prospect of any connection with Bai Lulu would have been non-existent. Yet here, on this desolate island, they were but three men. Old Shi was merely an aged gentleman, with a daughter older than Bai Lulu, rendering any possibility between them completely futile. As for Qin Chuan, he would undoubtedly not contest for her affections, leaving Zhang Xiaochang as the sole contender. In the course of their daily interactions, he was confident that Bai Lulu would eventually be moved by his sincerity, envisioning a future where he and Bai Lulu strolled hand in hand along the beach. He couldn't help but smile foolishly. It was only when he noticed that the others had ceased their conversations and were staring at him with curious expressions that he snapped back to reality, hastily wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Old Qin, look over there. Their essay box," exclaimed Jiang Qin, who was washing food by the seaside. Qin Chuan and the others approached the shore, discovering a square wooden box wedged between two rocks. Without needing to be prompted, Old Shi rolled up his pant legs and waded into the water, quickly retrieving the box. It was surprisingly heavy. Under the eager gaze of the group, Qin Chuan unsheathed his knife and pried open the lid along the top seam. Inside, they found damp straw, which, when removed, revealed 2 bottles of red wine. Upon recognizing what it was, the group let out a collective sigh of disappointment. It turned out to be merely 2 bottles of wine, leading to a moment of empty elation. Chapter 22. A fruitless endeavor. The 2 bottles of 2004 Romanikani red wine, valued at nearly 100,000 yuan each in the domestic market, held little worth in their eyes compared to a loaf of bread. Nevertheless, since it had been providentially delivered by fate, Qin Chuan instructed Zhang Xiaochang to stow the wooden box along with the wine to take back to their camp. Just as they were about to leave, Xia Qing, with keen eyes, seemed to have spotted something remarkable, exclaiming, "Look over there. It appears there's a red suitcase, drifting." Instantly, the group's spirits surged, their gazes following her pointing finger towards a red travel suitcase bobbing about 60 meters offshore. From appearances, the suitcase seemed intact, and its contents might still be inside. However, with nightfall approaching and the waves growing increasingly tumultuous, who among them had the confidence to swim out and retrieve the suitcase? Venturing into the sea recklessly posed significant danger. The haunting memory of old Li, who had met a tragic end at the jaws of a shark, his mangled remains having washed ashore, lingered in their minds. Just the thought of old Li's incomplete body dissuaded even the most competent swimmers from attempting to retrieve the suitcase. "Perhaps it's better to leave it be. The sea is too perilous now," Xia Qing softly suggested. While it was easy to say, convincing everyone to abandon the idea proved challenging. They stood there, their eyes fixed on the slowly drifting suitcase, filled with unfulfilled longing. After days of scavenging for refuse, it was a stroke of fortune to uncover a valuable item, potentially containing much-needed supplies for everyone. Was it wise to merely watch it drift away with the currents? Yet the depths of the ocean loomed ominously, shrouded in darkness, concealing unknown dangers beneath the surface. In hindsight, it would have been better had the discovery never been made, leaving a lingering discomfort in everyone's hearts. Reluctantly, she turned to leave as the travel case floated further away. As she pivoted, she noticed that Qin Chuan had removed his outer garments, now clad only in his underpants, and was scrambling onto a nearby rock. This was far too reckless. Was he truly willing to risk his life for a mere suitcase? "Don't go." Before she could finish her warning, Qin Chuan leaped into the water with a splash, disappearing beneath the waves. When he resurfaced, he was already 20 meters away. A mixture of concern and anticipation rippled through the onlookers, while Xia Qing nervously bit her lip, her heart racing. She couldn't help but feel responsible. Had she not pointed out the suitcase, old Qin might not have taken such a perilous risk. Despite his injuries nearing recovery, Qin Chuan swam with remarkable speed, the crashing waves seeming to pose little hindrance to him. He had grasped the suitcase. With one hand secured around it, he turned and waved back at the group. Cheers erupted from the shore, but the jubilation was short-lived as they soon sensed something amiss. Suddenly, Qin Chuan spun around and began swimming desperately back towards the shore, dark shapes rapidly approaching him from beneath the water. Sharks. Their triangular fins sliced through the surface, tails thrashing and sending sprays of water as they surged toward Qin Chuan like arrows. He paddled furiously, while the shoreline fell into a tense silence. The crowd held their breath, helplessly witnessing Qin Chuan in peril. Sister Xia could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in distress, "Forget the suitcase. Throw it away. Old Qin. Swim faster." Xia Qing shouted as she ran forward. Yet, amidst the chaos, Qin Chuan maintained an air of calm. His prowess in the water was not mere bravado. He had consistently triumphed in swimming competitions during his military service, demonstrating exceptional skill. The shallow waters, just 20 to 30 meters from the shore, were a deterrent for sharks, who would not typically venture into such depths unless starving. However, this was merely Qin Chuan's hypothesis that required practical validation. What felt like an eternity was, in reality, only a matter of seconds. Qin Chuan swam with all his might and finally reached the shallows. The pursuing sharks circled nearby, reluctant to abandon their chase, but ultimately turned away. That was close. Only then did Qin Chuan exhale deeply, treading the soft, muddy seabed as he made his way back to shore. Upon reaching land, he faced a barrage of reprimands from the group. In truth, he was acutely aware of the risks he had taken. Had he swum even a moment slower, he might have become prey himself. Their anxieties stemmed from genuine concern for his safety, and he bore them no ill will. One can only hope that the contents of the suitcase will not render this adventure futile. The travel bag is rather heavy, likely filled with a plethora of items. Its pink hue suggests that its owner is probably female. The specifics of its contents remain a mystery until it is opened. The suitcase is secured with a combination lock. Yet this poses no challenge for Qin Chuan. With a deft twist of his blade inserted into the lock, the mechanism clicks open with a satisfying pop. As the suitcase is unveiled before the gathered company, the 5 women present emit simultaneous gasps of delight. Inside the case, amidst a collection of change of clothes and cosmetics, one finds an array of toiletries including body wash and shampoo. Each time Qin Chuan retrieves an item, the women eagerly snatch it from his hands, examining it with great fascination, even bringing it close to their noses to inhale its scent. Their expressions of sheer joy resemble that of treasure hunters unearthing priceless riches. Even the female CEO mirrors the enthusiasm of her companions, holding up a pristine dress and eagerly draping it across her figure. These cleansing and skincare products hold more significance for them than food or drink. However, the 3 men present express a degree of frustration, pondering how they managed to retrieve such a collection of seemingly trivial items. What else is inside? Zhang Xiaochang impatiently inquires. Qin Chuan then produces 2 unopened packets of sanitary napkins and a box of women's cigarettes. Is that all? Zhang Xiaochang glances at the cigarettes, unimpressed, and tosses them to Lao Shi. Reaching into the side pocket, Qin Chuan rummages around, emerging with a few pieces of jewelry and a box of condoms. The women huddle together, chattering excitedly, neglecting the preparation of dinner in their exuberance. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan rolls up his sleeves and heads to the stove. Soon, he presents 3 dishes and a soup, smoked fish, snake meat, and a special delicacy for the evening, roasted rat. The mushroom soup is enhanced with chunks of conch meat, creating a delectable flavor that is simply exquisite. Having not tasted cooked food in ages, Su Yanran and Bai Lulu attempt to maintain a semblance of restraint. Yet their hands and mouths betray them, eagerly helping themselves to the feast. The thought of consuming snake or rat would have previously instilled fear. Yet now the dishes are savored with delight. With the table rapidly descending into disarray under the onslaught of their voracious appetites, the women, clutching hair products and body wash, exchange furtive glances before turning their attention to Qin Chuan, who has just settled into his makeshift bedding. Why are you all staring at me? Qin Chuan questions, perplexed, as he points to the tip of his nose. After a few whispered exchanges, the women designate Xia Qing as their spokesperson. Approaching Qin Chuan with a shy demeanor, she hesitantly states, "Old Qin, we haven't bathed in several days and would like to wash up by the beach." Women naturally cherish cleanliness, and since arriving on this desolate island, they have been plagued with worry, struggling even for basic sustenance, leaving their personal hygiene needs woefully unmet. Although they manage to wash their faces daily, the discomfort of not bathing for several days has become unbearable. Unable to endure it any longer, they propose to take advantage of the night to venture out together for a wash. Yet, must such a matter require his approval? Qin Chuan clearly misunderstood the situation and, with a wry smile, said, "You all can go ahead without worry. I will keep an eye on those 2. No, that's not what I meant." Xia Qing hurriedly waved her hands. "It's just that it's so dark outside, and we feel a bit scared. Could you stay nearby just in case something happens?" What a fortunate request. Zhang Xiaochang, who had originally been pretending to doze off, was eager to volunteer. Perhaps it was because Qin Chuan exuded a greater sense of security that the girls overlooked Xiaochang. After all, he appeared to be the kind of person who would steal from his own watch. Was Qin Chuan truly innocent? They might have misjudged him. He simply wouldn't stoop to peeping, and if he were to look, it would be done openly. After a moment's contemplation, and under the expectant gaze of Xia Qing, he finally nodded in agreement. "Then let's go, while it's still not too dark. Finish up quickly and come back." He stretched languidly as he spoke. Xiaoqing was overjoyed and happily turned to wave at the 4 girls who were waiting for news. The group hurriedly gathered clean clothes, along with shower gel and shampoo, and set off with cheerful spirits. For everyone's safety, Qin Chuan chose a shallow area where the water was less than a meter deep, and he lay down on a nearby rock, counting the stars above. The women removed their soiled outerwear, donning only their fitted undergarments, and gradually waded into the refreshingly cool water. After all, with a man lying nearby, the exposure made even the confident CEO, Su Yanran, feel somewhat self-conscious, as she kept her hands clasped in front of her chest. What are you afraid of? Isn't a swimsuit similar? Bai Lulu was quite at ease, her alluring figure evoking envy even among women. The nickname Dairy Cow was truly well-deserved. This had always been a source of her pride, and after saying so, she playfully cast a glance at the flat-chested Xiaoqing, teasing, if you were a boy, you'd be quite handsome. Realizing that she was mocking her figure, Xiaoqing's face flushed red, and she quickly crouched down into the water. Wang Yuxia, who had never quite seen eye to eye with Bai Lulu, scoffed disdainfully. It's just a bit of extra flesh. What good is that? Can you eat it when you're hungry? A few muffled laughs arose from the bystanders. This woman was always so brazen, and Bai Lulu knew that sparring with her would yield no fruitful outcome, so she decided to retreat gracefully and remain silent. This little episode did not dampen anyone's spirits. They helped each other wash their hair and occasionally played pranks, sneakily tickling each other's armpits, which elicited peals of melodious laughter. Qin Chuan had sat up, a lady's cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes fixed on the girls frolicking in the water, while he skillfully whittled a forked tree branch with a paratrooper knife. Half an hour later, the girls, fragrant and thoroughly cleansed, reluctantly made their way back to shore, hiding behind the nearby foliage to change their clothes. Bai Lulu was the last to enter, waiting until the others had finished before she took her garments inside. Crouching behind the dense leaves, she had just removed her still-dripping bra and was about to put on her clean attire when she heard a sudden snap behind her. Something unknown had ensnared her ankle. Her movements paused, and her mind involuntarily recalled Zhang Xiaoqiang's words during dinner, warning that this forest was teeming with snakes. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night, sending several small birds perched on the branches into a flurry of panic. Upon hearing her shriek, Qin Chuan wasted no time and leaped down from the over 2-meter-high rock, swiftly rushing forward. The women outside were still processing the situation when he had already dashed into the thicket, clutching his paratrooper knife. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback. Apart from the still screaming Bai Lulu, there was nothing else. Most notably, she and T managed to wear anything at all. He quickly turned his head away, perplexed, and asked, "What is going on?" Bai Lulu finally remembered her state of undress and hurriedly shielded her chest with her hands, her voice trembling with fear. "There's a snake right by my feet. Don't move." Upon hearing the mention of a snake, Qin Chuan set aside his distractions and approached her side. If that snake were venomous and bit her, the consequences could be dire. The dim light made it difficult to see, and with her trembling, he couldn't discern where the snake was. Which foot? The right, the right. He cautiously extended his hand to the right, and indeed felt something long and slender. Pulling it back, a rustling sound followed. "Is this what you mean?" Qin Chuan presented the object to the terrified Bai Lulu, who hesitantly nodded before cautiously opening her eyes, only to realize that it was not a snake, but merely an ordinary vine. It turned out she had frightened herself, nearly to death. Could you step outside for a moment?" Bai Lulu shyly requested. It was evident that she needed to dress, and lingering would be inappropriate. Qin Chuan emerged from the foliage, where everyone eagerly inquired about what had transpired. He produced the troublesome vine, assuring them it was merely a false alarm. Though his gaze unconsciously settled on Su Yanran, she had shed her evening gown and donned clothes from her travel suitcase. However, the fit seemed somewhat off. Standing at nearly 1.7 meters tall, the t-shirt had transformed into a crop top, and the shorts barely covered her rear, leaving her fair thighs exposed. The typically dignified and elegant female Seo now resembled a vivacious and alluring girl, exuding a unique charm. Especially in her snug attire, her figure appeared more voluptuous, rivaling Bai Lulu's allure. Once Bai Lulu emerged dressed, everyone gathered their discarded clothes and headed back. Qin Chuan did not forget the sharpened branch he had left on the rock. It would be essential for bird hunting the next day. "Boss, next time you have such lookout duties, you should assign me instead. You can't be expected to handle everything yourself." That night, Zhang Xiaochang and Qin Chuan lay side by side in the grassy nest, his little eyes unmistakably conveying envy. Summer Qing reclined on Qin Chuan's other side, her hair releasing a fragrant aroma. She mumbled softly, as if talking in her sleep. Chapter 24. The shameless ones in the serene skies above the island, numerous seabirds circled, searching for sustenance. As the words fell, a A seabird soaring above the crowd descended in response, eliciting a chorus of awe from onlookers. Qin Chuan, gripping a freshly carved slingshot, raised his head, his keen gaze searching for the next target. The elastic band of the slingshot was, in fact, a pack of condoms from his travel bag. Known for its impressive elasticity, allowing him to hit any mark within a 30-meter range with precision. After a few trial shots, Qin Chuan had nearly achieved a flawless record. To accurately strike a bird in flight, one must not only possess steady hands, but also calculate the lead time, a skill not easily acquired by the average person. Boss, hurry, there's another one. Zhang Xiaochang pointed skyward, alerting him. A seagull, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, was foolishly gliding towards them. Qin Chuan quickly retrieved an oval stone from his pocket, nestled it between the elastic, aimed, and released. With a buzz, the stone soared forth, and the bird plummeted into the shallows. After striking down 7 or 8 seagulls in succession, the remaining birds finally wised up, keeping their distance from this formidable foe. Time to eat. Bai Lulu called from the front of the camp, waving her hand, occasionally tugging at her too small clothes. With the increase in both quantity and variety of food, they were finally able to enjoy 2 substantial meals a day, each featuring ample fish and meat. Sure, Gui and Jiang Qin had foraged a considerable amount of wild vegetables from the woods, which they combined with various meats to create a delicious soup that not only tantalized the taste buds, but also ensured a balanced nutrition. Here, idleness was not tolerated, and everyone was remarkably proactive, willingly contributing to tasks within their capabilities. Even the billionaire female executive was no exception. Today, she took on the role of head chef, with Bai Lulu assisting her. Everyone showed their appreciation, and soon the soup and roasted meats were devoured with great enthusiasm. Remarkably, amidst the harsh conditions of the island, their appetites had soared, with each meal resembling a fierce battle. Zhang Xiaochang was still somewhat unsatisfied, as few had the opportunity to savor dishes prepared by the esteemed Su. And if he were to return home, this experience alone would provide ample fodder for boasting. After lunch, Qin Chuan took an empty plastic bottle to fetch water, while also checking his traps for any captures. Fortune smiled upon him today. Upon inspecting the second trap, he discovered a wild chicken that had fallen onto a branch. The bird flapped its wings desperately, attempting to escape, but Qin Chuan swiftly snapped its neck. Weighing it in his hand, it felt like 2 to 3 pounds. Continuing forward, he stumbled upon another wild chicken, slightly smaller than the first, suggesting that a considerable number of these birds roamed nearby. In the absence of natural predators, the wild chicken population thrived rapidly on this desolate island. Resolute in his decision, Qin Chuan set additional traps in the vicinity, confident that his efforts would yield results. Of course, not every trap would be fruitful. Wildlife on the island was scarce, and catching 2 in one go would be considered extraordinary. He meticulously checked the remaining traps, but aside from a dead rat, he found nothing else. Binding the wild chicken and the rat with grass twine, he carried them as he approached the water source, where no signs of human presence were evident. Qin Chuan conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings, finally feeling a sense of relief as he filled the water supply and began his return. With the increasing abundance of food, the spirit of the group was also rising. They firmly believed that even if the rescue team did not arrive, Qin Chuan would lead them in constructing a vessel to row back home. Everything seemed to be progressing toward a promising future. The meat of the wild chickens was succulent, and the group was growing weary of their daily fish diet, making this a perfect opportunity for a change of flavors. Jiang Qin and Sister Xia had stumbled upon a flat stone slab, roughly 10 centimeters thick, with plans to prepare stone-cooked fried chicken for everyone that evening. They placed several stones on either side to support the slab, igniting a fire beneath it. As they laid the rich chicken skin and fat upon the scorching stone, it sizzled, releasing savory juices. Adjusting the heat, they added chunks of chicken and squid shells caught by Lao Shi, frying them all together. A sprinkle of sea salt and Sichuan peppercorns heightened the aromatic allure. The group could hardly recall how many times they swallowed in anticipation, their eyes fixated on the golden brown morsels sizzling on the stone. A feast was upon them, and a touch of wine would elevate the evening further. Qin Chuan retrieved a bottle of red wine from the wooden shed, uncorked it, and poured it into bamboo cups for everyone. As dinner was served, they gathered around the wooden table, savoring the wine and culinary delights while engaging in lively conversation and laughter. The moon appeared particularly full that night, casting a brighter glow than usual over the surroundings. The gentle moonlight shimmered on the sea like a smooth mirror, while the chirping of small insects added to the vibrant atmosphere of the night. The breathtaking scenery was a rarity for the elite accustomed to towering skyscrapers, and they found themselves enchanted. As the wine diminished, the discussions flourished. Blushing slightly, Bai Lulu, feeling the effects of the wine, leaned against Zhang Xiaoqiang's shoulder. This unintentional gesture stirred excitement in Zhang Xiaochang. causing his heart to race as he struggled to comprehend the conversation around him. His mind was consumed by a single thought. Did she have feelings for me? The group enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, freely expressing themselves. Even Suzong set aside her usual demeanor, sharing amusing anecdotes from her past as she held her wine glass. This should have been a splendid evening, but the tranquility was abruptly shattered when rustling sounds emerged from the nearby woods. Qin Chuan was the first to react, casting a vigilant glance in that direction and calling out, "Who is there?" "No one. It must be the wind," Zhang Xiaochong replied, still lost in his newfound happiness. However, as he realized that no one was responding to him, a sense of unease began to settle in. Shadows began to emerge from the forest, and the nonchalant figure at the forefront was none other than Wang Lei. "Oh, having dinner, are we? Looks like we arrived just in time." Qin Chuan had longed to confront this troublemaker, and now he had come right to him. Did he not fear him? Suppressing his urge to act, he observed this fool quietly. As expected, following Wang Lei were not only the original group of company employees, but also several imposing foreigners. "Be careful, they have guns," Su Yanran whispered in a tone only they could hear. Guns. Upon hearing those words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Only Qin Chuan was privy to the truth, never having anticipated that Wang Lei could be so shameless as to deliberately lure these foreigners here. Bolstered by the support of Captain Holman behind him, Wang Lei had no regard for Qin Chuan. He swaggered forward, his sinister gaze sweeping over the enraged crowd, ultimately resting upon Su Yanran. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Did you not expect to see us again so soon, General Su? And you, Bai Lulu, where do you think you can escape? Do you believe you can flee this island?" Chapter 25. Fearless, do not waste time, Wang Lei. "Bring these 3 women with us," Holman commanded, pointing at the 3 most attractive individuals. In addition to Su Yanran and Bai Lulu, even the seemingly docile Xiaqing had become their target. "And you lot, do not just stand there. Take all this food back with you." He gestured toward the preserved fish and bird meat hanging from the branches. Despite their discontent, Du Zihei and the others dared not defy this man's orders. A mere refusal would result in a swift and brutal retaliation delivered by Holman's imposing partner, who stood at an impressive 2 meters tall and built like a bear. In this unrestrained environment, Holman felt a sense of superiority. He was the sovereign here, able to procure whatever he desired. The finest food and women were rightfully his and his companions to enjoy. As they began to collect the dried provisions, the crowd simmered with anger yet remained silent. Outnumbered and outgunned, no one dared to take a risk. Even the deepest fury had to be suppressed. If mere glances could slay, Holman and his ilk, including the despicable Wang Lei, would have perished countless times over. Du Zihei could hardly bear to witness the violation of the woman he cherished. After a moment of hesitation, he finally summoned his courage, resolutely approaching Holman and pleading, "Mr. Holman, you may take all the food, but please spare these women." Holman regarded him with a bemused expression, looking down from his elevated position. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? That is not my intent. But do not forget, one day a passing ship will discover us and take us away from here. Surely, you do not wish to return home to your family carrying the weight of guilt and facing imprisonment?" Du Zihei endeavored to articulate his perspective with subtlety. They would eventually return to civilization, and should they err, the law would inevitably catch up with them. Yet, he grossly underestimated Holman's ambition. The captain had indulged in merriment during work hours, bearing undeniable responsibility for the shipwreck. Even if he returned to the city, he could not escape the potential fate of incarceration, whether for 10 years or 20. It was far more appealing to remain on the island, free to act as he pleased. Holman laughed derisively, lowering his head and rubbing his finger across Du's chest as he issued a stark warning. I do not require your guidance on how to conduct my affairs. Remember, on this island, I am your god. It is in your best interest to comply with my wishes." Du Zihei was continuously pushed back by his opponent's relentless advances. Fully aware that he could not alter the other's decision, he lowered his head and fell silent. Wang Lei noticed that Holman and his companions had stunned the entire crowd. Even Du Zihei dared not speak. This realization sparked a calculative thought within him. "Mr. Su, you should come with me. Mr. Holman is indeed a gentleman, but provoking him would bring no good to you or anyone else." His face bore a displeased expression as he gazed at Su Yanran and the others, his tone laced with a menacing undertone. His actions were met with disdain even by Du Zihei and his associates. Had Holman not been there to back him up, the crowd would have likely surged forward to deliver a thorough beating to this treacherous scoundrel. "Despicable," Zhang Xiaochong muttered under his breath, unable to contain his contempt. Bai Lulu was currently nestled in his embrace, trembling in fear. Yet this man intended to push them into the abyss. His voice was barely audible, but Wang Lei caught wind of it, immediately turning around to glare at him with malice. "Do you dare to utter another word?" Zhang Xiaochong opened his mouth, but felt as if something was lodged in his throat. Just as Wang Lei was about to drag him out, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found it was Qin Chuan. After suffering a severe beating from Qin Chuan last time, he subconsciously feared this taciturn individual, even avoiding eye contact while speaking earlier. However, in front of Holman and the others, he was eager to assert himself, unwilling to appear weak. Summoning his courage, he glared at Qin Chuan and warned, "You better not seek your own demise. Sit down obediently. If you touch even a hair on my body, you will meet a gruesome end." He was emboldened by the presence of his allies, and after delivering his threat, he shoved Qin Chuan forcefully. Despite the considerable force behind the shove, Qin Chuan remained as steadfast as a tree rooted in the earth, not even swaying. While Wang Lei stumbled back 2 steps instead. Slap! Qin Chuan raised his right hand high and struck Wang Lei's face without hesitation. A few of Wang Lei's already sparse teeth were knocked out. The force of the slap left him with ringing ears, and he staggered backward several paces. Before he could regain his footing or utter his threats, Qin Chuan advanced on him once more. This time, he swung his fist, flooring Wang Lei to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and Wang Lei felt as if he were on the brink of death, wondering if this madman feared Holman would shoot him dead. Bang! As Qin Chuan raised his fist again, a bullet struck the ground beside him, creating a deep crater the size of a ping-pong ball, with dirt flying everywhere. Holman, despite his cold demeanor, could not bear to watch his loyal lackey being beaten to death without intervening. With his right hand gripping his gun, he coldly commanded, "Raise your hands and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, the next bullet will pierce your body." He intended for Wang Lei to witness his own retribution, forcing Qin Chuan to kneel and endure the beating. The harsh reality unfolded before everyone, causing them to break out in a cold sweat on his behalf. Xia Qing, held in Sister Xia's embrace, continuously shook her head at Qin Chuan, as if she had already foreseen his intentions. "I said kneel." Seeing that Qin Chuan remained unresponsive to his command, Holman emphasized his words, his serious expression leaving no room for jest. He was indeed ready to pull the trigger. "Qin Chuan, do not act impulsively. Heed his words," Su Yanran whispered. Yet, Qin Chuan, seemingly oblivious to the revolver clutched in his opponent's hand, strode purposefully toward Holman without hesitation. The audacity of the boy was astonishing. Did he truly wish for self-destruction? A woman cried out in despair from behind. As Qin Chuan advanced step by step, Holman felt his authority severely challenged. Thus, he decisively raised his gun, his finger poised on the trigger. Bang! At the moment the gun fired, Qin Chuan sprang into action. In the split second that Holman pulled the trigger, Qin Chuan unleashed a paratrooper knife concealed within his sleeve, moving with such swiftness that the human eye could scarcely perceive it. A fleeting glimmer of cold steel flashed by, and then all was over. The sound of the gunshot lingered in the air as Qin Chuan collapsed to the ground, motionless. Approximately 10 meters away, Holman stood stunned, a knife handle protruding from the center of his forehead, a crimson line trickling down his prominent nose. His eyes widened in disbelief. His body swayed slightly before he fell with a thud. Chapter 26, A Swift Demise, A Swift Demise. Holman lay lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open, while those surrounding him were rendered speechless. The abruptness of it all was staggering. Who could have foreseen that the once mighty Holman, who had proclaimed himself a god, would meet such an end? Old Qin, Xia Qing broke free from Xia Jia, crying out as she rushed toward the now unconscious Qin Chuan. The others finally regained their senses, with Du Zihe being the first to react, realizing this might be their sole opportunity to break free from control. "Quick, seize the gun," he shouted. To avoid becoming mere prey on someone else's chopping block, they had to secure the weapon first. Holman's body lay nearest to him, and he was the first to pounce. Just as he grasped the gun, 2 of Holman's comrades awakened to the reality of the situation, rushing forward with shouts. One of them, towering at 2 meters, moved with the gait of a bear, swiftly appearing before Du Zihe. "Do not move, or I shall shoot," Du Zihe warned. Clutching the revolver, his expression tense. One glance at his grip revealed him to be an amateur. The bear-like man swung his massive hand, knocking the handgun from Du Zihe's grasp, leaving him in a daze with the weapon still raised. A heavy punch connected with Du Zihe's abdomen. His frail frame could not withstand the impact, and he crumpled to the ground like a curled shrimp. Zhang Ziqiang and his companions attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by another foreign crew member. A few punches and kicks sent several of them sprawling. Meanwhile, the gun, having been knocked away, fortuitously landed at Wang Lei's feet. He understood all too well that with Holman's demise, no one would shield him. Given his previous actions, others would not spare him. To avoid being torn apart by the crowd, he had to devise a means of self-preservation. In a rush, he reached for the gun, but Zhang Xiaochong, emboldened by some inner courage, shoved by Lulu aside and shouted as he lunged to seize it from Wang Lei. Their hands nearly collided on the weapon simultaneously, with Wang Lei, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, glaring menacingly at Zhang Xiaochong, who dared to contest him for the firearm. "You seek death," he cursed under his breath, landing a punch squarely on the unfortunate Zhang Xiaoqiang's face. At last, he had seized the handgun, yet Wang Lei never anticipated that Wang Yuxia, beside him, had gone utterly berserk, leaping onto his back and sinking her teeth into him. In her frenzied state, she nearly tore flesh from his shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony as the gun discharged with a resounding bang, a flame erupting from the muzzle. The pain had inadvertently triggered the trigger, and the bullet was released with no semblance of accuracy, resulting in a piercing scream from the crowd. However, amidst the chaos, it was impossible to ascertain which unfortunate soul had been struck by the stray bullet. Wang Lei hastily reached behind him with his left hand, attempting to grasp Wang Yuxia's hair in a bid to dislodge her, but before he could succeed, a whistling stick struck him on the forehead, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Shihegi wielded a wooden club, striking the scoundrel without hesitation. Experience proved invaluable. Shihegi had been lying in wait with the stick, seizing the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The scene was a cacophony of chaos, and although Du Zihei's faction outnumbered the others, their combat prowess was lacking, proving no match for the two towering foreign crew members. Particularly, the 2-meter-tall humanoid bear possessed immense strength, effortlessly lifting a person overhead and flinging them 4 to 5 meters away. Old Qin. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. As Xia Qing had barely taken a few steps, she witnessed Qin Chuan flipping over and nimbly rising to his feet. A gash, the width of a finger, marred his left cheek. Moments ago, he had been in grave peril, the bullet whizzing past his head. Had it veered just a few inches to the right, it would have resulted in a fatal blow. There was no time for gratitude for his survival. Qin Chuan sprinted toward the humanoid bear, leaping into the air from a distance and executing a graceful flying kick that landed squarely on the bear's back. The opponent, caught off guard, staggered forward with an exclamation. Yet, the damage inflicted by this kick seemed minimal. The bear roared in fury, turning to rip open its shirt to reveal a thick mane of protective fur, launching a punch at the charging Qin Chuan. The force of the punch bore down upon him, but rather than retreating, Qin Chuan advanced, ducking to evade the strike, while simultaneously sweeping his right foot across the ground. Regardless of the bear's formidable size, an unsteady foundation would lead to its downfall. The massive creature toppled to the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Howling, it attempted to rise, but Qin Chuan swiftly closed the distance. Kneeling on its back with one leg, while wrenching one of its arms backward with force, the bear let out another anguished roar, thrashing wildly. The joint-locking techniques of grappling were not easily escaped. Continued struggle would only lead to more suffering. After a brief stalemate, the bear's resistance waned, its strength diminishing in the throes of pain. Just as Qin Chuan was on the verge of subduing this monstrous adversary, the bear's companion, having broken free from the fray, darted out from the side and delivered a kick to Qin Chuan's waist. Feeling the pressure lessen, the bear took advantage of the moment, thrusting upward with its back, sending Qin Chuan hurtling through the air. As he landed, Qin Chuan quickly rolled to his feet, only to find the bear and its companion charging at him from both sides. As the bear narrowly avoided a direct punch, he was unable to evade the stealthy assault of another adversary, receiving a kick to the chest that sent Qin Chuan stumbling back several paces. Confronted by two formidable opponents and suffering repeated setbacks, Qin Chuan displayed no signs of retreat. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly cold and resolute. With a powerful push off the ground, he charged towards his foes, unflinching in the face of the bear's incoming fist. He merely angled his body slightly, absorbing the punch with his left shoulder. The bear's companion, intending to capitalize on this moment, was taken aback to find Qin Chuan charging directly at him without flinching. Attempting to evade, it was already too late. As he extended his leg halfway, Qin Chuan executed a fierce shoulder ram, striking the man squarely in the chest, causing him to involuntarily stagger backward. A precise uppercut landed squarely on his jaw. The impact echoed as the bear's companion fell several meters away, incapacitated for the time being. However, Qin Chuan did not escape unscathed. He received another punch from the bear, whose immense strength was capable of denting steel. Few could withstand a blow from him. Yet Qin Chuan was no ordinary man. The pain inflicted by his adversaries did not bring him to his knees. Rather, it fueled the pent-up rage within him, presenting an opportune moment. The term post-traumatic stress disorder is a broad characterization, with its manifestations varying greatly among individuals. Some become utterly incapacitated, while others transform into devils. A palpable aura of lethal intent seemed to thicken the air around him, and an unexpected chill momentarily quelled the bear's fury. He found himself gazing into a pair of eyes devoid of any emotion, unwaveringly fixed upon him. Chapter 27. The Incarnation of a Devil When Life is Threatened. Humanity instinctively seeks to evade danger. Sensing the overwhelming aura of malice emanating from Qin Chuan, the bear instinctively took a step back, though he quickly regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, bellowed as he charged towards Qin Chuan, who remained steadfast in his position. The distance closed rapidly, and a heavy punch was thrown towards the face that unnerved him. Just as the fist was about to make contact with Qin Chuan, he moved. With a swift sidestep, he easily evaded the bear's punch, while simultaneously delivering a punch to his opponent's armpit. What appeared to be a light strike elicited a pained scream from the bear, who, blinded by fury, glared with bloodshot eyes and swung another punch at Qin Chuan. Despite being physically outmatched, Qin Chuan faced the attack with unwavering courage, absorbing the bear's punch with his chest while executing another strike to the bear's armpit with his left hand. The armpit, a notably vulnerable area of the human body, could not be shielded even by one as robust as the bear. After enduring 2 consecutive heavy blows, the bear, now in considerable pain, regained a semblance of composure and altered his strategy, wrapping both arms around Qin Chuan in a vice-like grip. He intended to suffocate Qin Chuan, tightening his embrace with a series of ominous cracking sounds emanating from his joints. This maneuver had proven effective in previous bouts, allowing no one to escape his clutches. Yet this time, his opponent's response felt strangely unsettling. Qin Chuan was nearly suffocated, yet he displayed no intention of struggling. Allowing his opponent to bind his hands and body before lifting him off the ground, he merely tilted his head back, and when it was level with the bear's height, he launched a headbutt with no restraint. The 2 heads collided with a dull thud. This reckless tactic was akin to inflicting mutual destruction, yet Qin Chuan seemed impervious to pain. Seizing the moment when his adversary was dazed, he effortlessly broke free from his constraints. As his feet touched the ground, he formed a knife with his right hand and struck with lightning speed at the bear's exposed throat. A crack echoed, a sound reminiscent of something shattering. The wretched cries abruptly ceased, and the colossal Russian fell before him, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having dispatched 2 of the 3 foreign crew members, only the injured one remained, who, sensing the dire situation, turned and fled in panic. Wang Lei, his head bleeding profusely, stared in disbelief as the bear crumpled before Qin Chuan. At this moment, staying put would surely lead to his demise at the hands of the now unencumbered Qin Chuan. Watching the remaining foreigner flee, he dared not linger. He shoved Wang Yuxia towards Shi and Gui, who were pursuing her with sticks, and without a second thought, he bolted. The 2 fled into the woods, one after the other, in a frantic scramble. Wang Lei slipped and fell, landing awkwardly. Hearing footsteps behind him, he dared not tarry. Scrambling to his feet to continue his escape, they stumbled through the underbrush for an indeterminate time, the footsteps following them at a steady pace. Panic engulfed Wang Lei, and the foreign crew member ahead eventually halted. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the island's edge, where a precipice loomed ahead, dropping steeply towards the sea below. A perilous drop of several meters. With no path forward and pursuers closing in, the dreaded sounds echoed again. Gazing at the swaying branches, Wang Lei trembled as he raised his revolver, issuing a hollow threat, "Stay back, or I will fire." Yet, his warning seemed futile, as the trembling foliage hinted at the approaching man. Desperation clouded Wang Lei's vision, and disregarding all caution, he pulled the trigger in that direction. Bang, bang, bang. The gun spat fire until it clicked empty, and only then did he pause, panting, his gaze fixed on the now quiet thicket. Suddenly, a figure emerged at a leisurely pace from within. Upon recognizing the man, Wang Lei involuntarily took 2 steps back. "Qin Chuan, we can talk. I was forced by them. Please forgive me," he stammered, trembling as he watched Qin Chuan advance. "Jump down from here, and I will forgive you." Qin Chuan maintained his frigid demeanor, his gaze cold and lifeless, as though regarding a corpse. Below lay a treacherous expanse of jagged rocks. Jumping from this height would surely lead to a gruesome demise. "I'll fight you," shouted the fleeing foreign crew member. He understood that leaping from here was a death sentence, yet he felt that confronting Qin Chuan was his only chance of survival. Yet he evidently overestimated himself. Before his fist could even reach his opponent, he was met with a swift kick to the abdomen from Qin Chuan. Like a cannonball expelled from its chamber, he plummeted from the cliff amidst a series of elongated, anguished cries. With a thud, the screams ceased. Although Qin Chuan had just taken a life, his countenance remained devoid of any extraneous expression as he silently regarded the utterly stunned Wang Lei. That glance shattered Wang Lei's last vestiges of hope. Even if he chose not to leap, his adversary would unhesitatingly send him tumbling into the abyss. Faced with inevitable death, his expression morphed into a grotesque mask of fury as he bellowed, "Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you." Without waiting for Qin Chuan to act, He turned and leaped from the precipice dozens of meters high. Splash. Moments later, the sound of a heavy object striking the water resonated. Blood began to spread across the surface of the sea, and the scent of blood summoned a frenzy of sharks, accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. The sea seemed to boil with turmoil. It was only when the waters regained their eerie calm that Qin Chuan, undeterred, turned and departed. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Chuan had already returned to a state of normalcy, yet chaos still reigned within the encampment. Injured individuals cried out, their screams audible from a distance as others rushed to staunch their wounds, but their efforts proved futile. "Old Qin, someone has been shot," exclaimed a flustered Xia Qing, who hurriedly approached upon seeing Qin Chuan return. "Who?" Qin Chuan inquired. "It's Li from the marketing department. He's on the brink of death." Relieved it wasn't he someone he knew, Qin Chuan moved towards the gathering crowd. As he passed by Holman's lifeless body, he did not forget to extract the paratrooper knife embedded in his forehead, casually wiping it on the deceased's clothing. "Make way." Pushing through the throng, he found a young man in a white shirt lying on the ground, wailing in agony. His right leg had been shot, and blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound, staining his entire pant leg crimson. The severity of the gunshot wound rendered Shi and Gui, who had some knowledge of traditional medicine, utterly helpless. The onlookers could do nothing but watch as a life slowly ebbed away before their eyes. Qin Chuan crouched beside Li, examining the injury closely. Du Zihe, anxious and tense, implored, "How is he? Is there any hope for him?" Chapter 28. Treating gunshot wounds. Du Zihe's anxiety stemmed from the fact that the injured man was the son of his cousin. If anything were to happen to his nephew, he would have no means to explain himself to his cousin. Qin Chuan, keeping his gaze lowered, ignored him and meticulously assessed Li's condition. The wound was deep. With the bullet lodged inside, without prompt removal, blood loss would be fatal. The most pressing concern was to locate and extract the bullet. If too much time elapsed, the young man would surely perish. Lacking appropriate surgical tools, even the desire to save him proved challenging. After a moment, under Du Zihe's intense scrutiny, Qin Chuan raised his head and stated, "I can extract the bullet, but I cannot guarantee his survival." "What kind of statement is that? Does a corpse still require a bullet extraction?" As he observed his nephew's pallor deepen from excessive blood loss, the indecisive Du Zihe gritted his teeth and asked, "What are your chances?" Injuries had not struck a vital point. There remained a 50% chance. Qin Chuan analyzed calmly. 50%, which signifies half of a half. However, if Qin Chuan did not intervene, Li would succumb to agony. Life or death hinged on a gamble. Du Zihe, displaying a remarkable resolve, acknowledged that the only person capable of saving his nephew was the man before him. "I entrust this to you." "Thank you," he said, nodding. With a steady hand, Qin Chuan retrieved his paratrooper knife, redirecting his gaze to Li's leg. The sharp blade sliced through the fabric of his trousers at the bullet wound, exposing a gruesome injury. Blood and flesh laid bare to the eye. Qin Chuan pinched the wound open, eliciting a pained howl from Li, his body writhing involuntarily. The dim lighting rendered visibility nearly impossible. Observing this, Du Zihe quickly produced a flashlight. Its battery was nearly depleted, possibly enduring only a short while longer. As the beam illuminated the wound, Qin Chuan's view became significantly clearer, yet the bullet was lodged too deeply to be discerned by mere sight. Coupled with Li's frantic struggles, cooperation was increasingly elusive. He turned to the onlookers, imploring, "A few of you, hold him down." Without requiring prompting from Du Zihe, several strong male colleagues stepped forward to assist, restraining his hands and feet, preventing any chance of movement. With preparations complete, Qin Chuan made a cross-shaped incision over the wound with his paratrooper knife, his fingers delving into the injury in search of the bullet. Lacking anesthesia, the sensation was excruciating. The once fading Li suddenly seemed invigorated, his eyes bulging with intensity, emitting a guttural roar that was far from human. With his limbs firmly pinned, he could only scream and thrash his head in desperation. Were he able to articulate his thoughts, he would surely beg Qin Chuan to cease, preferring death over such torment. Witnessing Qin Chuan's fingers stirring within the wound, blood oozing forth, the onlookers turned pale, empathizing with his suffering. Several timid women had already turned away, unable to bear the brutal scene. Du Zihe, stricken with anguish at his nephew's agony, turned his head aside, unable to watch any longer. Though mere moments had elapsed, it felt interminable to them. At last, Qin Chuan fulfilled their hopes, extracting a gleaming yellow bullet between his fingers. "It's done," he announced. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Yet, Qin Chuan quickly reminded them that retrieving the bullet was merely the first step. Disinfecting and suturing the wound would truly test their resolve. "Is there any antiseptic?" he inquired, glancing at Du Zihe. Previously, when Qin Chuan had been injured, Wang Lei had outright denied possessing any medication. And it was only thanks to Su Yanran's discreet provision of a few pills that he had managed. Although Du Zihe had remained silent then, he tacitly accepted Wang Lei's actions. Faced with the question, he nodded sheepishly and hurriedly instructed someone to gather all available medications. The bottles were inscribed entirely in English, devoid of a single Chinese character. Thoughtful Su Yanran had worried he might struggle with the foreign words and was about to offer her assistance in translation when, to her surprise, he effortlessly identified the necessary medicine from among the items. Cephalosporin antibiotics are typically administered orally. However, given the current circumstances, there seems to be no superior alternative. When applied directly to wounds, these medications can also exert a bactericidal effect, though there exists a possibility of developing resistance or allergic reactions. The gravity of the situation is evident. Qin Chuan first cleansed the wound with cooled boiled water before opening a capsule and allowing the fine powder within to disperse evenly over the affected area. Was this the end of the procedure? Certainly not. The wound continued to bleed, and if not addressed promptly, he was certain Li Li would not last half an hour. He rose and approached the still-burning campfire, plunging the blade of his paratrooper knife into the embers. The others began to apprehensively surmise his intentions, a chill creeping down their spines. They forcibly restrained him. Qin Chuan, grasping the now glowing knife, returned to the injured man's side. The others remained silent, instinctively pressing down harder on Li Li's limbs. With a sizzling sound, the scorching blade met the wound, instantly releasing a nauseating odor. Li Li, barely clinging to life, suddenly convulsed with renewed vigor, veins bulging on his forehead. 4 or 5 individuals struggled to keep him still, and even Du Zihe had to join in, collectively restraining him. At last, Qin Chuan withdrew the knife, leaving a charred scar on the man's thigh. The bleeding had ceased, but Li Li was still hanging by a thread. His survival now hinged on fortune. Thank you, Qin Chuan. Regardless of the sincerity behind it, Du Zihe promptly expressed his gratitude. He'll be fine. You may leave now. After speaking, Qin Chuan disregarded him entirely and turned towards the wooden shed. His actions did not imply that he had forgiven these individuals. He was no saint and had not reached a level of magnanimity where he could overlook past grievances. Their absolution was a matter for the divine, not for him. Even Wang Yuxia and Shi Huggy did not offer each other any semblance of kindness, as these individuals had previously abandoned them, old, weak, and ill, here to fend for themselves in order to conserve rations. Although Wang Lei was the principal culprit in this affair, the others were not blameless. Each one was complicit. Now, witnessing their improved circumstances, they sought to return and seek refuge. Such a notion was preposterous. Let us go. Ignore them. Shija forcibly pulled Xiaqing away, dragging the kind-hearted girl from the scene. Observing the food hanging from the branches, Du Zihe and his companions found themselves rooted in place, unable to move. They could only cast pleading glances towards Su Yanran and Bai Lulu, who had yet to depart. Yanran, he called, a mix of shame and difficulty in his voice. Su Yanran sighed and replied, I suppose I shall give it a try. Never mind, I'll accompany you, Du Zihe conceded. He understood that merely relying on Su Yanran might not suffice to obtain the other's forgiveness. He needed to demonstrate ample sincerity to atone for his prior transgressions. Chapter 29. Du's sincerity. The two presidents approached side by side. Qin Chuan leaned against a wooden post, having already noticed their presence but choosing to remain indifferent. Xiaqing was gently washing the bloodied gash on his face, a result of a bullet graze, her careful demeanor betraying her fear of causing him pain. If a woman were to bear such a scar on her face, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Yet, Qin Chuan appeared utterly indifferent. Even taking the time to admire the stars above, to him, this minor injury was of little consequence. Xiaqing gently touched his arm, signaling the arrival of someone. But the other party deliberately ignored them, not even casting a glance in their direction. Xiaqing couldn't help but smile apologetically at them, noticing his reluctance to engage. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yanran felt compelled to speak up. Qin Chuan, she called, the once frosty so now inflected with a hint of pleading. After all, the two individuals before her had shown her considerable kindness, and the tension between them made her feel quite uncomfortable. Qin Chuan seemed unperturbed, and just as she was about to continue, Du Zihe interjected, shaking his head to indicate that he would address Qin Chuan himself. Approaching Qin Chuan, he crouched down and earnestly stated, We were in the wrong before. This is my responsibility, and I hereby apologize to everyone. If there is anything I can do, please do not hesitate to ask. Even if I cannot fulfill it immediately, I will ensure to make it up to you all upon my return. For a vice president to bow before a mere security guard was an unprecedented occurrence. His words reflected a considerable amount of sincerity. After all, the true instigator was Wang Lei, who had received his due punishment, and Du Zihe himself was merely a follower. Have you finished speaking? Qin Chuan's expression remained impassive, seemingly unimpressed. Du Zihe's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. As a person of high standing, he still possessed a measure of composure. Moreover, it was they who had erred initially. Now that they saw others thriving, the slightest shred of conscience would compel anyone to feel shame for their past actions. His gaze swept over the others as he earnestly continued, I understand that you all harbor resentment. If I were in your shoes, I might be even angrier. The situation has reached this point due to our own missteps, but do you not wish to return home? Upon hearing the words return home, the collective gaze of the group converged on him. Du Zihe felt a surge of joy, realizing that his words had struck a chord, and he pressed on. I am not speaking idly. I truly have a way to help everyone return to the place we know well. However, this will require our collective effort and unity. To demonstrate his sincerity, he retrieved from his coat a closely guarded secret, something even Su Yanran was unaware of. It was a map, tightly wrapped in plastic. The paper already yellowed with age, suggesting it had been preserved for quite some time. As he presented the map to Qin Chuan could not restrain himself and reached out to accept it, eagerly unfolding it for inspection. The surrounding individuals instinctively gathered closer, evidently stirred by the hope Du Zihe's words had ignited within them. After a prolonged silence, Qin Chuan finally diverted his gaze from the map. Upon analysis, he deemed it authentic. The map depicted the surrounding maritime regions with remarkable clarity, detailing several nearby countries and cities. This particular location was situated on the western coast of Africa, with the nearest land country being Anwega, a notably small nation. The assembled crowd had never heard of the name of this country. The map's owner had deliberately circled the location of the small island. According to the scale, the island appeared to be merely a thin line from the mainland, yet it was estimated to be several hundred nautical miles away. Could they truly rely on a single map to guide them home? Setting aside the authenticity of the map, the preparations required before setting sail were enough to drive anyone to madness. Even basic sustenance had become a pressing concern. How could they expect to row back to land on their own? Dismay swept through the group, as they initially thought Du Zihe had contacted a rescue team, only to discover it was merely this tattered piece of paper. While everyone else despaired, it was Qin Chuan, who had harbored no expectations from the outset, whose eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. A solitary map would not suffice. However, one must not forget that he possessed a compass retrieved from the body of a paratrooper. With these two items, coupled with the preparation of a wooden raft and sufficient food and water, perhaps success was indeed within reach. What else did you find besides the map? Qin Chuan inquired with a calm demeanor. A flicker of conflict crossed Du Zihe's face. It was evident that he was concealing something. In an effort to gain Qin Chuan's trust, Du Zihe hesitated before slowly admitting. Wang Lei and I discovered a cave by the island. At the very back, beneath a stone, we found a wooden box. Inside, alongside this map, were these items. Having resolved to share his discovery, he no longer held back. In front of everyone, he produced a rectangular wooden box, no larger than a pencil case. The exterior appeared ordinary, yet the material was extraordinary, emanating a faint, alluring fragrance. This was small leaf rosewood. Shi and Gue, both connoisseurs, immediately recognized the precious wood. A wooden box crafted from such valuable material surely contained something equally remarkable. Despite their mental preparation, when Du Zihe opened the lid of the box, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Diamonds. The small box was filled to the brim with diamonds. The smallest stones weighed at least 2 to 3 carats, while the largest was the size of a 1 yuan coin. If there were merely 1 or 2, it would be manageable. However, there were at least several hundred glimmering stones, dazzling to the eye. Oh my! Women are often the most susceptible to the allure of such glittering objects. Bai Lulu involuntarily exclaimed in exaggerated delight, only to quickly cover her mouth, glancing furtively around as if afraid the others outside would notice the commotion. Wealth should not be flaunted. The fewer who knew, the greater their potential share. The others were hardly better off, each one fixated on the treasure, their expressions wide-eyed. Even Su Yanran, the affluent female executive, was taken aback. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Among her collection of jewelry, the largest diamond was valued at around 8 million, yet here, there were many larger stones. Altogether, the value was incalculable, which explained why Du Zihe had been reluctant to reveal it until now. Whoever came into possession of these diamonds could return home and live a life of indulgence without the need to work. These diamonds have the potential to transform each of us into millionaires, serving as a form of atonement for the previous mistakes made. Du Zihe spoke with utmost sincerity, handing over the box to Qin Chuan without waiting for a response. His gesture of goodwill was undoubtedly sufficient, especially since he was not the principal culprit. In light of these diamonds, the resentment among the crowd seemed to dissipate significantly. Chapter 30. The remarkable skills of the young security guard, what are your thoughts? Du Zihei exited, leaving the 8 of them to deliberate. Qin Chuan, in a fair manner, proposed a vote to determine whether Du Zihei and his companions should be permitted to stay. Initially, the group was somewhat reserved, hesitant to voice their opinions. However, their eyes seemed to reveal the answer. The allure of the diamonds was simply too overwhelming. Under similar circumstances, anyone might yield to such temptation. Upon returning home, each of them would become a millionaire. Who could resist such an enticing prospect? Perhaps Su Yanran was the only one unconcerned with wealth. But since Du Zihei was her friend and had taken care of her on the deserted island, she found it difficult to express any opposition. Noticing the prolonged silence, she was the first to declare, I agree to let them stay. Bai Lulu nodded in agreement, clearly harboring feelings for Du Zihei, unwilling to push her friend into peril. Very well, Lulu, please inform them that they may stay, but the wooden hut cannot accommodate so many people, they will have to sleep outside. Upon receiving this response, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Qin Chuan's interest lay not in the glimmering treasures, but in the words Du Zihei had spoken. With a map and a compass, as long as everyone worked together, they could surely find their way back. When Bai Lulu conveyed the decision to the anxious group outside, it immediately sparked a cheer. They had been starved for days, unable to find food, surviving on nothing but a meager biscuit each day, their stomachs growling incessantly. Satisfying their hunger felt like an unattainable luxury. It was only upon seeing the abundance of preserved foods hanging from the branches that they realized how well others were faring. With old grievances now resolved, everyone gathered once more. Qin Chuan refrained from further complicating matters and instructed Jiang Qin and Sister Xia to prepare some of the preserved goods for the others to eat and drink. As there was plenty of food available, fish and plucked birds were skewered over a roaring fire. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing the stomachs of Du Zihei's companions to resonate like a symphony. While waiting for the food to be ready, Qin Chuan summoned 4 strong male colleagues to carry away the bodies of Holman and Bear. Such individuals' corpses required no burial. They were simply dragged to the edge of a cliff and discarded, feeding the sharks below, clean and environmentally friendly. That night, the long-starved group feasted to their heart's content, their bellies round and unable to rise from the ground. In stark contrast to the ravenous crowd, Du Zihei was more restrained, having consumed a fish and half a bird. He approached Qin Chuan and sincerely expressed his gratitude. He understood well that wealth is but a superficial concern. Had Qin Chuan not given his consent, none would have dared to make unilateral decisions regarding their acceptance, and they might have faced starvation on the island. As the population increased, the daily consumption of food surged to several times its original amount. However, with more people came certain advantages. Many labor-intensive tasks no longer required Qin Chuan's direct involvement. The ocean fish remained their most reliable source of sustenance. Yet this area lacked even a single fishing vessel, allowing marine life to thrive undisturbed and rendering the fisheries remarkably abundant. Relying solely on Shi and Gui for fishing proved to be inefficient, making it challenging to meet everyone's dietary needs. Therefore, Qin Chuan ingeniously fashioned several fishing hooks from discarded pull tabs he had gathered, attaching them to parachute cord, which would allow for the easy retrieval of larger catches from the water. Equipped with these fishing tools, a few experienced male colleagues volunteered to join Lao Shi for a fishing expedition by the sea. Nevertheless, this effort alone did not suffice to address their food dilemma. If they wished to navigate back to land, they needed to stockpile enough provisions and water to sustain at least 20 individuals for a week. Sister Xia Qingxia and her team took charge of collecting any containers that drifted ashore, making the water supply relatively easy to manage, but food remained a significant challenge. His gaze fell upon a tattered fishing net, and he endeavored to mend it. The net was in disrepair, riddled with holes, and a long section was entangled, requiring considerable time to untangle. He decided to cut the net into several pieces with a knife, salvaging the usable parts, which he then repaired before leading the group into the water to catch fish. The shallow reefs were home to a myriad of small fish, although individually diminutive. They swarmed in great numbers. At sunrise, one could observe countless fish darting about in the upper layers of the water, under Qin Chuan's direction. For individuals entered the water from either side, dragging a net as they moved steadily toward the opposite shore. Meanwhile, others used stones and sticks to drive the fish into a confined area. After a busy half hour, the haul was remarkably bountiful, with dozens of silver-white fish, each 3 to 4 fingers wide, flopping helplessly on the shore. At this rate of fishing, they could potentially catch several dozen pounds in a single day. To prevent spoilage, they would have to turn the catch into dried fish, undoubtedly increasing their workload. An idea struck Qin Chuan. With so many fish, why not raise them, ensuring a fresher supply? Without hesitation, he strolled along the beach until he found a narrow area surrounded by rocks. where seawater could only enter from the side. By blocking this gap with stones, he could create a natural fish pond. He called out to the others, and they quickly gathered various sizes of stones to fortify the opening. They then used branches to seal the gaps between the larger rocks, allowing water to flow in while preventing the fish from escaping. As long as the height was appropriate, they need not worry even during high tides. With the fish pond completed, the larger catches could be preserved through salting, while the remainder could be kept in the pond for later consumption, maintaining their freshness. Qin Chuan squatted by the shore, watching as the group fished, with smoke curling up from cooking fires at the camp. Sister Xia and her team were busy preparing lunch for everyone. After they finished eating, Qin Chuan selected a few strong male colleagues to accompany him into the woods for lumber. The chosen individuals wasted no time, grabbing their tools and following him without hesitation. Unconsciously, the little security guard subtly emerged as a leader in everyone's hearts, even surpassing Du Zihe in influence. The adage unity is strength proved true within a mere afternoon. Qin Chuan, leading the group, constructed a larger wooden shelter on the right side. The surplus timber was utilized to build a rudimentary toilet, albeit a primitive squat type, necessitating the covering of waste with sand after use. For the women, this undoubtedly alleviated a significant challenge. Before long, it was time for dinner, and several brand new wooden tables were laden with an array of food. Lacking seasoning, the meal was far from gourmet. Yet it was undoubtedly one of the most satisfying feasts the majority had experienced on the island. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, found tears streaming down their faces. For the sensation of hunger gnawing at their insides could only be truly understood through experience. Though their current existence remained arduous, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. Chapter 31. Exploring new islands. Food and fresh water were the two most vital resources for survival on the island. With limited supplies, sustaining around 20 individuals posed little challenge. Yet aside from fish, other food sources were dwindling. Qin Chuan set numerous traps in the jungle, initially capturing small creatures like wild chickens and badgers, but as time passed, these animals gradually became scarce, with only the occasional mountain mouse still caught. The wild fruits and mushrooms available for foraging were also diminishing. And after he shot down a few seagulls with a slingshot, the remainder learned to evade human presence, taking flight at the first sign of a shadow. Living on fish day in and day out, the taste lingered in his mouth, prompting him to decide to explore the larger island across the way, hoping for unexpected treasures. He chopped several bamboo stalks and dragged them back to the camp, binding them together with vines. In under 2 hours, a simple bamboo raft was completed. This rudimentary vessel was suitable only for short-distance drifting. Navigating the open sea amidst storms could easily dismantle it. Nevertheless, it was adequate for reaching the opposite shore a few hundred meters away. "Be careful, Lao Qin," Xia Qin cautioned as she watched Qin Chuan sit cross-legged on his makeshift bamboo raft, her concern evident. Su Yanran approached with several plastic bottles filled with water and a string of pickled fish, serving as provisions. For his first sea venture, a cautious approach was wise, especially in an entirely unfamiliar environment. Qin Chuan equipped himself not only with a paratrooper knife, but also fashioned a wooden spear for self-defense. "I'll go with you," Su Yanran suddenly declared, setting down the food. Qin Chuan looked at her with surprise. This ethereal businesswoman, who seemed untouched by the mundane world, had voluntarily offered to accompany him on an adventure to the island. In truth, Su Yanran was also concerned for his safety. One could never be too careful. If he found himself in danger on the opposite island, a companion could be invaluable. Moreover, having been there for nearly half a month, she too yearned for a change of scenery. Before Qin Chuan could respond, she had already stepped onto the raft. "I'll go too. More people means more care," Zhang Xiaochang chimed in, emerging from nowhere, oblivious to the murderous glare from the leader as he eagerly insisted. Recently, this young man has been basking in the glory of success. Bai Lulu has been spending considerable time with him, perhaps enchanted by his valiant demeanor during his previous altercation with Wang Lei. She now affectionately refers to him as Little Chang Go, to the point that it seems as though she might completely soften his resolve. Naturally, Zhang Xiaochang is eager to seize the limelight. As he ascends the bamboo raft, it immediately sinks a little deeper into the water. Observing this, Xia Qin feels a twinge of desire to join them. However, before she can voice her intentions, Qin Chuan interjects, "3 of us are sufficient. If anyone else boards, the raft will surely capsize." With that, he propels the bamboo pole into the water, guiding the raft with the 3 of them away from the beach and gradually into the distance. "Be careful," the onlookers shout from the shore, their voices echoing with concern. Du Zihe's gaze is laden with complexity as he watches the graceful silhouette on the raft, sighing for reasons he cannot comprehend. Since arriving here, he no longer worries about hunger. Yet, he can distinctly sense that Qin Chuan's stature among the group is soaring, while he himself is being edged out of the inner circle. Even Su Yanran seems to prefer Qin Chuan's company now. Last night, he had intended to invite her for a stroll by the sea, only to find her laughing and chatting with Qin Chuan, her usual aloofness noticeably absent. This revelation left him restless throughout the night. He had pursued Su Yanran for years, even relinquishing a lucrative position abroad, all in hopes of winning the affections of his goddess. For years, this ice-cold beauty has maintained a certain distance from him. Yet he remains steadfast in his belief that one day he will thaw her heart. However, the emergence of a mere security guard as a rival is a bitter pill for him to swallow. It is undeniable that Qin Chuan possesses numerous commendable qualities. Without him, they might still be enduring hunger. Such a person would appear rather ordinary in a bustling metropolis, but within this particular context, his merits are magnified. The thought of losing the goddess he has ardently pursued to a security guard fills Du Zihe with insecurity, though he conceals his turmoil well. And those around him are oblivious to any signs of distress on his face. On the ocean, the gentle waves propel the bamboo raft forward. Soon, they drift far from the coast. The water remains crystal clear, yet its depths grow increasingly profound. As they venture further, the hue shifts dramatically into an ominous darkness. The depths unknown. Look, there are sharks below, Zhang Xiaochong exclaims in astonishment. Peering down, they can see several sharks gliding beneath the raft, in pursuit of smaller fish. Hold steady and do not move. These are great white sharks, the most aggressive of their kind. If you fall in, no one can save you, Qin Chuan cautions, simultaneously maneuvering the bamboo pole while observing the magnificent predators beneath the surface. It is a rare opportunity to witness great white sharks up close. Creatures he had only seen in movies before. As one of the largest carnivorous fish in the ocean, they can weigh several tons. The ones beneath them, measuring over a meter, are merely juveniles. Their triangular teeth can reach lengths of 10 centimeters, making them formidable hunters. Qin Chuan's earlier remarks were not merely alarmist. The razor-sharp teeth of the great white shark could effortlessly tear through its prey. Should anyone inadvertently fall into the water, it would be uncertain whether they would be retrieved with all their limbs intact. Zhang Xiaochong instinctively drew in his neck, no longer daring to flaunt his bravado as he had before. The bamboo raft glided smoothly to the shore, where the mountains rose higher and the forests grew denser, their expanse far exceeding that of the island they had just departed. Qin Chuan secured the raft to a rocky outcrop and casually assisted Su Yanran as she disembarked. Stepping through the knee-deep seawater and onto the shore, they were greeted by a lush expanse of emerald grass adorned with a riot of wildflowers vying for attention. Time was of the essence, and they needed to return before dusk, so the trio paused only briefly to admire the picturesque scenery before venturing further inland. As they rounded a bend, a row of towering coconut palms compelled them to halt, their branches heavy with coconuts, many of which had fallen onto the grassy ground below. I knew it. There must be coconuts here, Zhang Xiaochong declared with satisfying confidence, as if he had anticipated this all along. Feeling parched, Qin Chuan picked up a green coconut that appeared remarkably fresh, likely recently dislodged by the sea breeze. To save time, he approached a rocky ledge, raised the coconut, and struck it against the sharp edge. Clear coconut water gushed forth from the opening, and he eagerly leaned in to drink, relishing the slightly astringent liquid that instantly alleviated his thirst. Holding the now empty coconut, he exhaled a contented sigh. Chapter 32. The terrifying forest. Observing Qin Chuan's technique for opening the coconut, Su Yanran felt inclined to imitate him. She selected a coconut from the ground and attempted to smash it against a nearby stone, but after several futile attempts, only managed to scrape its surface. Pouting in mild frustration, she appeared rather endearing. "Allow me," Qin Chuan offered, taking the coconut from her hands. With a swift motion of his paratrooper knife, he expertly peeled it open in just a few deft strokes. Su Yanran expressed her gratitude, joyfully sipping from the coconut. However, her snug t-shirt, which fit rather tightly, rode up as she tilted her head back, revealing a glimpse of her soft, pale abdomen. "What are you staring at?" Su Yanran quickly sensed something amiss and shot a sidelong glance at him, her left hand instinctively tugging at her shirt to avert any unintended exposure. Despite being caught in the act, Qin Chuan showed no sign of remorse. After all, a person's admiration for beauty is a universal trait. A mere glance is hardly a crime. With a chuckle, he turned and approached a coconut tree towering over 10 meters high, kicked off his shoes, and nimbly ascended to the top. One by one, he tossed the coconuts down to the ground. After stripping one coconut bare, he climbed up to another. The two below were tasked with gathering the coconuts, which soon formed a small mountain at their feet. Coconut water is not just a refreshing beverage. It is rich in proteins, fats, and vitamin C, making it an exceedingly valuable nutrient source, especially crucial for survival on the island. With these coconuts, they would be able to sustain themselves at sea, so the more they could gather, the better, while also considering the carrying capacity of their bamboo raft. With a resounding thud, Qin Chuan leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully before the two companions. He cast a glance at the dozens of coconuts scattered around, feeling that it was about time to head back. However, with twilight still a while away and much of the island yet to be explored, returning now seemed premature. I suggested to Su Zong that we venture further into the forest, while he could wait for us here if he was weary. Qin Chuan distributed the freshly grilled salted fish, giving one to Su Yanran and the remainder to Zhang Xiaochang. This fellow, seemingly devoid of any awareness, was already sweating profusely, insisting he was not tired and determined to accompany us. The rare opportunity to be alone with Su Yanran was thoroughly disrupted by Zhang Xiaochang, and Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to knock this clumsy oaf unconscious, swallowing his ire in the presence of Su Zong. After satisfying their hunger, the trio delved deeper into the woods. Strangely enough, while the sky outside was clear and bright, a coolness enveloped them as they ventured further within. Qin Chuan navigated over a fissure approximately 2 meters wide, turning back to extend his hand to Su Yanran. "Come, let me help you." "No need." Su Yanran, far from the delicate figure she appeared to be, was not only an academic prodigy, but also a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Handling 2 or 3 opponents at once was no challenge for her. After declining Qin Chuan's offer, she took a few steps back and, with a quick sprint, effortlessly leaped over the chasm, landing lightly and continuing forward. "Hey, give me a hand." Zhang Xiaochang called from behind them. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the forest. Initially, the trio had maintained a relaxed demeanor, but as they progressed, their expressions grew increasingly solemn, and their chatter diminished. "Wait." Qin Chuan, leading the way, abruptly raised his right hand, gripping his wooden spear. The others halted, scanning their surroundings with puzzled expressions. "What's wrong? Do you smell that? It's like something is decaying," Qin Chuan said, his brow furrowed in seriousness. "Really?" Zhang Xiaochang inhaled deeply, a look of confusion crossing his face. "I don't smell anything." Su Yanran shook her head as well. Apart from the natural scent of decaying leaves and wood, there seemed to be no distinct odor. "Perhaps it's a dead rat," Zhang Xiaochang speculated, shrinking his neck. "This place gives me the creeps. Should we head back?" I knew he would be the first to retreat, Qin Chuan thought, recalling how he had advised Zhang Xiaochang against tagging along. "And what about you?" He turned to Su Yanran, hoping she wouldn't suggest returning as well, which would put an end to their exploration. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yanran replied, "We've already come halfway. Why not venture a bit further?" It was undeniable that women often harbored more courage than Zhang Xiaochang. For safety's sake, Qin Chuan decided to let the two follow a short distance behind him as he forged ahead to scout the path. The foul odor, intermittent at first, grew more pungent as they pressed on, and even the two trailing behind began to notice it. The stench was unbearable, prompting Su Yanran to cover her nose with her hand. It resembled the odor emanating from a mass of dead fish, its intensity suggesting a considerable quantity. However, their current location was already far from the shore. Even if there were dead fish, the stench could not possibly waft this far. Qin Chuan paused once more, certain that the source of the foul odor lay nearby. "Be careful," he advised, glancing back with concern. What on earth could emit such a repugnant smell? Zhang Xiaochang, whether fortunate or unfortunate, muttered to himself as he carelessly pushed aside the dense foliage before him, only to be met with a sight that made him scream in terror. He collapsed onto the ground, his shriek ringing out louder than that of a slaughtered pig. "What is happening?" Qin Chuan turned and rushed back, calling out loudly, "Dead! Dead people!" Zhang Xiaochang was nearly beside himself with fear, stuttering and unable to form a coherent sentence. He could only vaguely convey that there seemed to be a corpse nearby. Had he not encountered corpses in recent days? Yet, this particular sight had rendered him utterly petrified, and a puddle of liquid was gradually spreading beneath him. Su Yanran was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoqiang's exaggerated reaction and dared not push aside the leaves herself. When Qin Chuan arrived and cleared some branches with a wooden spear, even with a mental preparation, the moment her gaze pierced through the thick leaves to reveal the scene beyond, the color drained from her face in an instant. It was a hellish sight. A small clearing was littered with human skeletal remains. Some had already turned to dry bones, while others, having only recently succumbed, still bore the stench of decay, teeming with writhing white maggots upon the putrid flesh. Su Yanran fared slightly better than Zhang Xiaochang. She merely cast a glance before turning away to vomit. Such a scene was only witnessed in horror films. Why were there so many human remains on this desolate island? And what of the diamonds and maps discovered by Du Zihe? Countless questions lingered in Qin Chuan's mind. And how could he find peace returning without uncovering the truth? "You all stay here. I will investigate further," he declared resolutely before stepping into the grim scene. Before him lay a highly decomposed corpse, its features indistinguishable, rendering it impossible to determine gender. Judging by the state of decay, it had likely been dead for over half a month, which meant it perished not long before Qin Chuan and his companions drifted to the island. Even more horrifying, among the disarray of bodies, he discovered the remains of a child, whose form suggested they were no older than 10. Many of the corpses had their hands bound behind their backs, indicating a brutal massacre of human design. Who could commit such a heinous act, sparing not even children? Many countries in Africa are rife with turmoil, with armed factions and pirates as numerous as the stars in the sky. Perhaps this island served as a clandestine hideout for a pirate gang or a designated execution site for hostages. The stench was unbearable, nearly overwhelming Qin Chuan. Yet, in his quest to confirm his suspicions, he stifled the urge to flee and meticulously examined the area, hoping to uncover some clue. The bodies had been stripped clean, leaving little in the way of useful evidence. Qin Chuan withdrew his hand and stood up, intending to venture deeper within, when his foot unexpectedly came down upon a hard object. It did not feel like a stone. He shifted his foot and bent down to clear away the fallen leaves, revealing a golden bullet casing that caught his eye. This was a shell from a 7.62mm rifle cartridge, known for its versatility across various firearm models, with the most renowned being the AK-47. This discovery confirmed that a heinous act of slaughter had indeed taken place, and he could only hope that the perpetrator had vacated this place, never to return. He pocketed the shell, but his gaze fell upon another corpse. The body lay face down, a distinct bullet hole piercing the back of the skull. However, what truly captured Qin Chuan's attention was the lower half of the deceased, which had vanished entirely. The killer had no need to expend energy dismembering the body. Moreover, the severed edges were jagged, as if torn apart by some ferocious beast. As he paced among the pile of corpses, he indeed discovered numerous remains bearing signs of having been gnawed upon, alongside fragments of bone scattered around. In comparison to the dangers of this place, the island they inhabited could be deemed a veritable paradise. Qin Chuan ceased his advance. The evidence before him confirmed that predatory beasts capable of human consumption roamed the island. While he could disregard his own safety to continue investigating, he could not neglect the fates of the two individuals outside. After taking only a few steps, he heard Zhang Xiaoqiang's anguished cries. This was dire. Qin Chuan sprinted towards their location with utmost urgency. As he broke through the dense foliage, he beheld 3 robust gray wolves, akin to small calves, relentlessly closing in on the two prey. How could there be wolves on the island? These 3 wolves were larger than their usual kin, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light. Their appearance alone was terrifying. They might very well have been unleashed on the island by pirates, specifically to dispose of corpses. Wolves reared on human flesh were inherently more ferocious than their counterparts. Upon spotting 2 living beings, they drooled hungrily. "Boss, hurry and save us." The wolves drew ever closer, the stench emanating from their mouths palpable, while Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled uncontrollably, unable to stifle his desperate screams. The moment he cried out, Qin Chuan sensed calamity and quickened his pace. Simultaneously, 2 of the gray wolves surged forward, lunging at their prey. Seeing the gaping maw of the approaching beast, Zhang Xiaoqiang screamed, "Mother!" and attempted to flee. But his legs betrayed him. Just as he braced himself for death, Qin Chuan arrived just in time, delivering a swift kick that sent the wolf lunging at Zhang Xiaoqiang flying. With all his strength, he hurled the makeshift wooden spear at the wolf attacking Su Yanran. The spear's sharp tip, combined with Qin Chuan's formidable strength, drove it directly into the earth, impaling the wolf. Though the wolf's belly was torn open, it did not die immediately. Its front paws clawed at the ground, still attempting to gnaw a piece of flesh from Su Yanran. The danger was merely a temporary reprieve. The most formidable gray wolf, seemingly the leader of this small pack, remained stationary, fixated on Qin Chuan with its blood-red eyes, sensing a threat emanating from him. One of its underlings had been sent flying by a kick from Qin Chuan, rolling on the ground before regaining its footing. The wolf crouched low, its back arched high, preparing to pounce, letting out a low growl. "Step back." As Qin Chuan turned, the wolf seized the opportunity, launching itself at him once more. With a sharp crack, the gray wolf's head drooped forward, its grip loosening, and it collapsed at Qin Chuan's feet, twitching a few times before drawing its last breath. Only the final gray wolf remained, and Qin Chuan, wary of underestimating it, moved to retrieve the wooden spear that had pierced one of its fallen brethren. He brandished it towards the remaining wolf, shouting, "Come at me." As his words faded, the gray wolf sprang into action, a gray blur hurtling toward him. Qin Chuan thrust his spear, but it met only air. The spectral figure of the wolf left several deep gashes along his waist. "Be careful." Qin Chuan spun around just in time to see the massive wolf lunging for his throat, its maw wide open. He had no choice but to relinquish his spear, raising his hand to brace against its jaw as they both tumbled to the ground. The wolf's powerful frame pinned him down, its sharp teeth seeking his neck. With all his strength, Qin Chuan pressed against the wolf's jaw, knowing that a moment's lapse could cost him dearly. Both combatants exerted their utmost effort, each vying for the other's life. The wolf's razor-sharp claws carved bloody furrows across Qin Chuan's chest, blood quickly pooling beneath them. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he freed one hand, drawing his combat knife from his belt and thrusting it upward with fervor. Silence enveloped the area as the gray wolf convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. The two lay entwined, motionless, leaving Zhang Xiaochong and Su Yanran in a state of shock. In the span of mere moments, life and death had been decided. Zhang Xiaochong, trembling, called out, "Boss." The man on the ground shifted his arm slightly, then with a surge of strength, cast the wolf's carcass aside. Though the events had transpired swiftly, they were fraught with peril, leaving Qin Chuan drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the combat knife, he might have met a gruesome end at the jaws of this ferocious beast, which would have sealed the fate of all three of them. "Boss, I knew you would be all right," Zhang Xiaochong exclaimed, rushing to embrace Qin Chuan, causing him to wince in pain. A chilling howl echoed from the depths of the forest, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 34. The rear guard. The wolf pack moved with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the surrounding foliage rustled violently. Countless grayish figures darting through the underbrush, swiftly closing in on their position. "Run, quickly." The two, momentarily paralyzed by fear, remained frozen, prompting Qin Chuan to raise his voice, nearly shouting at them. As the two emerged from their stupor, they sprinted in opposite directions. Su Yanran paused after a few steps, turning back in astonishment to gaze at Qin Chuan, who remained rooted in place. "What about you? Are you staying behind? Don't you wish to escape?" The speed of the wolf pack racing through the forest vastly outstripped theirs. If all three attempted to retreat together, it wouldn't be long before they were overtaken. And at that moment, their lives would be forfeit. Thus, one must remain behind to fend off the pursuing wolves, granting the other two a chance to reach safety at the raft. After much contemplation, it became evident that he was the most suitable candidate for this perilous task. Leaving either Su Yanran or Xiaochong would not only fail to deter the wolves, but would essentially serve as a feast for them. "Enough talk, just go." Qin Chuan shouted at her with an urgency that was unfamiliar to him. Time was of the essence. Every second wasted increased their peril. Even if they stayed behind, they would be of no assistance and would merely become a liability. "Xiaochong, if you wish to live, take her and leave without delay." Xiaochong understood well that neither he nor Su Yanran could be of any help. Nodding earnestly, he replied, "Boss, you must come back alive. We will wait for you by the shore. Stop wasting time, just go." As he watched their figures gradually recede, Qin Chuan averted his gaze and turned sharply. Ahead, within the dark thicket a few dozen meters away, a multitude of red eyes glimmered, far exceeding his expectations. Glancing down at his chest, marred and mangled by wolf claws, he bitterly smiled and spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground. Raising his wooden spear, he pointed it at the ferocious beasts before him. "Come on." Perhaps sensing the provocation from their prey, the rulers of this island could no longer restrain themselves. With a piercing howl, the gray wolves surged forth from the dense foliage like soldiers responding to a command. A robust gray wolf leapt, baring its sharp fangs as it soared 2 meters into the air, lunging toward its quarry. Qin Chuan thrust his spear into the soft underbelly of the beast and forcefully yanked it back. Blood sprayed into the air as the wolf's lifeless body was flung aside. The true battle had only just commenced, with more and more wolves joining the fray, launching an assault from all directions. Meanwhile, Xiaochong and Su Yanran sprinted for their lives. The mournful cries of dying beasts echoed behind them, and they dared not pause for even a moment, stumbling countless times as they pressed on. "Heaven help us," Xiaochong thought, just as he finally spotted the bamboo raft bobbing rhythmically with the waves. "The wolves haven't followed us, have they?" Supporting each other, they climbed onto the raft, glancing back at the emptiness behind them. Exhausted, Xiaochong collapsed like a sack of mud. The frantic escape had nearly drained him of all his strength, and as he relaxed, his body felt utterly limp. Su Yanran was not much better. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, beads of sweat streaming down her fair cheeks. This was perhaps the most exhilarating and perilous experience of their lives, and they were fortunate to have emerged unscathed, largely thanks to Qin Chuan. Had it not been for his rearguard action, the two would have never had the chance to escape to the seaside. Their hearts raced violently as they began to worry for Qin Chuan's safety. Almost half an hour had passed, yet his figure remained elusive. The perimeter of the island appeared as serene and tranquil as when they first arrived. Who could have imagined that within lay a hellish scene, strewn with corpses and prowled by man-eating wolves? Before setting foot on this island, they could never have envisioned such horror. An hour slipped by, the sun dipping below the horizon, as the two on the raft gazed intently in the direction from which they had fled. Surely, He won't be unable to return. Zhang Xiaochang's voice dwindled, and anyone could discern that in such dire circumstances, the chances of survival were virtually nil. As twilight approached, the urgency to leave the island grew. Lingering could invite further peril. Should we wait a little longer for the boss? He proposed, glancing at Su Yanran for her thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yanran nodded in agreement. Though they understood that the likelihood of Qin Chuan returning was slim, leaving without him weighed heavily on their hearts. It was as if the heavens had heard their unspoken plea, just as the last glimmer of sunlight was about to vanish beyond the horizon. A tall figure slowly emerged from the thicket, advancing step by step towards them. It was the boss. Zhang Xiaochang was the first to leap into the water, sprinting toward the silhouette. Su Yanran followed closely behind, calling out, "Qin Chuan." Yet, upon recognizing him, she halted in her tracks. The man before them was unrecognizable. As if he had rolled in a pool of blood, his entire body, including his face, was drenched in crimson, making it impossible to discern whether the blood was that of the wolves or his own. A segment of intestine hung from his shoulder, and his hair was matted with chunks of flesh. Just gazing at his current state vividly illustrated the ferocity of the battle he had endured. The wooden spear had vanished, and in his right hand, he dragged the carcass of a wolf, which was significantly larger than the one he had previously slain. This massive wolf was the true king of the pack, and Qin Chuan had sustained countless injuries in his bid to vanquish it. The cost was steep, yet it was undeniably worth it. With the wolf king defeated, the remaining pups, terrified, scurried away, leaving behind a scene littered with 30 or so slain wolf bodies. The three of them returned to the camp on the raft just as the last vestiges of light faded from the sky. When the bloodied Qin Chuan entered their line of sight, the expressions of those who had been waiting on the shore mirrored the shock of Zhang Xiaochang and Su Yanran upon first seeing him. "Make way. Those uninjured should step aside. Don't obstruct the path," Shija ordered, shooing away the onlookers from the wooden shelter and retaining only a few key personnel. Qin Chuan lay in a nest of grass, the parachute fabric above him stained with the imprint of his bloodied form. Several girls exerted considerable effort to cut away the clothes that had adhered to his wounded body, and a collective gasp arose as they beheld the extent of his injuries. Upon him, there was scarcely a patch of unblemished flesh, particularly on his thighs and chest, which were a gruesome sight that would send shivers down anyone's spine. It seemed as though he could draw his last breath at any moment. Chapter 35. Serious injuries in the eyes of the onlookers. The only distinction between Qin Chuan and a corpse was the faint vestige of life still lingering within him. The kind-hearted young girl, Xiaqing, could not help but shed tears as she gently cleaned his wounds with clear water. In contrast, Qin Chuan exhibited no awareness befitting a gravely injured man. He playfully pinched Xiaqing's cheek, leaving behind 2 vivid red imprints. "Go and fetch my cigarettes." Even here, where the old smoker, Sure Huggy, had successfully quit, the salvaged pack of lady cigarettes ultimately found its way into Qin Chuan's hands. Xiaqing obediently went to his cot and retrieved the box of cigarettes. Upon opening the lid, she discovered that over half remained unsmoked. With only this single pack, Qin Chuan knew he must conserve them. Indulging in a few puffs to invigorate himself, she placed the cigarette between Qin Chuan's lips and assisted him in lighting it. He savored a few delightful draws, letting 2 columns of smoke escape from his nostrils. "As long as you don't die, when we return home, I shall buy you a truckload of cigarettes to enjoy," the young girl declared, her tears flowing again, as if she believed Qin Chuan might pass away at any moment. In truth, Qin Chuan was acutely aware of her affection for him. However, the nuances of romantic feelings between men and women cannot be easily articulated. To him, Xiaqing was merely a little sister. "What words are these? Do you reckon this minor injury could claim my life?" Qin Chuan jested. But his attempt at levity did little to lighten the atmosphere. Xiaqing continued to wipe her tears. Even the typically aloof and unapproachable General Su had reddened eyes, likely having concealed herself in a corner to weep. The others were no better off, their faces drawn in sorrow, as if awaiting his final breath. Lying upon the grassy nest, Qin Chuan almost mistook this gathering for a memorial service, unaware of the weight of his significance in the hearts of those around him. Fortunately, Old Sure arrived to alleviate the tension, ushering the weeping Xiaqing aside. Adopting a professional demeanor, he examined Qin Chuan's wounds, shaking his head as he assessed, causing Qin Chuan's heart to flutter with unease. Fortunately, these injuries, though appearing severe, were merely superficial, given your physique. A week of rest should suffice for you to be up and about. Had Qin Chuan been able to move, he might have nearly kicked Old Sure in exasperation. His sudden exclamation startled Xiaqing, who had just managed to stop crying. Although Sure Huggy possessed only a modest understanding of traditional Chinese medicine in this desolate place, he was undoubtedly an authority, since he asserted that Qin Chuan would not perish The group felt a collective sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Interestingly, the herbs he had just retrieved were discovered by Qin Chuan during his woodland stroll the previous day. The seemingly ordinary white millet flower could alleviate bruising, reduce pain, and staunch bleeding. There was also a plant known as iron millet, effective in preventing external injuries from becoming infected. In this place, where medical resources are scarce, reliance on herbal remedies becomes a necessity. Thus, Qin Chuan casually gathered a couple of plants, never anticipating that he would soon apply them to his own wounds. Lacking a mortar to grind the herbs, Old Stone crudely chewed the medicinal plants into a paste, spitting it into his palm before applying it to the freshly cleansed injuries. The roughness of his technique elicited a discontented snort from Qin Chuan. "Let me do it," Xia Qing interjected, unable to bear seeing Qin Chuan in distress. "The application of ointment requires little skill, merely a gentle touch." "Allow me," came a soft voice from behind. Turning around, they saw Su Yanran standing there. Perhaps due to her commanding presence, Old Stone stepped aside, and Xia Qing, momentarily speechless, retreated. The female CEO approached Qin Chuan, and despite having gone days without a bath, she emanated a delightful fragrance, what one might call a natural body scent. Qin Chuan, entranced, inhaled deeply, causing Su Yanran's cheeks to flush. She hastily took up the herbs, imitating Old Stone's method, and delicately applied the mixture to the raw and tender wounds. Though the technique remained the same, the sensation was entirely different. As Qin Chuan basked in Su Yanran's scent, he found himself wishing the treatment could last even longer. His smirking expression infuriated Xia Qing, who felt like stomping her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, Du Zhihe, harboring his own discontent, couldn't help but feel disheartened. Such trivial matters could easily be delegated to others. Yet his goddess chose to personally tend to a mere security guard's injuries. Among the entire company, only Qin Chuan was afforded such treatment. Though he felt a pang of jealousy and disappointment, Du Zhihe understood that in this context, Qin Chuan held a far more significant place in everyone's hearts than he did. Throwing a tantrum would only serve to isolate him further. Finally, after a considerable effort spanning over half an hour, Su Yanran had meticulously applied the herbs to all of Qin Chuan's numerous wounds. For the sake of convenience during treatment, he had only donned a pair of shorts, which must have taken considerable resolve on Su Yanran's part. With the task complete, many behind the scenes exhaled in relief. Next came the bandaging. Sister Xia produced strips of cloth boiled in water, wrapping each treated wound with care. In the end, only Qin Chuan's head remained visible, his neck and body enveloped in bandages, resembling a mummy. As night deepened, the others had long succumbed to slumber. Zhang Xiaochang, sleeping nearby, was already snoring, the sounds rising and falling in a rhythmic cadence. Qin Chuan, however, lay wide awake, the snores merely one reason for his insomnia. More pressing was the unsettling discovery looming from the island across the way. The collective slaughter of hostages, the spent bullet casings scattered about, and the ravenous wolves prowling the vicinity. These ominous signs led him to suspect that their safety here was illusory. Could they truly remain secure simply by resolving their food predicament? An unseen crisis was gradually encroaching, and by the time they recognized it, it might already be too late. The most prudent course of action would be to depart from this place as swiftly as possible. It is often said that words are easily spoken, yet actions are fraught with difficulty. Firstly, they lacked even a single vessel capable of navigating the sea, let alone one that could accommodate their party of 19. Without modern tools at their disposal, the endeavor of shipbuilding was undeniably monumental. Moreover, they had to consider the subsequent necessities of food and water. Nearly 20 individuals required sustenance and sanitation daily, leading to considerable consumption. Venturing into the ocean without adequate preparation would be a reckless gamble with their lives. However, the looming crisis left them little time to make thorough preparations. Contemplating their predicament, Qin Chuan could not suppress a sigh. As the leader, he bore the responsibility for the safety of the group. Yet it is rare in this world to find solutions that satisfy all. At this juncture, they could only proceed step by cautious step, perhaps consulting the others again on the morrow. Having abandoned the hope for a flawless solution, Qin Chuan closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 36. The plan to leave the island. One of the greatest advantages of life on the island was perhaps the cultivation of a healthy habit of early rising and sleeping. As dawn broke, the group awoke in succession, making their way to the beach to wash their faces and prepare for another day of labor. Jiang Qin was the first to rise. As she approached the shore, she suddenly gasped in astonishment. Last night, their concerns for Qin Chuan's injury had consumed them, and in the fading light, no one had noticed the enormous wolf carcass discarded on the beach. The sight of it startled Jiang Qin, causing her to tremble and drop the bamboo cup she had intended to use for rinsing her mouth. The others, hearing her scream, rushed over, fearing an accident had befallen her. Upon witnessing the wolf's body, their expressions mirrored her shock. The wolf, which had been neglected the previous night, was now frozen stiff. And even a grown man would appear diminutive in comparison. Such a colossal beast was a rarity. Should it be transported back home for exhibition, it would surely garner a substantial profit in ticket sales. Yet, in the eyes of the group, it was merely a source of sustenance, an enormous mass of flesh weighing perhaps 200 or 300 pounds, sufficient to feed them for an extended period. However, their elation was short-lived when they learned that this wolf had thrived on human flesh. At that moment, Qin Chuan emerged from the wooden shelter, supported by Xia Qing. Resembling a mummy with his legs rigidly upright, Lao Shi had claimed he would need at least 3 to 5 days of rest before he could move. Yet here he was, able to rise and be active after just one night. His remarkable recuperative abilities were astonishing. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was gathered, he recounted his discoveries from the previous day on another island. Hostages had been slaughtered, and a pack of man-eating wolves resided on the neighboring island. It felt like a tale from a fantastical narrative, far too extravagant to be believed. Had anyone else uttered these words, they likely would have been met with skepticism. Yet, the scars adorning his body, the massive wolf carcass on the ground, and the bullet casing he retrieved from his pocket all served as undeniable evidence of the truth of his claims. A heavy silence enveloped the group, particularly when they learned that these 2 islands might be the secret lair of a pirate organization. The morning's cheerful spirits had dissipated entirely. By mere happenstance, they had become neighbors to a ruthless band of pirates. The potential consequences, should the pirates discover their presence, were too dire to contemplate. We have been here for over 10 days, and if there were any pirates, they should have discovered us by now. So why, after such a lengthy period, have we yet to glimpse even a shadow of a ship? This question was raised by Li, the nephew of Du Zihe. His gunshot wound has healed somewhat, allowing him to walk with the aid of a cane. As for his query, no one, including Qin Chuan, can provide a satisfactory answer. He merely hypothesizes, based on various clues, that the island may indeed serve as a pirate stronghold. Although it is equally plausible that the pirates merely passed through and used the island as a site for executing hostages. Such matters remain shrouded in uncertainty. However, the fear of the unknown looms larger than any certainty. Should the pirates return, armed and intent on violence, it would be akin to slaughtering a flock of sheep. These are merely my personal conjectures, and I cannot vouch for their accuracy. Thus, whether to stay or leave shall be determined collectively. This is a democratic assembly, and Qin Chuan relinquished the decision-making power to the group. Clearly, a majority have placed their faith in his judgment, as multiple arms were raised in agreement. The principle of the majority prevails. Departing from this place is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Yet, how shall we leave? If escape were feasible, would we not have returned by now? This question was quickly posed. Qin Chuan shook his head. The present circumstances differ markedly from the past. Now he possesses a map and a compass, 2 invaluable tools that will guide them to a destination, eliminating aimless drifting across the sea. Constructing a sturdy raft capable of accommodating all 19 of them is imperative. Building a ship demands specialized skills and tools, which are currently beyond their reach. And time is not a luxury they can afford. Therefore, they must settle for crafting a robust raft to ferry them back to land. Since the majority concur with his plan, the task is simplified. Time is of the essence, and he promptly began assigning roles. Not only must they build the raft in the shortest possible time, but they must also prepare sufficient food and water for a week at sea. Once these tasks are completed, they can set sail. The group dispersed, with some going to fish, while the women, in addition to cooking, were tasked with weaving the collected vines into strands. Zhang Xiaochong, accompanied by 8 strong companions, ventured forth to fell bamboo. Given his injuries, Qin Chuan could not join them in their labor and remained at the camp to oversee and coordinate efforts. While everyone was bustling with fervor, he found himself comparatively unoccupied, his fingers free to sketch patterns in the sand. Summer Qing, curious as ever, tiptoed up behind him, and he, absorbed in his lines, remained oblivious. The design appeared to resemble the outline of the island, yet the central blank space was filled with numerous lines. "What are you drawing?" she inquired, breaking his concentration. Qin Chuan turned, smiled, but offered no explanation. Even if he did, Summer Qing would likely not comprehend. He was merely preparing for the worst. Should the raft remain unfinished and the pirates arrive, this island would become their bastion of defense. To avoid becoming victims of slaughter, they would have to resist. Certainly, this is the worst-case scenario. It would be best to leave as early as possible. It is time for a change of bandages. Come back to my room with me. Xia Qing's small face flushed slightly. This job was hard-earned, and if Su Yanran returned with the vines, her position would be in jeopardy. The 2 entered the wooden shed, where Xia Qing deftly helped him untie the bandages that enveloped him, continuously inquiring, "Does it hurt? Am I causing you any pain?" Despite her usual airheadedness, She was remarkably careful while changing Qin Chuan's bandages. However, Qin Chuan stood before her in nothing but his large shorts, creating an awkward tension between them, which they both chose to ignore. The cut bamboo poles, stripped of their branches, were dragged to the beach. The women gathering vines returned, discussing how to make the vines sturdier. Following Sister Xia's advice, they decided to flatten and dry the vines before weaving them, as the flexibility of dried vines far exceeded that of those containing moisture. Consequently, their workload increased slightly, but fortunately, the weather would allow them to sun-dry the vines within a day or two, minimizing delays. As for the corpse of the gigantic wolf, the mere thought of it having consumed human flesh dampened everyone's appetite. They had initially contemplated digging a pit to bury it, but Qin Chuan intervened before they could begin. What a fine piece of meat. Why bury it when I went through so much trouble to bring it back? This meat could provide several meals, and once at sea, who could predict how long it might drift? It was prudent to prepare ample provisions. Chapter 37. Trial voyage. The previously collected salt had dwindled, and to preserve the sea fish and wolf meat, several kilograms of salt were necessary. With nothing else to do and unable to assist with the heavy labor, Qin Chuan decided to engage in tasks within his capabilities. Once Xia Qing finished helping him with the bandages, he took her hand and said, "Come, brother will take you to play in the mud." Play in the mud? Did he really consider her a mere 3-year-old? Xia Qing pouted in displeasure, but followed her mischievous brother to the edge of the forest, where they gathered a significant amount of soil. First, they added water to the soil, mixing it into a soft paste. Then, following Qin Chuan's instructions, they used sticks to form the initial shape of a stove, layering the soft mud upon it. What a surprise, I thought you wanted me to play. Xia Qing grumbled under her breath. She had anticipated a genuine playtime with Qin Chuan, not this task. Nevertheless, she complied swiftly with his requirements and soon had the earthen stove constructed. Now, let us make an air vent here, Qin Chuan pointed out, directing from the sidelines as he was unable to assist physically. Suddenly, a piece of soft mud flew through the air, landing squarely on his face. The sight of him, adorned with mud, prompted Xia Qing to stifle her laughter, finding the situation comical. Noticing Qin Chuan's expressionless gaze, she realized she had gone too far with her jest. Quickly, she rose to help wipe the mud from his face, apologizing fervently. "Old Qin, please don't be angry. I was merely joking." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Chuan had somehow acquired a piece of mud and, with a swift motion, slapped it onto her cheek. Xia Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had once again fallen prey to this scoundrel's trickery. Without a second thought, she pursued him, engaging in a playful chase that only came to a halt when Qin Chuan let out a yelp of pain. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" Xia Qing asked with a look of sincere regret, resembling a child who had erred, her small hands fidgeting uncertainly. "It's nothing. Such minor injuries are inconsequential," Qin Chuan replied, despite the pain causing him to wince. He feigned nonchalance to reassure her. The kettle they had salvaged from the seaside was placed atop the roaring flames of the stove, and seawater was poured into it. As the boiling seawater gradually evaporated, more was added. While boiling seawater to extract salt was not a challenge, an art mastered by Huiguo thousands of years ago, the true difficulty lay in removing the toxic substances contained within. Given their current circumstances, they lacked both the resources and time to meticulously refine the salt, but using it for meat preservation posed no significant issues. After spending the better part of the day, they had amassed a considerable yield of 2 to 3 pounds. The wolf's skin was stripped away, its entrails removed, and the remaining meat was chopped into chunks, each generously coated with salt before being hung in a well-ventilated area to dry. During dinner, Qin Chuan assessed the progress of their collective efforts that day and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The anticipation of returning to their homeland invigorated the group. No one needed to be prompted, as they rose with the dawn, working with an enthusiasm that surpassed even their diligence at their previous jobs. After 3 days, most preparations were complete. The bamboo poles stood neatly arranged beside the camp, and the branches of the nearby low trees were laden with sea fish, filling the air with the distinct aroma of the ocean. The dried vines had become remarkably sturdier, even when twisted into a single strand. Qin Chuan could not break them by sheer force. His wounds had healed significantly over these 3 days, allowing him to walk normally without issue. His swift recovery was largely due to Xia Qing's daily assistance with changing his bandages and caring for him, shadowing him like a devoted companion. She even waited outside the restroom, checking on him every half-minute as if concerned he might fall into a pit. To construct a bamboo raft capable of accommodating 19 individuals required a considerable volume, and its structural integrity was evidently inferior to that of smaller rafts. In the event of inclement weather at sea, it could easily fall apart. After much deliberation, the group ultimately decided to build 2 rafts of equal size. This way, if one raft encountered difficulties, The other could facilitate a timely rescue. Planning for contingencies was essential, especially since their lives were at stake. Every potential hazard at sea had to be thoroughly considered. Drawing from their previous experience in raft construction, creating two larger ones was not overly daunting. As night fell, the camp remained a bustling hive of activity, with everyone arranging the bamboo poles on the ground and securely binding them with vines. At the current pace, it would not be long before they could set sail. Others were also busily preparing, with salted fish and hundreds of plastic bottles filled with fresh water. Sister Xia was meticulously counting each item, as these were essential supplies for their voyage, leaving no room for error. Shi and Gue gazed at the flourishing green seedlings before them, lamenting that in 2 months they would bear fruit, but clearly, they could not wait that long and would have to leave them for the next fortunate souls. Qin Chuan was still longing for the coconuts, but Zhang Xiaochong resolutely refused to let him venture, regardless of his pleas, and ultimately, they had to abandon that idea. Under the clear sky and with no clouds in sight, everyone gathered at the beach, pausing to observe. The first bamboo raft had been completed and was now floating on the sea. Zhang Xiaochong and 3 male colleagues stood upon the raft, their nerves palpable as this was their inaugural trial. Such a significant moment should have been presided over by Qin Chuan himself. Yet his wounds were not healed enough to risk contact with water, so he had to delegate the responsibility to Xiaochong. "Go for it, brother Xiaochong," Bai Lulu exclaimed, waving her hand enthusiastically. The sea rippled as the wind began to stir. "Set sail," commanded Zhang Xiaochong, acting as the temporary captain. 2 male colleagues worked in unison, pulling the rattan to raise the parachute sail up the central bamboo pole. The sail billowed, and the raft began to glide swiftly forward, gaining speed under the influence of the wind. With the sail, their movement became remarkably swift. "Turn left," instructed another colleague at the stern, diligently adjusting the paddle to steer the raft onto its designated course. This isn't too difficult after all. Zhang Xiaochong stood at the forefront, hands on hips, gazing out at the vast ocean, feeling a sense of pride wash over him. The hum of a motor drifted in with the wind, leaving the 4 on the raft momentarily stunned, exchanging glances to confirm they weren't mistaken. Surely, there must be a vessel nearby. Just as this thought crossed his mind, 2 small black dots appeared on the horizon. "Hey, we're over here." Zhang Xiaochong couldn't contain his excitement and waved his arms vigorously, calling out loudly. Chapter 38. They are pirates. Those 2 small black dots were, in fact, 2 speedboats, and the occupants had evidently spotted the waving Zhang Xiaochong, speeding towards them. The boats, propelled by motors, cut through the waves with impressive speed, swiftly closing the distance between them. "We are saved." Zhang Xiaochong's face lit up with thrill upon realizing they had been noticed. The mere thought of returning home brought forth jubilant embraces among those on the shore, as no one could truly grasp the struggles they had endured during those days. Now, seeing a vessel approaching meant they would soon be homeward bound, and some were moved to tears of joy. "We are rescued. They have finally come to our aid." The crowd erupted in cheers, yet Qin Chuan sensed an underlying unease. The timing of the vessel's appearance felt suspiciously coincidental. Could it be, as he feared, that pirates were returning to their lair? Surely it was just a coincidence. He could only console himself, while simultaneously reminding the exuberant Xia Qing, who was still lost in joy, to stay close in case anything untoward occurred. What? She momentarily failed to comprehend. The 4 individuals on the raft were the closest to their destination. "Xiaochong, something seems off," a male colleague remarked as he gazed at the rapidly approaching speedboat with a furrowed brow. As the distance diminished, the surroundings became clearer, and others began to sense an anomaly as well. The individuals aboard the 2 speedboats hardly resembled a rescue team or passing vessels. They were waving objects that appeared to be rifles. Could they be pirates? The colleague recalled Qin Chuan's earlier warning that this area might be a pirate lair, causing his legs to shake uncontrollably. "What are you waiting for? Turn around." Zhang Xiaochong, even more timid, shouted at the companions steering the boat. Yet, the clumsy wooden raft beneath them turned sluggishly, unable to compete with the speedboats. Just as they managed to pivot, the individuals on the speedboats realized their intent to flee and opened fire without hesitation. The bullets from the A-47 struck the water nearby, sending a spray of droplets into the air. Though no one was hit, the 4 on the raft were thoroughly terrified. It became evident that the occupants of those speedboats were indeed ruthless pirates. Otherwise, why would anyone fire indiscriminately? Faced with such merciless foes, who would dare risk their life? When the gunfire erupted again, puncturing the sail with several holes, Zhang Xiaochong and his companions surrendered, raising their hands and pleading for mercy. The pirates spared their lives but sent 2 men aboard the raft to subdue them, while the rest sped toward the island. "Run! The pirates are coming! Oh my God! I don't want to die!" The sound of gunfire had already thrown those on shore into a frenzy. Who could have anticipated the pirates' timely arrival? If they had delayed by a day or 2, perhaps they could have escaped unscathed. It seemed the heavens had conspired against them, ensuring they faced yet another calamity at such a crucial juncture. Most were ordinary office workers, unaccustomed to the chaos of gunfire. The eruption of shots startled the crowd, who had just been celebrating, sending them scattering like headless flies, unable to maintain their composure. Xia Qing, however, remembered Qin Chuan's instructions. Following closely behind him toward the thicket, Qin Chuan took hold of Su Yanran, urging her to follow as they fled deeper into the woods. In this critical moment, Du Zihe managed to retain a semblance of calm, recognizing that following Qin Chuan offered greater safety, and hurriedly brought his nephew Li Li along. Just as the 5 figures vanished into the edge of the forest, the speedboats reached the shore. A group of individuals, appearing like commoners yet armed with automatic rifles, leaped from the vessel, indiscriminately firing at the fleeing shadows. The relentless gunfire rendered the scene akin to an apocalyptic nightmare. Qin Chuan and his companions found themselves pursued by 2 pirates, relentless in their chase. Bullets whizzed dangerously close above their heads, striking the surrounding tree trunks. The 2 women screamed in terror, clutching their heads, while Qin Chuan grasped one of them, desperately fleeing deeper into the woods. The pirates, emboldened by their weapons, paid little heed to their plight, relentlessly pursuing them while firing their guns. Were it not for the trees shielding them, they would have likely been struck by now. In the midst of their frantic escape, Xia Qing suddenly faltered, collapsing to the ground and immediately clutching her ankle, her delicate features contorted in pain. "I've twisted my ankle. You must go on without me," she cried. "Get up. I'll carry you," Qin Chuan insisted, disregarding his own injuries as he bent down, attempting to lift her. Su Yanran had no choice but to pause, anxiously glancing back. "They're catching up. Don't worry about me, just go," Xia Qing sobbed, as if this were a final farewell. Despite Qin Chuan's formidable abilities, he knew he could not overpower 2 pirates armed with automatic rifles. We need to leave now," Li Li interjected, pulling the reluctant Du Zihe away in the opposite direction. In this life and death moment, faced with the threat of the pirates' guns, no one could afford to think of anyone else. "What do we do? They're coming," Su Yanran exclaimed, peering through the gaps in the foliage to see the 2 menacing figures approaching. Qin Chuan, burdened with Xia Qing on his back, could not run swiftly. Should they reveal their position, the pirates would surely open fire. The island was scarcely large enough. Even if they could run, there was nowhere to escape to. And it was only a matter of time before the pirates caught up with them. Determined to take a risk, Qin Chuan resolved that the only way to save the others was to eliminate the pursuers and seize their weapons. Casting a glance at the anxious Su Yanran, an idea sparked in his mind. "What are you planning?" Su Yanran asked, startled and apprehensive, as Qin Chuan approached her. Without hesitation, he grasped the hem of her freshly laundered black evening gown, tearing it to reveal her long, smooth legs. Had the situation not been so dire, Su Yanran might have slapped him across the face. "Stay still and trust me," he instructed, unsatisfied with his mischief, as he yanked down one of her shoulder straps, leaving the other to maintain her modesty. Once everything was in place, he drew a paratrooper knife, clenching it in his teeth, and silently climbed the nearby tree. Suddenly, as the branches parted, 2 armed pirates stepped into view, their guns aimed directly at Su Yanran and Xia Qing. Seeing 2 defenseless women, the pirates lowered their guard, one of them unabashedly leering at the alluring Su Yanran. She instinctively covered her chest with her hands, her heart racing. "Don't come any closer." The pirates, notorious for their brutality, would not heed her pleas. Though they were of African descent, their tastes seemed aligned with Qin Chuan's. Their greedy eyes fixated on Su Yanran's fair, long legs, suggesting an intent to seize her by force. Despite her pitiful entreaties, the menacing expressions on their faces only grew more sinister as they advanced. Just as their hands reached toward her, a figure suddenly descended from above. Before they could discern each other's features, a sharp dagger plunged directly into the temple of the pirate standing on the left. In a swift motion of seizing the firearm from the fallen, he rolled forward across the ground and turned to fire. The actions unfolded seamlessly. However, before the other pirate could react and shoot, Qin Chuan had already pulled the trigger. Click! The sound of an empty chamber rang out ominously, unmistakably pronouncing his death sentence. Damn it, no bullets. Despite all calculations, he never anticipated such misfortune, stumbling upon an unloaded rifle. As the enemy prepared to pull the trigger, Qin Chuan could only internally lament, "My fate is sealed." Bang! Su Yanran, transformed into a striking figure, executed a high kick at the precise moment the opponent fired. The gun barrel was raised, and the bullets that erupted forth punctured the tree trunk beside Qin Chuan's head. In a fleeting moment, Qin Chuan barely had time to rejoice at his reprieve. With a powerful push of his legs, he lunged at his target like a cheetah. The unloaded rifle hoisted above his head swung down with tremendous force. Crack! The walnut wood stock shattered upon impact with the pirate's head. The unfortunate pirate's fate was sealed, his skull crushed. As the body collapsed before them, Qin Chuan turned to the alluring Su Yanran and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." She responded with a modest yet self-satisfied smile, for she was a woman of black belt caliber. Those who underestimated her would pay dearly. The gunfire echoed around them. It was not yet the time for accolades. Bending down, Qin Chuan retrieved the pirate's rifle, an aged A-47, its bluing worn and the rifling nearly smoothed out. No wonder so many bullets had missed their mark earlier. This weapon was barely superior to a mere firestick. Still, it was better than nothing. He scavenged several spare magazines from the corpse and tucked them into his pockets, not forgetting to reclaim the paratrooper knife. "Let us go rescue the others." With audacity born of skill, he decisively led the two women back. Suddenly, as they had taken only a few steps, two pirates sprang forth from the dense foliage. No more than 10 meters away, both sides were caught off guard. However, Qin Chuan's reflexes surpassed theirs. In a heartbeat, life and death were determined. Without the need for precise aim, his rifle erupted in a torrent of fire, and blood mist erupted from the bodies of the two pirates. When the gunfire ceased, two more pirate corpses lay on the ground. Discarding the empty rifle, he selected a relatively well-maintained one to wield. With a weapon in hand, he felt an easing of his anxiety and began to observe his surroundings with a calm demeanor. Not far off, a few gunshots immediately caught his attention. At that moment, several hundred meters away, 5 pirates were in pursuit of Xia Jie and Bai Lulu. The 3 women, utterly terrified, fled through the forest in a panic, while the pirates behind them reveled in the hunt, akin to a cat-and-mouse game. Their faces twisted with mockery as they occasionally pulled the trigger, sending the women into screams of fear. As they ran, a sudden scream pierced the air. Bai Lulu had fallen. The 2 women had no choice but to turn back to assist her, but just as they did, 5 menacing pirates surrounded them with malicious grins. Bang! The pirate at the front suddenly tilted his head and, without warning, collapsed. A gaping wound appeared on his face, splattering blood onto his companions behind him. The body lay there with wide-open eyes, leaving the 3 women in a state of shock. The remaining pirates quickly regained their composure and erupted into frantic shouts. Bang! Another pirate fell, shot in the chest, blood pouring from his wound as he howled in agony. The last 3 pirates dropped to the ground, firing wildly in the general direction from which the bullets came. Despite the chaos, their aim was woefully inaccurate. Leaves were sent flying, while Qin Chuan remained motionless behind a rock, not even blinking. Soon, another enemy was locked onto, and with a decisive squeeze of the trigger, bang! The gun quivered slightly as the bullet struck true, embedding itself in the target's forehead. 3 pirates had been swiftly eliminated, yet their shadows remained unseen. The remaining 2 pirates, gripped by fear from the elusive marksman, emptied their magazines in a panicked frenzy before fleeing. These pirates, who thrived on bullying ordinary folk, were nothing more than armed civilians when faced with true soldiers. Their retreat inevitably exposed their backs to the enemy's fire. Bang! Just as one of them had taken a couple of steps, he fell face down, while the other, disregarding his companion's fate, ran even faster. Another bullet whizzed through the air, grazing a tree before finding its mark in the fleeing pirate's body. He did not succumb immediately, but writhed on the ground in agony. His suffering was short-lived. A subsequent gunshot silenced his existence forever. Su and Xiaqing, along with 3 other women who had survived the ordeal, clung together in tears. Only those who have truly faced danger understand the fragility of life. Had it not been for Qin Chuan, their fates would likely have been far worse than mere death at the hands of pirates. Qin Chuan stood vigil, his expression cold and detached, as he regarded the corpses strewn about, as if he had dispatched mere wild dogs rather than human beings. After a brief exchange of gunfire, the few remaining pirates abandoned their fallen comrades, howling in despair as they fled toward the beach. Bullets whistled through the air, ruthlessly claiming the lives of these men. In the end, only 2 managed to escape to a speedboat, starting it up and fleeing without looking back. The battle concluded, and the island bore no living pirate. Only a dozen corpses and an unmanned speedboat. Qin Chuan approached the shore, his gaze falling upon Shi and Gui not far away. They lay quietly, a crimson stain on his chest spreading steadily. Qin Chuan stepped forward, extending a finger to check for a pulse at his neck, then sighed silently. As the first to succumb to her emotions, Xiaqing wept openly. The muffled sounds of sorrow resonated, akin to a farewell for the irascible yet kind-hearted elder. Old Stone has departed. Chapter 40. Who leaves, who remains? As dusk descended, the small island was enveloped in a shroud of melancholy. Beside Old Li's grave, a new mound arose, where he and Gui would eternally rest. The 2 had been friends, and in this moment of shared companionship, they would await the day when their remains could be returned home for a proper burial. Several women who shared a close bond with Shi and Gui were deeply moved by the scene, their tears flowing freely. Old Stone, we've avenged you. If there are any lingering wishes, please convey them to me in a dream. Qin Chuan, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, felt a twinge of emotion despite the sorrowful cries surrounding him. Lacking incense, he resorted to lighting 3 cigarettes in tribute, bowing solemnly before the grave. Rest easy, Uncle Stone. I shall look after your family. Su Yanran stepped forward with a handmade wreath, laying it gently upon the grave. Following her, Du Zihe approached to pay his respects. In this solemn moment, regardless of past grievances with Shi He and Gue, everyone laid aside their differences to place white wildflowers at the grave. Old Stone's funeral concluded in this simple, yet profoundly heavy atmosphere. Upon returning to the camp, the bodies of several pirates remained unaddressed. An oppressive silence blanketed the group, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. In addition to mourning Old Stone's passing, the living were burdened with anxiety for the morrow. Although Qin Chuan had dispatched most of the pirates, 2 had escaped, and it was likely that their vengeance would soon follow. With only a dozen individuals present this time, Qin Chuan could manage. However, should the pirates return in greater numbers, who would be able to save them then? Fleeing the island promptly may be their sole chance for survival. Yet, the raft they had painstakingly crafted had been swept away by the tide during the pirates' previous assault. To construct another bamboo raft, even with materials at hand, would require at least 2 days, by which time their situation could become dire. Returning from the beach, Qin Chuan's injuries had reopened due to the fierce battle, blood staining his trousers in several places. He had just inspected the pirate speedboat, but regrettably found no satellite phone. Noticing the anxious gazes of his companions, he announced, "The speedboat is intact and operational." This proclamation brought a collective sigh of relief. As long as the speedboat remained usable, they could escape this place. However, the situation was not so straightforward. The speedboat had limited capacity, with only 6 seats available. Even if they dismantled the benches, they could barely accommodate 8 individuals, sacrificing precious space for food and water. While they numbered a total of 18, the question of who would depart first and who would remain posed a daunting dilemma. Regardless of who stayed behind on the island, they would likely face the wrath of the pirates. Remaining meant courting death. Although silence reigned, the glances exchanged among them revealed their unwillingness to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Even Qin Chuan, their leader, could not compel anyone to remain behind and face certain death. It became evident to all that at least half of the group would need to stay. So he suggested a show of hands. Those willing to remain should raise their hands. He raised his hand first. The atmosphere was thick with silence. As each individual seemed to adopt a deafening silence, their eyes fixated on the ground. I chose to stay with Lao Qin. To my surprise, the second person to raise her hand was the spirited Xia Qing. She appeared blissfully unaware of the grave risks involved. It was no exaggeration to say that if the pirates arrived before rescue, none left on the island would likely survive. Zhang Xiaochang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly raising his hand. That made 3 of us, but we still needed at least 7 more to stay. I raised my hand as well. Su Yanran spoke with resolute determination. This trip was my suggestion. I bear an undeniable responsibility. It was inappropriate for Yanran to frame it that way. Who could have foreseen such a predicament? How could anyone blame her? Du Zihe grew anxious. Yet the others continued to raise their hands, showing no intention of retracting their decisions. Even women displayed the courage to remain, and the esteemed president of the company, Su Yanran, had voiced her willingness, which left many feeling a twinge of shame. Gradually, a few more hands were raised. After all, staying behind did not guarantee death. Those returning by speedboat could quickly contact the mainland upon reaching land, providing the location of the island, thus ensuring rescue upon the arrival of a ship. We still needed 2 more volunteers. If none came forth, we would have to resort to drawing lots, Qin Chuan stated with resignation as he counted the raised hands. Wang Yuxia wiped her tears and stood up. There's no need to put them in a difficult position. I will stay. Lao Qin, I trust you. You are far more reliable than these people. Her words prompted a wave of guilt among those who remained silent and downcast. Truth be told, Qin Chuan had initially planned to let a few women leave, yet in the end, 4 out of 5 women willingly chose to stay, while the men shrank back like turtles retreating into their shells. It is only natural to fear death, and Qin Chuan could not hold that against them. We needed 1 more person. Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to Du Zihe, who stood in the corner. As the vice president, shouldn't he set an example like Su Yanran? Noticing everyone turning to look at him, Du Zihe's expression shifted repeatedly. Others may choose to stay. That was their folly. There was no reason for him, as vice president, to join these fools in waiting for death. Internally chastising himself, he realized that if he failed to express his stance now, his credibility among the group would vanish. The fact that they were armed left him no choice but to acquiesce. Rather than being coerced into agreement, he decided to take the initiative. With a facade of calm, he raised his hand. Enough said, count me in. Thus, the matter was settled. The winds and waves were too fierce that night. Venturing out to sea would be perilous. So it was decided to wait until the following morning when the weather calmed before departing, in case of any unforeseen events. Qin Chuan deliberately assigned Zhang Xiaochang to keep watch during the night, so that he could promptly notify everyone if there was any disturbance on the sea. As the night deepened, the cool sea breeze swept through, and Zhang Xiaochang, feeling a sense of boredom, stifled a yawn. With only a few hours left until dawn, he resolved to endure. Rubbing his eyes, he prepared to shift his position when suddenly, a pair of hands covered his eyes from behind. Who is it? Zhang Xiaochang struggled slightly, his elbow accidentally brushing against something soft. How annoying. The person behind him released their grip and playfully scolded him. Recognizing the voice, he realized it was by Lulu who had come to find him in the dead of night. Did she bring tidings of good fortune for him? Unable to conceal his delight, Zhang Xiaochang smiled broadly and asked, "What brings you here at such a late hour? Shouldn't you be asleep?" Chapter 41. The cowardly do. After everything that's happened, how could I possibly sleep? I saw you weren't asleep either, so I thought I'd come keep you company. Bai Lulu playfully tapped him on the shoulder. What? Don't you want me to keep you company? Of course not. I'd be delighted, Zhang Xiaochang replied, squeezing her hand, secretly marveling at its softness. This was his first time holding a girl's hand, especially one as stunning as Bai Lulu. He even questioned whether he was dreaming. Ouch! Why are you pinching yourself? Bai Lulu giggled at his flustered expression, then glanced around conspiratorially. In a hushed tone, she said, Zhang Xiaochang, come with me. I have something to show you. What is it? Can it be shown here? Zhang Xiaochang asked, somewhat foolishly. Stop asking so many questions. Before everyone wakes up, hurry and follow me. Bai Lulu insisted, pulling him towards a distant stretch of beach. With a single flirtatious glance, Zhang Xiaochang felt utterly enchanted. Nearly forgetting his own name, half-heartedly resisting, he allowed himself to be led, his mind wandering with possibilities. Bai Lulu would be leaving the island the next day. Could it be that she wanted to leave him with an unforgettable memento before her departure? The thought of a solitary man and woman clandestinely meeting in a shadowy place at night was exhilarating, completely lost in the warmth of her presence. Zhang Xiaochang's heartbeat quickened. They arrived at a massive rock, whereby Lulu paused and turned to look at him. Right here, she said, and Zhang Xiaochang, feeling an anxious sweat forming in his palms, struggled to find his words. Bai Lulu nodded, though her eyes revealed a hint of regret. I'm sorry. What do you mean, sorry? Zhang Xiaochang thought he hadn't heard her correctly. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a figure emerged from behind the rock and struck him on the back of the head with a stick. The poor Zhang Xiaochang barely had time to react, and everything went dark as he lost consciousness. Foolish fatso, dreaming of grandeur beyond his reach. The assailant, wielding the stick, kicked Zhang Xiaochang twice for good measure. Bai Lulu, unable to bear the sight, tugged at him, saying, enough, don't hit him anymore. Turning around, the attacker revealed a sinister smile. What? You actually like this little fool? This man was none other than Li Li, the nephew of Du Zihe. His sudden appearance and the premeditated attack on the unsuspecting Zhang Xiaochang indicated a sinister plot that had been concocted with Bai Lulu. At this moment, several individuals approached from the direction of the camp, with Du Zihe leading the way, accompanied by two male colleagues. Given Du Zihe's disposition, it was inconceivable that he would resign himself to a fate of waiting for death. Thus, he devised a plan to escape under the cover of night by stealing a boat. Concepts of honor, integrity, and shame paled in comparison to the value of his own life. He was unwilling to remain on the island and await his demise. He had only acquiesced earlier due to Qin Chuan's presence. Have you secured the compass? Li Li inquired eagerly. Indeed, Du Zihe affirmed with a nod. He had stealthily observed that the compass and map were concealed beneath Qin Chuan's pillow, taking advantage of the opportunity when Qin Chuan had stepped out to relieve himself. Du Zihe had surreptitiously acquired them, though he regrettably failed to locate the box of diamonds. With the compass in hand, they need not fear losing their way at sea. Then let us hasten our departure. Dawn is imminent. Li Li, feeling a sense of urgency, recalled the bodies of the pirates that Qin Chuan had dispatched, sending a chill down his spine. Should Qin Chuan discover their intention to abscond with the boat, the consequences would be dire. One must look after oneself. This is a matter of survival, and I refuse to sit idly by. Wait. Du Zihe called out to his nephew, then turned to Bai Lulu. Fetch Yanran and inform her that I have a secret to share. Be cautious not to alert the others. Even at this late hour, he remained fixated on Su Yanran, wishing to take her along in their flight. Li Li, despite his inner reservations about Du Zihe's intentions, remained silent, deferring to his lead. The other two were also loyal to Du Zihe, willing to risk offending Qin Chuan for his sake. Otherwise, they could leave openly the following day. Within 10 minutes, Bai Lulu returned, leading Su Yanran. What is it, Lulu? Couldn't he this wait until morning? Su Yanran queried, somewhat puzzled but not suspicious. Hush, this pertains to Qin Chuan. You will understand once you come with me. Qin Chuan. Su Yanran furrowed her brow, unable to fathom what secret could involve him, yet she followed by Lulu nonetheless. Can I speak now? As they distanced themselves from the camp, a sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to halt. Before Bai Lulu could respond, a figure emerged from behind a rock. It was Du Zihei. What are you doing here? Su Yanran glanced back toward the camp, slowly piecing together the reason for his presence. Yanran, come with me. I cannot bear to see you remain here, awaiting your fate. He stepped forward, grasping her hand with a fervent gaze. Su Yanran knitted her brows, pulling her hand away. What are you saying? Weren't you the one who insisted on staying? That was forced upon me, Du Zihei muttered in a low, furious tone. But his voice softened almost instantly. Come with me. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. I cannot, Su Yanran replied, unable to betray others for her own survival. Little did she anticipate that the seemingly honorable Du Zihei would be willing to sacrifice everyone else for his own life. She quickly realized that this was a conspiracy. As she turned to shout, Li Li and two others had stealthily circled behind her, swiftly covering her mouth to stifle her cries. The other two produced ropes they had prepared in advance and bound her tightly. Su Yanran had no opportunity to resist and was subdued effortlessly. Facing her furious gaze, Du Zihei displayed a flicker of guilt on his face. I am truly sorry. Once we return, you may punish me however you see fit. The trio hoisted Su Yanran onto the speedboat, and Li Li untied the mooring line before leaping aboard. The engine roared to life, propelling the boat like an arrow released from a bow, racing across the vast ocean. By the time Qin Chuan was roused by the sound of the motor and hurried barefoot to the shore, the speedboat had vanished without a trace. And even Zhang Xiaochang was nowhere to be found. Upon realizing Du Zihei was absent, he understood that something had gone awry. After a thorough search, he finally discovered Zhang Xiaochang, still unconscious behind a rock. Xiaochang, Xiaochang, Qin Chuan gently patted his face. Zhang Xiaochang awoke, but remained bewildered, unable to grasp the reality of being deceived by Bai Lulu. That scoundrel Du Zihei has abandoned us and fled. The group cursed Du Zihei vehemently. However, no matter how they lamented, the truth remained unchanged, unless Du Zihei experienced a change of heart and decided to return. Yet, for a cowardly individual, this was utterly implausible. Chapter 42. Preparing for battle. Daylight broke over the expansive sea as the speedboat sped onward. Du Zihei rubbed his face, numbed by the wind. They had been racing across the ocean for over 4 hours, and it seemed they were drawing closer to land. How much fuel do we have left? He inquired. Glancing back, Li Li meticulously checked the fuel barrel and replied loudly, Uncle, rest assured, there is still half a barrel of fuel left. Enough for at least 4 more hours of travel. That should suffice. Du Zihei nodded appreciatively. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he noticed Su Yanran lying in the corner, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger. He approached her, gently brushing aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead. You're awake? He asked. Yet, she turned her head away in disdain, not acknowledging him. Du Zihei remained unfazed, speaking softly. I understand that you are still angry with me, but everything I did was for your sake. You did it all for yourself. Out of selfishness. Su Yanran coldly retorted. At last, she saw through Du Zihei's true nature, a cowardly facade. But it was too late to realize this now. Everyone must have believed she had colluded with Du Zihei to escape under the cover of night, indifferent to the fate of others. Du Zihei attempted to explain. But at that moment, the engine at the back of the boat sputtered and slowed significantly. What is happening? He asked, raising his voice. It seems to be malfunctioning. One subordinate pointed at the engine, which was belching black smoke. Damn it, of all times for this to happen. The speedboat lost power, drifting on the surface of the sea, unable to continue its journey. Nothing is more disheartening than a ship in disrepair. Du Zihei, unable to continue explaining to Su Yanran, strode to the stern with a grimace. Can it be repaired? Li Li, thinking himself clever, fiddled with the machinery, yet his ignorance yielded nothing but greasy hands. Having sneaked out with only a meager supply of water and food, their endurance at sea was fleeting. The group, in a state of desperation, scratched their heads. Unable to devise a means of salvation, their plight was even direr than when they were trapped on the island. With no other options, Li Li produced 2 oars and handed them to his male colleagues. What are you waiting for? Start rowing. For the moment, that was their only recourse. The 2 men grasped the oars and began to paddle, their progress akin to that of a tortoise. At this rate, how long would it take to reach shore? Du Zihei, in frustration, stamped his foot, consumed by regret when suddenly, a large patrol boat and several speedboats appeared on the horizon. Upon spotting the vessels, the group was filled with dread. Could it be that pirates had returned so swiftly? Trapped on a powerless speedboat, escape was not an option. The ship bore the flag of Anva, indicating it was their navy. Salvation was at hand. Li, with keen eyes, was the first to recognize the flag. And he turned to the others, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement, "We're saved." Anvao, a minuscule nation, had a navy? Astonished as they were, Du Zihe wasted no time. He dashed to the bow and waved vigorously at the approaching fleet, shouting, "Hey, we're here. We're saved." When they spotted the crew of the patrol boat clad in crisp uniforms, a weight lifted from their hearts. Encountering the Anva navy signified that land was near. The group, elated, jumped with joy, envisioning their imminent return to shore and relief from the looming threat of pirate retribution, tears of joy filling their eyes. The fleet swiftly approached and halted beside their speedboat, yet the soldiers in khaki uniforms appeared rather unfriendly. The ominous sound of gun bolts echoed in their ears, as at least a dozen rifles were simultaneously aimed at them. Du Zihe and his companions quickly raised their hands, attempting to convey in English, "Please don't misunderstand us. We are unarmed civilians who encountered a maritime disaster nearby." It was unclear whether their words were understood, for the guns remained steadfastly trained on them. While they exchanged anxious whispers, a black officer, accompanied by soldiers, boarded their speedboat, casting a disapproving gaze upon them. "Good day, sir. Do you understand English?" Li ventured to communicate, but before he could finish, he was struck by a rifle butt. The blow left him dazed, sprawled at the officer's feet. Unable to regain his composure, while the officer, ignoring him entirely, issued commands to the soldiers in Portuguese. The soldiers advanced, unceremoniously thrusting their weapons against Du Zihe and his subordinate's chests. The subordinate attempted to explain, only to provoke a flurry of punches and kicks. The atmosphere on the island was eerily strange. The sun had risen, yet not a single soul was in sight around the camp. Had they all vanished without a trace? At this moment, a few hundred meters away from the beach, behind a slope, Qin Chuan, along with several male colleagues, each armed with a rifle, lay quietly, scrutinizing the surface of the sea. Having lost their speedboat, they had severed their only chance of escape. Although the group harbored a seething hatred towards Du Zihe, the despicable coward, the pressing concern was not to curse these selfish individuals, but rather to devise a means of survival while awaiting rescue. According to Qin Chuan's plan, should the pirates land, this location would serve as their primary line of defense. Due to the angle, the pirates would remain oblivious to their presence, allowing them to catch the adversaries off guard. Even if this defensive line were breached, they could retreat into the adjacent jungle, continuing to diminish the enemy's strength. The individuals around him were ordinary people unaccustomed to firearms, so it was unrealistic to expect them to inflict significant damage on the enemy. Their purpose was merely to delay the adversary. Qin Chuan distributed a rifle to each person, with limited ammunition. He carried 5 magazines and 3 grenades, while others had only a single spare magazine. The pirates, seeking vengeance, were surely numerous. If everyone adhered to his strategy, there might be a 2 to 3% chance of success. His greatest concern was that these inexperienced novices, upon hearing gunfire, would panic, potentially hindering rather than aiding him. Unfortunately, there was no time for training. They would have to make do, and surely, their desire to survive would compel them to obey orders. As he contemplated this, a whistle caught his attention. Zhang Xiaochong, concealed among the branches of a large tree, was on lookout duty. The whistle was their prearranged signal indicating the appearance of vessels. The group quickly lowered their bodies, eyes fixed on the direction of the beach, their hands slick with sweat from anxiety. Soon, they discerned several small dark shapes emerging. Indeed, multiple boats were approaching. Preparing for battle, Qin Chuan racked the bolt, his gaze resolute as he focused on the incoming fleet. Chapter 43, A Solitary Battle. Adjusting his rifle to single-shot mode, he awaited the moment when the enemy set foot on the sand. That would be their time of demise. He held a degree of confidence in his marksmanship. To deplete the enemy's living forces, he could rely solely on himself, while the others merely served to distract the enemy's attention. The fleet rapidly closed in, and all held their breath, particularly upon sighting a patrol boat equipped with a turret. Hearts raced to their throats. They had only a few decrepit rifles, while the enemy's vessel boasted cannons. One shell could obliterate them. How could they possibly fight? As the boats reached the shallows and the flag of Anva was hoisted at the bow, along with the soldiers' uniforms, the group's reaction mirrored that of Du Zihe and his cohort. They were regular troops, not pirates. They must be here to rescue us. Thank heavens, they were not pirates. The tension-laden group began to display expressions of astonishment and joy. Surely, it was Du and his team who had contacted the Anva authorities, prompting such a swift rescue. Some even fancifully attributed the credit to those they had previously loathed, like Du Zihe. What are we waiting for? Quickly lower your weapons. Let us go forth to greet them. This suggestion received unanimous approval, and the group dashed out from their hiding place. Wait, don't rush out yet. Only Qin Chuan remained composed. It was not that he detected any flaws. Rather, he upheld the vigilance expected of a competent soldier. However, everyone else was consumed by their exuberance. No battle meant no casualties, and they were more thrilled than at the prospect of marriage, rendering them impervious to his words as they raced ahead faster than anyone else. Upon reaching the beach and confronting the ominous black muzzles of the soldiers' rifles, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. This feeling intensified when they witnessed a bruised and battered Lily being shoved off a boat by a man in military attire. In a desperate bid to save his own life, Lily had betrayed them after enduring a brutal beating. The chaos within the country of Anwega was rampant, with armed factions proliferating like weeds. Several had even declared themselves generals. In their quest for control over this nation, they amassed wealth and recruited soldiers, with some local forces masquerading as ordinary soldiers by day to maintain order, only to shed their uniforms at night to plunder the affluent merchant vessels on the sea. The commander of the current troop, Abenke Kudu, was the true master of this maritime domain. His soldiers mirrored his ferocity, having not only raided passing merchant ships, but also committed indiscriminate slaughter, earning a notorious reputation locally. As Kudu's territory shrank in recent years, he sensed impending doom and thus prepared an escape route in advance. The diamonds hidden on this island represented a portion of his wealth. He had believed this treasure trove to be well concealed, only to find it inadvertently occupied by a group of Chinese individuals. Upon receiving word of this, Kudu was understandably anxious and immediately dispatched all his naval forces, including this patrol boat and several speedboats, determined to reclaim his diamonds and eliminate anyone privy to this secret. Despite Qin Chuan's meticulous calculations, he found himself outmaneuvered. He never anticipated that before a single shot was fired, his comrades would surrender. With at least 100 enemies before them, how could they possibly fight back? Observing his companions being forcibly subdued, with only a few women hidden in the woods remaining safe for the moment, he realized the gravity of their situation. Unable to withstand the torture any longer, someone pointed a trembling finger at his concealed location. Exposed. If he did not act swiftly, he would soon be surrounded, reduced to a lamb awaiting slaughter. With resolve, he pulled the trigger, and one enemy fell. Yet, this was met with an onslaught of bullets raining down upon his position. Qin Chuan remained remarkably calm, taking another shot and eliminating another adversary. These soldiers, accustomed to bullying and lacking training, had poor aim. Many took cover behind obstacles, raising their weapons only halfway, firing indiscriminately without a clear target, not ceasing until their magazines were empty. This phenomenon was humorously dubbed faith shooting by many online commentators, where hitting the target depended solely on fate. The exchange of fire was fervent, with bullets whizzing through the air. Yet the actual harm inflicted upon Qin Chuan was nearly negligible. Under his precise aiming, several adversaries fell victim to his shots. Observing the soldiers from behind, an officer, witnessing his comrades getting struck without being able to eliminate the target, became increasingly agitated and resorted to cursing loudly. Under his coercive command, a squad of soldiers, mustering their courage, cautiously advanced toward the hillside where Qin Chuan was concealed, taking cover from their allies. Bang! 2 shots rang out, hitting the soldier in front, causing the remaining men to hastily drop to the ground and unleash a flurry of gunfire. Do not underestimate their resolve against Qin Chuan. The turret on the patrol boat slowly pivoted, and the gunner swiftly locked onto the hidden target. With the press of a button, a fiery blaze erupted from the short cannon. Boom! The shell detonated mere meters from Qin Chuan, the explosive force ripping through the grass and transforming the once even terrain into a deep crater of 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Had the shell landed directly on his hiding place, he and the hillside would have been obliterated. This aging patrol vessel, lacking advanced fire control systems, could not have easily dispatched Qin Chuan had it been equipped. After a test shot, the gunner recalibrated the cannon's angle, and in a brief moment, the second shell was loaded. Boom! Qin Chuan's instincts, sharp as ever, prompted him to roll away before the shell struck his previous location, mere seconds later obliterating half the hillside. Don't let him escape. Capture him, commanded the officer sharply as he watched Qin Chuan's figure vanish into the woods. He himself dared not advance, paralyzed by fear of the adversary's miraculous marksmanship. He had no desire to experience the sting of a bullet. His soldiers, emboldened by their numbers, rushed into the forest, yet the target eluded them. They were not foolish enough to press further without caution, though the woods were not vast. Hiding a person was deceptively easy. To expedite the search, they formed several groups of 5, spreading outwards, while the remaining soldiers secured the perimeter, ready to fire at the first sign of the target. Unless Qin Chuan sprouted wings, escaping was out of the question. One small team of 5 advanced ahead, when suddenly one soldier stepped into thin air, letting out a startled cry as he plummeted into a pit concealed by foliage. The pit was less than a meter deep, yet it was lined with sharpened bamboo stakes. When his comrades reached the edge of the pit, they were met with the grim sight of their companion impaled by 4 bamboo spikes, evidently beyond saving. Chapter 44. Captured without resistance, gazing at their comrades' gruesome demise in the trap, the remaining 4 exchanged apprehensive glances, scanning their surroundings for anything suspicious. Their focus on the area around them caused them to overlook the seemingly innocuous patch of ground blanketed with fallen leaves nearby. With a rustle, a figure sprang forth from beneath the leaves, stabbing one of the soldiers in the back with a sharp knife. In a swift motion, he turned and hurled the blade, which found its mark in the forehead of another soldier who had just turned at the sound. With a series of gunshots echoing through the air, the 5-member squad was annihilated in mere seconds, leaving no survivors. The act of dispatching such a number felt as effortless as slaughtering chickens, and not a flicker of emotion crossed his cold visage. He stepped forward to retrieve the parachutist knife embedded in the enemy's forehead, casually tucking it into his waistband. At that moment, the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves reached his ears, signaling the approach of a nearby group of pirates who had heard the gunfire. Upon arriving at the scene, they were met with the lifeless bodies of their comrades and the fleeting silhouette of an individual disappearing into the distance. Fire! Shoot him dead! A barrage of bullets erupted around that figure, and he seemed to be struck, collapsing into the thicket. Had they hit him? The pirates cautiously advanced toward the location, their firearms trained on the perceived target, moving with utmost vigilance. The incline before them obscured their view, leaving them uncertain of the target's fate, necessitating a closer inspection. Amidst the tension, the only sounds were their hurried breaths, punctuated by an eerie silence. Focused on the front, they neglected the unassuming underbrush at their feet. The man in the center stumbled upon an unseen object, the sharp sound of a metallic clink echoing in the air. A branch, bent under pressure, snapped back violently, revealing a dark iron object dangling from its end. A grenade. Realizing the perilous nature of the device, the 5 men turned in terror and fled. Just a few steps later, the grenade detonated behind them, showering them with shrapnel and sending them sprawling to the ground. 2 were killed instantly, while the remaining 3 lay injured, writhing in agony. An old adage rings true: mercy toward the enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Qin Chuan approached with his weapon drawn, directing the muzzle at the still screaming foes, and pulled the trigger, swiftly ending their suffering. Silence reclaimed the forest. The pirate contingent, originally numbering over 100, had suffered a loss of more than 20 in just half an hour since landing. Even the officer had not anticipated such formidable resistance. A single adversary had managed to stand against his men. The sporadic gunfire in the woods indicated that the battle was far from over. Soldiers were continuously emerging, bearing the corpses and wounded of their comrades. In the absence of doctors and medical supplies, the injured would soon face the grim prospect of death due to excessive blood loss. Before long, a long line of bodies lay on the open ground. As the officer surveyed his troops, his expression darkened further. This was his entire force, and with nearly a third lost without eliminating the enemy, he faced a difficult report to General Kudu. Should he fail to recover the diamond shipment, Kudu's ruthlessness would surely lead to his demise. More soldiers continued to emerge with the fallen, and one subordinate approached to report that the enemy had proven cunning. Yet another team had fallen into a trap, with no survivors. The officer's countenance darkened ominously. At this rate, it was uncertain who would live or die. He approached the trembling hostage on his knees with a grim expression, forcefully kicking the man to the ground. Drawing his handgun, he aimed it at the helpless figure and turned to the forest, bellowing, "Listen carefully. If you do not come out, I will execute your companions. For every minute that passes, I will take a life." His words echoed ominously across the island, the gunfire having ceased. The man under threat was named Jiang Shukai, an employee in the finance department of the Red Ding Group. Moments earlier, he had been the first to surrender, dropping his weapon and leading the charge toward the regular troops. Little did he know that these soldiers would swiftly transform into merciless demons, capturing them all. Jiang Shukai, overwhelmed with fear, wept uncontrollably, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I know nothing." He bowed his head in desperation. Anyone facing the barrel of a gun would struggle to maintain composure. Their life was in another's hands, and dignity was a luxury in such dire circumstances. As a minute elapsed, gunfire still rang out from the woods. The officer hesitated no longer, pulling back the slide to chamber around. "No, please don't shoot." Jiang Shukai cried out, desperately begging for mercy. A gunshot rang out, and a spray of blood erupted from his head, silencing his cries as his body slumped to the ground. Who would be next? The officer's cold gaze swept over the remaining hostages, who instinctively lowered their heads, fearful of becoming the next target. The officer's footsteps halted before Zhang Xiaochong, who trembled, his pants dampened with fear. Fortunately, the officer deemed him insufficiently significant and continued forward. stopping in front of the last hostage, Xiaqing. The young girl and her companions, Wang Yuxia and another, had been unfortunate. They had hidden in the woods, mistakenly believing the cheers of their peers signified the arrival of a rescue team, only to be captured by the pirates. The officer declared dismissively, sealing Xiaqing's fate. The girl stood frozen in terror, staring blankly at the raised gun. In 1 minute, if you do not come out, I will fire, the officer warned. Uncertain if his threats would hold any weight, he had no qualms about executing all the hostages if no other options presented themselves. In this war-torn land, human life held little value. As the minute approached its end, silence persisted in the woods, and the officer's finger pressed against the trigger, slowly applying pressure. Old Qin, don't come out, Xiaqing shouted with all her strength, then closed her eyes, awaiting death. Sister Xia and Jiang Qin joined in pleading for mercy, but the officer merely smiled coldly. Was it over? Xiaqing imagined the gunshot ringing in her ears, her small frame trembling involuntarily. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, the officer stared in disbelief at his severed right hand, now reduced to a bloody stump raised in the air. After a few seconds, he clutched his mangled palm, emitting a wretched howl. Yes, over there. Capture him. In a desperate bid to save Xiaqing, Qin Chuan was forced to reveal his position, and in an instant, the surrounding pirates surged forward, pouncing on him like ravenous dogs, pinning him to the ground and rendering him immobile. The rifle, having discharged its final bullet, was seized by the adversaries, and 4 or 5 pirates approached him with an air of intimidation, escorting him to the beach. Chapter 45. Torturous interrogation. The officer's battered right hand had received a rudimentary bandage, yet the crimson fluid quickly stained the cloth anew. He glared fiercely at the architect of his plight, Qin Chuan, for had he not intervened, his subordinates would have shot Qin Chuan dead without hesitation. The officer's restraint stemmed from his desire for personal vengeance. Kneel, commanded the pirate, raising the butt of his rifle and striking Qin Chuan's back with force, delivering several blows. Remarkably, Qin Chuan merely swayed slightly, remaining steadfast and unyielding. The officer retrieved his fallen handgun, advancing upon Qin Chuan with a malevolent expression, aiming it at his head. Die, he spat, enunciating in precise English. Xiaqing shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, she cried, overwhelmed by guilt as she witnessed Qin Chuan's impending doom. If not for her, these men would never have captured him. She blamed herself entirely. If it were possible, she would willingly take his place in death. Wait. Just as the officer was about to pull the trigger, Li, who had been leading the pirates, suddenly shouted. Bang! The gunfire erupted, the bullet narrowly grazing Qin Chuan's cheek before burying itself in the sand behind him. The officer turned to Li, his expression darkening with inquiry. What do you wish to say? The onlookers were perplexed. Li had previously abandoned his comrades for his own survival, fleeing under the cover of night. Now, he sought to plead for Qin Chuan's life, seemingly unafraid of the officer's wrath. In truth, Li had his own agenda. As one privy to the situation, he understood that the pirates' violent actions were incited by the diamonds. If they could not secure the gems, they would undoubtedly eliminate them all. To ensure his own safety, he earnestly addressed the officer. The diamonds are with him. He alone knows their hiding place. This statement proved effective, as the officer's murderous intent towards Qin Chuan diminished slightly. Return the diamonds to me, and I shall spare you and your companions, granting you a vessel to depart this place. The officer's proposition was undeniably enticing. The diamonds rightfully belonged to him, and reclaiming them would restore his lost fortune. The allure of life outweighed all else for those present, many of whom understood English and displayed signs of contemplation. Faced with such favorable terms, few could maintain their composure. Li fervently urged Qin Chuan with nods and winks. Quickly, tell him where the diamonds are hidden. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your life for mere riches? Yet, Qin Chuan stood resolute, silent as a statue. A tense stalemate ensued, the officer's face contorting with pain. After several agonizing minutes, his patience was thoroughly exhausted. He seized Qin Chuan by the collar, his voice seething with rage. Will you speak or not? If you refuse, I shall execute your friends one by one before your eyes. Qin Chuan's expression remained impassive. Kill them if you wish, but I assure you, you shall never discover where the diamonds are hidden. The two men locked eyes, a fierce battle of wills unfolding between them. Qin Chuan's face bore no extraneous expressions, and the officer, recognizing the gravity of his warning, dared not dismiss it lightly. The island may not be vast, but if one were intent on concealing diamonds, it could take a century to uncover them. Should he lose the diamonds, he would undoubtedly be executed by kudu, with no alternative possibility. In a moment of frustration, the officer, unable to sway the resolute Qin Chuan, ordered his soldiers to bind him. If he remained silent, they were to beat him incessantly. Yes, The soldiers promptly returned from the ship with thick hemp ropes. Having lost so many comrades, they harbored a certain fear of this ruthless man, ensuring the bindings were exceedingly tight, securing his hands and feet to two nearby trees. The ropes creaked as they pulled, lifting Qin Chuan off the ground, stretching his limbs to their utmost limits, rendering him incapable of movement. A burly soldier, cigarette clenched between his teeth, approached Qin Chuan slowly, removing the rifle but with deliberate intent, and struck him squarely in the face. The impact forced Qin Chuan's head back, a muffled groan escaping his throat. Before he could regain his breath, another heavy blow struck his chest. Each strike was delivered with brutal force, and after a dozen punishing hits, the soldier, panting, signaled for a comrade to take over the beating. The sound of the relentless assault sent chills down the spines of onlookers, who could do nothing to assist Qin Chuan. Their faces etched with guilt. They understood that had they not been a burden, these merciless pirates might not have captured him at all. Yet, now they were powerless. Consumed by anxious desperation, Xia Qing, overwhelmed with worry, began to weep, pleading, "Please tell them where the diamonds are. Hurry, don't let them hit you anymore." Her cries, however, failed to sway Qin Chuan. He gritted his teeth in silence, the intensity of his defiance only growing. He was like a tough bone, and anyone who dared to bite would find their teeth shattered. The soldiers took turns torturing him, yet apart from leaving him battered and bruised, they gleaned no useful information. As darkness fell, the weary pirates, having missed a meal, felt their stomachs growl in protest. They could not return until the task was accomplished, and thus, they continued their brutal interrogation, determined to extract the whereabouts of the diamonds. The officer approached the campfire, eyeing the salted fish and cured meat stacked on the ground. He gestured towards the three women huddled in a corner, commanding, "Come here and cook." Wang Yuxia and the others, fearing defiance, timidly approached the earthen stove and began to kindle a fire. "You two, keep a close watch on them. Everyone is hungry. Expedite the meal," the officer instructed two soldiers, receiving their affirmative replies before sauntering into the wooden shed to rest. As the wood crackled in the flames, the water in the kettle reached a boil. Wang Yuxia placed the hard-won provisions into the water to cook, and after a moment's thought, she retrieved a handful of dried wild mushrooms from the bottom of a plastic bag and tossed them in. The two soldiers nearby were engrossed in quiet conversation, paying little heed to her actions, occasionally glancing at the kettle that wafted the tantalizing aroma of food. About an hour later, the grilled fish and meat soup were ready. The officer, already ravenous, was the first to seize a bowl, ladling a portion of the fragrant broth adorned with a few mushrooms. Bringing it to his lips, he took a sip. His eyes brightened. His palate was instantly captivated by the exquisite flavor of the soup. Compared to the black bread and paste-like cassava porridge they usually consumed, this dish was 100 times more delectable. Sister Xia's culinary skills were indeed no exaggeration. Had she possessed ample seasonings, she could have made these barbaric men savor it to the point of swallowing their own tongues. Even the soldiers who had been torturing Qin Chuan paused to indulge in the food. Li, receiving a glance from the soldiers, timidly approached the downcast Qin Chuan. Speaking in a tone of exasperation, "You, of all people, value those diamonds more than everyone else's lives? Why not disclose their location? If this continues, you will be beaten to death." Chapter 46. The bold Sister Xia regarding the selfish duo of Du Zihei and Li, all present harbored only disdain. Had their self-serving actions not disrupted Qin Chuan's plans, perhaps the situation would not have spiraled into chaos. It was precisely their folly that led to Jiang Shukai's demise, endangering the others to the pirates as well. Nonetheless, one must concede that Li's words held merit. Did the diamonds truly outweigh the lives of others? Why else would Qin Chuan hesitate to reveal their whereabouts? Many were left perplexed, yet none dared to blame Qin Chuan. After all, had he not stepped forward, most would likely have faced execution by the merciless pirate captain. Blood dripped from the corners of Qin Chuan's mouth and nostrils. His head hung low, and aside from the subtle rise and fall of his chest, he appeared little more than a corpse. Li glanced back at the pirates indulging heartily, anxiously turning to Qin Chuan, his voice trembling. "You must speak. If you remain silent, they will kill me first, then you, and then them." His concern lay in the fear of failing his task and being eliminated by the pirates. Under his anxious questioning, Qin Chuan finally raised his head slowly and managed a smile. This smile, though tinged with a hint of despair, sent a chill down Li's spine, an unknown dread rendering his subsequent words stuck in his throat. Spitting out blood, Qin Chuan finally spoke. "Are you an idiot? If I reveal the location of the diamonds, do you think the pirates will spare us?" He wore a smile, yet his words struck with the clarity of a harsh revelation. Indeed, they had been so focused on complying with the pirates' demands that they had forgotten the true nature of these men. Would the pirates honor their word and let them go? The answer seemed all too evident. Once they acquired what they desired, the next moment could herald their doom. Qin Chuan refused to divulge the information precisely to protect them. Realizing this, guilt deepened in the eyes of the onlookers. Compared to them, who dared do nothing but wallow in self-blame, Sister Xia and Xia Qing exhibited far greater courage. While the pirates were preoccupied with their meal, two women approached Qin Chuan, carrying a roasted fish. Pushing aside Li, Xia Qing, with tears glistening in her eyes, offered the fish, saying, "Old Qin, have something to eat." Noticing that no one was paying attention, Sister Xia discreetly placed a sharp iron piece, used for cutting fish, into Qin Chuan's hand. His eyes brightened, and just as he was about to speak, a soldier's warning echoed from a distance. Accompanied by the sound of a gun being cocked, everyone stepped back. No one is allowed to approach him. The soldier strode over, and in a hurry, Sister Xia remarked, "Tonight's soup is mushroom stew. Have you forgotten? Or is it that the mushrooms you picked last time haven't even finished?" Everyone said it was delicious. With that, she took the sobbing Xia Qing and retreated to their original spot. Under the soldier's gunpoint, the others quickly knelt on the ground, lowering their heads in fear, too intimidated to look around. Qin Chuan's mind lingered on Sister Xia's earlier words, which seemed rather cryptic at first, but upon reflection, he began to grasp their meaning. He recalled a time when he had brought back wild mushrooms, and fortunately, Jiang Qin had discovered a type of poisonous mushroom that bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary ones, distinguished only by small black spots on the stem. With a plethora of mushroom varieties, a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. She had mentioned that this particular poisonous mushroom was locally known as 3 bites down, implying that just 3 bites could render a person incapacitated. Though the toxin was not fatal, it could induce hallucinations and severe diarrhea, leading even the locals to frequently end up in the hospital during the wild mushroom picking season. Qin Chuan couldn't quite recall whether he had discarded that mushroom or not, but from Sister Xia's implication, it seemed she had included it in the soup. Indeed, the most venomous hearts often belong to women. Nevertheless, he found himself increasingly fond of the blunt and often offensive Sister Xia. Seizing the opportunity while the pirates were still occupied, he grasped the iron piece in his hand and began to rub it against the ropes binding his wrists. The edges of the iron were quite sharp, making it suitable for cutting the hemp rope. However, due to the tight binding of his hands, the movement of his fingers was severely restricted, making the task laborious. 5 minutes passed, and he had managed to cut through 1/3 of the rope on his right hand. Just as he prepared to continue, he noticed an officer, having finished his meal, swaggering towards him with 2 soldiers in tow. "Have you thought it over?" Still unwilling to speak? Despite having eaten, the officer's demeanor had not softened. His gaze bore a predatory intensity as he scrutinized the apparently feeble Qin Chuan. It seemed he had devised a method to torment Qin Chuan further. Grinning maliciously as he drew out Qin Chuan's own combat knife, tracing it along his thigh. The blade was exceedingly sharp, and a mere flick drew forth a stream of blood. With a menacing threat, he declared, "If you do not disclose the location of the diamond, I shall slice your flesh piece by piece." He prepared to strike, but at that moment, a soldier standing nearby let out a resounding fart, the stench rapidly permeating the air. "Report, sir. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." The soldier groaned, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in pain, as if he were on the verge of soiling himself. The officer pinched his nose, grimacing in disgust. "Hurry up." The soldier, as if granted amnesty, dashed behind a nearby thicket, and a cacophony of rustling sounds ensued, vividly painting the scene. The trio lay sprawled out, truly living up to their reputation. One soldier was reveling in his discomfort, while another seemed to share the sensation, trembling as he called out, "Report. What, do you have a stomachache too?" The officer cast him a sidelong glance, suddenly aware of an odd rumbling from his own belly. The sensation escalated uncontrollably, leaving him no time for contemplation as he dashed to the edge of the grass pile, and in an instant, it was as if a flood had burst forth. A chaotic deluge. The effects of the poisonous mushrooms spread rapidly. Those soldiers who had consumed the meat soup cast aside their food, clutching their bellies in search of relief. The cacophony of flatulence ensued, a foul stench permeating the air, enough to induce nausea. After a few minutes, the officer stumbled out, and just as he took a couple of steps, his recently emptied stomach began to churn violently once more. He glanced around and saw that nearly all the soldiers were in a similar plight. Realizing the food was likely the culprit, he marched forward, seizing Sister Xia by the hair and forcefully dragging her before Qin Chuan, throwing her to the ground. Drawing his pistol, he aimed it at Sister Xia and demanded in a harsh tone, "Did you orchestrate this?" Just as he prepared to execute her in front of him, Qin Chuan exerted himself, breaking the ropes binding his wrists, and in the next moment, he pressed a shard of metal against the officer's vulnerable throat, coldly stating, "Make a move, and you shall perish." With his life in the hands of another, the officer dared not stir. slowly loosening his grip on the gun and forcing a grimace. If you kill me, you shall not escape unscathed. Chapter 47. Evil countering evil in the face of the threat. Qin Chuan merely flicked his fingers, causing the sharp metal to slice into the officer's neck, blood streaming down. He was serious. With just a bit more force, he could sever the officer's throat. However, doing so would inevitably lead to his own demise alongside the others. The officer, if bold enough, might gamble, but he valued his own life far too much to treat the lives of others as mere trifles. His expression shifted, and after a prolonged silence, he proposed, "How about this? Release me, and I swear I will not harm you or your friends, allowing you to leave here." "Do you think I would believe your words?" Qin Chuan chuckled, exuding an air of malevolence. Blood continued to seep from the wound, and the officer, unable to move, maintained a forced posture, asking passively, "What do you intend to do? Do you think by killing me, you can escape from here? How would you know if you don't try? If you wish to live, have your men drop their weapons and gather on the beach," Qin Chuan replied. Disregarding the officer's murderous glare, most soldiers were preoccupied with their distress, dazed and struggling to walk. Yet a few who had consumed little of the soup were now aiming their weapons at Qin Chuan and the others. At such close range, if it weren't for the fear of collateral damage, a barrage could easily turn Qin Chuan and his companions into a sieve. The officer swallowed hard, lacking the resolve to engage in a mutually destructive showdown, and slowly stated, "Everyone, lower your weapons." They seemed reluctant to comply. Qin Chuan advanced the metal shard an inch closer. A sharp pang pierced through the nerves, and fear was evidently etched upon the officer's face as he bellowed angrily. "Are your ears deaf? Do you dare disregard my commands? Put down your weapons immediately and assemble here." The soldiers hesitated, reluctantly relinquishing their arms. One by one, making their way to stand at the beach. Those afflicted with stomach ailments could only endure the tumultuous pain, sluggishly shuffling forward. "Are you satisfied now? Will you not release me?" The officer seethed through clenched teeth, perceiving the individual before him as utterly untrustworthy. Had it not been for the precariousness of his own life in the hands of this man, he would have commanded his soldiers to swarm him, ready to tear him apart, regardless of how formidable he might be. Ignoring the officer, Qin Chuan surveyed the ragtag assembly of 70 or so soldiers standing askew and declared, "Let them swim to the opposite island, and I shall set you free." At this juncture, could the officer afford to haggle? He complied, fully aware of the malice lurking within the request. The soldier's legs felt like jelly, and the prospect of swimming several hundred meters to the distant island loomed as a daunting challenge. Yet, with their superior issuing a resolute command, disobedience was not an option. Knowing the vengeful nature of their adversary, they were acutely aware of the consequences of defiance. After a moment of hesitation, spurred on by a few squad leaders, the soldiers waded into the somewhat chilly waters, making their way toward the opposite shore. Just as dozens of men submerged into the sea, the officer intended to speak but was rendered unconscious by a swift strike from Qin Chuan. No longer under threat, the remaining individuals rose to their feet. Yet before they could celebrate, they witnessed Qin Chuan severing the ropes binding his feet, bending to retrieve a rifle discarded by a soldier, and cocking it to aim at the water's surface. Was he truly intent on eradicating them all? Could he bring himself to take the lives of nearly 100 men? While the others harbored deep-seated resentment toward these pirates, the notion of committing murder themselves was a chilling prospect. What set Qin Chuan apart was his hardened resolve. To him, lives were mere figures. Some individuals deserved no pity. To mourn for them was to neglect the innocent lives they had extinguished, who would advocate for justice on their behalf. At times, confronting evil with evil is the most effective solution. The sea was shrouded in darkness, revealing only indistinct shadows. Qin Chuan had no intention of meticulously executing each pirate. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward the heads bobbing on the water's surface. The muzzle erupted with fiery wrath, and in mere moments, an entire magazine was expended. A few agonized cries pierced the air as the unscathed pirates desperately swam forward, oblivious to the fatal reality that awaited them. Did they truly believe this was the end? Those struck by bullets sank beneath the waves, and the scent of blood swiftly permeated the air. A frenzy of sharks, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forth, and in an instant, several pirates, once swimming, suddenly succumbed without struggle, sinking into the depths. "There are sharks below," someone shrieked in horror, only to be dragged beneath the surface moments later. The water churned violently, bubbling with a crimson hue and scattered flesh. Listening to the desperate wails of these men, the expressions of those on the shore shifted unpredictably, with some unable to bear the horror, doubling over to vomit. After a considerable amount of time, the blood-stained sea gradually calmed, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Chuan replaced the magazine and aimed his weapon at the unconscious officer on the ground, poised to pull the trigger and end the man's wicked life. However, Li dashed over just in time. Wait, don't kill him. Before he could finish his plea, the gun was suddenly pointed at him, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly took 2 steps back, hastily explaining, "You mustn't misunderstand. I'm not one of them. Su do, and Lulu are all in their hands. If you kill him, then Su and the others will be doomed." This young man still retained a semblance of conscience, remembering that his uncle was still in the hands of the pirates. Noticing Qin Chuan's impassive expression, he reluctantly urged, "Even if you disregard the others, Su is innocent. She never intended to abandon you all and flee alone. It was my uncle, Du Zihei, who couldn't bear to see her left on the island to perish. Which is why we had to take her aboard." He spoke the truth, hoping that Qin Chuan might, for Su Yanran's sake, assist in rescuing his uncle. After all, their conflict was merely internal. Saving one was still saving, and rescuing 2 was also an act of mercy. Surely, Qin Chuan could not be so cruel as to disregard the fates of others. It seemed his gamble had paid off. As the gun aimed at his forehead was gradually lowered, he breathed a secret sigh of relief. As long as the other party agreed to help, his uncle and the others would at least have a glimmer of hope for survival. "Have everyone gather their things. We must leave here immediately." He no longer paid attention to the self-important Li and turned to Sister Xia to give instructions. In truth, there was little to tidy up. Provisions and water had long been packed. After hastily burying Yang Shichai's remains, everyone boarded the patrol boat. Qin Chuan inspected the engine. There was ample fuel, and a nautical chart was present in the cockpit. He drew a diagonal line on it with a pencil and turned to Zhang Xiaochong, instructing, "Follow this route. The safety of everyone is in your hands." Zhang Xiaochong understood that Qin Chuan's trust in him was why he entrusted such a vital task to him. Taking the rifle, he felt a fire ignite within his chest and nodded resolutely, "Trust me. As long as I draw breath, I will protect everyone." Chapter 48. Return to land. Xiaqing, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, vaguely sensed his intentions and wished to intervene, but was uncertain how to articulate her concerns. With a hint of worry, she asked, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us? I still need to save people." Qin Chuan pinched her soft cheek, his smile warm and gentle. Xiaqing understood that once he had made up his mind, nothing could dissuade him, no matter how stubborn. Yet, with Qin Chuan about to depart, a sense of foreboding settled in her heart. She feared she might never see him again. Some words, if not spoken now, might never have another opportunity to be voiced. "Come here, I have something to say to you." She tugged at his sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. Qin Chuan, noticing her urgency, followed her to the stern of the boat. The others, peering through the cockpit glass, could only see the 2 engaged in quiet conversation, with the young girl speaking most of the time, while Qin Chuan responded occasionally. Indeed, Qin Chuan found himself quite perplexed by Xiaqing's behavior that night. She uttered a series of bewildering remarks, as though they were facing a poignant farewell. "You must return alive. I shall wait for you eternally," she whispered, her voice barely audible, summoning every ounce of courage to peck a swift kiss on his cheek before abruptly darting away. Qin Chuan stood rooted to the spot, watching her flee like a startled rabbit, and after a moment's hesitation, he managed a resigned smile. There were still a few matters left unaddressed. So he returned to the cockpit, only to discover Xiaqing cowering in a corner, her face flushed and averted. "Once we arrive, remember to contact the mainland. If all goes smoothly, I shall return swiftly with Mr. Su to meet you," he stated, casting a glance in Xiaqing's direction. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose silence, grabbing hold of Li, who had intended to return with the group. "You are coming with me to rescue them." Li opened his mouth to protest, but before he could utter a word, Qin Chuan forcibly pulled him off the boat. Faced with this merciless demon, Li, despite his heart brimming with grievances, dared not express them. He could only watch as the patrol boat slowly departed the beach. The unconscious officer regained consciousness. Realizing no one was paying him any heed, he scrambled to his feet, intent on fleeing, but after barely 2 strides, a heavy blow struck him at the back of his head, rendering him unconscious once more. "Load all the weapons and ammunition onto the boat." Qin Chuan gripped the barrel of his gun. It was he who had previously knocked the officer out with a single shot. He pointed to the nearby speedboat and instructed Li, then proceeded to drag the officer toward the vessel. As Li observed Qin Chuan moving away, he initially contemplated making a run for it. However, the memory of Qin Chuan's extraordinary marksmanship quelled that thought. Accompanying him on this rescue mission might very well be a perilous endeavor, yet choosing not to join him could spell certain doom. With only the 2 of them present, Qin Chuan could easily eliminate him and claim it was the work of pirates without anyone raising a doubt. Contemplating these thoughts, Li resolved to comply with whatever Qin Chuan commanded, as long as it ensured his survival. After he had gathered the salvaged weapons and ammunition aboard, Qin Chuan started the engine, and the speedboat departed the island, racing toward the nation of Anvaga. After more than 6 hours at sea, as dawn broke, the outline of land came into view. Contrary to the officer's instructions to dock at the harbor, Qin Chuan chose a relatively concealed spot to hide the boat before disembarking with their weapons and equipment. The reason for carrying such an arsenal of weapons and ammunition was to guard against unforeseen circumstances. After all, this was the enemy's stronghold, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Before arriving, he had meticulously devised several contingency plans, believing that it was better to be overly prepared than caught unawares. Though he sincerely hoped that such measures would not be necessary. Following the officer down a dirt road, he was informed that the city lay approximately 20 to 30 miles ahead. Just then, a dust-laden cart approached, and he waved it down. In this region, the cart served a function akin to that of a bus, being the primary means of transportation for residents traveling long distances. Inside the tarpaulin-covered trailer, a family of 3 was already seated. The driver, initially intending to deliver them to the countryside, expressed his reluctance to divert from his route upon learning that the officer was returning to the city. Despite appearing submissive before Qin Chuan, the officer exuded an air of authority in the presence of ordinary citizens. He swiftly delivered 2 kicks to the driver and unleashed a torrent of insults. Leaving the driver too intimidated to retort, the family was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, making way for Qin Chuan and his companions to take their seats. With a curt command, the driver had no choice but to turn back towards the city. The so-called third largest city boasted a population of merely several tens of thousands, and automobiles were a rare sight along the way. Only upon entering the city did one encounter a somewhat decent asphalt road, yet it was shrouded in dust, littered with refuse and sewage, and the architecture was haphazardly arranged, far less prosperous than even a fifth-tier city back home. Let us return to my residence first. A change of clothing is advisable to avoid arousing suspicion, the officer suggested, perhaps out of concern for his own safety. On the ship, he had been thoroughly subdued, having had 2 fingers brutally twisted off, and now, before Qin Chuan, he was more docile than a lamb. Arriving at his home, they disembarked. It was a 2-story villa, though it appeared rather drab, reminiscent of houses from the 1980s in China. Nonetheless, only affluent families could afford to reside there. The officer had only 2 servants, whom he promptly dismissed. The trio settled onto the sofa, and Lili instinctively ventured into the kitchen to procure some food. There were baked pancakes, cassava porridge, and a plate of ham, which paled in comparison to the fare on the deserted island. Qin Chuan hastily consumed a few bites before noticing the landline telephone on the coffee table. Approaching, he lifted the receiver, only to hear the officer on the other end stating, "The phone lines have been down for over 2 weeks. Calls cannot be placed." Skeptical, Qin Chuan dialed a number, but there was no response whatsoever, forcing him to begrudgingly hang up. Once satisfied, the 3 of them rummaged through the officer's bedroom for a clean set of clothes to wear. As they walked down the street, their yellow skin attracted considerable attention. Yet with the officer leading the way, the numerous petty thieves and ruffians in the area dared not approach them, the 2 foreigners. Chapter 49. The swarming enemy. Let us hope they don't pull any tricks. Upon reaching the military camp's entrance, the 3 immediately felt a surge of tension. Qin Chuan draped a coat over his right arm, concealing a handgun, and whispered a threat into the officer's ear. "I trust you will keep your word this time, and release me once I hand over the person." After the officer uttered his agreement, they proceeded toward the guard post at the entrance. Although the station soldier was puzzled as to why the officer had brought 2 unfamiliar faces into the military camp, he dared not inquire further. After saluting, he swiftly moved the barricade aside. The trio advanced confidently and entered the camp without hindrance. Nearby, a vacant lot housed several armored vehicles, along with an antiquated T-34 tank, which was long overdue for a museum exhibit. It was surprising to still encounter it here. Approximately 100 soldiers were training nearby, each appearing as though they had not eaten sufficiently, displaying an unmistakable lethargy. Their faces revealed nothing but numbness and fatigue, devoid of the spirit one would expect from soldiers, truly a disorganized rabble. As Qin Chuan silently reflected on this, the leading officer halted his steps and gestured to a passing junior officer. The latter promptly approached, saluted, and greeted him. "Where are the hostages you were instructed to escort back?" he inquired, his eyes flickering with unspoken implications. Unfortunately, due to the angle, Qin Chuan did not notice the officer's furtive expressions. The subordinate hesitated, glanced at the 2 figures behind him, and then displayed a look of realization, pointing to a distant 3-story building. "Report, sir, they are confined inside that structure." "Understood," the officer nodded, signaling him to depart. Turning to Qin Chuan, he remarked, "Did you hear that? They are in that building. When will you release me?" "Why waste words? Once we locate the individuals and secure our exit, I shall naturally grant you your freedom," Qin Chuan retorted, giving him a gentle push from behind. The officer ceased his prattling and resumed his stride down the path. Along the way, he occasionally encountered scattered soldiers who greeted him, yet he remained oblivious, silently advancing. Upon learning that Su Yanran and the others were safe, Qin Chuan's anxiety subsided, and he eagerly awaited the moment they could depart. As they continued, he sensed an unsettling presence, as if they were being watched from the shadows. He turned to survey his surroundings. Everything appeared normal, with no suspicious signs detected, yet his keen intuition suggested that what lay before him might merely be an illusion. Slowing his pace slightly, he noticed that the officer ahead was quickening his steps. "If anything occurs, remember to stay close to me," he whispered to Li, who had been on edge and immediately stiffened, glancing around furtively like a thief. Ignoring him, Qin Chuan reached into his pocket, retrieving a hand grenade, his thumb hooking the safety pin. At a moment's notice, he could activate it. Ahead lay the place where the hostages were held, guarded by a soldier with a rifle stationed at the entrance. The officer commanded, "Open the door." Without hesitation, the soldier complied, pulling open the iron gate. As it creaked open, a line of soldiers, rifles at the ready, surged forth. Indeed, an ambush awaited. In an instant, as the enemy charged out, Qin Chuan swung his left hand, hurling the grenade, while simultaneously firing a shot from his right hand at the retreating officer's back. As the grenade plummeted from the air, it detonated with a resounding explosion before even touching the ground. The ambushed soldiers scarcely caught a glimpse of their adversaries before being flung to the ground by the blast. A gunshot rang out, striking the officer in the thigh. With a cry of anguish, he collapsed, turning his head in terror to behold Qin Chuan, who approached him with the demeanor of a harbinger of death. "Please, don't kill me. I have no idea what is happening," the officer pleaded, his eyes wide with desperation. He never anticipated that the soldiers hidden in wait would be obliterated by a grenade upon their first encounter. Had his and his subordinate's scheme been uncovered? Or were the hostages being held? Qin Chuan fired another shot into the officer's other thigh and asked in a low voice, with a gun barrel pressed against his forehead. The officer dared not attempt any deception, despairing as he explained, "They were taken to the general's residence on the orders of Kudu. It has nothing to do with me." Bang! Qin Chuan ended his life with a single shot. The sharp whistle of approaching soldiers echoed from behind, weapons in hand as they rushed out of the barracks towards the scene. The soldiers accompanying the junior officer, initially intent on rescuing their commander, were left aghast as they witnessed him being shot down. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and fired. A few bullets struck the grass near Qin Chuan and his companion, who sprinted towards the rear of a small building. Under the threat of death, Li matched Qin Chuan's pace without faltering. In the midst of their flight, Qin Chuan produced another grenade, biting off the safety pin and hurling it towards the soldiers firing at them. The iron projectile landed precisely behind the soldiers, and with a tremendous explosion, the shockwave sent them flying. Bang bang! As he continued to run, Qin Chuan shot down two soldiers attempting to rise. Behind the military camp lay a row of buildings, and more soldiers were hot on their heels, the gunfire echoing like celebratory firecrackers, creating a cacophony of chaos. In their frantic escape, the two men kicked open the door to one of the buildings, where several men in officer uniforms were holding a meeting amidst a haze of smoke. Hearing the gunfire, a few had approached the window to assess the situation, only to have the door unexpectedly kicked open. As Qin Chuan burst into the room, he unleashed a flurry of shots, each bullet seemingly guided by a sentient force, claiming the lives of his adversaries. The quickest among them, as he reached for a rifle propped against the wall, was struck in the forehead by a bullet. By the time Qin Chuan's handgun clicked empty, all 6 officers lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Outside, bullets pounded against the wooden door, creating additional pockmarks. Seizing the automatic rifle from one of the fallen, Qin Chuan turned to the bewildered Li and commanded, "Search for another exit. I will hold them off." "Understood," Li replied, ascending the stairs. Qin Chuan then crouched by the window, extending the barrel to take aim at an enemy, pulling the trigger. Bang! The target fell to the ground. The soldiers, who had rushed in en masse, quickly dropped to the ground, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the building. The relentless rain of bullets shattered the glass, yet Qin Chuan remained steadfast on one knee, his focus unwavering as he locked onto the next target, firing once more. After eliminating several soldiers in quick succession, although they temporarily halted the enemy's advance, the crisis had not yet been averted. The T-34 tank roared to life, rumbling toward the battlefield. Regardless of its age, it proved effortlessly lethal against unarmed soldiers. Chapter 50. The night raid on a residential home. Upon spotting the silhouette of the T-34 heavy tank on the battlefield, Qin Chuan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, making it impossible for him to maintain his composure. He glanced at the rifle in his hand, questioning how they could possibly continue the fight. Li hurriedly ran to the staircase, shouting to him that there was a window above through which they could leap over the rear wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan discarded his weapon and sprinted up the stairs. Just as he reached halfway, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him as the tank opened fire. The shell struck the building with precision, causing the entire wall to nearly collapse amidst the deafening noise, with debris raining down and smoke billowing in. The morale of the enemy surged as they shouted and charged forward. Qin Chuan and Li Li arrived at the window on the second floor. Climbing out and discovering a gap of approximately 6 or 7 meters between the building and the wall, Li Li only realized this peril when they reached the eaves. If he failed to jump, he would surely suffer a grievous fall. Yet, Qin Chuan was unperturbed by Li Li's trepidation. Didn't he hear the rapid footsteps approaching in the hallway? The enemy would be upon them in no time. With no time for hesitation, Qin Chuan took 2 steps back, sprinted toward the eaves, and leaped effortlessly across the gap, landing on the other side of the wall. Li Li was left alone on the rooftop, and he understood that if he lingered any longer, he would be captured by the enemy. Qin Chuan would never turn back for him. Coming to this realization, he resolved to follow suit, retreating a few steps and accelerating his jump. However, with a previous gunshot wound and a lack of physical conditioning, he struggled to match Qin Chuan's ease. Just as he was about to tumble from the wall, panic surged within him, and he grasped the edge with both hands, summoning all his strength to pull himself up. Without time to ponder the potential consequences of jumping down from a height of 4 or 5 meters, he gritted his teeth and leaped. They had successfully escaped over the wall. Quick, pursue them. The soldiers, turning from the military camp towards the escape route of the 2 men, found only empty space where they had once been. In their fervor to capture these 2 Asian men, nearly the entire garrison had mobilized, scouring the city from top to bottom. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. The 2 had seemingly vanished into thin air. As night deepened, near a sewage outlet by the docks, 2 figures, caked in mud, stumbled ashore. These 2 were none other than Qin Chuan and Li Li. Having narrowly evaded detection thanks to Qin Chuan's quick thinking, which led them to hide in the sewage outlet. Although they had escaped the pursuit, they nearly succumbed to the noxious stench emanating from the outlet. Untreated sewage, mixed with excrement and the carcasses of dead poultry, was directly discharged into the sea, creating a foul odor that was unbearable. Had they not been concealed at the outlet where some fresh air circulated, they might have suffocated from the stench. Where do we go now? Li Li followed closely behind, his face etched with apprehension as he surveyed the surroundings. He had overestimated the strength of their adversaries. In reality, the ragtag group had merely conducted a cursory search of the city before retreating to their camp by sunset. In the dead of night, the area was devoid of even a single street lamp, and Qin Chuan strode forward, having been momentarily thwarted by an officer. Although he had successfully dealt with the opponent, a lingering frustration gnawed at him. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's inquiry, the officer coldly replied, "Go find Ku. Do you know where he is?" Li Li pressed on, clearly grasping for conversation, likely already second-guessing his resolve. Initially, he had intended to send Qin Chuan to rescue someone, but unexpectedly, the latter had discerned his true intentions and forcibly brought him to this perilous place. Having recently escaped from an assassination attempt, his heart was consumed with fear, and he yearned to leave this wretched locale as quickly as possible. Qin Chuan shook his head, yet his gaze drifted toward the center of the city. From a distance, he could discern a circular white, domed roof, reminiscent of a palace, brilliantly illuminated against the night sky, signaling to the world that those residing within were the rulers of this city. The duo first made their way to the officer's residence, where an arsenal lay buried in the backyard. The household servants had long retired for the night, oblivious to the intruders in their midst. Soon, the 2 were hoisting a tightly wrapped bundle as they scaled the wall to escape. Arriving opposite the palace, they confronted a barricade of sandbags, with a detachment of soldiers dutifully guarding the entrance, their vigilant eyes scanning the vicinity. Qin Chuan turned toward a nearby residential building, aware that knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for victory. It was prudent to survey the surrounding environment before proceeding. With a resounding crash, the glass window of the 2-story house shattered under a single blow, startling its occupants awake. The homeowners, a middle-aged couple who operated a modest clinic, had accumulated some wealth. The area was notorious for its poor security, particularly at night, prompting many affluent families to arm themselves for protection. Alerted by the commotion, the male occupant quickly sat up. Retrieving a Colt M1911 from the bedside drawer, he stealthily approached the door on tiptoe. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, and as a figure stepped into the room, the homeowner instinctively aimed his weapon at him. "Don't move." The lights flicked on, illuminating the previously dark room. Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, Li Li stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, a second arm reached past him, pressing a firearm against the homeowner's chest, while the terrified scream of the wife echoed from the bed. "Shut up." Qin Chuan, standing behind Li Li, held a gun in one hand while deftly relieving the homeowner of his weapon with the other, flashing a grin at the pallid-faced man. He casually tucked the M1911 into his waistband. Li, in a flurry of activity, used bed sheets to securely bind the couple, stuffing towels into their mouths to stifle any cries. Glistening with sweat, he turned to Qin Chuan and complained, "It would have been far simpler to just eliminate them. Then we wouldn't have to worry about them pulling any tricks. Isn't that safer?" Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him, compelled to concede that human nature, under certain circumstances, can become so convoluted that one may fail to recognize oneself. In his homeland, even with tenfold courage, Li would never dare to take a life. Yet, here he was, audaciously proposing the heinous notion of murder to silence witnesses. Although the couple cowering in the corner did not comprehend his words, they sensed the malice in his tone and began to fidget anxiously. "If you remain quiet and do not cause a commotion, I shall not harm you. I merely require temporary use of this place." As a former colony, this locale was not only governed by an official language, but many also communicated in English and Portuguese. Qin Chuan employed standard Portuguese, leaving Li perplexed, while the couple understood clearly, nodding in cooperation, their earlier trepidation dissipating. Chapter 51. The kind-hearted couple. Qin Chuan approached the window of the bedroom, the second-floor elevation offering him a perfect vantage point to observe the internal affairs of the estate across the way. The bright lights illuminated the vicinity of the residence as if it were midday, with patrolling soldiers leading guard dogs in their rounds. Within mere minutes, 2 patrol units traversed the same location. Moreover, the palace's rooftop terrace was fortified with anti-aircraft weaponry, and the beams of searchlights swept incessantly across the garden. To infiltrate this palace silently would prove to be a formidable challenge. Clearly, this kudu was also fearful of death, terrified that enemies might come knocking, and had fortified his dwelling to an impenetrable degree. Such a level of defense posed significant complications for Qin Chuan. The guard dogs, far from mere decoration, would detect any unfamiliar scent, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape their keen sense of smell, no matter how well he concealed himself. Yet, there were still means to navigate this predicament, albeit with considerable risk. Failure could not only jeopardize the rescue of Su Yanran, but also endanger his own life. It was imperative to prepare thoroughly before proceeding. Qin Chuan found himself reminiscing about his comrades from the military. If they were all present, not even the prospect of infiltrating Kudu's lair would deter them, let alone an outright assault. Li, at best, could be regarded as a mere errand boy, offering little assistance. If danger arose, he would likely flee faster than anyone else. Furrowing his brow and letting out a sigh, he attentively monitored the intervals between the appearances of each patrol unit when a military jeep suddenly sped into view. Observing the direction of the vehicle, it seemed destined for this very location. Had their whereabouts been compromised? If that were the case, how could the enemy possibly dispatch only one vehicle? Such a scenario was clearly illogical. For now, he could only observe and await developments. Should they be discovered, a violent exit would be their only recourse. "Turn off the lights." Qin Chuan drew the curtains closed and turned to signal Li. The latter promptly complied, pulling the cord of the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent series of knocks echoed from downstairs, sending Li's heart racing as he gripped his automatic rifle tightly, a look of sheer panic crossing his face. "They can't possibly know we are hiding here, can they?" "Shoo!" Qin Chuan motioned for silence, crouching as he moved toward the room's entrance. "Is anyone there? Dr. Holier, hurry. Someone is injured. If you don't open up soon, I shall not be polite." The person outside appeared to be in a state of great agitation, already resorting to kicking the door. "If we do not open it soon, they may indeed force their way in. The Dr. Holier he mentioned is likely the male head of this household." Upon entering, Qin Chuan noticed the white lab coat hanging by the wall. "What should we do?" "They are about to burst in," Li asked, anxiety evident in his voice. Time was of the essence. If we delayed any longer, they would soon discover our presence. It seemed we had no choice but to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Qin Chuan approached the homeowner and whispered, "I will release you now, but you must promise not to divulge our whereabouts." Without a moment's hesitation, Holier nodded vigorously. Yet, he still felt uneasy and added, "Your wife must remain upstairs. As long as you do not betray us, I assure you she will come to no harm." Keeping Mrs. Holier as a hostage would at least serve as a deterrent. Holier nodded in agreement, and Qin Chuan personally untied the ropes binding him, saying, "Go on, remember my words." Holier cast a glance back at his wife before striding towards the door. "They're coming, stop kicking," Holier called as he descended the stairs and opened the door, allowing 4 soldiers to enter in a single file. Among them was the junior officer, who frowned upon entering and surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Why did it take so long to open the door, and what is with all this broken glass on the floor?" It must be the mischievous child from the carpenter's house next door. He threw stones at my windows. I will sort it out with him tomorrow morning, Hollier replied swiftly, donning the white coat and smoothly changing the subject. By the way, sir, you seem in a hurry to find me. Has something happened? The officer, having merely asked out of casual interest, nodded in response. One of my men has sustained a minor injury. I need you to take a look at him. With that, he gestured for two soldiers to assist a limping comrade, who hobbled forward. Hollier had already noticed the blood staining the soldier's right leg and instructed the two to lay the injured man on the single bed against the wall, stepping closer to examine the wound. Goodness, this is a gunshot wound. What on earth transpired? Hollier's keen eyes quickly discerned the severity of the situation. The officer, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Stop asking questions and treat him quickly. If he dies, I will shoot you myself. Hollier dared not press further, silently concluding that this incident was likely connected to the two Asians upstairs. This city possessed but a small hospital, with a total of merely 10 medical staff. As a result of numerous soldier injuries today, the hospital was overwhelmed, prompting the officer to bring the lightly wounded soldier to Dr. Hollier for treatment. After administering anesthesia, the patient succumbed to sleep, and Hollier skillfully made an incision with his surgical knife, extracting the bullet within a matter of minutes. The operation is complete. The young man is in good health and should not face any complications. However, I currently lack blood bags. For a transfusion, you will need to go to the hospital. After some persuasion from Hollier, the officer allowed the soldiers to carry their comrade away, leaving without a backward glance and failing to mention any concerns regarding payment for the treatment. Hollier had long grown accustomed to the brigand-like demeanor of these individuals. Having secured the door and locked it, he returned to the bedroom on the second floor. Rest assured, they have departed without discovering any inconsistencies, Hollier asserted with conviction. Indeed, the sound of a jeep starting echoed from downstairs, swiftly departing from the premises. Qin Chuan kept his word and promptly released Mrs. Hollier, merely instructing them not to leave the house. The couple exhibited remarkable cooperation, with Mrs. Hollier even fetching some snacks from the kitchen to serve as a late-night repast. She then approached Qin Chuan with a grave expression, clearly recognizing that he was the one in command. With utmost seriousness, she inquired, "Are you here to assassinate Kudu?" Taken aback for a moment, Qin Chuan eventually nodded, in a manner of speaking. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions transformed into one of fervent excitement, nearly causing them to topple the water cup before them, as they clasped Qin Chuan's hand and recounted their sorrowful tale through tears. The Holliers relied on their clinic for a decent income in the area, and they had a daughter, beautiful and kind-hearted. They had once been a happy family of 3, but a year ago, their hopes were shattered. On that fateful day, their daughter Elena vanished on her way to school, and after several agonizing days, the distraught couple found her barely clinging to life outside Kudu's estate, tormented and broken. In her final moments, she uttered the name of that beast, Kudu. As they recounted their heart-wrenching story, tears streamed down the faces of the Hollier couple. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Easterners. The following morning, Hollier's clinic opened as usual, with patients arriving for consultations, yet no one noticed the presence of 2 strangers upstairs. Mrs. Hollier even prepared breakfast for them and delivered it to their room. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend rang true. The couple had assisted them in strategizing the previous night. However, based on Qin Chuan's observations, it would indeed be challenging to infiltrate Kudu's stronghold without alerting the guards. After pondering throughout the night, Qin Chuan finally laid down to rest briefly at dawn, while Lily took his place by the window to keep watch. This was beneath the very nose of the enemy, where even the slightest disturbance could lead to catastrophic consequences, necessitating the utmost vigilance. Fortunately, the day passed without incident, and no unusual occurrences were detected. As the time approached, Hollier locked up the clinic and invited the 2 men downstairs to share dinner. They interacted as if they had been longtime friends, enjoying a harmonious meal together. After dining, Qin Chuan even volunteered to assist the couple in clearing the table. "If it is within your power, I beseech you to help me rid the world of that devil, Kudu," Hollier implored, gripping Qin Chuan's hand with desperation. The appearance of this Chinese man rekindled a glimmer of hope for revenge in the once despondent couple. Qin Chuan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, executing such a task would not be simple. He had yet to devise a plan for entering Kudu's lair. However, faced with the pleading of this grieving couple, he found it difficult to refuse. He learned from Hollier that the father and son duo, Kudu, were avaricious and lecherous, having caused distress to numerous young women. The longer time passed, the more perilous it became for Su Yanran, trapped within. Unable to wait any longer, Qin Chuan resolved to investigate personally that very night. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved a cache of weapons from beneath the bed, meticulously fastening grenades within the folds of his suit. The jacket, borrowed from an officer, hung loosely upon him, concealing the arsenal he had hidden within its depths. "Something's happening. Come quickly," exclaimed Li, standing by the window. Qin Chuan, clutching 2 spare magazines destined for his pockets, approached the window with curiosity. Unbeknownst to him, a luxurious Mercedes had arrived at the entrance of the White Palace, a rare sight in the area where modest vehicles, such as 3-wheeled carts or pickups, predominated. Could it be that Ku Du himself was about to depart, or had a distinguished guest arrived? This might present an opportunity. He set his weapons aside and observed intently. After approximately 40 to 50 minutes, 2 impeccably suited men, one elderly and one youthful, emerged, accompanied by a burly, bearded African-American adorned with an array of medals. If his suspicions were correct, the bearded man was none other than the local tyrant, Abintai Ku Du. Just then, Mrs. Holier entered to serve them water, and Qin Chuan seized the chance to confirm his suspicions. The lady retrieved her glasses from a drawer, approached him, and upon a mere glance, gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Yes, that is Ku Du, a devil who deserves to be cast into hell." Qin Chuan glanced at the rifle propped against the wall. The straight-line distance from his position to where Ku Du stood was roughly 200 meters, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He assessed his chances of taking the shot with a fair degree of confidence, but after several deep breaths, he resisted the temptation. Eliminating Ku Du at this juncture would not aid in his mission to rescue anyone, and would only expose him and jeopardize the Holier couple. He reminded himself that the primary objective of this endeavor was to save lives, with the elimination of Ku Du being a secondary concern. With this clarity, he gradually regained his composure, his gaze unwavering on the figures at the palace entrance. "Are those 2 with Ku Du Chinese?" Li observed the 2 impeccably dressed Asians with mild astonishment. Qin Chuan shook his head. Their nationality remained uncertain, yet it was evident that their status was extraordinary, as even a local tyrant like Ku Du had to greet them with a smile, embracing the younger man warmly upon their departure. The 2 men entered the vehicle, which then departed the lair of Ku Du, escorted by 2 military trucks, the headlights soon fading into the distance. "Let us go. This could be a prime opportunity." Qin Chuan would not let it slip away. He swiftly opened the door and dashed outside. The town at night, devoid of a curfew, was eerily quiet. With not a soul in sight, the streets fell into a hushed stillness, resembling a ghost town. The vehicles moved at a speed of 20 miles per hour, and Qin Chuan maneuvered through a narrow alley, finally catching up with the convoy. After traveling several hundred meters, they arrived at a hotel, where the car came to a halt. As soon as it stopped, several men in black suits rushed to assist, opening the car doors with alacrity. Confronted by the obsequious greetings of the onlookers, the man who descended from the vehicle exhibited an air of indifference, his expression unchanging as he strode into the hotel. The establishment was extravagantly adorned, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. It served as a venue for the affluent guests of Ku Du, with a contingent of soldiers stationed outside, ensuring that even the wealthy could scarcely gain entry. "Have they entered?" Li queried breathlessly, catching up to Qin Chuan. Crouched in the corner, Qin Chuan scrutinized the grand entrance of the hotel. The armed sentinels at the door, caught in a bout of ennui, exchanged idle banter and stifled yawns, anticipating yet another arduous night. Under the cover of darkness, Qin Chuan led Li, who was crouching low, stealthily across the street to the rear of the hotel. To Qin Chuan, the towering 2-meter wall seemed inconsequential. With a springing leap, he grasped the top of the wall and effortlessly scaled it, then turned back to assist Li. He had taken note that the individual had returned not long ago, as a light illuminated a room on the 4th floor, suggesting that the guest was likely residing there. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, the hotel was unusually quiet. Apart from the night shift staff at the front desk, the rest had retired early. The 2 slipped in unnoticed through the kitchen window, tiptoeing past the front desk where the attendant, oblivious to their presence, dozed off, his head bobbing. They entered the elevator, heading directly to the 4th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, 2 impeccably dressed men immediately turned to face them. "Entry is prohibited here. Leave at once," commanded one in a dark suit, still unaware that the intruders were unwelcome guests, gesturing for them to depart. East Zhuang people? The language they spoke betrayed their true nationality, revealing them to be a band of ruffians rather than the Chinese nationals Li had initially presumed. "What did you say?" Qin Chuan feigned ignorance, stepping forward. "Leave from here. Understand?" The man, sensing no deceit, issued his command in English with an air of superiority. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Chuan delivered a swift blow to the side of his neck, causing him to collapse limply. The companion, realizing too late, reached for his weapon while attempting to alert those inside. Yet, before he could draw his pistol, a powerful strike to his temple sent him tumbling into unconsciousness. Following his partner's fate. Chapter 53. A clever solution having neutralized the two East Zhuang sentinels, Li was still in shock as Qin Chuan swiftly dispatched them. Indeed, a true man of violence. Qin Chuan opened a storage room, unceremoniously tossing the disarmed East Zhuang man inside. Then turned to Li with a firm instruction. You remain outside and alert me at the slightest sign of trouble. Understood, Li replied, watching as Qin Chuan approached the door of the room, still aglow with light. With a decisive kick, he burst through the door. Inside, a young man sat poised in a chair, while an elder stood attentively behind him, listening intently. The young man, scarcely 30, clearly held dominion over the space, issuing calm directives. The sudden crash interrupted his speech, and he turned to see Qin Chuan striding boldly into the room. Who are you? He demanded. The young man furrowed his brow and inquired sharply, while the elder behind him hurriedly stepped forward to shield him, only to be brusquely shoved aside by Qin Chuan. Do not move. Bullets do not discriminate, he warned, pressing his handgun against the young man's forehead, speaking in the dialect of the eastern continent. The young man, who had been attempting to rise, obediently recited himself, gazing at Qin Chuan with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Despite the gun's muzzle trained on him, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Did he presume that his assailant would not dare to pull the trigger? How dare you show such disrespect to our young master? Lower your weapon. The elder shouted furiously from behind, his countenance aflame with indignation, as if Qin Chuan were committing an unforgivable sin by aiming a gun at his master. In the face of this threat, Qin Chuan merely smiled over his shoulder and, without warning, delivered a resounding slap across the young man's face. The sharp crack reverberated through the room, leaving the two Eastern Continenters momentarily stunned. This audacious youth evidently had no understanding of the gravity of his actions, daring to lay hands on the heir of the Sanchuan Group. As one of the three major financial conglomerates in the Eastern Continent, Sanchuan Group primarily engaged in military industry and high-tech research, holding a monopolistic position domestically and wielding significant influence internationally. This young master, Kawamoto Jiro, was the beloved youngest son of the family head. His coming-of-age ceremony presided over personally by the emperor, illustrating the nobility of his status. Typically, someone of his standing would not deign to meet with a mere smuggler. However, a cargo vessel under the Sanchuan flag had encountered difficulties, and the precious cargo it carried could not afford any mishaps. The ship had faced no obstacles until passing this locale, where it was unexpectedly beset by pirates under the command of the smuggler. In an effort to impress his father, he resolved to undertake this journey himself, initially believing it to be a straightforward task, akin to a leisurely excursion. Little did he anticipate that someone would dare to assault him. Do you know who I am? He feigned calmness in his query, though the fury etched upon his face betrayed his facade. In his entire life, Qin Chuan was the first to challenge him in such a manner. The question he posed suggested either a foundation of confidence or sheer arrogance. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Qin Chuan. Another slap landed on Kawamoto Jiro's face, sending him tumbling back into his chair. I did not consent. What compelled you to rise? Qin Chuan mocked. This blow indeed subdued the young man. He recognized that facing such a ruthless individual, the wisest course was to refrain from provoking further conflict. Although he gripped the armrests of his chair tightly enough to creak, he refrained from any rash actions, fully aware that the handgun still pressed against his temple, regardless of his lofty status. A single bullet could just as easily extinguish his life. Qin Chuan's gaze was devoid of jest. Should he provoke his ire, he would undoubtedly pull the trigger. Coming to this realization, Kawamoto Jiro fell into a profound silence, even as myriad schemes of retribution swirled within his mind, his expression betraying none. You seek money. Name your price. As long as you do not harm the young master, I can procure any amount, the devoted elder pleaded from the side. Witnessing the humiliation of his master was akin to a death sentence for him. I do not desire money. I merely require your assistance with a task. Take me to meet the smuggler. I must rescue a friend, Qin Chuan succinctly explained. Upon learning that he was not the target of Kawamoto Jiro, the old servant quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. I can take you to meet Kudo, but you must first strike me across the face twice, and rest assured, I shall return the favor in due time. Kawamoto Jiro readily accepted, pushing aside the handgun and rising to his feet. He instructed the servant. Notify Kudo that I accept his terms and that we shall meet at once. Understood. The old servant produced a satellite phone and exchanged a few words with the other party. No tricks, Qin Chuan cautioned, lowering his weapon. A luxury vehicle came to a halt outside the hotel, and Kawamoto Jiro, accompanied by the servant, entered the car under Qin Chuan's watchful eye. You drive? He instructed Li, turning back. Though Kawamoto Jiro appeared exceedingly cooperative, Qin Chuan remained wary, keeping his right hand, which clutched the gun, concealed in his pocket. Should these two Easterners dare to engage in any deceit, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Li ordered the driver out of the vehicle and took the driver's seat. Once Qin Chuan joined him, the car started moving at a steady pace towards Kudo's stronghold. In the car, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the 4 meticulously stacked travel cases in the back seat and inquired, "What do you have in those cases?" "Money," Kawamoto Jiro replied candidly. "Each case contains $5 million, totaling $20 million. This sum was sufficient to provide a comfortable life for an ordinary person." However, Qin Chuan's expression remained largely unchanged, save for a flicker of curiosity. "Why bring so much cash to meet Kudo? My goods are in his possession. That greedy man wishes for me to pay $20 million to reclaim them," Kawamoto Jiro remarked, reclining slightly to make himself more comfortable. "What items are worth $20 million? Qin Chuan pressed further. The other man offered no reply until the muzzle of the gun pressed against his waist. With a serious expression, Kawamoto Jiro retracted his smile and stated, "Focus solely on saving your people. It is best not to inquire into other matters. The more you know, the worse it will be for you." Their gazes locked in a tense standoff, with Kawamoto Jiro confident that Qin Chuan would not dare to kill him outright, as he still needed him to facilitate the meeting with Kudo. After navigating several turns, the vehicle arrived at the gates of the general's residence. Behind the sandbag fortification stood a heavy machine gun. Should the gunner uncover their true intentions, a barrage could easily reduce the car's occupants to mere targets. "Open the gate. The general wishes to see me," Kawamoto Jiro announced, lowering the window to address the soldiers outside. Recognizing him, a few soldiers approached to clear the barricade. "You stay outside," Qin Chuan instructed Li. Trembling with fear, Li felt as though he had received a heavenly decree and nodded gratefully. In truth, Qin Chuan had decided to leave him behind, considering that his presence within could prove unhelpful and potentially complicate matters. Chapter 54. The insidious and cunning scoundrel summoning 2 soldiers. Kawamoto Jiro instructed them to carry the 4 large travel cases as they disembarked and strode into the heavily guarded general's residence. An officer, having received prior notice, approached them from a distance. "Is General Kudo asleep?" Kawamoto Jiro inquired, leading the conversation as he walked alongside the officer. "He had just settled down, but upon hearing that you changed your mind, he instructed me to come and greet you. He will change and join you shortly." The officer led them onward, encountering fully armed patrols along the way. Clearly, Kudo was a man who feared death. The number of guards stationed here amounted to a full battalion. Even the slightest disturbance could not escape the vigilance of these soldiers. To infiltrate silently was undoubtedly a fanciful dream. "They are my attendants, accompanying me to meet the general." Chuansong Jiro glanced back at Qin Chuan, who was closely trailing behind him, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Of course, please follow me this way." The officer guided them to a conference room on the first floor, even pulling out a chair for Chuansong Jiro and serving him with utmost care. Qin Chuan and the elderly servant stood on either side of Chuansong Jiro. Once the soldiers set down the boxes, they turned and exited. After a brief interval, the corridor outside echoed with hurried footsteps, and soon, a short, stout man with a bushy beard, clad in a robe and accompanied by a group of officers, entered. This portly figure was none other than the infamous Kudo. To the untrained eye, he appeared quite amiable, but those who truly knew him understood the depths of his malevolence. "Old friend, I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Kudo stepped forward to embrace his counterpart warmly, yet Chuansong Jiro remained aloof, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Were it not for the importance of the cargo, he would disdain to associate with such a man given his stature. Coldly, he inquired, "Where's my cargo?" Kudo settled himself on the opposite side of the table, taking a cigar handed to him by one of his subordinates. Exhaling a puff of smoke before leisurely replying, "Rest assured, Mr. Chuansong, the goods are safely stored here. As for the remuneration, clearly, they were a band of thieves. They might as well have demanded a ransom outright rather than masquerading it as a reward." Chuansong Jiro, disinterested in quibbling with this man, instructed Qin Chuan, "Open the boxes." As Qin Chuan had entered as an attendant, he had no choice but to comply. He stepped forward, opening the 4 travel cases in succession, each containing neatly stacked bundles of $100 bills. Upon seeing such a fortune, Kudo and his cadre of officers were instantly captivated. Some unable to contain themselves, their mouths agape as drool threatened to spill onto the floor. "Is this all?" Chuansong Jiro asked. "Wait a moment." Kudo whispered a few instructions to one of the officers, who promptly departed. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan sought an opportune moment to slip away and rescue the captives. However, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance, without a valid reason, any rash attempt to exit would undoubtedly raise suspicion. He contemplated the idea of taking Kudo hostage in exchange for the captives, but with several officers constantly by his side, and given that this was Kudo's stronghold, any reckless move could lead to his demise. Before long, the officer returned, holding a glass vial containing a viscous green liquid. He casually placed it on the table in front of Chuansong Jiro. The latter's expression changed instantly. Fortunately, the container was intact. Had it been damaged, causing a leak of the substance, all present would likely have faced fatal consequences. The life or death of others is of no concern to him. He certainly does not wish to be harmed by a group of brutish individuals. Why is there only one vial, and what of the other four? He scrutinized the container, confirming that the liquid had not been tampered with, then furrowed his brow and inquired. Kudo seemed to have anticipated his question, chuckling lightly in response. The 20 million I mentioned earlier is merely the price for one glass vial. If you desire the remaining 4, it will cost you an additional 80 million. Perhaps sensing that Chuan Benjiro was affluent and deeply valued these trifles, Kudo unexpectedly altered his stance, eager to extract more from him. Thud. Feeling deceived, Chuan Benjiro could no longer maintain his previous composure. He slammed his fist onto the table. The soldiers stationed at the door rushed in, their weapons drawn, and aimed at them. Leave. Kudo waved his hand nonchalantly, confident in his own territory, unperturbed by any tricks the opposing party might attempt. Chuan Benjiro took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. For him, several tens of millions were but a pittance. Yet the humiliation inflicted by the other party was intolerable. Fine, I shall give you 80 million, but the items must be returned in full. Splendid. Go fetch some wine. I wish to toast with Mr. Chuan Ben, Kudo declared contentedly. In his eyes, trading a few fragile glass vials for 100 million was a remarkable profit, surpassing what he had amassed through years of pillaging and violence, hence his elation. I have another request, Chuan Benjiro said, glancing back at Qin Chuan. A few days ago, was there a woman from Huiguo and her companions captured by your men and detained here? Bring her to me immediately. True to his word, Kudo did not employ any tricks while assisting Qin Chuan in locating the individual. Are they your friends? No problem. They are being held in the basement. I shall have them brought over at once. Consider these individuals a complimentary gift, Kudo boasted, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a wave of relief. The situation was unfolding more smoothly than anticipated. Yet, before he could fully exhale, an officer approached Kudo, whispering something that caused Kudo's expression to shift dramatically. What? That woman has been taken to my son's room? Any fool could discern the intentions of Kudo's lecherous son in bringing a woman to his quarters. His son was even more brutal than Kudo himself. The women he had abused were often left battered and broken, and in unfortunate cases, might even be tortured to death. A woman captured by him would surely face a grim fate. Qin Chuan had long heard of his son's notorious reputation from the holier couple and never imagined that his greatest fears would manifest before him. The thought of Su Yanran potentially enduring torment at the hands of Kudo's son caused him to lose his composure. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chuan Benjiro, who had been observing him from the shadows, suddenly pushed back his chair and rushed toward Kudo, shouting, "He is a killer. Eliminate him quickly." This cunning individual, who had previously appeared exceedingly cooperative, had merely feigned compliance to lull Qin Chuan into a false sense of security, and upon finding an opportunity, he brazenly betrayed him. It was too late for Qin Chuan to regret. In the end, he had fallen prey to this shrewd little schemer. As he drew his gun, preparing to fire at Kawamoto Jiro's back, just at the moment he pulled the trigger, a figure lunged directly in front of him. The bullet struck the old servant's chest. Seizing the opportunity, Kawamoto Jiro fled behind the group of officers protecting Kudo, shouting, "Kill him quickly." Chapter 55. Unethical thoughts. The old servant clutched tightly to Qin Chuan's arm, which held the gun, as the officers under Kudo quickly reacted, drawing their weapons and firing. Bullets whistled through the air. Qin Chuan switched the gun to his left hand, using his right to shield the old servant as he returned fire. The guards stationed at the door, alerted by the gunfire, rushed into the room, only to be met with a hail of bullets that struck them down before they could comprehend the situation. With the old servant in tow, Qin Chuan swiftly retreated towards the door, bullets tearing into the old man's back, blooming like flowers of blood. The officers, having only brought handguns for convenience, lacked sufficient firepower, granting Qin Chuan a chance to escape. Upon reaching the doorway, he released the old servant's lifeless body and, as if by sleight of hand, produced a grenade, biting off the pin before tossing it inside. Panic erupted in the conference room, followed by a tremendous explosion. As the smoke began to clear, Kawamoto Jiro pushed aside the corpse of an officer that lay upon him and stood up, coughing, only to find that Qin Chuan had vanished without a trace. To his dismay, he realized that the glass vial he had neglected to take was also gone along with Qin Chuan. Kudo, cursing as he rose, was seized by Kawamoto Jiro by the collar, lifting him off the ground with palpable strength. "Quickly, inform your soldiers. They must capture that boy and retrieve my belongings." Observing Jiro's anxious demeanor, Kudo, struggling to breathe, could not help but inquire, "What exactly is the liquid in that vial? Do not ask so many questions. I will give you an additional 50 million. You must bring back the item intact. Kawamoto Jiro nearly shouted the command. For the liquid within the vial was a highly potent radioactive substance, requiring specialized containment. A leak would spell catastrophic consequences. The intense gunfire had already alerted the guards outside, and a fully armed contingent, led by an officer, hurried along the corridor towards the conference room. Just as they passed, Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows, cautiously moving in the opposite direction. Not far into his escape, another group of guards approached from the opposite direction. They simultaneously spotted each other and opened fire. Taking cover behind a wall, Qin Chuan fired a few erratic shots. The bullets ricocheted off the brick wall behind him, sending sparks flying. From his coat, he retrieved a grenade, removing the safety pin, mentally counting to 3 before hurling it outside. The grenade traced a perfect arc through the air, detonating before it even hit the ground. The shrapnel wreaked havoc among the guards, causing significant casualties. Drawing his M1911 from his waistband, Qin Chuan burst forth from cover. Firing simultaneously with both hands, the bullets seemed to home in on their targets, eliminating every enemy in sight. After reloading his handgun, he continued his advance forward. As she turned the corner, she beheld a maid, crouched on the ground, her face etched with terror as she gazed up at her. "Where's the room of Ku Du's son?" Confronted by the still steaming barrel of a gun, the frightened maid dared not conceal the truth. Trembling as she pointed to the second room on the left, upstairs. "Thank you," Qin Chuan replied politely before departing. Ku Du likely believed that the defenses here were impenetrable, with a multitude of guards stationed outside, while the interior remained desolate. Progressing unhindered to the second floor, he saw not a single enemy in the corridor. Qin Chuan remained vigilant, gripping his weapon as he approached the left passage. Upon reaching the door of the second room, he heard the anguished cries of a woman from within, sounding pitifully mournful. Indeed, she was inside. With a swift kick, he shattered the door, the resounding crash startling the 2 occupants within. "Who are you?" Ku Du's son, clad only in underpants and clutching a riding whip, stared at the unexpectedly intruding Qin Chuan with astonishment. The boy's visage was even more grotesque than his father's. His crossed eyes, crooked mouth, and prominent buck teeth were hardly appealing. Dressed as he was, it seemed he had yet to fulfill his intentions. A murderous intent ignited in Qin Chuan's eyes. Without uttering a word, he raised his gun and fired, ending the life of Ku Du's son, whose lifeless body collapsed to the ground as Qin Chuan advanced towards the bed. Before him lay a scene that stirred the blood, her hands and feet bound, a rag stuffed in her mouth. She could only emit muffled cries. The unfortunate target of Ku Du's son was none other than Bai Lulu. This revelation, while shocking, was not entirely unexpected. After all, men like Ku Du and his son were primarily concerned with a woman's appearance, particularly her figure, and Bai Lulu's curvaceous form certainly aligned with their aesthetic preferences. Earlier, Qin Chuan had been so preoccupied with concern for Su Yanzhen that he had overlooked the fact that Bai Lulu was also a hostage. Thankfully, her presence had allowed Su Yanzhen to narrowly escape peril that night. Yet, had Qin Chuan arrived a day later, it might have been too late for her as well. Though this thought was somewhat unseemly, it was indeed the most genuine sentiment occupying his mind at that moment. Drawing his knife, he swiftly severed the ropes binding her limbs and retrieved the scattered garments from beside the bed, tossing them to her. "Hurry and put these on. We must leave at once." He turned coldly, taking his position by the door, vigilant against any external threats. Bai Lulu understood that this was not the time for lamentation. Her survival depended solely on heeding Qin Chuan's directives. Stifling her humiliation, she hastily donned the clothing, but as the fabric was in tatters, it clung to her form in a manner that was more revealing than concealing, exposing swaths of her fair skin. In the heat of battle, Qin Chuan resembled an emotionless machine. He cast but a fleeting glance at the scantily clad Bai Lulu before resolutely stepping outside. Bang! Bang! A soldier peered around the corner, only to be struck by a bullet, tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic roll. "Do you know where Su Yanzhen and the others are being held?" Qin Chuan pressed against the wall, retrieving a grenade as he asked without turning back. "They are in the basement. I know the entrance," Bai Lulu replied from behind him. The grenade was hurled, crashing against the wall before rebounding into the corridor. Several soldiers crouching by the wall watched in horror as the metallic projectile rolled to their feet, paralyzed by fear and unable to flee in time. Boom. Once the smoke cleared, Qin Chuan approached the fallen guards, casually picking up an AM rifle and reloading it, before charging back to the first floor alongside Bai Lulu. In the passageway, they engaged in a brief exchange of gunfire with the approaching enemies. Bullets struck the walls with a series of sharp thuds, and as Qin Chuan fired while retreating, his precise marksmanship kept the adversaries at bay. Bai Lulu led the way, deftly navigating left and right until they arrived at an iron door. The door was ensnared with chains, prompting Qin Chuan to instruct her to step aside. Drawing his pistol with his left hand, he fired 3 shots at the heavy lock, shattering it instantly. As he swung the iron door open, a staircase leading down to the basement revealed itself, where another iron door awaited. Employing the same method, he blasted the lock to pieces with 2 shots. Chapter 56. The Burden of Goodness. Just as Bai Lulu was about to enter, Qin Chuan yanked her back, as violent gunfire erupted from the basement corridor. Bullets struck the iron door with a resonant clang, narrowly missing Bai Lulu, who almost fell victim to the hail of gunfire. Only 4 guards remained in the basement, their combat experience severely lacking. Upon spotting a target, they indiscriminately unleashed their ammunition without any sense of restraint. Remaining composed, Qin Chuan waited until the gunfire from the opposing side diminished before tossing a grenade through the crack of the door. Boom. 3 guards were killed, and 1 was injured. Qin Chuan swiftly slipped inside and dispatched the wounded guard with a single shot. The dimly lit corridor was barely illuminated, with incandescent lights spaced every 10 meters. The air was heavy, permeated by a musty odor. Bai Lulu guided him through the twists and turns of the passage, revealing numerous iron cages once used to imprison hostages. In the past, pirates would capture valuable individuals during their raids on passing ships, bringing them here to hold for ransom, awaiting payments from the hostages' families. However, in recent months, as the conflict escalated, vessels began to circumvent this area, leaving even the pirates struggling in their trade. The cages now stood almost entirely empty, and the fates of those once held within remained a mystery. Whether they lived or died was unknown. We have come to rescue you. Bai Lulu called out to the feeble figures slumped inside one of the cages. Du Zihei abruptly lifted his head, and upon seeing Qin Chuan beside Bai Lulu, he scrambled to the edge of the cage in a frantic hurry. Qin Chuan, save us. The once dignified Du Zihei now bore a gaunt face, with sunken eyes and bloodstains marring his and his 2 loyal aides' clothing. It was evident they had endured severe beatings at the hands of the guards. They seemed to have selectively forgotten their past transgressions, abandoning others to flee under the cover of night, only to suffer this fate, purely a consequence of their own actions. Qin Chuan, disregarding the selfish nature of such individuals, reminded himself that his daring incursion was not for their salvation. Turning to Bai Lulu, he asked with a hint of displeasure, "Did I not instruct you to lead me to Su Yanran?" Bai Lulu felt a twinge of fear at his gaze. The man before her was no longer the modest security guard she once knew, but a formidable force capable of great violence. She lowered her head, gesturing towards the front, and said, "President Su was originally locked up with me, just around the bend ahead." Qin Chuan remained silent and moved forward, causing great distress to Du Zihei and his companions, who were still confined in their cage. Those guards were nothing short of inhumane. They provided only 1 meal a day, consisting of foul-smelling pig slop. If they dared to voice even the slightest complaint, they would inevitably face a brutal beating. If this continued, within a week, they would either starve to death or be beaten to death. "Please don't abandon us. We know we were wrong. If you can forgive me, I will comply with any request," Du Zihei pleaded, shaking the bars in desperation. Yet Qin Chuan did not look back, dragging Bai Lulu around the corner and disappearing from sight. The 3 slumped helplessly to the ground, painfully striking their heads, and in that moment, perhaps genuine emotions surfaced. Du Zihei, unable to maintain his usual composure, began to weep in regret. As Qin Chuan had said, had they known this would be the outcome, they would not have acted as they did. Their selfishness had led to their own downfall. "This is it," Bai Lulu stated, stopping before an iron door. Perhaps the guards showed leniency due to their gender, as they were not confined in a cage, but rather provided with a cell where they could eat, drink, and relieve themselves under the watchful eyes of others. Qin Chuan peered through the ventilation window above the iron door, but the darkness obscured everything within. "Su Yanran." He called out multiple times until finally, there was a response. "Qin Chuan, is that you?" Hearing Su Yanran's melodic voice brought a sense of relief to him. "Step back," he instructed. With a swift kick, the heavy iron door yielded, denting under the force. Another kick sent the door flying open, unable to withstand such violent treatment. Having been imprisoned in that dark environment, Su Yanran stepped out of the cell, momentarily blinded by the brightness of the ceiling lights. She squinted for a while before gradually adjusting her eyes. "It's really you. I must be dreaming," Su Yanran murmured in disbelief. When Bai Lulu was taken away by the son of the drug lord, she realized that she would be next. Rather than endure such humiliation, she resolved to end her own life. This strong-willed female executive determined to avoid such indignity, groping around until she found a small shard of stone. She began to cut at her wrist. Without experiencing such despair firsthand, one could hardly comprehend the depths of her hopelessness. As a proud woman, in the face of such dire circumstances, death might indeed offer her a release. The stone shard was dull. After several attempts, she finally broke the skin on her wrist. allowing her crimson blood to drip down from her fingertips. Although the bleeding was slow, she gradually felt dizzy, a sign of her life force ebbing away. It was only after Qin Chuan called out several times at the door that she snapped back to reality. Had he arrived any later, perhaps Su Yanran would have already succumbed to her despair. Observing her profusely bleeding wrist, Qin Chuan surmised the thoughts of the female CEO and felt a sense of relief at having arrived in the nick of time. He tore a strip of fabric from his clothing to hastily bandage her wound and instructed Bai Lulu, "You support her and follow closely behind me." Bai Lulu nodded eagerly in agreement. The trio turned back, with Qin Chuan leading the way, his gun persistently aimed ahead. The enemies outside would soon realize they had retreated into the basement. Should they block their exit, they would find themselves in dire straits. As they passed by Du Zihe and others once more, Qin Chuan's expression remained impassive as he continued forward. "Yanran, please save us, I beg you. I don't want to die here," Du Zihe wailed, his face a pitiful sight. Su Yanran, not being a heartless woman, felt a twinge of compassion, especially considering Du Zihe had been quite attentive to her both in the company and beyond. Although his earlier act of stealing the speedboat had indeed crossed a line, she could not bear to watch him perish without intervening. Observing his plight, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. As a participant in this situation, she understood the grievances between Qin Chuan and Du Zihe. However, from her perspective, saving one was akin to saving many. Why not lend a hand? As for their conflicts, once they escaped this peril, even if Qin Chuan were to vent his frustrations on Du Zihe, it would be far preferable to leaving him to await his demise. "Qin Chuan, could you please wait a moment?" Rationality prevailed, and Su Yanran ultimately managed to persuade herself to speak up on behalf of Du Zihe. Chapter 57. A desperate situation. Hold on. Qin Chuan turned back, recognizing the indecision etched on Su Yanran's face and discerning her intentions. Was she seeking to plead for Du Zihe's life? Of course, she was closer to him than to anyone else. To Qin Chuan, he was merely a temporary asset. Once they returned to their homeland, Du Zihe would be his equal, while he was merely a lowly security guard. Time was of the essence, and Qin Chuan had no desire to engage in debate. The enemy could breach their defenses at any moment, and each passing second exponentially increased their risk. Since it was Su Yanran's wish to save him, Qin Chuan saw no reason to squander further time. He raised his weapon and commanded, "Step aside." Bai Lulu quickly pulled Su Yanran to the side, and following the sound of 2 gunshots, the lock on the iron cage was shattered by the bullets. As Du Zihe and the others emerged from the cage, they expressed their gratitude profusely, their tears reflecting genuine remorse for the suffering they had endured. Qin Chuan's countenance remained chillingly aloof, leaving even Su Yanran perplexed by his sudden emotional detachment. Was it merely because of her request? He barely glanced at them before stepping over to a fallen guard, using his foot to lift the rifle strap that lay on the ground, tossing it toward Du Zihe. "If you 3 wish to survive, arm yourselves and fight alongside me." Though Du Zihe and his companions had acquired some shooting knowledge on the island, they had never participated in any real combat. Asking them to engage the enemy was akin to placing an unreasonable burden upon them. Qin Chuan's actions were not unwarranted. He owed them nothing and had no obligation to protect them. If they wanted to live, they had to take up arms and fight. Du Zihe came to a realization. Rather than languishing here to death, it was better to take a gamble. Even if there were only a 10% chance of escaping alive, it would still be a gain. He promptly picked up the rifle, signaling his 2 trusted subordinates beside him. Each of the 3 armed themselves and followed closely behind Qin Chuan. Though trepidation gripped their hearts, they pressed on, knowing that to feign weakness and plead for protection from Qin Chuan would invite scorn from the 2 women trailing behind them. Upon reaching the basement exit, as Qin Chuan pulled open the iron door, the waiting guards outside unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The cacophony of dozens of weapons firing simultaneously was deafening. Bullets ricocheted off the iron door, yet failed to harm the ever-cautious Qin Chuan, instead sending the inexperienced Du Zihe and his companions sprawling to the floor in a state of panic. Although none were injured, the situation was dire, the exit was obstructed, and the straight corridor outside offered no cover. The moment he exposed himself, the guards, even with their eyes closed, could easily turn him into a sieve. Hiding inside was not a viable option either. Once the enemy regained their composure, a single rocket could obliterate the iron door and force their way in. Relying on himself and 3 frightened novices was utterly insufficient. Was there truly no alternative? As the gunfire gradually subsided, Kudo even had soldiers bring in 2 light machine guns, effectively sealing off the exit. At this juncture, even if Qin Chuan sprouted wings, he would find escape impossible. "Kawamoto Jiro, I know you are out there. You must be eager to reclaim that vial from my possession," came Qin Chuan's voice from behind the iron door. Baka. His guess was accurate. Kawamoto Jiro was indeed hiding behind the guards alongside Kudo, his desire for that vial rivaled only by his yearning for life itself. With a darkened expression, he cursed under his breath as Qin Chuan continued, "Why not propose a trade? Have Kudo withdraw the soldiers and allow us to leave, and I shall return the vial to you." Qin Chuan, ever cunning, had recognized the vial's significance to Kawamoto Jiro, which was precisely why he had dared to seize it amidst the hail of gunfire. He spoke in Eastern dialect, rendering Kudo and the others unable to comprehend his words. Kawamoto Jiro's expression shifted erratically. He had not anticipated that the opposing side would resort to such a threat. The vial was of immense importance to both him and his family. Had it not been for European nations classifying the liquid known as Y009 as a class of contraband, he would not have risked transporting it by cargo ship. Yet, his clandestine maneuver had backfired, leading to a significant setback in this small nation of Anwega. To reclaim what rightfully belonged to him, he found himself compelled to compromise. After a brief calculation, he whispered an irresistible offer into Kudo's ear. As anticipated, Kudo pondered for a moment before conceding. "Very well, I agree. Leave the item, and you may depart," he proclaimed loudly. "I hope you are not deceiving me this time. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the integrity of that item." Qin Chuan slowly pulled open the iron door, signaling for the others to remain still until he confirmed that the enemy would not fire before stepping out. Kudo remained somewhat trustworthy. Considering the substantial reward provided by Kawamoto Jiro, he ought to express his gratitude to Qin Chuan, as it had also allowed him to earn a considerable sum. As for the soldiers slain by Qin Chuan, their lives were of little consequence. He gestured for his men to lower their weapons, watching as Qin Chuan emerged slowly, clutching a container filled with a green liquid. Just as he tentatively stepped forward, a disheveled officer, his hat lost in the chaos, stumbled towards Kudo. His face contorted in despair. "Hakuru has been killed." What? Hakuru was Kudo's son, his sole heir, and had been gunned down in his own bedroom. It was only upon the officer's repeated affirmation that Kudo grasped the gravity of the situation. In an instant, Kudo erupted in fury. His beloved son was dead, and the perpetrator must pay. By the time Kawamoto Jiro realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late to quell Kudo's wrath. "Open fire. Eliminate them. Do not shoot." The guards, however, heeded only Kudo's command, ignoring Kawamoto Jiro's frantic protests. The guns that had just been lowered were raised once more, bullets unleashed with reckless abandon. The sound of gunfire erupted. Fortunately, Qin Chuan sensed the impending danger and turned to flee. Yet his speed paled in comparison to that of the bullets. One struck him in the back, erupting in a spray of crimson mist. Qin Chuan collapsed to the ground, rolling forward and managing to kick the iron door shut once more. "You're injured," Su Yanran observed, noting the trail of red marks left in his wake. "Stay back." Qin Chuan halted her advance, bracing himself against the ground as he gradually rose, retreating to the wall, gasping for breath. Had he not been swift enough, coupled with the iron door shielding him from the bullets, he might have met a grim fate. Outside, the gunfire ceased momentarily, but a far greater threat loomed. Though Kudo was known for his volatile temperament, his intellect was sharp. He had summoned a rocket launcher, intent on blasting open the iron door to the basement and avenging his son by eliminating Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, Kawamoto Jiro was too preoccupied to dissuade him, his gaze fixated on a glass bottle rolling ominously towards them. The Y009 remained unscathed within the bottle, and he finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 58, The Lethal Green Gas. Y009, a foundational material for a new type of biochemical weapon, was deemed far too destructive, posing a threat greater than nuclear radiation, and had long been outlawed by nations worldwide. These few vials of Y009 had cost Kawamoto Jiro dearly to acquire, and he was grateful the bottles had not shattered. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. The container filled with Y009 rolled along the slightly inclined ground, eventually coming to a stop before a soldier's boot. "Stand clear. No one is to fire. If that bottle is hit, we all perish." Kawamoto Jiro pushed aside the soldier obstructing his path, intending to retrieve the bottle, only to find a gun-wielding arm extending through the gap in the iron door. Qin Chuan, weapon in hand, aimed through the crack at the bottle. Though unaware of its precise purpose, he recognized its significance from Kawamoto Jiro's evident concern. Trapped in this dire situation, Qin Chuan was indifferent to the prospect of a mutual demise. He was determined to ensure that they paid a price for their actions. Without hesitation, he pressed the trigger of his firearm. Bang! Kawamoto Jiro could only watch in horror as the container filled with liquid shattered under the impact of the bullet. The liquid splattered onto the floor, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the stone, and a green mist began to rise ominously. In an instant, Kawamoto Jiro's expression transformed into one of utter dread, and without uttering a word, he turned and fled. Observing his stumbling retreat, Kudu was momentarily stunned as the agonized cries of soldiers echoed in his ears. Turning his gaze, he saw a guard who had inadvertently inhaled the green gas. Clutching his throat and collapsing to the ground, the man appeared to be in excruciating pain, emitting beast-like growls from his throat, with veins bulging grotesquely beneath his skin, writhing like worms in a truly horrific display. In the brief moment of shock, several more guards fell to the ground in agony, their reactions mirroring that of the first, struggling for mere seconds before succumbing to stillness. Holding their breath proved futile. The corrosive nature of the green gas was overwhelming, searing their skin with unbearable pain. The soldiers who had previously surrounded the exit now fled in panic, like terrified ghosts, leaving only those writhing on the ground in torment. Qin Chuan, crouched behind the door, witnessed this horrifying scene unfold, a chill coursing through his limbs. The terror of this substance far exceeded his expectations. He recalled how he had once kept it close to his body. Had it ruptured, he would have been reduced to nothing more than a corroded skeleton. Although the guards who had encircled them had fled, they were still trapped, as the pale green gas had already permeated much of the corridor and was rapidly expanding outward. The gas flowed swiftly, approaching the basement in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan hastily secured the iron door, listening to the unsettling sounds of steel being corroded from outside. This action merely delayed the gas from flooding the area. It could still seep through the cracks. The onlookers, hearing the agonizing screams from without, paled and instinctively recoiled. Don't just stand there. Quickly find an exit. Faced with such a predicament, Qin Chuan was devoid of options. Their only hope for safety lay in escaping the basement. The air was slightly oppressive yet not entirely foul, indicating that there must be a ventilation shaft somewhere below. Discovering that vent could lead to their escape, desperation spurred them onward as they raced down the corridor, not daring to waste a single moment. Upon encountering a guard's resting quarters, they forcefully kicked the door open. Nothing here, they exclaimed. No luck this way either. The green gas continued to surge toward them, leaving them with little time. A few individuals pressed on relentlessly, driven by the urgency of their plight. The corridor stretched longer than they had anticipated, with Du Zihei and the others at the forefront, panting heavily, primarily from the psychological terror that loomed over them. Without finding an exit, death could be imminent. As Qin Chuan fell behind, the others were preoccupied with their escape, oblivious to the unnatural manner of his running. With each stride, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and droplets of crimson blood fell to the ground beneath him. Suddenly, he noticed Du Zihei and a few others returning, their faces etched with despair as they declared, "There's no way forward." The green gas surged ominously closer to their feet. Was it truly their fate to perish here? A gentle breeze swept through, refreshing the air and sharpening their minds. Qin Chuan scanned the vicinity and confidently asserted, "There must be a vent nearby. Let us search more thoroughly." Driven by the instinct to survive, no one dared to slacken their efforts, and they frantically began to look around. "We found it," exclaimed a male colleague, pointing excitedly at a cluster of stacked wooden crates. However, his voice dwindled as the group rushed to his side, only to be met with disappointment. Before them was indeed a square vent, but it was sealed shut by iron bars. Each bar was as thick as a thumb, leaving only enough space for a mouse to slip through. The grim discovery felt like a death sentence, and the burly colleague, undeterred, stepped forward and gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, yet the bars remained immovable. "Step aside." Qin Chuan raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet struck the steel, creating a shower of sparks, but ultimately only left a shallow scratch. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to devise a plan to break the steel bars. "The green gas is coming." Du Zihei pointed at the creeping toxin with a terrified shout. The gas had lightened in color, and its corrosive effects seemed to diminish. But that did not render it harmless. At its current rate of spread, it would reach them in less than half a minute. As despair set in, Qin Chuan gripped one of the steel bars in each hand, bracing his right foot against the wall, his arm muscles bulging with effort. "Give me strength." Within his seemingly unremarkable frame lay the hidden power of a fierce beast. With a roar, the two steel bars began to bend visibly, and with a sudden snap, he wrenched one free. The resulting gap was insufficient for their escape, so Qin Chuan persisted. Under the anxious and hopeful gazes of his companions, he removed the second and third bars with sheer determination. The opening was approximately 2 meters off the ground. To expedite their escape, Qin Chuan swiftly hoisted Su Yanran by her thighs, his face inadvertently pressed against her rear. Su Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson, but she put aside her embarrassment, recognizing the urgency of the moment. Once she emerged from the vent, she quickly turned to assist the others in their escape. By the time the last person crawled out, the toxic gas had already enveloped the area they had just vacated. Mere seconds more, and they might have bid farewell to this world forever. Chapter 59. The last magazine. Though Qin Chuan and his companions had narrowly escaped the basement, the crisis was far from over. Their exit point remained within the confines of the general's estate, and before they could revel in their survival, the sound of barking dogs jolted them back to the harsh reality. Two fierce black-backed dogs burst forth from around the corner of the house, charging directly at them. The crowd had barely begun to rise when the formidable wolves leapt forward. Qin Chuan fired several rounds, ultimately bringing the two vicious hounds down. However, the gunfire had betrayed their position. A bright beam from a searchlight on the rooftop illuminated their whereabouts, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly intense as a battalion of guards approached swiftly, spurred on by the sound of the whistle. "Quickly, you must leave. I will provide cover," Qin Chuan instructed. As previously arranged, Lily was to wait in a car outside the back wall of the courtyard for their escape. Qin Chuan gestured towards a direction and raised his rifle, unleashing a rapid series of shots. Just as a squad of guards emerged around the corner of the building, two were struck by bullets, forcing the others to retreat hastily behind the wall, firing recklessly in return. The bullets thudded against the muddy ground, and Du Zihei and the others understood that remaining would be futile. They grabbed Su Yanran's arm and sprinted towards the wall. A stray bullet struck one of the rear runners, and he fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Du Zihei did not dare to look back to see who had been so unfortunate. His sole focus was on advancing, enduring what felt like a near-death experience. The three of them arrived at the wall. Fortunately, a floor bead nearby provided a foothold, allowing them to climb with relative ease and leap down to the ground with a thud. "It's Zhang Chuang," he said sadly, having just witnessed another subordinate being shot. He had seen Zhang Chuang fall, yet lacked the courage to stop and assist him. Now, in the safety of the moment, a sense of guilt began to creep in. Du Zihei remained silent, pondering their next move when the headlights of a car parked at the roadside flickered twice, and a business vehicle drove directly towards them. The car halted before the anxious trio, and the window rolled down to reveal Li Li's face. "Uncle, get in the car. We must leave at once," he urged. They could only blame the urgency of the moment for Qin Chuan's oversight, which led to their unnecessary panic. Upon recognizing his nephew in the vehicle, Du Zihei felt a surge of relief and swiftly opened the door, preparing to enter, only to notice that Su Yanran had not moved from her spot. "Yanran, what are you waiting for?" he questioned, confused. "What if Qin Chuan hasn't come out yet? What will happen to him if we leave?" Su Yanran replied, her brow furrowed in concern. The gunfire from within the wall intensified, indicating a fierce battle. "Don't be foolish. Can't you see that so many soldiers have him surrounded? There is no way he can get out," Du Zihei insisted, but Su Yanran remained unmoved. Lily began to urge her as well. "Hurry, come with us. If we don't leave now, we truly will miss our chance." "Yes, Su. Please don't delay any longer. Those bandits will be after us soon. If you don't leave, we will," Lily added, his irritation evident. If it weren't for his uncle's presence, he would not waste precious time escaping for the sake of a woman. Several bullets whizzed perilously close to Qin Chuan's head, narrowly missing him. He crouched low, resolutely unmoving, his eyes reflecting only determination and coldness. A few more shots rang out, and the guards that rushed around the corner fell to the ground like they had been struck by a hammer, silent and lifeless upon the grass. Scattered at his feet were gleaming bullet casings, their numbers steadily increasing. Having emptied another magazine, the number of guards he had taken down had risen to 18, while the enemy's ranks seemed to swell rather than diminish. In the distance, the ominous roar of armored vehicles echoed ominously. He understood all too well that if he did not flee now, he would be unable to escape at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he extracted his last grenade, pulled the pin with his teeth, and hurled it with all his might. The grenade soared through the air for 50 to 60 meters before erupting with a deafening blast, sending screams reverberating through the air. The soldiers hidden around the corner had yet to grasp the situation before being thrown to the ground by the explosion. As the sound of destruction lingered, Qin Chuan sprang to his feet and darted toward the wall, moving with the agility of a cunning rabbit. No one could believe he could be this nimble after sustaining a gunshot wound. Bullets stitched the air where he had just run, and had he hesitated for even half a second, he would have met a grim fate. In a bid to hasten his escape, Qin Chuan discarded his rifle and sprinted over 100 meters, leaping with grace to grasp the top of the wall. A bullet struck his thigh, eliciting a muffled roar from his throat, yet his movements remained undeterred as he vaulted over the wall, landing with a thud on the other side. He had escaped, but the order from General Kudu was merciless. None were to be spared. Inside the wall, chaos reigned as soldiers emerged from various directions in pursuit. Qin Chuan lay on the ground, catching his breath before he managed to push himself up with great difficulty. The frenzied dash seemed to have drained every ounce of his strength, and now even standing was a challenge. Blood seeping down his pant leg and staining the earth beneath him a deep crimson. The street before him was shrouded in darkness and desolation. As anticipated, The cowardly Du Zihe and Lili had fled. Was it worth sacrificing his own life to save others? A sardonic smile crept onto Qin Chuan's lips. The only solace was that Su Yanran had left with them. He hoped she would return home safely, wondering if she would ever think of him again. Old man, you often scolded me in the army for not embodying the spirit of a soldier. I hope I haven't disappointed you this time. However, you may never see me again, and no one will provoke you anymore. Qin Chuan could no longer run. He was acutely aware of the dire state of his body. Leaning against the wall, gripping his handgun, he murmured softly. Awaiting death was not his style. Even in demise, he would take a piece of the enemy with him. With his grenades expended and only one magazine left for his pistol, he pondered how many foes he might take down. Killing one would mean recouping his losses, and any additional would be a gain. Footsteps approached swiftly, and with a steely resolve, he stepped toward the wall. Just as he prepared to confront the oncoming enemies in a desperate fight to the death, a figure emerged from the dark alley behind him. Hearing that familiar voice, Qin Chuan turned, struggling to maintain his previous composure. Why didn't you leave with them? Watching the figure sprinting toward him, his emotions swirled, pain and relief intertwined. The person was none other than Su Yanran, who had chosen to stay behind. He had never anticipated that the aloof CEO he once knew would forsake her escape for him. Chapter 60, Misfortunes Never Come Alone. Come this way. Su Yanran casually tugged at Qin Chuan, only to find that he toppled towards her like a lifeless doll. This fellow is surprisingly heavy. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick, and she managed to catch him, her right hand resting on his back, where she felt a dampness. Bringing her hand to her eyes, Su Yanran's beautiful orbs widened in shock as she realized her palm had been stained crimson with blood. Are you injured? She asked, her voice trembling. Just grazed by a couple of bullets, Qin Chuan replied with a casual smile, seemingly unfazed, as if those bullets were no more than mosquito bites. Yet, his body betrayed him. He felt as though he had lost all strength, his entire weight resting heavily on Su Yanran's shoulders. Had it not been for her prior training, she might not have been able to bear him at all. The two fled into a dark alley, twisting and turning, unsure if their pursuers were hot on their heels. Su Yanran was utterly unfamiliar with this city, her vision obscured as she wandered aimlessly like a headless fly. This way, Qin Chuan said, pointing to a narrow path on the right at a fork. Given his current condition, he might not last long enough to escape the city. He needed to find a hiding place nearby. This led him to think of the Hollier couple. Their home was situated directly across from the general's residence. Often, the most perilous locations turned out to be the safest. After navigating a winding route, they finally arrived at the Hollier's doorstep. The light inside the lair of the kudu was still bright, and the shrill sound of alarms rang continuously. Su Yanran knocked urgently on the door, and within half a minute, it creaked open. Hollier stood behind it, alertly asking, "Who is it?" Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, supported by Su Yanran, he quickly opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. "Thank heavens, child." Hearing the alarms, "I feared something had happened to you," old Hollier exclaimed, crossing himself in gratitude. He looked at Su Yanran, his excitement palpable. "I presume this young lady is the one Qin Chuan insisted on rescuing?" Su Yanran felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and nodded silently. At that moment, Hollier's wife, wearing a sweater over her pajamas, descended the stairs. Upon seeing Qin Chuan drenched in blood, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, you're hurt. Quickly, come upstairs, I'll fetch some medicine." Hearing his wife's words, Hollier switched on the light, only to realize that aside from his face, Qin Chuan was nearly entirely stained red. He hurried to assist Su Yanran in bringing Qin Chuan to the second floor. Outside, soldiers stationed at the two barracks in the city received word of the attack on Kudu and rushed to the scene. A throng of soldiers gathered outside the general's residence, numbering at least in the thousands. Kudu, accompanied by several officers, strode confidently towards the soldiers. "Someone has killed my son. Immediately seal off all exits. No one is allowed in or out. You have one day to find him. I want to personally exact vengeance for my son." The grief-stricken Kudu issued his commands in a tone laced with venom. A contingent of soldiers dispersed in various directions, while another group, led by an officer who had seen Qin Chuan, began to search every house for traces of their target. The soldiers conducted thorough inspections from house to house, leaving no suspicious spot unchecked. Some took advantage of the chaos to plunder, forcefully entering residents' homes to seize valuables. Those who dared to resist faced brutal beatings, while several young women also fell victim to these marauders, their cries echoing in every corner. In one room, the Hollier couple was tending to Qin Chuan's wounds. Dr. Hollier, wielding tweezers and aided by the dim light, carefully extracted the bullet lodged in Qin Chuan's back. Thankfully, this stray bullet lacked sufficient force. It had embedded itself in the muscle without damaging any internal organs. As long as the bullet could be removed, the bleeding could be halted. After stitching one wound, Dr. Hollier examined the injury on Qin Chuan's thigh, which was far more severe. The rifle bullet had nearly reduced the flesh in that area to a pulp, narrowly missing the major artery. Without prompt treatment, his survival would be in jeopardy. It was uncertain whether to count him fortunate or unfortunate. The bullet's impact was mere centimeters from his vital organs, a close call that could have rendered him impotent. Qin Chuan gazed down at his mangled wound, a wave of dread washing over him as he silently acknowledged how fortunate he was. To facilitate the bullet's extraction, he complied with Dr. Hollier's request to remove his now crimson-stained trousers, leaving only a pair of tattered shorts, which had suffered considerable wear after spending over 10 days on the deserted island. Yanran quickly turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. "There's no anesthetic left. You must endure. Can you manage?" Dr. Hollier asked, gripping the scalpel with concern. He needed to first excise the necrotic tissue. If the bullet remained unseen, he would have to make additional incisions. "Not a problem. Go ahead," Qin Chuan replied, his voice weak from blood loss, his complexion much paler than usual. As the sharp scalpel met his wound, Qin Chuan involuntarily flinched, and this was merely the beginning. As Dr. Hollier gradually cleared away the rotten flesh, beads of sweat began to trickle down Qin Chuan's cheeks. Yanran lacked the courage to look on. Merely hearing the sound of Qin Chuan grinding his teeth made her feel as though the knife were cutting into her own flesh, leaving her in a state of profound discomfort. Suddenly, a loud pounding on the door interrupted the procedure. "Open up. Inspection." The forceful knocking caused Dr. Hollier to exchange a glance with his wife. "You two stay here and do not come out. We will deal with these marauders first." "Understood," Yanran responded. Outside, the soldiers had begun kicking the door with ferocity. Dr. Hollier stepped outside, while his wife hurriedly gathered the used cotton and Qin Chuan's blood-soaked garments. Concealing them in a bag, she turned back to Yanran, saying, "Keep an eye on him. Do not let him fall asleep." "What should I do?" Yanran inquired anxiously. Mrs. Hollier shook her head. "Just keep him talking. As long as he stays awake, anything will do." With that, she exited, leaving Yanran alone with the barely conscious Qin Chuan. Meanwhile, the Holliers descended the stairs, but as soon as they opened the door, they were met with a soldier's slap, followed by an unabashed spree of looting and destruction. The bottles and jars on the counter were swept to the ground by the soldiers. Hollier attempted to intervene, but was struck down by a rifle butt, rendering him unable to rise. His wife cried out in desperation, trying to shield them from the rampaging brigands, only to be mercilessly knocked down as well. Soon, every valuable item in the rooms below was looted. Greed knows no bounds. Under the pretense of searching for fugitives, the robbers aimed to ascend the stairs. Hollier, though feebly resisting, proved utterly ineffective against their advance. A forceful blow from the commanding officer shattered his glasses, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. Hollier's wife let out a heart-wrenching scream, helplessly witnessing the gang swaggering into their bedroom. Chapter 61. A life in peril. The officer, accompanied by 5 soldiers, arrived before the door of the upstairs bedroom, turning the knob and bursting inside. The room had clearly been ransacked. All surgical instruments and medications had vanished, leaving only faint traces of blood on the floor that had not been thoroughly cleaned. The 6 men were singularly focused on plundering wealth, oblivious to the possibility that their quarry might be concealed within. The officer stationed 1 soldier outside to keep an eye on the couple below, while the other 4 rummaged through the room. Before long, the nightstand yielded Hollier's wife's jewelry and some cash, collectively amounting to a considerable fortune. The officer licked his fingers, counting the folded bills with a look of satisfaction. "Let us go," he commanded, gesturing to his men to proceed to the next target. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent and halted, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it was the unmistakable smell of blood. Driven by curiosity, he approached the unsearched wardrobe and reached for the door. His instincts were correct. Yanran and Qin Chuan were hidden inside. As the footsteps drew nearer, Yanran's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. What to do? What to do? Just as her anxiety peaked, Qin Chuan, who had been leaning against her, slowly opened his eyes. Severely injured, standing was a monumental effort, yet when faced with danger, his gaze turned icy, revealing signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. At the moment the officer pulled the wardrobe door open, a sharp paratrooper knife suddenly thrust out from the gap, piercing through the officer's eye unimpeded. The human body has many vulnerable areas. A severe blow to any can jeopardize life, but the eye is particularly fatal. As the blade penetrated, it struck his brain's nerves, claiming his life in an instant. Even the soldiers behind him failed to notice anything amiss. Their commander lay dead, and they puzzled over why his hand had released the doorknob and dropped limply. As the body fell backward, a figure darted out with astonishing speed, the knife in hand slashing across the throat of a nearby soldier. Blood sprayed through the air as yet another soldier was fatally stabbed in the heart. The The confined space of the bedroom provided him with an optimal opportunity to unleash his prowess. The soldier across from him had just removed his rifle from his shoulder, the muzzle not yet leveled, when he was swiftly dispatched with a single stroke. In a mere 3 to 5 seconds, the room was littered with 5 bodies sprawled haphazardly. The soldier stationed outside, alerted by the commotion, turned hastily but had yet to pull the trigger when Qin Chuan's paratrooper knife flew from his hand, striking the target squarely in the forehead. The soldier standing at the door collapsed, tumbling down the staircase. Having eliminated 6 soldiers in one breath, Qin Chuan felt as though he had exhausted every ounce of strength, his body swaying before crashing onto the floor. Both Hollier and his wife bore varying degrees of injury, and the room was left in a state of utter chaos. The 6 bodies remained where they had fallen, unremoved. Hollier was bloodied and unconscious, while his wife had sustained an injury to her arm, rendering her temporarily powerless. Yanran hurried downstairs to close the door before returning to the scene, where the situation before her posed a considerable challenge. The gunshot wound in Qin Chuan's thigh continued to bleed profusely as he sat on the floor propped against the bed, his chest rising and falling only slightly. Who could have imagined that this man, nearly at death's door, had just managed to slay 6 foes? Mrs. Hollier made it abundantly clear that to save him, the bullet embedded in his thigh must be removed. Otherwise, the blood loss alone could claim his life. Now, she was the only one able to act. Qin Chuan had sustained his injuries in the effort to save her, and thus, Yanran felt an unrelenting sense of responsibility, even if it was merely to repay a debt of gratitude. However, she was at a loss as to where to begin. Throughout her life, she had never even killed a chicken and felt faint at the mere sight of blood. Thankfully, Mrs. Hollier remained conscious, albeit unable to exert her right hand. Following her guidance, Yanran cautiously used a cotton swab to pry open the wound, peering inside. She could not see the bullet, and spoke with a voice trembling on the verge of tears. To have brought the proud female CEO to such a state was indeed a testament to Qin Chuan's uniqueness. Unfortunately, he lacked the energy to appreciate her tearful demeanor, as waves of dizziness relentlessly gnawed at his nerves, and he was on the brink of collapse. With a scalpel in hand, Mrs. Hollier instructed her to enlarge the wound and search within. Reluctantly, Yanran picked up the scalpel, hesitated for a moment, and then made the incision. The wound was significantly widened, yet still, the bullet eluded visibility. It had shifted position within his body. Tweezers proved futile, and she resorted to probing with her fingers, blood beginning to flow more rapidly. Cursed be it, Qin Chuan was on the verge of death, and yet that bullet seemed to mockingly obstruct her efforts. In a bid to see more clearly, Yanran leaned in closer, finding the sight exceedingly bothersome. "I am trying to tend to your wounds. Could you not focus a little?" she said, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her voice, though her frustration remained unspoken. She simply reminded Qin Chuan not to let his mind wander at such a critical moment. "It is a natural reaction. Can you blame me? After all, you are quite striking," Qin Chuan replied weakly. Despite his usual demeanor as a stoic man, he possessed a silver tongue when it came to charming women. In this life and death moment, he still dared to tease the female CEO. Yanran, having grown up, had always encountered gentlemen around her who, in their quest for her favor, behaved with utmost decorum. Yet, the only person who dared to speak to her in such a manner was Qin Chuan. This stirred a complex mixture of emotions within her: confusion, irritation, and an unexpected hint of delight. She herself could not decipher why Qin Chuan's compliment about her beauty brought her such joy. Her movements became slightly more vigorous, eliciting a soft grunt from Qin Chuan, which jolted her back to reality. Now was not the time for such frivolous thoughts. She focused intently on her work. Her diligence was rewarded when her fingertips encountered a hard object buried within flesh, and she was certain it was the projectile. Elation surged within her, and she turned to share the news with Qin Chuan, only to find him slumped, motionless, seemingly devoid of breath. A sense of dread struck her heart. Could he truly leave her alone here? Was there any difference between that and death? She dared not contemplate further and called out, "Qin Chuan, speak to me. Don't shout. I can't hear you. Just feeling a bit tired and wanted to rest my eyes," came his weak response. Overwhelmed with joy, Yanran recalled Mrs. Hollier's instructions and quickly implored, "Please don't sleep. I beg you. You must stay awake. How about we chat for a while?" Chapter 62. Qin Chuan's response finally. Qin Chuan managed to open his eyes, his voice still feeble. "What do you wish to talk about? No need for introductions, I presume? What to discuss?" Yanran found herself at a loss. Before the calamity at sea, they had never exchanged a single word, and she barely remembered him as a mere security guard in the company. A security guard and a billionaire female CEO, what common ground could they possibly share? Should they converse about finance or cosmetics? "Do you like me?" she blurted out, disregarding her feminine modesty to prevent Qin Chuan from dozing off. immediately feeling her cheeks flush with warmth. Despite her towering achievements in her career, she remained remarkably naive in matters of the heart. Throughout her life, she had been the obedient daughter in her family, having only experienced a single, innocent romance during her university years. That relationship, characterized by mutual ambition, had merely involved handholding and no further transgressions. Ultimately, it faded when her partner left to study abroad. Faced with her question, Qin Chuan responded with surprising candor, openly admitting that he indeed harbored feelings for this female CEO before him. Had he uttered such words in the company previously, he would have been met with ridicule. A toad aspiring to eat swan meat, there was no way Su Yanran could ever look upon him favorably. This was no romantic drama. There was no conceivable possibility between a CEO and a mere security guard. However, the current circumstances and their harrowing experience seemed to render the improbable possible. Su Yanran's cheeks flushed, yet she exhibited no signs of rejection. Biting her lip for a moment, she attempted to grasp the bullet with tweezers while asking, without raising her head, "When did you first begin to like me?" The question was rather brazen, something she would normally never dare to utter. Fortunately, Mrs. Holier beside her did not understand Chinese, which granted her the courage to voice such a thought. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, uncertain whether he was pained or preparing to reveal something significant. After a few seconds, he leisurely replied, "You might find it amusing, but since the very first day I started working at the company and laid eyes on you, I had already contemplated names for our future children." Su Zong couldn't suppress a laugh, but upon hearing Qin Chuan's pained grunt, she quickly realized her mistake and apologized. "I'm sorry, I must have hurt you." Who said that a stoic man could not comfort a woman? Even the composed manner in which he spoke such words left the female executive slightly disarmed. The bullet was lodged tightly, and Su Yanran had to concentrate fully, proceeding with utmost caution. As the tweezers withdrew from the wound, they clutched a deformed bullet. Although the bullet had been extracted, the bleeding had not ceased. In fact, it flowed even more profusely than before, quickly creating a crimson puddle on the floor. Her trembling hands betrayed her anxiety, yet she forced herself to remain composed, cleaning and disinfecting the wound as per Mrs. Holier's guidance, while attempting to engage him in conversation. "So what names did you choose for the children?" "For a boy, I would name him Qin Hao. For a girl, I would name her." His voice gradually weakened, fading to an almost inaudible whisper. "Don't sleep, please don't sleep. You haven't finished your words." Su Yanran had never felt so vulnerable. Tears streaming down her cheeks, yet her hands did not dare to pause, persistently wiping away the blood that flowed from his wound, despite the seeming futility of her efforts. In what felt like an eternity, Qin Chuan appeared to have succumbed to a deep slumber. When he finally opened his eyes again, dawn was just breaking outside. The wound on his leg had been bandaged, and the corpses of the robbers had been cleared away without her noticing. Su Yanran, exhausted, sat on the ground, her head resting against the foot of the bed, her hands and face smeared with blood she had neglected to wash off. The night air here was frigid. Perhaps she sensed the cold but was reluctant to awaken, curling her body and shivering slightly. Qin Chuan attempted to rise, supporting himself against the edge of the bed, swaying for a moment before regaining his balance. He carefully pulled a blanket from the bed and gently draped it over Su Yanran. What should have been a morning filled with warmth was disrupted by the clamor from outside. The search had continued throughout the night, and while the soldiers had failed to capture the murderer of Ku Duzi's son, they had certainly filled their pockets with loot. As dawn approached, the officers counted the troops and discovered a missing squad. Based on the area they were responsible for, it was not difficult to locate them here. A battalion of armed soldiers was gathering in the open ground, preparing to conduct a more thorough search of the area, house by house. The noise roused Su Yanran from her light slumber. Still not fully awake, she surveyed her surroundings with a dazed expression, only to brighten with joy upon seeing the tall figure standing by the window. "You're awake." Qin Chuan's astonishing recovery ability was truly hard to believe. Last night, it appeared that he was on the brink of death, yet astonishingly, after just a few hours of rest, he managed to stand and walk unaided. Qin Chuan turned around and bestowed upon her a radiant smile, scratching his head with a serious expression as he stated, "It seems I didn't finish my thought last night. I still haven't decided on a name for my daughter. How about you help me, Mr. Su?" Su Yanran couldn't help but chuckle, and in that fleeting moment, the two seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Unfortunately, the tranquil atmosphere was swiftly shattered by the hurried footsteps outside the room, interrupting their silent exchange. Entering was Holier himself, now awake but bearing several bruises on his face from the earlier altercation. "You must leave this place. There are many of Kudu's men outside, and they will soon search this location," he urged the two with a hint of anxiety. "Why don't you come with us?" Qin Chuan frowned, concerned that if they left, the couple might face repercussions. However, Holier shook his head, asserting, "My wife and I have already buried the bodies in the backyard. No one will ever know what transpired here. But you are different. If the Kudu men discover you, there will be no escape. His wife joined him, carrying a bundle that she handed to Su Yanran. Hurry and leave. This contains some food that you will need on your journey. Seeing the couple's resolute attitude, unwilling to abandon their home, Qin Chuan reluctantly acquiesced, guiding Su Yanran through the back door of their house. Children, we wish you all the best. Holier and his wife watched the two fade into the distance, tears streaming down their faces. Once back upstairs, Holier opened the item that Qin Chuan had forcibly pressed into his hands before leaving. It was a strip of fabric torn from clothing. Upon unfolding it, dazzling diamonds nearly blinded them with their brilliance. There were dozens of diamonds. If sold, they would suffice for the couple to live comfortably abroad for the remainder of their lives. This was Qin Chuan's token of gratitude, sharing half of the diamonds with the kind-hearted couple. Chapter 63. The path of escape. The two moved stealthily along a narrow path, akin to thieves in the night. With dawn still a while away, they needed to flee the city before the sun rose. The son of Kudu had been slain, and he would not rest easily. His forces had nearly emptied their ranks, surrounding the city like a fortress. Soldiers were visible in every street and alley, making Qin Chuan's attempt to escape with Su Yanran increasingly daunting. Shoo, there are people ahead. They crouched behind a bamboo basket filled with refuse as footsteps grew closer. After a tense few seconds, a patrol of soldiers passed by the alley where they were concealed. Once the sounds faded into the distance, they cautiously peeked out. They had covered less than 500 meters and had already encountered 3 patrols. In this place, progress had become nearly impossible. What should we do? Once daylight breaks, they will surely find us. Su Yanran clutched Qin Chuan's hand, her eyes devoid of the former strength of a formidable woman. In this moment, she resembled a fragile and helpless creature, and without Qin Chuan by her side, she might have already succumbed to despair. Do not fear. There is always a way to escape, Qin Chuan reassured her, his gaze fixating on a pickup truck parked across the street. After confirming that no one was approaching from either side, he cautiously moved forward, bending low. As he reached the car, cold sweat poured from his forehead. Who could fathom the extent of his physical weakness? Just a few more steps and his vision began to blur, sustained only by sheer willpower to remain upright. The car door was locked, and despite his attempts to tug at it, it remained immovable. He then removed his Holyfield jacket, wrapping it around his arms several times. And with his elbow, he struck the passenger side window. With a faint cracking sound, spiderweb-like fractures appeared on the glass, and with a determined push, it shattered. Reaching inside, he opened the door and gestured for Su Yanran to follow. Mimicking his actions, Su Yanran hurried over, disregarding her appearance. Once inside the vehicle, they gazed at the dashboard, disappointment flickering in Su Yanran's eyes. There was no car key, rendering the vehicle immobile. Did Qin Chuan need her to remind him of this? Clearly not. As this minor inconvenience would not deter him, he bent down and extracted a bundle of wires from beneath the steering wheel, biting through the rubber casing to expose the metallic strands. When the 2 wires touched, sparks flew. Su Yanran watched, astonished at Qin Chuan's adeptness, pondering his past endeavors. This pickup truck, at least a decade old, sputtered a few times but failed to ignite. Just then, a squad of soldiers emerged around the corner, prompting Su Yanran, seated in the passenger seat, to instinctively lower her body. They're coming. Hurry, it seems they've spotted us. As the soldiers approached, Su Yanran felt her palms grow clammy with anxiety. The pickup was parked by the roadside. Should the soldiers draw near, they would undoubtedly recognize the 2 occupants, leaving them trapped. To her relief, Qin Chuan did not disappoint. After several attempts, the old pickup finally roared to life. Gripping the steering wheel, he pressed the accelerator, and black smoke billowed from the exhaust as the vehicle began to move. The soldiers opposite had clearly noticed the commotion, raising their weapons and loudly commanding the truck to halt. Instead of stopping, the pickup accelerated, charging directly towards them. Was he out of his mind? Get down. Qin Chuan managed to free one hand to push a bewildered Su Yanran flat against her seat. Gunfire erupted from the soldiers, several rifles firing in unison at their officer's command, bullets striking the windshield and creating a multitude of holes. Quickly shifting gears, he pressed the accelerator hard. The pickup roaring in defiance as its speed surged dramatically, barreling towards the soldiers blocking their path. The cowardly henchmen of the Kudu, seeing the vehicle charge at them like a raging bull, dropped their weapons and scattered in fear. With a crash, the front of the truck collided with a roadside trash bin, sending it and 2 soldiers who failed to escape flying. Without losing momentum, the pickup sped forward, bullets ricocheting off the steel plate of the truck's rear, sending sparks flying, yet failing to harm the 2 inside. Do not presume that you have successfully broken through the enemy's encirclement. An incessant stream of vehicles and soldiers is rapidly converging from all directions towards the sound of gunfire. Ahead lies a fork in the road, where a troop transport vehicle emerges on the right, a machine gunner crouched atop, firing directly at them from a distance of over 100 meters. "Be careful," Su Yanran screams as bullets pummel the seats behind her. Qin Chuan grips the steering wheel with determination, the speed of the pickup truck surging past 100 miles per hour, its tires screeching against the pavement as he deftly veers onto the left road. This route leads to the seaside. To escape these bothersome pursuers, this is their only recourse. The pickup truck races along the road, pursued by a relentless line of military vehicles, a scene reminiscent of a thrilling chase from a cinematic blockbuster, yet far more exhilarating in reality. As Qin Chuan navigates the vehicle, he remains vigilant, scanning the surroundings and the relentless foes behind them. Through the shattered rearview mirror, he can see the enemy in hot pursuit, the closest being a mere 30 to 50 meters away. The aging pickup emits a disgruntled protest, the front hood riddled with bullet holes, belching thick black smoke. Whether they can reach the seaside remains uncertain, but a greater peril looms ahead. This is the sole path to the coast, and the enemy has chosen to set up a blockade on this narrow stretch of road. More than a dozen soldiers have erected obstacles, one of whom crouches in the middle of the road, shouldering a rocket launcher. As the pickup truck appears on this straight and narrow path, the soldier locks onto his target and decisively launches the rocket. With a burst of flames erupting from the rear of the launcher, the missile hurtles towards its target at an almost imperceptible speed. Qin Chuan catches a glimpse of a red. The 200 meters vanish in an instant. Fully aware of the incoming threat, he swiftly jerks the steering wheel left. The left front tire of the pickup teeters perilously over the curb. Had it not been for his deft skills, the vehicle could well have overturned, resulting in injury. The rocket whizzes past the vehicle, striking a military truck trailing closely behind. The rugged military vehicle proves as fragile as paper against the missile, and with an explosive roar, the front half is instantly obliterated, the remaining section tumbling into the roadside wilderness, engulfed in flames. Chapter 64. Escape at Sea. Su Yanran gazes at the burning military truck in the rearview mirror, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's decisive actions in this critical moment, they could very well have met the same fate. Hold on. Qin Chuan's calm reminder snaps her back to reality. Bullets ricochet off the windshield, leaving a series of round holes. As the soldiers manning the roadblock unleash a torrent of gunfire, the machine gun spitting flames like a furious dragon, Su Yanran hurriedly lowers her body, her mind a blank slate, entrusting their lives entirely to Qin Chuan. This man seems incapable of disappointing her. Not a hint of fear graces his face as he floors the accelerator. The distance of 100 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Before the marksman could reload the launch tube with a second rocket, the smoke-billowing pickup truck had already barreled into their path. The two shooters, howling in terror, leapt off the road, and in the next instant, the truck crashed through the barricade, charging forward like a wild stallion. Fortunately for Qin Chuan and his companions, this aged pickup, even with its hood torn off, managed to continue its reckless journey. Although they had broken through another set of barriers erected by the enemy, the threat was far from over. A throng of pursuers was hot on their heels, the air filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. They were close now. Just a little more endurance was required. The road leading to the seaside was uneven, and at over 100 miles per hour on such terrain, it felt more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Little Su Yanran was nearly rattled to pieces. Had she not been gritting her teeth in determination, she would have surely succumbed to nausea. After more than half an hour of relentless pursuit, the ocean finally came into view ahead. Qin Chuan, relying on his memory, pressed on for another 2 or 3 kilometers. Upon sighting the cove used for concealing boats, where a speedboat remained intact by the shore, he could finally exhale, silently thanking the heavens. The pickup plunged into the water, coming to a halt amidst a cloud of rising vapor. Struggling to push open the car door, he seized Su Yanran and dashed towards the speedboat. Bullets whizzed past them, splashing water around, yet they paid no heed. Exerting every ounce of strength to reach the vessel and clamber aboard, several bullets struck the boat, puncturing holes in the hull, but fortunately, they evaded injury. Qin Chuan promptly started the speedboat, its engine roaring to life as it sped away like an arrow released from the bow. The enemy, having abandoned their vehicles, fired desperately in pursuit, but no other vessels could be found in the vicinity. Even if reinforcements were summoned, they would arrive too late. The soldiers futilely fired from the shore, sending the two on their way with a cacophony of gunfire. Once the sounds of gunshots faded into silence, both collapsed onto the deck, utterly spent. "We made it," Qin Chuan said, turning to Su Yanran, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Though slightly pale, Su Yanran suffered no real injuries, only shaken by the ordeal. As she regained her composure and caught sight of Qin Chuan's goofy grin, she could not help but smile back. They were not far from land, and safety was still a distant prospect. At this juncture, without a clear destination, Qin Chuan resolved to keep navigating forward, planning to flee this cursed place before deciding their next steps. The speedboat raced across the sea, the wind howling around them. After nearly 2 hours of navigation, they had drifted over 100 nautical miles away from land, believing they were finally safe. However, just then, the speedboat came to an unexpected halt. Out of fuel? Yanran inquired, watching the vessel's speed decrease. Perhaps, Qin Chuan replied. There's a spare barrel of fuel on board. I'll add some. Having checked the reserve fuel before their departure, he felt at ease, but as he approached the stern and noticed the bullet holes in the engine, his brow furrowed in concern. There was still at least half a tank of gasoline. Clearly, the issue lay elsewhere. What is going on? Is it broken? Upon observing Qin Chuan squatting at the stern of the boat, his brow furrowed in distress, Yanran approached him with concern. Qin Chuan nodded, his hands smeared with grease. The bullet had pierced the motor's casing, damaging a set of gears within. That they had managed to navigate this far before the vessel stalled was no small feat. Without replacement parts, even though Qin Chuan comprehended the malfunction, he found himself powerless to act. Perhaps the heavens deemed their troubles insufficient. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, only to be swiftly shrouded by ominous clouds as a malevolent wind swept through. With a clap of thunder, torrential rain began to pour, soaking both of them instantly. On the second night of their maritime misfortune, they had been ensnared upon the rocks by similar ghastly weather, nearly drowning and almost becoming prey for sharks. The capriciousness of fate left them no choice but to face it with a bitter smile, utterly unable to resist. What compounded their plight was the escalating downpour, which soon led to water flooding the cabin. If this continued, the boat would inevitably sink. Crouching together beneath a tarp to shield themselves from the rain, Qin Chuan scooped water out of the boat amidst the deluge while cursing the heavens. Yanran joined him. Both of them drenched, struggling merely to keep the water level stable inside the boat as debris floated around them. A sudden wave crashed over them, causing the speedboat to bob like a fallen leaf upon the tumultuous sea. In a moment of distraction, Yanran nearly got swept overboard, but Qin Chuan, quick of reflex, grasped her arm and pulled her back just in time, saving her from the brink. This ordeal became the proverbial last straw. Even the strongest woman, after enduring countless brushes with death, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Once they were rescued, she could no longer contain herself, collapsing into Qin Chuan's embrace and weeping uncontrollably, as if to release the pent-up grievances and fears of the past days. Her cries were louder than the thunder, revealing a side of Yanran that was more akin to a typical woman, rather than the aloof, icy figure she usually presented. Qin Chuan gently patted her delicate back, standing in knee-deep rainwater, listening to her heart-wrenching sobs as the downpour continued. The storm, having seemingly exhausted its torment upon them, passed just as swiftly as it arrived, and the clouds dispersed to reveal a bright sky. Exhausted, the two sat on the damp deck, too weary to utter a single word. Having gone a day without food, Qin Chuan's stomach audibly protested. Yanran opened the provisions prepared by Mrs. Holier, revealing several slices of bread, jam, and ham. They divided the bread and, conserving the ham for the following day, shared it with the rainwater, mindful of their rations cultivated during their time on the deserted island. This prudent decision was soon validated, as upon awakening the next day, they found themselves still surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean, devoid of any hint of land. Where are we? Yanran mused aloud while gazing at the vast sea before her. This question, however, remained unanswered after losing power. They had drifted upon the waters for a day and a night, and only the fates knew their whereabouts. Chapter 65. Life adrift. This was their final morsel of sustenance. As the day gradually surrendered to twilight, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the surface of the sea. Yet, in the face of such breathtaking beauty, the two companions were devoid of the spirit to appreciate it. It had been 3 days since they had been adrift on the ocean, and Qin Chuan held in his possession the last fragment of ham. He tore the ham in half and shared it with Yanran. In silence, they consumed their meager dinner. This scant amount of food was scarcely enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Qin Chuan could not bring himself to finish it entirely, merely taking a single bite and stowing the remainder in his pocket. Previously, on the island, their conversations were rife with complaints about the unpleasant environment, the incessant mosquitoes, the sweltering heat during the day and the chill at night, coupled with the perpetual hunger and inadequate clothing. However, in stark contrast to the dire circumstances they now faced, life on the island seemed nothing short of paradise. The minimal water supply aboard the vessel had been entirely depleted. Qin Chuan moistened his parched lips with his tongue and unsteadily rose to his feet. His body, deprived of essential nutrients, was healing at a painfully slow pace, and even the slightest movement brought him discomfort. He made his way to the stern of the boat, observing the dismantled engine, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. One could not perish from the confines of nature's call. Was it truly their fate to succumb to hunger or thirst while stranded at sea? The engine was beyond repair, so he resolved to salvage some parts to create something of utility. He extracted a spring from the wreckage, severed a segment with his survival knife, straightened it, and left a hooked end. He then removed a length of rope from the tarpaulin, securing one end to a fishhook to fashion a rudimentary fishing tool. From his pocket, he retrieved the ham he had hesitated to consume entirely, slicing off another half to affix to the fishhook before casting it into the ocean, the other end tethered to the boat. Whether fish would be tempted by the ham remained uncertain. With no alternative bait at hand, he had no choice but to make do and hope for the best. With the remaining length of rope, he crafted an additional fishhook, baiting it with ham and casting it on the opposite side of the boat. Their prospects of dining on fish now rested solely on fate. Hours passed in watchful anticipation, yet the two lines remained motionless. Had even the fish succumbed to slumber on this night? Qin Chuan returned to Su Yanran's side, lying down. During their time aboard, they had grown accustomed to each other's presence. Su Yanran nestled her head upon his strong arm, her voice soft and weary. "I am tired." Her eyes reflected profound exhaustion. The exhilaration of their narrow escape had long since faded amidst the trials of their drifting days. "Sleep now. Perhaps when dawn breaks, we shall behold land," Qin Chuan whispered gently, caressing her hair as they both surrendered to slumber. Unbeknownst to them, dawn arrived, yet their hopes remained unfulfilled. For the vast expanse of ocean still surrounded them, and the fishing lines yielded no reward. To shield themselves from the searing sun and mitigate the evaporation of their bodily fluids, Qin Chuan ingeniously fashioned a sunshade from the tarpaulin, ample enough for them to lie beneath together. However, the experience was scarcely more pleasant, akin to enduring a sauna, with sweat pouring from their bodies. After a brief respite, Qin Chuan rose, grasping an empty plastic bottle as he made his way to a corner. Without a word, Su Yanran could easily surmise his intention. The confined space of the boat left little room for secrets between them. Aside from their unadorned vulnerability, they had no choice but to confront the reality of their situation. As Qin Chuan unfastened his trousers, the sound of rushing water filled the bottle. As he turned around, he noticed that the bottle in his hand had already filled with nearly half of the precious water. Having gone without water for an extended period, he found himself unable to even urinate. This might very well be their last chance for hydration. "Shall I offer this to you?" he inquired, adhering to the tradition of prioritizing women out of kindness. "Drink urine?" Su Yanran averted her gaze, effectively communicating her answer. Even if she were to perish from thirst, she could never bring herself to consume such a liquid. Observing her unwavering stance, Qin Chuan refrained from further insisting. He raised the bottle, intending to resort to drinking it himself, when out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the rope at the stern of the boat twitching slightly. Had he caught a fish? He momentarily forgot his injuries and darted to the back of the boat, seizing the trembling rope. The instant he gripped it, he confirmed that there was indeed a fish on the line, and it was a sizable one at that. Watching him engage in a tug of war with the creature beneath the surface, Su Yanran rushed over, eager to assist, yet uncertain of how to contribute. The fish exhibited remarkable strength, dragging their boat as it struggled. Had it not been for the robust rope, Qin Chuan would have genuinely feared losing it. The battle between man and fish ensued for over 10 minutes until, with a splash, a large silver fish was finally brought to the surface. Grasping the gills with one hand, Qin Chuan hoisted it upward. At last, the fish was on deck, thrashing defiantly, threatening to leap overboard. Recognizing that this was their lifeline, Su Yanran, without a second thought, pressed her body onto the fish, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. The fish had indeed met its fate, being subdued by Su. A privilege many could only dream of. "Get up, it can't escape now," Qin Chuan urged, pulling her up as he beamed at his catch. What a magnificent creature! It measured at least 1.5 meters in length and weighed between 30 to 40 kilograms, sufficient sustenance for several days. Realizing that fresh fish should be consumed promptly, Qin Chuan crouched down with his paratrooper knife, not rushing to clean it, but instead, delicately pricking out a fisheye the size of a longan and offering it to Su Yanran. His intent was not to embarrass her, but purely to extend a helpful gesture, as the fisheye contained considerable moisture that could prove life-saving in dire circumstances. Initially hesitant, Su Yanran resisted, but under Qin Chuan's insistence, threatening that the alternative was to consume urine, she weighed her options. Ultimately, she opted for the relatively acceptable choice and slightly parted her lips. However, Qin Chuan, rather assertively, shoved the entire eyeball into her mouth. To her surprise, the fisheye was not as foul-tasting or difficult to swallow as she had anticipated. It merely felt somewhat unpleasant. She chewed it hastily and swallowed, feeling a wave of relief wash over her parched throat. Before she could utter a word, Qin Chuan presented her with a second, plump eyeball. "I've had my share. Now it's your turn. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, he unceremoniously inserted the eyeball into her mouth again, causing Su Yanran to roll her eyes in exasperation. Discarding it would be a waste, especially at such a critical moment. Surely she recognized that Qin Chuan was acting out of genuine goodwill, while her expression conveyed discontent. It was merely a woman's playful display, and inwardly, she felt a sweet warmth. However, Qin Chuan was oblivious to these subtle changes. He was engrossed in the task of filleting the large fish, slicing the tender flesh into gossamer thin pieces. As he savored the fish, a faint briny flavor lingered. Yet it was far from unpalatable. A dish of soy sauce would have rendered it utterly perfect. Regrettably, the small flask of urine he had just collected was entirely wasted in the pursuit of fishing. With their catch in hand, the two seemed to find a newfound tranquility, relishing the sashimi while admiring the breathtaking seascape, an experience of a different kind in itself. Chapter 66. Turning raw rice into cooked rice for two individuals who had long endured the pangs of hunger. This meal of raw fish was undoubtedly a rare delicacy. Despite her gender, Su Yanran consumed a considerable amount, licking her fingers in anticipation as she awaited Qin Chuan's slicing. A droplet of rain fell upon Qin Chuan's arm, prompting him to pause and gaze skyward. Was it raining? The long-awaited raindrops descended gently, no longer harsh, but rather tender. They tilted their heads back, mouths agape, savoring nature's generous offerings. As the rain soaked their garments, Su Yanran, blissfully unaware, suddenly enveloped the unsuspecting Qin Chuan in a bear hug. It's raining. We have water to drink, she exclaimed, bouncing with childlike glee as she clung to his neck. Unacquainted with such experiences, they could never fully grasp the significance of water to their survival. During the days and nights spent together on the boat, this solitary man and woman found solace in one another, becoming each other's emotional refuge. The happiest moments are naturally meant to be shared with those who matter most. And Su Yanran's exuberance was genuine, not feigned. Witnessing her long-lost smile blossom and feeling her jubilant embrace, Qin Chuan momentarily lost control and kissed her. Su Yanran had no time to protest before her lips were sealed, her innocent eyes widening before gradually softening. Her initial attempt to push him away faltered, and her hands fell limply. They tumbled into a puddle, lost in a fervent kiss, a release of pent-up emotions. Despite her status as a formidable businesswoman, Su Yanran was, after all, still a woman. Over time, as she grew closer to this man before her, her heart had melted considerably. While many suitors pursued her, few were willing to risk their lives repeatedly for her sake, as Qin Chuan had. It was through genuine experiences that she understood he was the one worthy of her lifelong commitment. The notion of social standing had become irrelevant in this moment. She trusted her instincts. This man, whose gaze remained as resolute as a blade in the face of danger, would inevitably overcome any obstacles in his path and one day reach heights that would inspire her to look up to him. That belief was all that mattered. Just as Qin Chuan was about to make his next move, Su Yanran, her cheeks flushed like an apple, suddenly exclaimed, "No, you're injured." Her warning struck like thunder, timely and intended for his benefit. Yet, Qin Chuan was not one to abandon a task midway. With adrenaline coursing through him, he could hardly be halted. Not only was he unfazed by his injury, but he would feel no pain even if more wounds were inflicted upon him at that moment. Su Yanran, feeling weak and vulnerable, ultimately relinquished her resistance. Everything unfolded as if by design. The rain ceased after a brief spell, and the exhausted Su Yanran curled up in his embrace and drifted into slumber. Qin Chuan, with two fingers gently toying with a strand of her hair, gazed up at the sky. She shifted slightly in his arms, seeking a more comfortable position, but Qin Chuan found it difficult to fall asleep. The pain from his wounds was quite severe. Having boasted earlier, he now regretted it, for it seemed he had torn open the wounds that had just begun to heal. Yet, the experience was worth it. Upon awakening, Su Yanran had dressed herself meticulously, concealing her figure. The events of the previous night felt like a dream. Only the fleeting shyness in her eyes when they locked gazes confirmed that it was indeed reality. Adrift on this boundless sea, Qin Chuan could not ascertain when they would next see land, perhaps in 10 days or half a month, or even longer. However, such a timeline no longer felt torturous. Many would envy what they had. Once the esteemed CEO, Su, was now his girlfriend. Their sustenance, food and water, dictated how long they could endure at sea. Su Yanran filled every available container on the boat with rainwater. Qin Chuan busied himself as well, cleaning fish and stringing them up in a ventilated area. There was still some gasoline on board, sufficient to ignite a fire for a midday feast of grilled fish. The fish entrails would serve as bait, tossed back into the sea. Like many enamored couples, whenever they found themselves idle, they would cling to one another, engaging in conversation or physical exercise. Su Yanran had her moments of curiosity, often urging Qin Chuan to recount tales from his military days reminiscent of her friend Xiaqing. Thanks to that girl, Qin Chuan had honed his storytelling skills. His past experiences were indeed rich and vivid. As he narrated the thrilling parts, Yanran couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Though she knew he was alive and well before her, she found herself absorbed in the narrative, envisioning the chaotic battlefield filled with gunfire and explosions. Cannons roared beside her, while helicopters provided aerial support for the ground troops. Thus, they spent each day in this tranquil atmosphere, their bond deepening and their affection growing. The woman in the throes of love saw only her partner. Yanran was no longer the icy beauty she once was, her gaze towards Qin Chuan imbued with tenderness. As for returning home, her parents and family would undoubtedly disapprove vehemently. However, with the rice already cooked, such concerns were far from her mind at the moment. Today marked the 11th day of their drifting at sea. After this period of recuperation, Qin Chuan's wounds appeared to be healing well, and each night he was as vigorous as a young tiger. Rising in the morning, he followed his usual routine, walking to the stern of the boat to check for fish. The taut fishing line beneath the water indicated he had caught something. Just as he gripped the line to pull it up, his gaze inadvertently swept forward, and he froze in surprise. Yanran. It seemed she had developed a bad habit of sleeping in, and it took several calls to rouse her from her dreams. Approaching Qin Chuan, the languor on her face vanished. Land. We have finally sighted land. Although the expanse visible was merely a small patch, it did not diminish the joy that enveloped both of them. They paddled eagerly, yearning to reach the shore. Even if it were merely an island, having a solid ground beneath their feet would be far preferable to remaining confined within the cramped quarters of their boat. As they drew closer, the landscape became clearer, confirming that it was indeed a vast expanse of land. Are we truly able to return home soon? Yanran asked, still in disbelief. Soon enough. Once we reach the shore, we shall devise a plan to return, Qin Chuan replied, exerting himself as he paddled. Before the boat could even dock, Qin Chuan could hardly contain his excitement, leaping into the water and standing in the waist-deep surf, marveling at the sensation of solid ground. The waves lapped at the shore, and with Qin Chuan's assistance, Yanran hopped down from the bow, surveying her surroundings and inquiring, where to now? Qin Chuan was equally at a loss, unsure of which direction to take. However, once they reached the land, he was confident that nothing could deter them. Grasping Yanran's hand, he strode boldly towards the open terrain ahead. Chapter 67. Back to land. The sensation of being grounded was truly exquisite. Qin Chuan led Yanran, alternating between deep and shallow steps across the overgrown grass, his mind already envisioning a feast at a restaurant upon reaching the city, followed by a restful slumber in a cozy room. Yet, after walking for 3 to 4 hours under the relentless sun, they still found themselves surrounded by unending grassland. Perhaps we should find some shade to rest, he suggested, until the temperature drops a bit. In the African savanna, midday temperatures soared close to 50 degrees. Both were drenched in sweat, feeling as if their skin might crack from the heat, with even the air they inhaled feeling searing. Yanran wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead with her sleeve, intending to assert her ability to endure, yet her legs felt unresponsive. Qin Chuan led her to a shaded area beneath a tree, shielding his eyes with his hand as he scanned the vicinity. Soon spotting a fruit tree a few dozen meters away, laden with numerous fruits. Stay here while I fetch some water, he instructed. Yes, please return swiftly, Yanran replied, watching his retreating figure with a sigh, gently massaging her aching legs. The harsh elements had tanned her once fair skin significantly, and her delicate hands had developed some calluses. Thankfully, Qin Chuan had been by her side throughout this ordeal. Otherwise, she would not have persevered this far. It was all his fault, despite his injuries. He transformed into a vigorous spirit each night, causing her legs to ache painfully after such a brief distance. A thought crossed her mind, and a shy yet sweet smile graced Yanran's face. As for Qin Chuan, despite not fully recovering from his injuries, perhaps nourished by love, he appeared remarkably spirited. Striding towards the fruit tree, he gazed upward at the dense foliage, which bore pear-sized fruits that were still a vivid green, indicating they were not yet ripe. He was not only hungry but also exceedingly thirsty. The ripeness of the pears mattered little, as long as they could quench his thirst. He grasped a branch with both hands, nimbly climbing up the trunk, swiftly reaching a height of over 10 meters. Seizing a fruit, he did not even bother to wipe it before popping it into his mouth and taking a hefty bite. However, Qin Chuan immediately spat out the morsel he had just tasted. Just one bite nearly left him with a sour sensation in his teeth. The flavor was both bitter and astringent, explaining why no animals would consume it. Disappointed, Qin Chuan tossed the fruit aside and scanned the surroundings in search of a water source. From his elevated position, he indeed spotted something remarkable. Approximately 200 to 300 meters away, a plume of smoke billowed, suggesting that a vehicle was approaching from that direction. This discovery invigorated him. The presence of people nearby indicated that there must be a settlement not far off. He hurriedly slid down the tree trunk and dashed back to Su Yanran's side. "Did you find something to eat so quickly?" Su Yanran inquired, astonished at his return. "Come with me. There's a vehicle passing ahead," Qin Chuan explained as he pulled her in that direction. The pair ran breathlessly through a dense thicket until a dirt road appeared before them. They were just in time, as the swirling dust approached along the road, soon revealing a small truck moving at a leisurely pace. Qin Chuan stepped into the middle of the road, waving his arms fervently. The driver, a black man, clearly noticed them, honking the horn. When he saw that Qin Chuan was not inclined to move aside, he was forced to hit the brakes. The driver leaned out of the window, excitedly shouting something in the local dialect, which was incomprehensible to anyone present. But his expression suggested he was not offering kind words. "Excuse me, do you speak English?" Su Yanran, skeptical of Qin Chuan's communication skills, stepped forward to engage with the driver. The driver continued his animated chatter, and inside the vehicle, a woman accompanied by 2 children watched them anxiously from the window. "Don't understand?" Su Yanran, undeterred, switched to a language she was less proficient in, gesturing as she asked, "Could we possibly hitch a ride?" She could barely comprehend some Portuguese, the other prevalent local language, but expressing herself was quite challenging. "I'm telling you to move aside and not block the road," the driver bellowed impatiently, seemingly oblivious to Su Yanran's words. "Let me handle this," Qin Chuan said with a sigh, gently guiding Su Yanran aside and stepping forward to converse with the driver. Su Yanran watched in astonishment as Qin Chuan communicated fluently, his tone smooth and uninterrupted, the driver's initial wariness gradually dissipating. Reflecting on her own rudimentary Portuguese, she felt as though she were a novice swordsman before Guan Yu, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Good sir, could you give us a ride? Rest assured, we won't be a bother to you or your family. We can sit in the back." Qin Chuan conveyed their intentions. After a brief moment of consideration, the driver consented. Grateful, Qin Chuan thanked him and helped Su Yanran climb into the back of the truck, maneuvering through the clutter to find a clear spot to sit. The small truck then resumed its journey down the road. Qin Chuan gleaned from his earlier conversation with the driver that they were still within the territory of Anwega, which meant that after drifting at sea for over 10 days, they had returned to Anwega. Fortunately, this land fell under the jurisdiction of the government forces, making it impossible for the hostile leader Kudu to extend his reach here. Due to the incessant internal strife in Anwega in recent years, many regions have been overrun by armed groups. The driver was fleeing from the south with his family, seeking refuge with relatives in the capital, only to be intercepted by Qin Chuan less than 100 kilometers from their destination. In territories governed by the regular army, safety was not a significant concern. Kudu, their arch-nemesis, would surely refrain from attempting abductions in this area. They could momentarily rest within the city before devising a plan to leave the country. All the troubles that had burdened them seemed to dissipate like mist. After more than an hour of jolting travel, the outlines of the city began to materialize, revealing a level of vigilance that exceeded expectations. Especially at the city entrance, guards were stationed every few steps. When the truck was halted by a soldier wearing a crooked cap, Qin Chuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. It appeared the soldier intended to inspect their luggage. He carried a pistol and a paratrooper knife, and should he be discovered, imprisonment or even execution was a distinct possibility. However, if he attempted to flee now, surrounded by uniformed personnel, he and Su Yanran would likely not escape, leaving them incapable of providing any reasonable explanation. Just as he was at his wit's end, the truck driver adeptly slipped a bundle of rolled banknotes into the soldier's breast pocket. After patting the pocket, the soldier's previously stern face broke into a smile, gesturing for them to proceed. It turned out that the checkpoint was merely a means to extort a little bribe. Qin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, silently relieved that he had refrained from drawing his weapon. Chapter 68. The thief Zhang Xiaochang. The truck smoothly entered the city and halted at a street corner, signaling it was time to bid farewell to the driver. Amid expressions of gratitude from Qin Chuan and Su Yanran, the driver gradually drove away. The bustling street was alive with vendors vocally hawking their goods. In front of them, a steaming pot simmered with a cow's head, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. "I'm hungry," Su Yanran said, playfully patting her flat stomach. Not just her, Qin Chuan could not help but swallow hard. He estimated he could devour the entire spiced cow head by himself. However, as he patted his pocket, he was confronted with a harsh reality. Neither he nor Su Yanran had a single cent to their names. Soldiers armed with pistols patrolled the street, and attempting to dine and dash would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. In truth, Qin Chuan was not truly destitute. The diamonds in his pocket could easily purchase the entire street. Yet, these precious stones could not be utilized as currency. Surely, he could not offer a diamond in exchange for a bowl of beef soup. Even if he were willing to do so, the vendor would likely perceive him as a fraud and call the authorities. Shall we take a look at what he has to say up ahead? Su Yanran presumed he lacked the funds for a meal, although reluctant to depart. She could only acquiesce with a resigned nod. The two strolled aimlessly along the bustling streets of Anvaga's most significant city, alive with the chatter of passers-by and the incessant calls of vendors. Yet, the presence of armed soldiers marching in formation imparted an unspoken tension to the atmosphere. The anxious expressions on the soldiers' faces hinted that the specter of war was not far off. Their tattered clothing rendered them indistinguishable from the beggars lining the streets, prompting even the merchants to overlook them. After walking several hundred meters, they arrived at a jewelry store that piqued Qin Chuan's interest. "Wait for me," he said, striding forward to engage in conversation with the store owner, who was dozing at the counter. He removed the solar watch from his wrist and placed it before the proprietor, extending 4 fingers. This watch had been salvaged from a fallen paratrooper, and despite enduring the elements, it had shown no signs of malfunction. The owner, a connoisseur of fine goods, examined the watch with rapt attention, reluctant to part with it. However, he was dissatisfied with Qin Chuan's proposed price. Muttering to himself and gesturing with 2 fingers, frowning, Qin Chuan retracted 1 finger, yet the owner remained obstinate, insisting on a mere 2,000 common dollars. Thus unfolded a spirited verbal duel between the two men over a trivial sum. The owner, capitalizing on Qin Chuan's status as an outsider unfamiliar with local prices, adamantly refused to offer a single coin more. Seeing the owner's unwavering stance, Qin Chuan grew frustrated and feigned taking back the watch, at which point the owner reluctantly added 500 to his offer. 100 common dollars could barely exchange for 8 Huiguo yuan. Yet purchasing the solar electronic watch for 2,500 would certainly yield a substantial profit for the owner. Qin Chuan, disinclined to haggle further, recognized that the cost of living was low in this locality. The money would suffice for a hearty meal and a night's lodging. With cash in his pocket, Qin Chuan felt emboldened. He took Su Yanran by the hand and strode confidently to a beef soup stall, requesting a generous serving of beef head meat, along with 2 bowls of soup and several pancakes. Soon, steaming bowls of broth adorned their table, the milky surface sprinkled with vibrant green scallions, and the enticing aroma heightened their appetite. Sipping the hot soup and savoring the pancakes wrapped around the succulent beef head, the experience was nothing short of exquisite. Qin Chuan devoured the food with remarkable speed, clearing the table before Su Yanran had finished. Hand in hand, they decided to seek fresh, clean garments. Upon arriving at the nearby market, the local attire and accessories captured Su Yanran's attention. Women, by nature, possess an irresistible allure for colorful, vibrant items, and her fatigue seemed to vanish. "Wait for me," she said, eagerly taking the garments offered by the shopkeeper before retreating behind a curtain to try them on. As she stepped out from behind the curtain, radiantly transformed, Qin Chuan's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously like a woodpecker. In truth, the beauty of the attire was secondary. It was primarily Su Yanran's stunning looks and graceful figure that rendered her captivating in any outfit. Even if she donned a garment befitting an elderly lady, she would still exude an exquisite charm. Receiving admiration from his beloved, Su Yanran joyfully tried on several outfits, nearly overwhelming Qin Chuan's senses, yet failing to discern which was the most flattering. In the interim, as Su Yanran retreated once more to change, a commotion erupted from the street behind. A crowd, animated and vociferous, was in pursuit of a thief, shouting fervently. Qin Chuan turned to investigate the ruckus and glimpsed a group of local vendors chasing after a thief who was sprinting away. With the aid of enthusiastic bystanders, the thief, caught unawares, stumbled and fell unceremoniously to the ground. The crowd, inflamed with righteous indignation, brandished brooms and hoes, raining blows upon the hapless thief. The thief, howling in desperation, pleaded, "Please, stop. I'm really not a thief." In a moment of panic, he uttered his words in Mandarin, an embarrassment for all involved. Qin Chuan was taken aback. The voice sounded eerily familiar. At that moment, Su Yanran emerged in a new outfit, twirling before him, playfully asking, "Do I look good?" His mind, however, was preoccupied with the scene unfolding behind him, and he responded absent-mindedly, "You look great. Try on a few more here while I check that out." With that, he swiftly made his way toward the disturbance. As he approached, he confirmed his suspicion. The unfortunate soul being beaten by the locals was none other than Zhang Xiaochang. There was no time to ponder how Zhang Xiaochang had ended up in such a predicament or where the others were. He hurried forward, struggling to disperse the agitated crowd. "What is going on? Why are you attacking him?" Perhaps taken aback by the severity in his gaze, the locals finally quieted down. A middle-aged man, identifying himself as the shop owner, pointed to Zhang Xiaochang on the ground, stating, "This thief just stole a roast duck from my shop." After much negotiation involving promises of restitution and apologies, Qin Chuan managed to disperse the crowd. Turning back, he found Zhang Xiaochang still lying motionless on the ground. He exclaimed with irritation, "Get up, they've all left. Why are you playing dead?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaochang finally turned over and rose, cradling a dust-covered roast duck in his arms. It was evident that during their time apart, he had endured considerable hardship. Once a portly figure weighing over 180 pounds, he had lost 20 to 30 pounds in just over half a month, his cheeks sunken in. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, tears streamed down Zhang Xiaoqiang's face as he lamented, "Boss, you've finally come. If you hadn't arrived, we would have starved to death." Chapter 69. Refugee Camp. What on earth happened? Speak slowly, Qin Chuan urged, brushing the dust from his clothes as he inquired. We followed the map northward. But when we reached this vicinity, our boat broke down. We barely managed to make it ashore and walked all the way here, Zhang Xiaochang said, his hunger palpable. Without concern for the dirt on the roast duck, he took a hearty bite and continued. We had no money left. We sold everything we could to buy food. We've been here for over half a month, and I'm so hungry I had no choice but to come out looking for something to eat. Su Yanran changed back into her original attire and approached Qin Chuan from behind. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaochang, who appeared almost unrecognizable due to hunger, she gasped in astonishment. The sight of Su Yanran alongside Qin Chuan took Zhang Xiaochang by surprise, and he could clearly sense the extraordinary bond shared between the two. "Don't eat that duck. I shall take you for a grand feast," Qin Chuan declared, dismissively tossing the duck into the trash bin and leading the visibly pained Zhang Xiaochang back to the beef soup stall they had just visited. "Boss, 1 pound of meat, a bowl of soup, and 2 pancakes, please." Money speaks volumes, and soon enough, the delectable dishes Zhang Xiaochang craved were presented before him. Having starved for several days, he wasted no time in devouring the delicious fare, shoving chunks of beef into his mouth with the fervor of a famished soul, drawing the attention of patrons at the adjacent tables. "Take your time. If it's not enough, we can order more," Qin Chuan advised, as Zhang Xiaochang, with his mouth full, mumbled something indistinct in response. If he was this ravenous, it was likely that others were faring even worse. What about Sister Xia and the others? Where's everyone now? Su Yanran couldn't help but inquire. They're managing, but food is scarce, and everyone is starving. This cursed place is worse than our days on the deserted island, Zhang Xiaochang lamented between mouthfuls. Were those nearby able to comprehend his words? They would surely have taken offense. Dreaming of fine food without the means to afford it was simply delusional. Pack up the remaining meat. Let us take it back to enjoy later, Qin Chuan decided, ordering the vendor to wrap up an additional 10 pounds of meat and dozens of pancakes, nearly depleting the stall's offerings. After settling the bill, he found himself with only a few hundred come-on coins left, insufficient even to buy Su Yanran a new outfit. Zhang Xiaochang, too engrossed in his meal to wipe the grease from his mouth, seemed to savor the moment, perhaps out of fear of hunger returning. Leading the way, he felt rejuvenated after satisfying his hunger, occasionally stealing glances at the two walking alongside him. In the presence of acquaintances and fellow employees, Su Yanran felt somewhat restrained, intentionally avoiding the sly glances of Zhang Xiaochang. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, harbored no such reservations, confidently holding Su Yanran's hand, which left Zhang Xiaochang feeling envious. Old Qin is truly remarkable, just half a month apart, and he has already won over the icy president. By the way, what about Lulu and the others? Why haven't we seen them? Zhang Xiaochang began to reminisce about the tender-hearted Bai Lulu. He had long since forgiven her for the previous deception, firmly believing that she would never harm him, but was rather coerced by Du Zihe and his associates. And Wajio was bordered by the sea on 3 sides, with land access only to the north leading to a neighboring country, making it a crucial route. If Du Zihe and his gang managed to escape, they would undoubtedly pass through here. Did they leave in their vehicle before you noticed? Su Yanran inquired. No, Zhang Xiaochang replied, shaking his head. They must have left before we arrived. Given the nature of individuals like Du Zihe and Li Li, it was only natural that they would hasten their departure from the country, and it was not surprising that they had not encountered Zhang Xiaochang and the others. Little did Zhang Xiaochang know, he shook his head and asserted with unwavering certainty, "It is impossible. The border was sealed over a month ago. No one can escape. And those who fled are trapped here, unable to leave." It was no wonder that so many soldiers patrolled the streets. This modest city had already been overwhelmed by refugees. However, due to the blockade imposed by neighboring countries, the refugees were unable to flee and remained confined. With scarce food and water, they resorted to theft and robbery, leading to a continual deterioration of local security, prompting authorities to deploy additional troops to maintain order. The actual situation here was even more dire than what Zhang Xiaochang described. Due to the outbreak of civil war, the situation in Anwega had reached a critical juncture. Communication had been severed for months, and the lone operating airport had ceased its functions. Even this capital city had been enduring water and electricity shortages, with water supply available only for 2 hours each day during designated times. The incessant influx of refugees had placed a tremendous burden on local life, causing a severe shortage of supplies and soaring prices, resulting in an increasing number of individuals unable to afford food. Listening to Zhang Xiaoqiang's lamentations, the lightheartedness that once filled the air dissipated. After narrowly escaping with their lives, they were now confronted with border closures and the airport suspension. Why was returning so arduous? There lies the way, Zhang Xiaoqiang pointed ahead. What was once an expansive open area was now filled with tents, densely packed as far as the eye could see. Many refugees were scantily clothed, huddled within makeshift shelters, their expressions vacant as they observed the trio's approach. Children cried out in hunger, while adults hastily thrust withered morsels into their mouths. A starving dog, reduced to little more than skin and bones, warily surveyed its surroundings from the roadside. Filthy water flowed across the ground, and unwashed empty bowls lay carelessly to the side, with flies crawling over them. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay and filth, causing Su Yanran to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. War had only ever inflicted harm and impoverishment upon the civilians. Living in such dire conditions, it would not be long before illness set in. Su Yanran silently observed the scene before her. Despite her deep sympathy for these refugees, they were merely ordinary individuals with limited capabilities and could not assist so many. She took a few pancakes from Qin Chuan and placed them before a mother nursing her child. The woman merely glanced at her with a blank expression before greedily devouring the food. Let us go? They have always been this way. No amount of food will truly help them, Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked. When they had first arrived, they too had felt compassion for these unfortunate souls, sharing their own provisions. Yet, the recipients accepted the food without a hint of gratitude. Although their intentions were never to receive thanks, a subtle discomfort lingered, particularly when certain unscrupulous refugees seized the opportunity to pilfer all their food and valuables while they rested. They empathized with these people, but who would extend compassion towards them? With no food or water, they were on the brink of starvation, yet no one had been generous enough to share a morsel with them. This was the grim reality of a refugee camp, and gradually, everyone learned to grow indifferent. Apart from their own, they cared little for the survival of others. Chapter 70. A chance encounter. The two followed closely behind Zhang Xiaoqiang, traversing the narrow passageway. At the rear, Su Yanran inadvertently caught sight of a gaunt man sitting cross-legged within a tent, his bare torso exposed as he injected himself with a syringe. The man seemed to sense her gaze, turning to flash a skeletal grin. A chill ran down Su Yanran's spine, prompting her to hasten her pace. However, after only a few steps, her foot became entangled with an unseen object, nearly causing her to stumble. Regaining her balance, she glanced back at what had nearly tripped her, only to be horrified to discover it was a human foot. She couldn't suppress a scream. What's wrong? Qin Chuan inquired, turning back to her side. Terrified, Su Yanran pointed toward the figure lying between two tents. Qin Chuan, initially thinking someone had wronged her, furrowed his brow and approached to investigate, only to find that the person on the ground had long since succumbed to death. Flies, the size of mung beans, crawled over the corpse, incessantly entering and exiting the mouth and nostrils, an undeniably grotesque sight. The deceased appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, emaciated to the point that only skin clung to his bones. His clothes had been stripped away, leaving him completely exposed, which undoubtedly startled Su Yanran. The refugees in this area had become desensitized to the various forms of death. No one spared a second glance at the lifeless body on the ground. Even Zhang Xiaoqiang, having weathered the trials of recent days, had grown considerably more resilient. He approached Qin Chuan and said, "Let us move on. Tomorrow morning, the authorities will come to remove the body." In this makeshift camp, housing tens of thousands of refugees, countless lives were lost daily to hunger, disease, or violence, leaving the authorities unable to intervene. They merely assigned personnel to collect the dead, preventing the outbreak of epidemics. To be candid, the scene before her filled Su Yanran, who had been accustomed to the comforts of civilized society, with dread. Consequently, she instinctively linked her arm with Qin Chuan's. This is it. Arriving at a tent constructed of woven sacks and bamboo poles, Zhang Xiaoqiang eagerly lifted the flap and called out loudly before even stepping inside. Inside the rudimentary shelter, a dozen individuals were crammed together, sitting or lying on a few cardboard pieces, with not even a blanket to their name. Upon hearing the shout, the occupants, their expressions somewhat vacant, turned their attention toward the two figures standing behind Zhang Xiaoqiang. As soon as they recognized Qin Chuan's face, a petite girl dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Old Qin, you finally came to find us." Xiaoqing, in her excitement, leapt into Qin Chuan's arms, oblivious to the detail of Qin Chuan holding hands with Su Yanran. Ahem, Qin Chuan glanced at Su Yanran beside him, noticing that she bore no sign of displeasure. And then he embraced Wang Yuxia and Jiang Qin, who had drawn near. Let us not discuss anything else for now. Filling our stomachs is of utmost importance. Qin Chuan beckoned Zhang Xiaochang to bring out the packaged food. With no table available, they had no choice but to set it down on a piece of cardboard. Indeed, as Zhang Xiaochang remarked, the group had endured hunger for several days, and upon the sight of abundant food, their eyes widened in rapture. The nostalgia of old times was forgotten as they eagerly seized the food and devoured it with a ferocity that echoed loudly. Each of them, disregarding their image, indulged heartily. Zhang Xiaoqiang's own manner of eating was already quite unrefined, and his companions were hardly any better, wishing only that they could gnaw on their hands that clutched the food. Still nestled in Qin Chuan's embrace, Xia Qing, after her initial excitement, noticed that Qin Chuan was holding another person's hand. It was Su Zong. If Xia Qing failed to discern the nature of their relationship, she would be quite foolish, especially since women are particularly perceptive in such matters. The sweet smile on Su Zong's face revealed much. The thrill of seeing Qin Chuan dissipated in an instant, and she stepped back a couple of paces to distance herself from him, forcing a smile as she said, "I apologize. I was so excited to see Brother Qin that I forgot you were here, Su Zong. I'll go get something to eat." As she spoke, a pang of bitterness surged within her, and she felt an urge to weep. Yet, in the presence of others, she did not wish to make a spectacle of herself. So she suppressed her sorrow and joined the others in their silent feast. 10 kilograms of beef and dozens of pancakes barely sufficed to satiate the hunger that had haunted them for so long. They had truly been terrified of starvation. And even when they choked, they could not bear to relinquish the food in their hands. Qin Chuan feared that these people might choke, which would turn their joy into despair. He hastily handed Zhang Xiaochang 100 yuan to fetch some drinking water in large plastic bottles from outside. The refugee camp lacked running water. To obtain water, one had to venture to a nearby creek, where the water was murky and often accompanied by drifting corpses. Even after boiling, it could still cause diarrhea. Local residents had seized the opportunity to sell boiled water in large plastic bottles at the camp's entrance. Priced reasonably at 3 yuan per bottle, yet few were willing to spend money on water. Zhang Xiaochang jogged to buy 4 bottles. But as he received his change from the vendor, he failed to notice the few dark, menacing gazes fixed upon him. With 2 bottles in each hand, he skipped back. Elated. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. As long as Qin Chuan was present, he need not worry about food, for he trusted that their leader would find a way to lead them home. However, halfway back, he found himself halted by 5 or 6 scruffy individuals blocking his path. He realized the gravity of the situation. He had momentarily forgotten the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan, feeling the urge to relieve himself after a day without using the restroom, inquired about the location of the public toilet and turned to leave. The camp had but one toilet, situated a considerable distance away, and most people were too lazy to walk that far, opting instead to relieve themselves by the roadside. Qin Chuan did not mind the inconvenience. He traversed the dense shantytown to reach the toilet. Just as a gust of wind blew, a foul stench assaulted him, causing him to take a step back. This place was undoubtedly the dirtiest in the camp, making it no surprise that everyone advised him to find any available place rather than endure the public toilet. Before him was not merely a public restroom, but rather a morass formed from accumulated excrement, where a single misstep could lead to one's demise. With no other options available, he resolved to find a secluded corner to relieve himself. As he retraced his steps, he made up his mind to seek out an inn to accommodate the group, for the living conditions here were utterly abominable. Upon reaching the shed, he sensed something was amiss. The silence within was starkly different from when he had departed moments earlier. Not even a whisper of sound could be heard, as if all the occupants were in slumber. Of course, such a possibility was exceedingly unlikely. Chapter 71. An unexpected gathering. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan thrust aside the curtain before him. To his surprise, he was met by a cluster of unfamiliar black faces, seated around the provisions he had purchased, indulging in their feast with unabashed abandon. The 6 individuals noticed Qin Chuan's entrance, but paid him no heed, continuing their revelry as if they were in their own home. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaochang and Xia Qing stood frozen in the corner, too intimidated to move. Zhang Xiaochang bore bruises on his face and scuff marks on his clothing, rendering him a rather comical sight. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, rather than appearing relieved, he fervently shook his head, his expression seemingly pleading with Qin Chuan not to provoke these individuals. Despite having fired a weapon on the deserted island, this fellow still exhibited an unreasonable timidity. Qin Chuan found himself puzzled, wondering if these newcomers had some hidden significance. Yet sometimes, trouble finds you even when you wish to avoid it. Among the unexpected guests was a bald man clad in a vest, appearing to be the leader of the group, who, while consuming his meal, fixed his gaze upon Qin Chuan. After finishing his food, he wiped his greasy hands on his clothing, then rose. Beckoning Qin Chuan with a crooked finger. "Hey, yellow-skinned pig, hand over all your money," he demanded brazenly as Qin Chuan approached him. The man extended his palm, overtly extorting him. He then lifted his tattered vest, revealing a dagger tucked at his waist. Perhaps Qin Chuan's unfamiliarity had led the man to believe he could easily extract wealth from him. Yet little did he know that the one he threatened was no mere pushover, but a veritable force to be reckoned with. "Money? Very well, here you go," Qin Chuan replied, retrieving the few remaining bills from his pocket and presenting them before the bald man. "Here it is, come and take it." His forthrightness seemed to catch the man off guard, instilling doubt. The thug's mind was struggling to comprehend that his intimidation tactics had not yet been employed. Yet the adversary was already capitulating? It seemed that all yellow-skinned individuals were cowards, easily frightened by a mere threat. Several $100s constituted a considerable fortune in the refugee camp, and the bald man, unable to resist temptation, reached for the money. However, just as he was about to seize it, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his finger. It felt as though it might snap, causing him to double over in agony. Crying out in distress, upon witnessing the scene, his companions rushed forward, intent on attacking Qin Chuan. The bald man, despite enduring excruciating pain, gritted his teeth and drew a dagger from his waist with his left hand, aiming it directly at Qin Chuan's chest. In this place, numerous lives were extinguished daily, and the authorities remained apathetic and preoccupied, indifferent to the loss of a few more. Just as the blade was poised to pierce Qin Chuan's chest, it suddenly halted. The bald man maintained a half-kneeling posture, his expression morphing into one of utter bewilderment. Sweat poured from his brow in agony, and though he wished to scream, only muffled sounds escaped his lips. Qin Chuan wore an innocuous smile, yet unbeknownst to all, a pistol had mysteriously appeared in his left hand. Its muzzle forcefully pressed into the bald man's mouth. A mere twitch of a finger would transform the bald man's head into a gruesome sight. With his life now precariously held in the balance, the bald man displayed a sense of pragmatism, relinquishing his dagger and pleading with his eyes. It became evident that he was, in fact, a coward. Bullying the weak was one thing, but encountering someone more formidable rendered him submissive. His companions, even more timid, recoiled in fear at the sight of the gun in Qin Chuan's hand. These individuals had only relied on their numbers to intimidate other refugees. When faced with a true threat, they instantly turned into quivering cowards. "Get lost." Qin Chuan disdainfully regarded such lowly adversaries, kicking the bald man away, who then scrambled to escape in a panic, his companions following suit in a hasty retreat. Silence enveloped the shed, as if everyone had been rendered immobile by an invisible force. Qin Chuan holstered his weapon, casting a curious glance at them. "What is the matter with you? Are a few ruffians truly so frightful?" Little did he know the complexities of life within the refugee camp. The adage that where there are people, there exists an underworld was certainly applicable here. Among tens of thousands of refugees, there would invariably be a few bad apples, and the bald man's gang was one such group. They were numerous and notorious for their violent exploits, engaging in kidnapping and extortion without remorse. This territory was their domain. Anyone who dared to provoke them risked being silenced before the dawn. "Boss, we've landed ourselves in serious trouble. We should leave at once," Zhang Xiaochong, his face still swollen, said with a pained expression. Naturally, he dared not blame Qin Chuan, but merely advised him to depart swiftly. His timid nature made such a suggestion unsurprising. Yet the others seemed to tacitly agree, remaining silent in a cloud of despondency. Their fear stemmed from first-hand experiences of the gang's brutality. There had been instances where individuals had their belongings stolen. Merely protesting resulted in their throats being slit by the bald man's associates. Or, if a woman caught their eye and resisted, they would brutally eliminate her entire family. In the refugee camp, laws were non-existent. Strength and ruthlessness dictated who could subjugate whom. It's best to move out, find a hotel to settle in, and then devise a plan to return. Qin Chuan considered the situation, dismissing these people as insignificant. Although he acknowledged that this place was indeed unsuitable for habitation, the others were compelled by necessity. Who among them would choose to linger in such a wretched environment if better living conditions were available? Yet, the harsh reality loomed. They were devoid of funds. Zhang Xiaochong posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. With the meager sum of money Qin Chuan possessed, renting a room was an arduous task. "I will find a way to manage the finances. Just follow me," he asserted. While the king of hell may be accommodating, dealing with petty thugs can be quite the nuisance. Qin Chuan was unafraid of these ruffians harassing him, yet he remained vigilant regarding their potential threats to those around him. Thus, leaving swiftly seemed prudent. Given that he had assured everyone not to worry about the money, there were naturally no objections. After a brief gathering of their belongings, they prepared to depart. Qin Chuan intended to assist Xia Qing with her luggage, but the young girl suddenly appeared distant, turning away as soon as he approached. As he pondered this, Zhang Xiaochong, who had just stepped outside, hurried back with a pallid face, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble is brewing. A gang of bald heads has come with a multitude. They must be here for revenge. How many?" Qin Chuan was compelled to set aside his other thoughts, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Many. At least 300 to 500. Zhang Xiaochong exaggerated, his voice raised. 300 to 500? Why not say 3,000 to 5,000? It was evident that he was flustered. Even a fool would understand that it was implausible for the opposing party to muster such a crowd in such a short span of time. Qin Chuan estimated that the actual number was likely only 30 to 50. However, when he pulled back the curtain, he was met with a sea of heads, dark and dense. Chapter 72. The cold-blooded fiend outside. The throng was tightly packed. Even if it wasn't the 300 to 500 Zhang Xiaochong claimed, there were certainly at least 200. These were all henchmen of the bald leader, and their numbers far exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. The others seemed unreliable, and Qin Chuan stood alone as the only one capable of combat. Facing 200 adversaries was a scenario even the most audacious films would shy away from. Yet, did they have any alternative but to carve a bloody path through the crowd? Even if they were to rush out and offer their apologies to the bald leader, given his nature, there would be no chance for mercy. Moreover, Qin Chuan could never acquiesce to such a notion. Over 100 individuals marched menacingly toward the tent, instantly intensifying the atmosphere to a suffocating degree. Su Yanran approached Qin Chuan, her anxiety palpable. "Your wounds are not yet healed. Don't act impulsively. Perhaps we could offer them something of value to secure our release." She knew he possessed a cache of priceless diamonds, and seemingly could only think of the strategy of sacrificing wealth to avert disaster. Yet, she overlooked that these men were akin to insatiable dogs. Should he offer the diamonds, it would only provoke them to annihilate him and his companions. One must never underestimate the greed inherent in human nature. There was no time for explanations. Qin Chuan appeared resolute, his countenance unwavering. "You all step back. I command that no one is to emerge without my word. Be careful." Su Yanran discerned his intentions, her eyes betraying her concern. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Qin Chuan straightened his posture and strode boldly toward the advancing crowd. As long as he drew breath, he would not allow these men to harm Su Yanran or the others. Confronted with the reality of facing over 200 foes, he questioned the feasibility of such an endeavor, especially considering his injuries. Even in perfect health, it would be nearly impossible. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. The individuals before him are merely a rabble. Despite their numbers, they are not valiant warriors prepared to face death. Once they are inflicted with pain and fear, naturally, none will dare to provoke them again. While such words are easy to utter, action proves far more challenging. As Qin Chuan observed the advancing throng, he halted, aware that the bald man opposite him knew he was armed and thus concealed himself behind the crowd, awaiting the spectacle. The distance between the two parties diminished, and with no superfluous dialogue, one of the men at the forefront swung a club towards Qin Chuan's head from a mere 2 meters away. This man, confident in his assured success, was abruptly startled as Qin Chuan collided into him. With his right hand wielding a paratrooper knife, he swiftly inflicted 2 gashes upon the man's waist. Clutching his bleeding torso, the man crumpled to the ground, crying out in agony. Blood had been drawn. The others were momentarily stunned before hastening their steps to converge upon him. Their weapons were varied and improvised. Legs of stools, blades, and bricks could all serve as instruments of violence. Blood droplets splattered through the air as Qin Chuan deftly evaded a long knife aimed at him, retaliating with 2 swift cuts across the assailant's arm. His speed was astonishing. In a blink, the man collapsed, a flash of white light preceding his fall. Each cut was neither deep nor shallow, deliberately avoiding vital areas, ensuring that the wounded suffered in excruciating agony. It is crucial to understand that the conditions for survival here are harsh. An untreated wound could prove fatal simply through blood loss, and even if one were to survive, they might be left with lifelong disabilities. Qin Chuan was no benevolent soul. He showed no mercy to those who sought to harm him or his friends. Although he refrained from delivering lethal blows, he severed tendons and ligaments with ruthless precision. His strikes could be described with 3 words: swift, accurate, and brutal. The adversaries had no time for regret. The glint of cold steel heralded their imminent demise. In this predatory refugee camp, physical disability condemned one to the lowest echelons of society, rendering them prey to others. This fate was far more merciless than a swift death. One by one, the assailants attacking Qin Chuan were felled, yet he, too, was human and susceptible to oversight. Just after dispatching an opponent, he felt a gust of wind behind him. He barely turned his head in time to avoid the heavy blow of a pickaxe upon his shoulder. Even with his resilient physique, he staggered and fell to one knee. The assailant, sensing an opportunity, swung the pickaxe again, aiming for his head. Should he be struck, even Qin Chuan's formidable skull would succumb to fatal injury. Yet, as the attacker believed victory was assured, Qin Chuan, still half kneeling, suddenly pivoted. His gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade. The man was momentarily paralyzed by his stare, his actions slowed. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan rolled towards him, plunging the paratrooper knife forcefully into the man's thigh. The blade buried deep, leaving only the hilt in Qin Chuan's grip, which he twisted and yanked out, sending a fountain of blood splattering across his face. The man emitted a scream of unimaginable agony, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The anguished screams sent shivers down one's spine, and those participating in the assault, witnessing their comrades writhing on the ground, were momentarily seized by fear. Yet, such a sight was not enough to deter the throng. Qin Chuan rose, calmly surveying the rabble before him, betraying no emotion as he gripped his knife and charged at the enemy. All premeditated strategies and tactics were cast aside. He had become a beast, singularly focused on the act of attack. Outside, the anguished cries continued, one after another, as bald-headed henchmen fell, stabbed and bleeding. Those within the tent fared no better, gritting their teeth and staring, wide-eyed, at the uneven battle unfolding. Heaven help us. Please keep old Qin safe, Xia Qing murmured. Her hands clasped in prayer. Su Yanran's face turned pale, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails pierced her palms, oblivious to the pain. After a brief skirmish, a moment of respite fell over the scene. Qin Chuan stood resolute, blood dripping continuously from his knife, surrounded by a multitude of fallen foes. Their cries merging into a cacophony. The very group that had previously overwhelmed him with their numbers now instinctively recoiled in the presence of this cold-blooded killer, creating a vacant space around him. His combat knife, slick with the viscous blood of many, slipped slightly in his grip. He scanned the ground littered with weapons, searching for something more suitable. He did not rush. His adversaries seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, hesitating to advance. Finally, a burly man with a fearsome appearance, standing at the back of the crowd, could no longer contain himself and shouted, "He's just one man. What is there to fear? Let us all rush him and take him down." As he uttered his last word, Qin Chuan suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with him. The man instinctively recoiled. But Qin Chuan's knife was swifter, and it flew true, striking him down. Chapter 73, One against hundreds. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Charge! Charge! The bald man, sensing impending doom, crouched low and urged the crowd from behind. "If you don't take him down, there will be no place for us here. He is just one man. What is there to be afraid of? Everyone, let us converge and eliminate him." The rogues, contemplating his words, began to rally. After all, he was but one man. No matter how formidable, they believed they could overpower him if they swarmed together. Attack! Take him down and seize their food and women. Someone shouted. And those two tantalizing prizes acted like a stimulant, invigorating the crowd as they surged forward. As the throng approached, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed. Bending down to retrieve a baseball bat, its surface wrapped in wire and studded with nails. He hefted in his hand, and as the foremost attacker came into view, he pivoted sharply, driving the spiked bat into the man's face. A scream escaped the assailant as he recoiled, blood streaming from a gaping wound torn into his cheek. Bang! With a resounding clash, Qin Chuan deftly deflected the weapons unleashed by his adversaries, the baseball bat descending from above to puncture the skulls of his foes. In the midst of a brawl, this bat proved to be even more effective than a paratrooper's knife. Its iron spikes enhanced its lethality to the utmost degree. Coupled with Qin Chuan's ferocious and ruthless fighting style, each opponent he confronted was swiftly brought down. Flesh and blood splattered, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. At that moment, Qin Chuan resembled a finely tuned machine, fully engaged in a mode of slaughter, with only his enemies occupying his vision. Having entirely cast aside his emotions, he consistently inflicted the most severe blows upon his foes at minimal cost to himself. Even if it meant exchanging injuries, it was invariably his enemies who fell. Gradually, the fighting subsided, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodied adversaries strewn across the ground. Qin Chuan, brandishing the bat still smeared with a chunk of scalp, strode with an impassive countenance toward the hiding place of the bald leader, indifferent to the fearful gazes of those around him. Though over 100 of the bald leader's subordinates remained, they were paralyzed by terror, retreating in panic from the path he traversed. No one daring to risk their lives in such a reckless endeavor. It was a certain death. The bald leader, even more cowardly than his men, yearned to flee. Yet his legs betrayed him, rendering him unable to stand firm. Sitting on the ground, trembling, he pleaded, "Don't come any closer." Someone stop him. Alas, His cries fell on deaf ears as Qin Chuan advanced with the air of a conqueror, approaching the bald leader without a hint of hesitation. "Please, don't kill me," the bald leader begged, as he beheld Qin Chuan raise the bat aloft. Yet, it was far too late. The bat descended, and as he attempted to evade, it pierced his shoulder, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Qin Chuan, expressionless, repeated the motion: 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The cries gradually diminished until they vanished entirely, leaving only the sound of the bat striking flesh. At some point, the bald leader's comrades had vanished. All who could move had fled without exception. When Qin Chuan's pent-up rage finally subsided and he ceased his assault, the bald leader had been rendered nearly unrecognizable, his upper body reduced to a pulpy mass. Casually discarding the bat, now caked with remnants of flesh, he turned to retrieve his paratrooper knife. Countless eyes observed this scene from afar, enveloped in a deathly silence. Upon returning to the tent, Qin Chuan's demeanor appeared to have returned to normal, albeit with an unsettling appearance. "Let us depart." He extended his hand to Su Yanran. "All right." She hesitated briefly before grasping his hand. In that moment, the onlookers comprehended the nature of the relationship between Su Yanran and Qin Chuan. A revelation far more astonishing than the earlier brawl. Envy flickered in the eyes of many. For Su Yanran was the goddess revered by all the married and single men within the company. A goddess is often exalted, admired from afar, yet deemed unattainable. However, through a calamity at sea, Qin Chuan had gained her favor. As they walked hand in hand, only Xia Qing's gaze betrayed a hint of melancholy. Yet, who would concern themselves with the thoughts of a mere girl? Sensing a shift, Sister Xia purposefully lingered behind, walking alongside her, softly whispering in her ear, "Child, do you perhaps have feelings for your brother Qin?" "Sister Xia, please don't say such things, that's not the case at all." Although Xia Qing hurriedly shook her head in denial, her anxious expression betrayed her inner turmoil. The girl's attempted deception was rather naive. Sister Xia chuckled, "All right. If you say so. Later, I'll introduce you to a few handsome fellows, each of whom far surpasses Qin Chuan in looks. A rugged man like him is simply not suitable for you. Trust me, even without President Su, you and he could never become a couple." Having experienced such matters herself, she could easily discern that the young girl harbored unrequited feelings. To Qin Chuan, she was merely a sister. This affection was doomed from the outset, and it would be best for her to abandon such thoughts early on. If there were to be any blame, it would fall upon Qin Chuan, who had transformed from an inconspicuous security guard into everyone's guardian in this place. The girl, still in her youth, was at an age where admiration for heroes was natural, so it was only logical for her to develop feelings for him. Yet, alas, this was a case of one-sided affection. Sighing at the somewhat distracted Xia Qing, Sister Xia could only shake her head in silent dismay. Following Qin Chuan, the group departed the refugee camp without a care. Even the notorious bald thug was reduced to a pulp by Qin Chuan, leaving no one daring to trouble them. What was to come next? The scant funds in Qin Chuan's pocket were insufficient even for the smallest room in a hotel. Would they be forced to sleep on the streets again? That would be no different from their previous situation in the refugee camp. Since he had led everyone out, he had long contemplated converting some diamonds into cash. In addition to covering the expenses for their small group of over a dozen, he needed to set aside funds to facilitate their departure from this place. He returned to the jewelry store, much like an old horse returning to the familiar path. As the owner was about to close up, his eyes brightened upon seeing Qin Chuan, and his attitude became notably warmer as he called out from a distance, "Friend, do you have something valuable to sell me again?" Clearly, the pilot's watch had brought him considerable profit. Seeing Qin Chuan return, his face beamed with delight. Without uttering a word, Qin Chuan entered the store and placed a sparkling diamond upon the counter. "Do you want this?" This jewelry store did not merely offer cheap trinkets. It also featured various gemstones and artisanal crafts. However, with the war looming, tourism had dwindled, resulting in a significant decline in business. The owner, adjusting his glasses and leaning in for a closer look, was knowledgeable enough to recognize the diamond's worth. A stone of such size could fetch a handsome price in developed countries. The owner's interest was piqued, and he began to contemplate the best way to acquire the diamond at minimal cost. "How much will you give?" Qin Chuan inquired. 20,000. The owner raised 2 fingers. "US dollars?" Qin Chuan questioned incredulously. "Of course, I mean Carmen currency," the owner chuckled. Without a word, Qin Chuan picked up the diamond and turned to leave. Chapter 74, The Diamond. As the prized opportunity slipped away, the owner hurried after him, grasping Qin Chuan's arm just as he was about to step out the door. "Friend, don't go. What price do you wish to sell it for?" The owner, a shrewd businessman, recognized that his earlier offer had been rather insulting. He had merely been testing the waters, hoping for an unexpected agreement that would allow him to profit handsomely. Qin Chuan had no desire to engage in futile conversation with such a person. He raised his right hand, extending 5 fingers. 500,000. The boss gasped, seemingly startled by the exorbitant sum demanded. He believed this outrageous figure would intimidate Qin Chuan, yet Qin Chuan was not so easily deceived. As the saying goes, one who has never seen a pig run cannot claim to have eaten pork. A natural diamond of such caliber could easily fetch a 6-figure sum domestically. Asking for 500,000 local currency meant the boss was already making a considerable profit, were it not for the urgency to exchange the money. A visit to any respectable jewelry store back home would yield a 10-fold return. Understanding this clearly, Qin Chuan had no inclination to waste time with the greedy man. Without uttering a word, he turned to leave once more. The boss grasped his arm, unwilling to let go, pulling him forward a few steps as he exclaimed, "All right. 500 it is. I agree. Will that suffice?" In truth, even if the asking price was $1 million, the boss would comply. For the profit from the diamonds exceeded Qin Chuan's expectations. The deal was struck. Qin Chuan halted, a smile gracing his face. "I have a few more. Do you wish to acquire them? More?" The boss's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Chuan raised his left hand from his pocket, revealing 3 additional diamonds of similar size on the counter. The boss was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of the diamonds, swallowing hard. With no internet available locally, transactions were primarily conducted in cash. "I do not have that much cash on hand. How about I write you an IOU, and you can collect tomorrow?" 200,000 was no trifling amount, and given the recent deterioration of local security, the boss could not possibly keep such a sum in the store. "Goodbye," Qin Chuan said, taking up the diamonds once more and turning to leave. The boss was nearly in tears. Wait. If you're in a hurry, I can have someone bring the money right away." Qin Chuan paused. "You have 1 hour. All right, just wait." The boss beckoned to a worker, whispering instructions in his ear. The worker nodded and dashed out. The group summoned by Qin Chuan entered the shop, each appearing disheveled, with an unpleasant odor about them, resembling the beggars on the street. With so many beggars in his store, the boss knew his business would suffer, but he dared not offend Qin Chuan, the proverbial god of wealth, and instructed his staff to serve them hot water. Approximately 40 minutes later, a drab Jinlong van pulled up outside the store. Chinese products are renowned for their quality and affordability, making them popular among the African populace. This van brought a sense of familiarity to everyone. The rear doors opened, and 6 burly, bare-chested black men emerged in succession. The crowd initially thought trouble was brewing and instinctively stepped back, leaving the matter for Qin Chuan to handle. "Quit dawdling. Do you have the money?" the boss shouted as he approached the entrance. It became clear that these 6 imposing figures were there to assist with the cash delivery. They retrieved a large burlap sack from the van, filled to the brim with bundles of cash amounting to 200,000. The local currency's highest denomination is 1,000, accompanied by several smaller denominations of 200 and 500. It is evident that the boss's subordinates exerted considerable effort to amass this sum of cash. The boss instructed someone to close the door and, before them all, emptied the sack of cash onto the floor. A vibrant array of notes lay scattered, overwhelming the onlookers. The crowd gathered to roughly count the money, arriving at a total of 2 million, neither more nor less. The exchange was straightforward. Goods were handed over as cash was received, and no receipt was necessary to conclude the transaction. The money was legitimate, and now the goods were his. The boss gleefully grasped the diamonds, his face beaming with delight, nearly distorting his smile with joy. While toying with a few diamonds, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Chuan, the enigmatic Asian. It was apparent he believed there was more valuable merchandise to be had. "Do you possess any more diamonds? If so, I would be willing to purchase them from you at the same price as before. I guarantee you will not incur a loss." His greed was palpable, an insatiable desire for profit. Qin Chuan, fully aware of the other's intentions, promptly declined, stating, "I have none left." This sum of money would suffice for them for a while. Once they left Nwega, carrying that cash would be akin to holding worthless paper. "Even if we had more, we wouldn't sell. Do you truly think us fools?" Zhang Xiaochang scoffed derisively from the side, although he spoke in Mandarin, which the other party could not comprehend. The astute boss discerned something from Zhang's smug expression, his gaze becoming somewhat peculiar. Upon exiting the store, Qin Chuan halted, his eyes falling upon a Jinlong van in front of him. Originally designed for 9 passengers, it had been modified to accommodate 12, with a little squeeze. They could all fit inside. He had been contemplating where to procure a vehicle, and this van perfectly met his requirements. He quickly turned back to the jewelry store owner and inquired, "Is this van for sale?" "Apologies, my friend, but I fear this vehicle cannot be sold to you." After concluding their business, the owner's demeanor shifted as swiftly as the turning of a page, and he immediately rejected the offer. "I'll offer 200,000. You can add a bit more and purchase a new vehicle." Now that Qin Chuan had acquired substantial wealth, his words carried an air of authority. The van's exterior was marred, with considerable paint peeling off and many areas having been re-welded, making it fair to call it a scrap vehicle. His offer of 200,000 was undoubtedly generous. The owner, visibly tempted, feigned contemplation for a moment before looking up and declaring, "Very well, the van is yours. Should you come across anything valuable in the future, do remember to seek me out." Qin Chuan promptly withdrew 200,000 from the sack held by Zhang Xiaochang, and the owner signaled his subordinate to hand over the keys. They all piled into the vehicle, disregarding the stains on the seats. As they had encountered far filthier places before, this was nothing in comparison. With the keys in hand, Qin Chuan started the van. The vehicle gradually pulled away, navigating the bustling streets at a leisurely pace. It was slightly better than he had anticipated, though the wheels creaked ominously over the uneven pavement, raising concerns that at high speeds, it might fall apart. Nevertheless, with this mode of transportation, the arduous journey back would no longer rely solely on their weary legs. During this period, the influx of refugees has led to the majority of inns within the city being filled to capacity. Qin Chuan learned from a local that the most upscale hotel in the area might still have vacancies, as its prices are quite steep, rendering it unaffordable for the average individual. As long as money can resolve the issue, it becomes manageable. After expressing his gratitude to the local, Qin Chuan proceeded directly towards the city center following the directions provided. Chapter 75. A dog's eye on humanity. The well-meaning local did not deceive them. Indeed, there exists an international chain hotel that was previously designated to accommodate foreign tourists, with rates significantly higher than those of local lodgings. Presently, the hotel still has some available rooms, primarily occupied by a number of foreign guests, predominantly Caucasian. The hotel staff is mostly comprised of black individuals, while the manager is of Asian descent. Qin Chuan parked the van in an open area at the entrance and had yet to turn off the engine when a security guard approached, tapping on the window and gesturing for them to park behind the hotel, where spaces were reserved for guests. The guard evidently mistook their dilapidated vehicle for that of a delivery service. Eager to settle into the comfort of the hotel room, enjoy a hearty meal, and then luxuriate on a soft bed, they were disinclined to engage in a dispute with the snobbish security guard. "We are here to check in. Step aside and do not block the way." Zhang Xiaochang was the first to exit, clutching a sack of cash, feeling particularly elated. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered such a sum, and although he found himself in this wretched place, it was a thrilling experience. The heavy bundle of cash felt weightless in his arms as he boldly made his way towards the hotel. However, before he could ascend the steps, the security guard obstructed his path once more. "You need to leave quickly. This is not a place for you. If you don't go, I'll call for assistance," the guard admonished, even shoving the chubby man. "Who are you calling a disturbance? I'm here to check in. Move aside, or I'll report you," retorted Zhang Xiaochang, unable to maintain his composure. The guard, realizing he had encountered resistance, did not hesitate to threaten physical confrontation. None could have anticipated that they, filled with excitement and money, would be halted at the hotel entrance by a security guard. Perceiving the situation, Qin Chuan was about to intervene when a displeased man emerged from the hotel, frowning and demanding, "Samson, what is all this commotion outside? If you disturb the guests, you'll find yourself out of a job." "Manager, I'm not allowing them in." "They want to listen," Samson replied, visibly aggrieved. The man, adorned with a manager's badge, descended the steps with an air of arrogance, surveying them with disdain. Disheveled and clad in tattered clothing, they bore a striking resemblance to beggars. The manager, evidently one of those who looks down upon others, had encountered the wealthy often enough to feel a sense of superiority. He showed no compassion for this group, despite sharing the same skin tone, and commanded the security guard, "A bunch of beggars, don't waste your breath on them. Call over a few more people to drive them away. We cannot risk scaring the guests." Upon hearing these words, even Su Yanran, a person of refined upbringing, could not help but feel a surge of indignation. The manager is a typical example of condescension, looking down on others. If this were back home, Su Yanran wouldn't deign to utter a single word to such a person. "How dare you speak like that? Who are you calling a beggar?" A male colleague couldn't help but exclaim. "Oh, you're upset about being called beggars? What, do you want to cause a scene here?" The manager crossed his arms and shouted to the security guard, "What are you standing there for? Go call someone to throw them out. And make sure they don't dirty the floor." The security guard took out his radio and called for backup, and soon 4 uniformed security personnel rushed in, one of whom was armed with a shotgun. Upon seeing the firearm, a wave of trepidation washed over everyone. In this wretched place, even if they were shot dead, it was likely no one would seek justice for a few vagrants. Thankfully, with Qin Chuan backing them, they were not so panicked as to flee without thought. Nonetheless, their morale had significantly diminished. Qin Chuan was a reasonable man. He resorted to violence only against those who favored brute force. He stepped forward to stand directly in front of the manager. "Aren't you also a citizen of Huoyuo? What are you trying to do? Network with me?" I am an American citizen. You have the wrong person. Upon mentioning his American citizenship, an inexplicable sense of superiority surged within him, as if his identity placed him well above these compatriots. From below, someone let out a derisive snicker, clearly mocking the banana person, a term for someone who is yellow on the outside but white on the inside. The manager, oblivious to the disdain in that laugh, impatiently waved his hand at the approaching guards, saying, "Get them out of here." "Wait a moment. What else do you wish to say? This is no place for beggars. You should be in that refugee camp to the south," the manager sneered, pinching his nose in disgust. "I said we want a room. You are refusing service to a guest. Are you not afraid I will report you to your headquarters?" Qin Chuan replied, unperturbed and unwilling to stoop to such a person's level. "A room? Do you have any money? Do you know how much it costs to stay here for a night?" The manager turned to leave but then glanced back, his disdain evident. "I do not know," Qin Chuan replied honestly, shaking his head. Before the manager could continue his taunts, he snapped his fingers, signaling Zhang Xiaochong, who was holding a sack, to come over. "What are you trying to do now?" The manager looked at him, puzzled. Qin Chuan, no longer wasting words, pulled a bundle of cash from the sack and, without so much as a glance, tossed it onto the manager. The cash was in denominations of 1,000 Carmen dollars, and he threw down a total of 50,000. The manager instinctively reached out to catch it, but failed, the bills landing at his feet. Before he could pick them up, another bundle was thrown down. As the manager scrambled to collect the money from the floor, the expressions of the security guards shifted entirely. "I want to stay in the most expensive suite here. Is that enough?" Qin Chuan tossed down 4 bundles, totaling 200,000 Carmen dollars on the ground. The manager, now crouched down, examined the money with utmost caution, ensuring its legitimacy before raising his head again. "That's more than enough," he said, a wide smile spreading across his face as he looked up at Qin Chuan with a warmth that surpassed even that of a long-lost father. His demeanor had transformed completely. He stood up and turned to the bewildered security guards, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and help the guest with his luggage." The manager proved to be a man of integrity. In his eyes, the wealthy were akin to deities, and his swift change in demeanor left the crowd below the stairs somewhat bewildered. Under the manager's enthusiastic guidance, the group, dressed as if they were beggars, entered the opulent hotel lobby. There was no need to present identification. The manager promptly arranged 3 suites for them and instructed the staff to deliver the prepared dinner to their rooms. Such warm and attentive service rendered the group speechless, unable to express any frustration. As they stepped into the elevator, the manager stood at the door, wearing a beaming smile. Zhang Xiaochong pinched the manager's thick-skinned demeanor, snorted with disdain, and strutted inside. For a group that had spent over half a month on a deserted island and nearly the same duration in a refugee camp, it felt as though they had transcended from hell to paradise. The steam rising from a hot spring pool, ample enough for one to swim in, coaxed contented sighs from those immersed in its warmth. Chapter 76. The stowaway. To facilitate care, Qin Chuan requested only 3 rooms, all adjacent to one another. 4 women shared one room, while the others occupied the remaining 2. Although Qin Chuan wished to share a room with Su Yanran, their romantic relationship made her hesitant to publicly acknowledge it, leading her to subtly decline several times, resulting in separate accommodations for the night. He thought cheerfully of the good days that awaited them upon their return. The globally renowned hotel was adorned in extreme luxury, with even the faucets gilded. Sitting on the plush sofa in the living room, he felt his strength dissipate as if it had been instantaneously drained. Once seated, he had little desire to move. Despite the presence of a television in the room, the outbreak of war had led to the cessation of broadcasts, leaving only a screen filled with static. Qin Chuan begrudgingly set down the remote, intending to rise and indulge in a hot bath, when a sharp knock echoed from the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a well-dressed black man, a waiter, standing outside with a food cart in front of him, having not had a satisfying meal in days. The cart was a delightful sight, laden with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all exquisitely prepared. Qin Chuan opened the door to let the waiter push the cart inside, casually slipping a 500 yuan note into the man's breast pocket as a tip. "Thank you, sir. Enjoy your meal," the waiter said, his face beaming with gratitude at encountering such a generous guest. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Chuan grasped his arm, prompting the waiter to halt and politely inquire, "Is there anything else you need?" "I would like to inquire about something." Qin Chuan succinctly conveyed his intent. Their primary concern was undoubtedly how to leave Anwega and travel to another country to catch a flight or a ship home. The hotel staff, accustomed to welcoming and bidding farewell to guests daily, might possess valuable information. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, the waiter shook his head. "I'm sorry, but due to the tense situation domestically, the borders have been completely sealed since last month. The neighboring country has even dispatched soldiers to patrol the borders, prohibiting anyone from approaching." The waiter's response echoed the intelligence Zhang Xiaochang and the others had previously gathered. With a surge of refugees flooding in, the neighboring country had completely sealed its borders to maintain security, allowing no one to cross. Qin Chuan, still somewhat unwilling to accept fate, inquired, "Is there truly no other way to escape?" The server hesitated, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Qin Chuan, understanding the implication, swiftly withdrew several banknotes, stuffing them into the pocket of the server's jacket without counting. With this gesture, the server immediately became effusive, leaning closer to Qin Chuan and whispering conspiratorially, "I know someone who can surely assist you. As long as you are willing to spend, he can guide you through a shortcut across the border. Money is not an issue, provided he possesses the capability," Qin Chuan replied. They agreed to reconvene that evening, and after sending the server away, the others, freshly washed, gathered around to indulge in the food on the table. Not long after darkness fell, a mysterious man wearing a duckbill cap approached the door, knocking discreetly as if he were a thief. The others, exhausted, had long succumbed to slumber, while Qin Chuan remained in the living room. Upon hearing the knock, he hurried to open the door, and a shadowy figure slipped inside. This smuggler appeared unremarkable, the kind one might overlook on the street. Qin Chuan couldn't help but question the man's professional competence. "Your friend claims you can help us leave Enwega?" "Of course, no problem," the man replied, casually sauntering to the bar to pour himself a glass of rum. He poured another for Qin Chuan, who refrained from taking it. "When can we leave?" he asked. The smuggler swallowed half the drink, belched, and replied nonchalantly, "The earliest would be the night after tomorrow. I know a secret path through the forest. The officer stationed there is a friend of mine." After speaking, he poured himself another glass, adding, "Regardless of how many of you there are, each must pay 100,000, not a cent less. As long as you provide that amount, I assure you a safe passage to your destination." Without wasting words, Qin Chuan lifted the burlap sack at his feet and tossed it before the man. Colorful banknotes spilled out. The smuggler's eyes widened, ready to reach for the money. But Qin Chuan snatched the sack back. With only a brief acquaintance, trust was not easily bestowed. What if the man fled with a considerable sum? "Take us across first, and the money will be entirely yours," he stated coolly. The smuggler initially intended to request a deposit, but, seeing Qin Chuan's demeanor, realized he wouldn't receive a penny before their departure. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded, agreeing, "Very well. Remember to arrive punctually the night after tomorrow. Should you deceive me, you will bear the consequences." The deal was struck. Qin Chuan raised his glass, clinking it with the smugglers. The man downed his rum in one gulp, shared the time and place for their meeting, and then turned to leave. When everyone awoke, Qin Chuan recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing they could return home imminently, the group erupted in jubilant cheers. However, having learned from prior experiences, they were resolute not to let their guard down this time. To mitigate any potential risks, preparations were imperative. Food and water were essentials, and their attire also needed to be changed. Otherwise, they would be perceived as beggars. And the discomfort of their clothing was undeniable. These matters are quite manageable. Soon Qin Chuan will take them out for shopping, as money is not an issue. The troublesome aspect lies in the procurement of weapons. They are unwilling to entrust their safety entirely to smugglers, as one's life is best kept firmly in one's own hands. Qin Chuan's pistol is down to 3 bullets, and it is imperative to prepare some long-range weaponry to ensure at least a measure of self-defense should they encounter adversaries. He contacted the manager via intercom, and within moments, the manager hurriedly arrived at the door. After granting him entry, Qin Chuan inquired about sources for acquiring weapons. In these war-torn countries, arms are both rampant and relatively inexpensive. The manager, with a glint in his eye, led Qin Chuan to the warehouse on the lower floor. Upon locating a switch on the wall and activating it, the dimly lit warehouse was instantly illuminated by several fluorescent lights, revealing dozens of rifles neatly arranged on the shelves against the wall. Various models were present, some even still wrapped in oil paper and used. These items were originally intended to arm security personnel to safeguard the hotel during tumultuous times. Even if a few were missing, it would go unnoticed. Qin Chuan purchased a well-preserved M4 carbine for 30,000, along with 200 rounds of ammunition. He also selected several additional firearms to arm others. Although Zhang Xiaochang and his comrades were not trained in combat, possessing these weapons would still serve as a deterrent. In total, he spent less than 150,000. With this cache of weapons, self-defense should no longer pose a problem. Upon returning to their quarters, Qin Chuan showcased his remarkable skill in disassembling firearms before the group. In less than 10 seconds, a fully intact AM rifle was reduced to a heap of components under his deft hands. Amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of his peers, he meticulously reassembled the parts. For safety's sake, he personally inspected all the firearms, confirming that every component was intact, with not a trace of prior use. He retained the carbine for himself, distributing the remaining 4 rifles among 4 intrepid male colleagues, leaving even Zhang Xiaochong without a share. His sole duty was to safeguard the cash in the sack, ensuring no mishap occurred before their departure. The following day, Qin Chuan drove the group out for further procurement. Each person acquired a new outfit, for as the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire. Having shed their beggar's garb, they transformed into striking figures. Although their skin bore the marks of sun exposure, the men could tolerate the darker complexions, but the women, gazing into mirrors at their reflections, were dismayed, pondering how much foundation would be required to restore their former hues. After this shopping excursion, they had expended nearly another 100,000, leaving sufficient funds to cover their smuggling fees. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Qin Chuan signaled to the still eager group to prepare for their return. At that moment, a plane's thunderous roar erupted from above, prompting them to look skyward, where, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, a propeller aircraft emerged from the clouds. In terms of size, it resembled an antique propeller-driven fighter aircraft. Due to the distance, Qin Chuan could not discern the insignia on the wings of the plane. Perhaps it was a military fighter, engaged in routine flight training. Little did he know that in the minuscule nation of Anwega, there existed merely a handful of antiquated warplanes, all of which had been seized by armed groups at the onset of the Civil War, along with the military airfield. The enemy's aircraft soared through the sky as if it were an unchallenged domain, only pressing the launch button when it hovered above the power plant. The aerial bomb, suspended beneath its wings, detached and struck its target with pinpoint precision. In the wake of a thunderous explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted above the power plant. Even from a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. It was only then that the air raid sirens blared, as the enemy aircraft, having completed its bombing run, made a turn and departed unimpeded. This bomb seemed to herald that the flames of war were about to engulf the capital region. Yet this bore no concern for Qin Chuan and his companions. If all proceeded smoothly, they would be leaving this country by nightfall. Earlier, while shopping, he had inadvertently overheard news that recently, the Kudu had unexpectedly allied with another armed faction, catching the regular army off guard, resulting in significant losses. Seizing the opportunity, they pursued relentlessly, and within a month, a substantial portion of the territory had been divided between these two forces. These two irreconcilable factions had astounded everyone by setting aside their animosities to confront the regular army together. The onset of war bore no forewarnings, which explained the regular army's sudden predicament, ultimately being caught in a crossfire that left them in disarray. In a country like Anwega, with its limited land area, a nationwide battle could conclude in as little as 3 to 5 days, or at most, 1 or 2 months. With the regular army sustaining heavy losses, they could only retreat to the outer perimeter of the capital, the last line of defense, to resist stubbornly. It would not be long before this nation faced a change in regime. Qin Chuan had no inclination to ponder what might transpire should the Kudu come to govern this country. His sole desire was to depart swiftly. "Let us return," he urged. The air raid sirens continued to wail as Qin Chuan started the car, steering towards the hotel. The journey back was relatively smooth, but upon arriving at the lobby, the atmosphere seemed amiss. A group of staff members, including the manager, were gathered around a middle-aged Caucasian couple, offering constant reassurance. As he passed by, Qin Chuan gleaned some details. It appeared the couple had twin daughters who had gone missing during a stroll on the lawn the previous night, and they had yet to be found. In a chaotic environment, the sudden disappearance of 2 young women, who had just reached adulthood, signified grave implications. A truth the manager understood all too well. Although he had promptly alerted the authorities, those familiar with the area were aware that reporting such incidents often made little difference. With numerous individuals disappearing monthly, few ever returned. Especially for young women, caution was paramount. An unexplained absence could only imply one thing: stay in your rooms. Do not venture out, Qin Chuan cautioned the others in the corridor. With only a few hours until departure, no mistakes could be afforded at this juncture. Returning to their respective rooms, everyone settled in for the night, knowing that the evening would be pivotal as they faced the daunting task of traversing a dense, untamed jungle. Merely contemplating the challenge was enough to instill a sense of unease. It was imperative to conserve their energy to avoid becoming a liability to the group. Yet, with thoughts swirling in their minds, sleep eluded them. Tossing and turning in bed, they pondered the prospect of departing this perilous locale, perhaps finding themselves aboard a flight home by this time tomorrow. Qin Chuan approached the window for some fresh air, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Purchased from a street vendor earlier, he gazed idly at the power plant, still belching black smoke, aware that the hotel's own generator rendered them largely unaffected. A police car pulled up outside, and 2 officers emerged, met by the manager who ushered a Caucasian couple forward. Perhaps it was the couple's race that compelled the officers to begrudgingly undertake this visit, hastily taking notes before departing without a backward glance. Time swiftly passed, signaling the hour for dinner. This might very well be their last meal in Anvaga, and with just 3 or 4 hours remaining before their departure. Excitement surged through the group. They made their way to the dining area, selecting their preferred dishes and engaging in lively conversation. However, Xiaqing had been feeling somewhat dejected in recent days. Observing Qin Chuan and Su Yanran sharing close moments filled with laughter, a pang of bitterness struck her heart. After consuming only a few bites, she declared herself full and retreated to her room alone. Upon reaching her floor via the elevator, she stepped out to find a mop inadvertently brushed against her new shoes. The black janitor before her quickly offered apologies. Xiaqing, not one to hold a grudge, remained silent due to her sour mood and turned to head to her room. As she gently pushed open her door, to her surprise, it yielded without resistance. She distinctly remembered being the last to leave and having secured the lock. An unsettling intuition warned her that someone might be inside. Though innocent, she was not naive, and refrained from confronting any potential intruder. Instead, she resolved to inform her companions in the dining area. Yet, just as she turned, she found the very janitor who had just swept past her now silently standing behind her, clutching a white towel. Chapter 78. The disappearance of Xiaqing after dinner. Qin Chuan and the others returned to their rooms to finalize preparations for their departure. They meticulously checked their weapons and ammunition, tucking 4 fully loaded magazines into their belts. Should danger arise, they would rely on their firepower to carve a path through whatever obstacles lay ahead. No force, not even the mightiest, could deter their resolve to leave this place. With all preparations complete and 3 hours remaining until their agreed-upon time, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed from outside the door. Who could it be? Qin Chuan grasped his handgun and approached the door, peering through the peephole to find Su Yanran. He hurriedly opened the door. "What is the matter?" he inquired, noticing the urgency etched across her face. Sensing that something was amiss. "Xiaqing is missing. We've searched everywhere, but we can't find her," Xia Jia interjected, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I did not mention that she should not go anywhere. How could she suddenly vanish?" Qin Chuan felt a throbbing headache, fearing that the very troubles he dreaded had come to fruition. As the time for his clandestine meeting with the smuggler approached, an unforeseen complication arose. No one knew where Xiaqing had gone, or if misfortune had befallen her. During dinner, she had finished eating and returned first, yet upon our arrival, she was nowhere to be found. Moreover, it appeared that our belongings in the room had been rummaged through. Sister Xia's words made Qin Chuan furrow his brow. If Xiaqing had merely wandered off in pursuit of amusement, it would be one thing. However, if she had encountered nefarious individuals, it would spell danger. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. In recent days, they had been rather extravagant with their spending, likely attracting the attention of thieves. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaochang carried the bag of money wherever he went, thus preventing theft, yet Xiaqing had inexplicably disappeared. Xiaqing was a kind-hearted girl, gentle in appearance, and well-liked by everyone. Upon learning of her disappearance, the group was immediately alarmed, drawing unsettling parallels to the earlier inexplicable vanishing of the Caucasian twin sisters. Fearing that she too might have fallen victim to human traffickers, the collective anxiety surged, and though they wanted to venture out to search for her, Qin Chuan intervened. The situation was already chaotic. If everyone rushed out in a frenzy, it could lead to further complications should anyone else go missing. He instructed everyone to gather in one room, forbidding anyone from leaving, while he and Su Yanran descended the stairwell in search of clues. After a thorough search, their efforts yielded no results. The exterior of the hotel was shrouded in darkness, and given Xiaqing's timid nature, she would likely not dare to venture out alone. This left a chilling possibility. She may have indeed been abducted by human traffickers. If they could not locate her promptly, she could be sold into an unknown realm, making her retrieval increasingly difficult. With several individuals having vanished from the hotel, Qin Chuan, as the hotel manager, bore an inescapable responsibility. At that moment, the hotel manager was idly loitering at the bar when he was confronted by the menacing Qin Chuan. "One of my friends is missing. Take me to review the hotel surveillance immediately." Qin Chuan's demeanor was somewhat terrifying, his expression dark and foreboding. It seemed that should the manager dare to utter a dissenting word, his fate would be sealed. The manager, displaying a modicum of wisdom, refrained from opposing him. Aware that his own reputation and that of the hotel were at stake, he certainly did not wish to be unjustly implicated in collusion with human traffickers. Upon arriving at the duty room, the screens were all aglow. However, due to the absence of surveillance in the stairwell, they were left in the dark regarding the events that had transpired. Qin Chuan could only examine the footage from the elevator, hoping to uncover some vital clue. Around 6 o'clock, he clearly observed Xiaqing entering the elevator alone. After reaching her destination, she exited, only to vanish without a trace, as though she had evaporated into thin air. There were no signs of her or any suspicious individuals. The footage continued until Qin Chuan and the others returned from dinner. Shortly after which Sister Xia realized Xia Qing was missing, having elapsed merely a few minutes since. Could it be that the traffickers had carried her away via the stairwell? The lobby stairwell was equipped with surveillance. Anyone entering would undoubtedly be captured on camera. However, when they reviewed the footage from that time period, they failed to identify any suspicious individuals. Could it be that such a vibrant person as Xia Qing could simply vanish into thin air? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, lost in thought, as his mind raced, meticulously reorganizing all the images he had previously observed. What if we search the rooftop? Perhaps she has gone up there, suggested Su Yanran, albeit with skepticism regarding the likelihood of Xia Qing seeking out the view alone. Still, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation at that moment. Wait, can you replay the footage from the elevator once more? Qin Chuan suddenly proposed to the manager. The manager promptly complied, and the footage revealed that after Xia Qing exited the elevator, approximately 10 minutes later, a janitor pushing a cleaning cart entered the elevator and descended directly to the first floor. As the janitor entered, he unconsciously glanced at the surveillance camera mounted on the ceiling. This subtle gesture aroused Qin Chuan's suspicion. It was hard to believe that such a large individual could simply disappear. After all, there was ample space beneath the cleaning cart to conceal one or even two adults. Is he an employee of your hotel? Qin Chuan inquired, pointing at the janitor on the screen. Upon receiving a confirmation from the manager, he added, "Bring him here. I have questions for him." The manager agreed and used the intercom to summon the janitor. After a brief wait of 2 to 3 minutes, the janitor was escorted into the office by security. "Manager, you called for me?" The young African-American appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, and his face exhibited no signs of unusual behavior, yet the cunning glint in his eyes did not escape Qin Chuan's notice. "A female guest has just gone missing. Right around the time you were cleaning that floor. Have you seen her?" Qin Chuan approached him directly. The janitor's gaze evaded Qin Chuan's penetrating stare, and he feigned ignorance. "I'm sorry, sir, but I didn't see anyone while I was cleaning the 6th floor." "You're lying," Qin Chuan interrupted forcefully, gripping the man's collar and threatening coldly. "I will ask you one last time. Where's that girl now?" With his collar in a tight grip, the janitor struggled to breathe, yet he continued to shake his head. "I swear, I am not lying. You must be mistaken." His fearful demeanor did not seem to be an act. Even Su Yanran began to wonder if perhaps Qin Chuan had made an error. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Qin Chuan unceremoniously dragged the young man to the monitoring room door, placed his hand between the two doors, grasped the doorknob, and forcefully slammed the half-open wooden door shut. Crack! A piercing scream escaped the janitor as his right hand was caught in the door, causing him to thrash about in agony, his legs kicking wildly against the floor. Everyone present heard the sickening sound of bone cracking. Even if he were to recover, his right hand would be utterly ruined. Chapter 79. Time is of the essence. The janitor continued to wail in pain, yet he remained trapped, his voice growing hoarse. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Qin Chuan released the doorknob, allowing the wooden door to open slightly. "Can you speak now?" The janitor gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. After a moment, he pleaded with a sorrowful expression, "I truly know nothing. You must have made a mistake." Even in such a dire situation, he remained defiant. Perhaps others might have believed him, as there was no evidence to substantiate the claim that he had abducted Xia Qing. Merely because he happened to be in the vicinity at that time, he was deemed a suspect, which seemed hardly convincing. Even Su Yanran, who had accompanied Qin Chuan, hesitated to speak, fearing that Qin Chuan might wrongfully accuse an innocent man. Everyone believed the janitor could be innocent. The manager attempted to mediate, but was halted by a mere glance from Qin Chuan. He alone remained steadfast in his judgment, convinced that this pitiful, self-pitying janitor was the prime suspect. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to conduct a slow investigation and resorted to the most straightforward and brutal method. Bang! He grasped the doorknob and forcefully slammed the slightly ajar wooden door shut once more, catching the janitor's hand in the door frame. The bloodied palm suffered further injury. Even if rushed to the hospital, the hand, nearly crushed to pulp, would undoubtedly be beyond saving. The janitor let out a horrendous scream, his legs flailing as he fainted from the pain. Yet, Qin Chuan showed no signs of relenting. He drew the gun from his belt, aiming it at the unconscious janitor on the ground, and cocked the hammer. The murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable, but how could he take a life so casually? Just as Su Yanran attempted to intervene, Qin Chuan pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the janitor, lying motionless, jolted at the sound. The bullet narrowly missed him, striking the concrete floor and leaving a round hole. The janitor, who had merely been feigning unconsciousness, was now terrified, realizing that if he did not cooperate, the next shot might not be so forgiving. To Qin Chuan, killing him was as trivial as squashing an ant. before Qin Chuan could fire a second shot. The janitor understood that this was serious. He no longer had the courage to maintain his charade. In tears, he divulged everything he knew. Xia Qing had indeed been rendered unconscious by him and an accomplice using a towel, then transported in a cleaning cart. However, the girl was no longer in his possession. He and his accomplice had sold her to a local gang specializing in trafficking women and children for a handsome sum. Listening to his lamentations, no one felt sympathy for him. For committing such heinous acts, he deserved to suffer 100-fold. He had only started working at the hotel last month, and he had no prior knowledge of his association with the traffickers, the manager explained with a sorrowful countenance in response to Su Yanran's accusatory gaze. Regardless of his defenses, the hotel bore significant culpability in this matter, but now was not the time to assign blame to the manager or the establishment. Time was running short. They needed to rescue Xia Qing from the den of thieves and leave immediately. You should return to your room and stay with everyone. Do not open the door for anyone. I will bring Xia Qing back on time. Qin Chuan instructed Su Yanran. Su Yanran felt a sense of unease. Are you sure you want to rescue Xia Qing alone? Perhaps you should gather a few more people to accompany you. Qin Chuan had no desire to bring along a few burdens. In the event of a conflict, others would be of no assistance and would only require his protection. It was far more prudent to act alone and swiftly return Xia Qing to the hotel. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that only 2 hours and 10 minutes remained until the rendezvous with the smuggler, and with communication cut off, he could not reach them to alter the time. He had to act quickly, hoping he would still make it in time. Let us go. Qin Chuan dragged the half-conscious janitor and strode out of the hotel. Once inside the van, he retrieved a concealed automatic rifle and 2 magazines from beneath the seat. The janitor had informed him that this gang was sizable and armed. The most effective means of rescuing Xia Qing would indeed rely on force. He tossed the janitor into the passenger seat and instructed him to guide the way as he started the vehicle. As the flames of conflict spread to the outskirts of the city, the streets became eerily deserted by nightfall. With only a few stray dogs and cats curiously observing the van speeding past, the traffickers were located in a slum just over 20 kilometers away. During the day, the power plant had been destroyed, plunging the entire city into darkness by night. Inside a corner house, 2 candles flickered on a table surrounded by 5 or 6 muscular men, bare-chested and ominous, silently consuming their meal. Several rifles lay carelessly within reach. From the adjoining room, the sounds of a woman weeping occasionally broke the stillness. One man, clearly ill-tempered, grew increasingly irritated by the cries, and after tossing aside a piece of meat, he rose and strode toward the neighboring room. As he stepped inside, a loud crash echoed behind him, as the living room wall was smashed in. Food scattered across the floor, and the candles extinguished in the ensuing dust, revealing the front of a vehicle that had crashed through the wall. The men, either seated or standing, were momentarily frozen in shock at the collapsed wall. Suddenly, a man fell, blood erupting from his chest, snapping the others back to reality as they hastily reached for their weapons. 2 more gunshots rang out, bullets from the vehicle claiming 2 more lives. The remaining 2 men crouched behind the table, hesitant to rise. Fortunately, a comrade resting in the loft heard the gunfire and rushed down the stairs with an automatic rifle, shouting for assistance. Get in the car and shoot him, the man behind the table warned loudly. Just then, as he spoke, his head jerked to the side and he collapsed, a bullet having pierced through the table, taking his life. The comrades descending from the loft began firing, the muzzle flashes illuminating the chaos. Bullets zipped back and forth, and screams echoed as some were struck, tumbling down the stairs. Cease fire, commanded the leader among them, as the gunfire subsided after expending their magazines. After a fierce exchange of gunfire, the front of the vehicle had been riddled with bullets, and it was presumed that the adversaries inside had been reduced to mere lifeless forms. Beside the leader, only 2 individuals remained unscathed, the others lay on the ground, either dead or gravely injured. The trio pressed against the wall, hesitant to advance, for the dim light obscured their vision. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and a figure tumbled out, collapsing onto the rubble, motionless. Chapter 80. The rescue of hostages. Was this the assailant who had ambushed them? The figure lay by the vehicle, unmoving for some time, suggesting he had succumbed to his injuries. The leader remained vigilant, aware that this individual had previously dispatched several of his comrades. Should he still be alive, approaching recklessly could cost him dearly. He elevated his weapon, firing several rounds into the figure on the ground to ensure the threat was neutralized, before cautiously advancing with his remaining companions. As they reached the front of the vehicle, they beheld the individual, face down, with multiple gunshot wounds in his back, clearly devoid of life. A sense of relief washed over the leader and his comrades as they stepped closer, using their toes to flip the corpse. Upon closer inspection, the deceased was a black man, whose visage seemed vaguely familiar. It quickly dawned on the leader that this was the cleaner from the upscale hotel who had assisted in the abduction of the girl. But why had he come to attack them under the cover of night? With the individual silenced, there was no means to unravel this mystery. However, someone soon provided an answer. A scuttling sound reached their ears, the crunch of shoes on gravel. Apart from the three of them, the area appeared devoid of life. How could footsteps suddenly emerge? Who goes there? The leader and his companions, filled with dread, turned swiftly, but it was too late. From the shadows, flashes of gunfire erupted, and they all fell, struck down in an instant. Qin Chuan approached the fallen trio, his weapon in hand. The leader's face bore the brutal marks of the assault. Flesh torn away, exposing bone. Remarkably, he clung to life, his gaze filled with terror as he beheld Qin Chuan draw near. With a resounding crack, Qin Chuan's rifle discharged, extinguishing the leader's life entirely. Turning back, he intended to seek out Xia Qing's whereabouts when he heard the faint sound of a woman weeping from the adjacent room. The sobs were brief, as if stifled by a hand. Qin Chuan strode to the door, kicking it open with force. Inside, the space was considerably smaller than outside, illuminated by a solitary oil lamp, under which 7 or 8 pairs of frightened, helpless eyes stared at the intruding Qin Chuan. These were the girls ensnared by traffickers. The eldest barely 20, the youngest scarcely 15 or 16. Had Qin Chuan not intervened, these girls would soon be transported through clandestine channels to foreign lands for a premium sale. Xia Qing cowered in the corner with the others, her hands and feet bound, rendering her nearly immobile. Yet, as the dim light revealed Qin Chuan's identity, she cast aside the traffickers' threats and called out urgently, "Be careful behind you." At the very moment she spoke, an assailant concealed behind the door lunged at Qin Chuan from behind, brandishing a sharp knife aimed directly at his throat. The suddenness of the attack caught Qin Chuan off guard, as his focus was entirely on the group of kidnapped girls, unaware of the lurking danger behind him. As a retired Special Forces soldier, his combat instincts remained sharp. Just as the blade was about to graze his skin, he swiftly raised his hand to block the assailant's arm. The tip of the knife halted mere centimeters from his neck, its chilling aura palpable. The attacker, unwilling to relent, gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength to drive the knife into his target's throat. Summer Qing, her eyes wide with terror, watched helplessly as Qin Chuan faced imminent peril, fearing he might succumb to the villain's blade at any moment. In that tense stalemate, Qin Chuan released his grip on the rifle with his left hand, almost magically drawing a handgun from his coat, aiming without a moment's hesitation directly at the back of the assailant's head and pulling the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the assailant's head jerked to one side, releasing Qin Chuan, whose body then slumped slowly against the wall. Having narrowly escaped death, Qin Chuan appeared unfazed, scanning the surroundings to ensure the danger had passed before striding towards Summer Qing and the others. He swiftly cut the ropes binding her hands and feet, overwhelmed by fear. She threw her arms around his neck, bursting into tears. "Please, don't cry. It's rather embarrassing with so many watching." Qin Chuan, the stoic man, struggled to find the right words of comfort, offering only a wry smile. After a cathartic outpouring of emotion, Summer Qing gradually regained her composure, wiping her still red eyes and reluctantly releasing her grip on him. There were 8 girls in total, including the pair of white twin sisters who had gone missing the previous night, presenting a dilemma for Qin Chuan. Time was of the essence. He needed to reunite with his team, and leaving the girls behind was not an option. Leading the sobbing girls outside, they were startled by the sight of the traffickers' lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. With the perilous prospect of inadvertently stepping on a hand or foot, they would have been utterly lost had it not been for Qin Chuan's guidance. The domestic van, remarkably sturdy, bore the scars of numerous bullet holes, yet miraculously started without issue. After ensuring all the girls were safely inside, he put the vehicle in reverse and maneuvered through the chaos. The commotion had been so significant that no police officers arrived to investigate, a testament to the dire state of law enforcement in the area. Though hesitant to entrust the girls to the local police, he could conceive of no safer alternative, especially given the urgency of the situation. Any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. The van sped to the police station, where Qin Chuan personally handed over the rescued girls to an officer. Just as he intended to leave, he was asked to provide a statement. Anxious and pressed for time, he recounted the events swiftly, careful not to incriminate himself by admitting to the killing, merely asserting that he had infiltrated the traffickers' lair to rescue the girls. The officer, seemingly diligent, took notes slowly on a pad, occasionally posing questions. Having squandered a full half-hour, the officer finally set down his pen and paper, gesturing for him to depart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan turned and left. What a predicament this was. Should this officer's responsible conduct cause him to miss his deadline, Qin Chuan would surely be filled with regret. Fortunately, there still seemed to be time. Qin Chuan pressed the accelerator to the floor. The van surged forward under his command, racing back to the hotel with the wind at its heels, leaving them with less than half an hour to spare. The Caucasian twins followed him back to the hotel, and upon hearing their daughter's cries, their parents rushed down in their pajamas. The family reunited, overflowing with joy. The twins' father, a prosperous businessman, immediately offered to reward Qin Chuan handsomely, but he graciously declined. He ushered everyone into the vehicle and set off for the agreed-upon location. Thankfully, they arrived just in time. The smuggler had already grown impatient, preparing to depart, and had they been 10 minutes later, they might have missed their chance. Chapter 81. Through the jungle, the smuggler did not confine his dealings solely to Qin Chuan and his companions. Prior to their arrival, 4 or 5 vehicles had already congregated at the front. Even the pickup truck's trailer was crammed with refugees, numbering around 50. At a fee of 100,000 Carmen dollars per person, this journey would yield the smugglers several million, a staggering sum in the impoverished nation of Anwega, where few endeavors could prove so lucrative. Approaching their vehicle, the smuggler rapped on the driver's side door, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Why are you so late? Did you bring the money?" Qin Chuan leaned out, reassuring him, "Rest assured, once we arrive, every penny will be accounted for." He was far too astute to hand over the money prematurely. Should the man abscond mid-journey, they would incur significant losses. One must always be cautious. Qin Chuan was a man of his word. As long as they safely reached the neighboring country, the payment was guaranteed. Although the smuggler expressed dissatisfaction, he had little recourse against Qin Chuan and could only mutter discontentedly in his native tongue. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time was drawing near, and after advising them to stay close, he turned to lead the way. The convoy slowly set off, trailing behind an SUV as they navigated the narrow path ahead. They were still within the capital's vicinity, and a considerable distance remained before reaching the forest he had mentioned. Silence enveloped the vehicle. Everyone was on high alert. The stakes were high. As long as they remained within Anwega's borders, they could not afford to let their guard down. The only sound was the engine's hum as each individual anxiously peered out the window, dreading any unforeseen complications. Qin Chuan personally drove at the rear, the rifle beneath his seat already unlatched, ready to be fired at a moment's notice should danger arise. Thus, they traveled silently for over 10 kilometers, and in the distance, the outline of the forest began to emerge. The dark woods echoed with the haunting calls of owls. Everything appeared to be proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. As long as they traversed this sprawling forest, they would reach the land of their neighboring country. At that moment, the right rear wheel of the pickup truck ahead inadvertently sank into the soft mud by the roadside. Regardless of how the driver pressed the accelerator, the wheel merely spun futilely in the mire, emitting clouds of white smoke, yet achieving no progress. The smuggler, brimming with indignation, returned from the front, delivering a scathing reprimand to the driver and beckoning the passengers to disembark. Together, they exerted their strength to extricate the vehicle from the clutches of the mud. The convoy resumed its journey, and the previously tense travelers finally relaxed. Ahead lay the dense jungle, rendering passage impossible, thus forcing them to abandon the vehicle by the roadside. One by one, they alighted, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Traversing the jungle was destined to be the most arduous and perilous segment of their journey. The rugged path leading to the neighboring country had become treacherously slippery from the dampness, causing some to stumble over the scattered rocks and branches beneath their feet. Qin Chuan produced a flashlight he had prepared in advance, one for every 2 individuals, and with the illumination, the path indeed appeared more navigable. Just when they thought it would be manageable with the flashlights, the smuggler abruptly returned, his voice sharp and commanding as he chastised everyone. "Are you fools? With flashlights in the dead of night, anyone from afar can spot us. If you wish to perish, do not drag others down with you." His volatile demeanor perhaps stemmed from a sense of responsibility, under the scrutinizing gazes of others. Qin Chuan had no choice but to instruct the group to extinguish their flashlights and continue forward in the darkness. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the path became increasingly treacherous. To one side lay a bottomless abyss. A single misstep could lead to a fatal plunge, leaving no trace behind. Having rested well over the past 2 days, everyone was still in relatively good spirits, albeit slightly breathless. Qin Chuan, undeterred by the effort, chopped several branches from the roadside to serve as makeshift walking sticks, providing a greater sense of security. The smuggler seemed intent on hastily escorting them to their destination, moving with the relentless pace of an old horse familiar with the trail, while several older and frilier individuals struggled to keep up, gradually falling to the rear of the group. Qin Chuan kept a vigilant eye on the smuggler's back. Should they lose sight of him, navigating through the vast, labyrinthine jungle would be a formidable challenge. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, the smuggler halted in a cleared area, glancing back at the breathless group behind him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Surprisingly, Qin Chuan, who had initially lagged, became the second to arrive at this spot. The mountain path posed little challenge for him. With a few more trips to familiarize himself with the terrain, he was confident he could outpace the smugglers significantly. How much farther? Qin Chuan inquired as he came to a stop beside him, both waiting for those who had fallen behind. It's still early. We've only covered half the distance. At this pace, we'll need to walk for another 2 to 3 hours. The smuggler settled onto a stone, pulling out a cigarette for himself. After 2 hours, they had traversed approximately 7 or 8 kilometers, which meant they still faced a considerable stretch ahead, nearly 20 kilometers. If measured in a straight line, this jungle seemed to extend far more vast than it initially appeared. Zhang Xiaochong, clutching the bag of cash, huffed as he approached Qin Chuan, grumbling, "This guide must be leading us in circles. How can we have walked for so long, yet still not reached our destination?" He spoke in Mandarin, unbothered by the nearby illegal immigrants, but Qin Chuan paused, startled by his words, momentarily halting as he helped Su Yanran settle down to rest. "What's the matter?" Su Yanran inquired, her beautiful eyes wide with confusion as she looked at him. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Just lost in thought for a moment." Su Yanran sat beside him, their shoulders brushing against each other. The delicate fragrance emanating from her made Qin Chuan inhale deeply, momentarily pushing his doubts aside. "Here, have some water. Can you keep going?" He kindly retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to Su Yanran. As the team member with the best physical stamina, he carried most of the food and water in his pack, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. Despite their lengthy trek, he appeared unfazed, with hardly a bead of sweat on his forehead. "I'm doing fine. You should drink some too." Su Yanran held the bottle to Qin Chuan's lips, and he took several hearty gulps, all the while being enviously observed by Zhang Xiaochong. Old Qin is indeed impressive. He has only been on the job for a couple of months, and has already won over the seemingly icy Su. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind was filled with thoughts of seeking his mentorship. If circumstances had allowed, he would have rushed over and exclaimed, "Master, teach me how to charm women." Yet, he knew well that he might never master Qin Chuan's skills in this lifetime. Reflecting on these thoughts, he couldn't help but reminisce about Bai Lulu. As a quintessential homebody, everything about Bai Lulu epitomized his ideal goddess, and her gentle demeanor, calling him Xiaochonggu, left him feeling utterly enchanted. He wondered where she might be at that moment. Chapter 82. A trap will rest here for half an hour before continuing. Once most of the group had gathered, the guide announced, eliciting a chorus of sighs from the crowd. Many were exhausted and unable to walk any further, and the revelation that they had only traversed half the distance deflated their spirits. The guide instinctively glanced at his watch, demonstrating a clear sense of time. Everyone was expected to adhere strictly to his schedule. Otherwise, they risked being left behind without mercy. Given the perilous nature of their journey, his caution was entirely justified. "It's not even noon yet. Once we arrive, you can rest assured," he continued, lighting a cigarette as he walked towards the woods. "I'm just stepping away for a moment. Don't wander off. If you can't find me later, don't blame me for not waiting." With that, his figure vanished behind a large tree, presumably seeking a private spot. As murmurs of discontent and lament filled the air, Qin Chuan initially brushed it off, distributing food and water to replenish everyone's energy. However, as time slipped by, and the guide still had not returned after several minutes, unease began to creep in. In this desolate wilderness, could he have been taken by a wild beast? What would we do then? Zhang Xiaoqiang's imagination ran wild. What began as jest now had Qin Chuan furrowing his brow. The guide's unusual behavior was impossible not to view with suspicion. The individual merely stepped away for a moment. There was no need to venture too far, and logically, he should have returned by now. If, as Zhang Xiaochong suggested, he had encountered a beast or some other peril, there would at least have been some commotion. The area where he vanished lay in eerie silence. It is inconceivable for a living person to simply disappear without a trace, unless he intended to evade the others deliberately. Yet, he had not yet received his reward. What purpose could this serve? Qin Chuan sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Perhaps, as he suspected, a mere glance would reveal whether the person was still there. "You all stay here. I shall take a look." Witnessing his serious demeanor, the others could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, grasping their weapons and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Qin Chuan advanced alone toward the towering tree, circled to the rear, but found no sign of the smuggler. Reluctantly, he pressed further into the depths of the woods, and with each step, his foreboding grew more pronounced. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves echoed nearby. Someone was approaching, concealed behind the trees. Qin Chuan could almost ascertain that they had been betrayed by the smuggler. Yet, who were these individuals, and what intentions did they harbor? This remained a mystery. Crouching low, he moved stealthily forward, adopting the stance of a poised cheetah, quietly lurking in the shadows and observing his quarry. These individuals clearly did not anticipate the presence of another hidden in the underbrush. As one of them passed by, Qin Chuan seized the man's calf and yanked him forcefully into the thicket. His companions, still oblivious, were startled by the sudden commotion, and as they pushed aside the branches obstructing their view, they beheld their dragged comrades sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious, unaware of any foe's presence. Surely, he hadn't simply fallen. As they grappled with their confusion, a figure surged forth like a specter, striking one of the enemies on the temple with precise ferocity. In a swift motion, he turned and single-handedly intercepted another adversary's rifle, his left hand forming a blade, pressing against the man's throat. Qin Chuan's actions were decisive and efficient. Within moments, all 5 adversaries lay defeated, none able to withstand his surprise assault. The skirmish concluded with barely a sound. Before a formidable special forces operative, these foes were utterly ineffectual. Bending down, Qin Chuan meticulously examined the fallen assailants, peeling away their raincoats to reveal a segment of khaki uniform. He immediately recognized it as the standard military attire of the Anwega regular army, and the other 4 bore similar garments beneath their rain gear. This revelation was sufficient to confirm their identities. Why would the regular army be present in this jungle at such an hour, seemingly aware of their resting place? Qin Chuan found this perplexing. Why would the regulars abandon their posts at the front lines to specifically target them? It seemed likely that the smuggler had conspired with the regular military beforehand, intentionally leading them into an ambush. This bore the unsettling essence of a dark betrayal. Before apprehending the smugglers, no one could ascertain the true reason behind the urgency to evacuate. The lurking enemies in the vicinity surely numbered more than a mere handful. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his weapon and sprinted back, but before he could reach his destination, he was met with a cacophony of gasps and the sound of gunfire. Realizing the dire situation, he lamented that it was too late for him. Crouching low, he approached the clearing, benefiting from the cover of night, as it seemed no one had noticed his presence. To his dismay, the area where they had been resting was now surrounded by regular troops from all directions. Numbering at least 100 or 200, their dark gun barrels aimed menacingly at the trembling civilians. Thus far, no one had noticed the absence of several soldiers. A young officer approached, sweeping the faces of the civilians with his flashlight. Trailing closely behind him was none other than a smuggler. It was evidently a trap. The military's large-scale mobilization was surely aimed at capturing this group of illicit migrants. Worry set in as he realized the young man was missing, undoubtedly having fled. They needed to find him quickly. The diamonds were likely in his possession. The smuggler, having meticulously counted heads, shouted towards the officer. Diamonds? How could he possibly know of their existence? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, finally grasping that these individuals had come for the diamonds. Yet he could not fathom how the smuggler had acquired such knowledge. As a battalion of soldiers advanced towards his direction, he swiftly retreated into the dense underbrush. Hundreds of soldiers, following the officer's orders, began a thorough search of the area. Yet, under the cover of darkness, locating anyone within the expansive jungle was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as Qin Chuan was determined to evade capture, they could search for half a month without discovering him. However, the 5 soldiers he had incapacitated were indeed discovered. This led the enemy to deduce that Qin Chuan had seized the opportunity to escape. The officer's face darkened with frustration, realizing his efforts had yielded nothing. He commanded the soldiers to escort the civilians attempting illegal border crossing back, particularly focusing on Qin Chuan's companions, each of whom was accompanied by at least 2 soldiers. The allure of the diamonds was sufficient to drive these individuals to take such risks. The smuggler led the way, and within just half an hour, they emerged from the forest, arriving at the very spot where they had initially disembarked. Chapter 83. Infiltrating the enemy's lair. Qin Chuan's van was turned inside out by the soldiers, who conducted a meticulous search, even slicing open the seat cushions in their quest for hidden treasures, yet to no avail. The officer, exasperated, drew his handgun, demanding Zhang Xiaochong reveal where the diamonds were concealed. Under the threat of the firearm, Zhang Xiaochong, nearly fainting from fear, shook his head vigorously, though his evasive gaze betrayed that he was indeed concealing something. Relinquishing the gun, the officer abandoned his intention to shoot him, whispering a few words to the smugglers before signaling to the distance. A convoy of over a dozen military trucks, previously concealed in the shadows, rumbled forth and came to a halt before them. Following the officer's orders, the soldiers began ushering everyone onto the vehicles, heading back towards the city. As the last truck was about to depart, Qin Chuan stealthily emerged from the underbrush, swiftly darting beneath the vehicle without anyone noticing. The convoy returned to the military camp, where Zhang Xiaochong and others were imprisoned and subjected to severe torture by soldiers, hoping to use him as leverage to extract information regarding the whereabouts of a batch of diamonds. As the personnel gradually dispersed, an officer stood in front of the truck, lighting a cigarette as if waiting for someone, not in a hurry to leave. Were it not for the few guards behind him, Qin Chuan would have lost patience and taken action against him. Time ticked by, and after approximately 10 minutes, a private car nonchalantly drove in. The vehicle halted a few meters from the officer, undoubtedly carrying the person he was waiting for. When the rear door opened, out stepped a stout middle-aged man, whom Qin Chuan recognized as the owner of a jewelry store, the very man who had offered 500,000 for each of his diamonds. It became clear that on the day of the transaction, the astute businessman had discerned that Qin Chuan possessed more than just a few diamonds, immediately linking him to the batch that had gone missing. His identity was not merely that of a jewelry store owner. He was also an intelligence broker, with insiders bought from both regular military and various armed factions. His objective was to sell the collected intelligence to opposing organizations, profiting handsomely from the commissions. The diamonds in Qin Chuan's possession had ignited the owner's greed, prompting him to conspire with the military officer to set a trap, intending to retrieve the diamonds and subsequently eliminate any witnesses, ensuring no one would know that the lost batch was in his hands. However, Qin Chuan was evidently more cunning than he had anticipated, having laid an intricate net that allowed him to escape. Upon hearing the officer's response, the owner, filled with rage, stomped his foot in frustration. He could never have imagined that the very person he had schemed against was hiding beneath the truck, listening intently to their conversation. Recognizing that the crowded surroundings were unsuitable for discussion, the officer extinguished his cigarette and led the owner toward a room. As soon as they departed, Qin Chuan rolled out from beneath the truck, stealthily following them like a cat. They arrived at a wooden cabin, where only the officer entered with the owner, leaving others outside to keep watch. What a bunch of fools, unable to handle even a minor task, the owner muttered under his breath, but the officer suddenly turned around, gripping his collar tightly. When will you pay me the agreed-upon sum? He demanded darkly. It was understood that upon receiving the diamonds, I would naturally deliver the payment as per our agreement. The owner feigned calmness. However, the officer, not easily deceived, abruptly interrupted him. Be silent. You promised that regardless of whether or not the diamonds were found, you would pay me £200,000 and provide a passport to the UK. The officer, striving to suppress his furious outburst, hissed into the owner's ear. He knew that should his superiors discover his unauthorized actions, he would face severe repercussions. Had it not been for the imminent threat of an assault by the rebels, he would have never acquiesced to such a perilous undertaking. Despite his urgent need for a passport and money to flee abroad, I have prepared the funds and the passport for you. Yet you must assist me once more by retrieving that scoundrel and the diamonds, he implored. The boss, aware of the officer's dependence on him, felt emboldened. I will add an additional 200,000. You must locate that man for me. Indeed, upon hearing this, the officer's expression revealed a flicker of temptation. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and raised his right hand. No, you must give me an additional 500,000, and I assure you I will retrieve him. The two continued to haggle within the confines of the room, oblivious to the muffled sounds emanating from outside. 10 minutes later, they reached an agreement. The boss adjusted his slightly crumpled collar and stepped outside. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he stumbled over something, nearly losing his balance. Lowering his gaze, he was confronted by the lifeless body of a soldier at his feet. Were you not seeking me? I have arrived, came a ghostly voice from behind. The color drained from the boss's face as he recognized the speaker, the owner of the diamonds. He opened his mouth to scream, but Qin Chuan swiftly covered it with his hand. In one swift motion, he plunged a dagger into the boss's back, releasing his grip. The lifeless body collapsed atop the soldier's remains, while Qin Chuan wiped the blood from the blade and turned towards the only remaining living occupant of the room. What is happening outside? The officer, hearing commotion at the door, inquired as he pushed it open. Before him stood the ominous muzzle of a gun, followed by Qin Chuan's face adorned with a chilling smirk. Observing the corpse of the boss sprawled on the ground, the officer began to comprehend the unfolding situation. With a single shout, he could rouse the entire garrison, ensuring the demise of his adversary, who would then meet an inevitable end. Yet, he knew he would be the first to perish. A mere flick of a finger from his opponent could seal his fate. What do you intend to do? He feigned composure while searching for an escape. Lead me to rescue my friends, Qin Chuan commanded, seizing him by the arm. The officer's concealed right hand clutched a pistol, believing his stealth to be undetectable. However, he was utterly unaware of Qin Chuan's keen perception. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan yanked his gun-wielding arm, dislocating it with a crack. The officer winced in pain, unable to vocalize his distress, as the pistol clattered to the ground. Any further tricks, and I'll blow your brains out, Qin Chuan coldly threatened, pressing the gun against the officer's back. Complying, the officer's pallid face led him towards the cells where prisoners were held. As they passed a structure resembling a warehouse, guarded by a soldier, Qin Chuan halted and asked, "What is this place?" "The armory," the officer replied. "The armory?" A plan took shape in Qin Chuan's mind as he pressed the gun against the officer's back and commanded, "Lead me to the armory." The officer, taken aback, turned, clearly filled with trepidation. With one's very life held in another's hands, who would dare to dissent? Qin Chuan lagged slightly behind as he approached the armory's entrance alongside the officer. The soldier stationed at the gate, noticing his superior's arrival, promptly stood at attention, greeting with a salute. "Good evening, sir." Due to the dim lighting, the soldier failed to notice the officer's peculiar expression or the pistol pressed against his waist. The officer, with an air of arrogance, merely nodded without responding and slowly commanded, "Open the warehouse door. I need to conduct an inspection." An inspection of the armory at such a late hour? Indeed. The soldier dared not ask further questions and rushed forward, exerting considerable effort to pry open the heavy iron door just enough to create a half-meter gap. "That will do. You stay outside while we take a look," the officer instructed, leading Qin Chuan into the warehouse. After locating the light switch along the wall, the vast expanse of the warehouse, measuring several hundred square meters, revealed itself in full illumination, leaving Qin Chuan momentarily awestruck. As one of the most significant cities in Anwega, the stockpile of ammunition here was exceptionally ample, featuring an array of light weaponry, including both light and heavy machine guns, as well as rocket launchers. Such an arsenal was sufficient to equip an entire battalion. Yet, Qin Chuan stood alone. How much could he possibly carry away? A cruel smirk crept upon the officer's lips, for while the items were indeed plentiful, they were not transportable, leaving him to merely gaze longingly. As his eyes swept the room, Qin Chuan approached a neatly arranged stack of ammunition boxes. Unfazed by the officer's thoughts, he seized a paratrooper knife, prying open the lid with ease. Inside lay 16 M26 grenades, each the size of an egg, which he silently stowed away in his pockets, for they would likely prove useful soon. The officer watched closely, still held at gunpoint, and did not entertain thoughts of escape. Having collected enough grenades, Qin Chuan turned and presented 2 of them to the officer. "Take these." "What are you planning?" the officer questioned, bewildered, yet his hand obediently accepted the grenades. Qin Chuan then peeled back a nearby tarp, revealing bundles of explosives beneath. A sense of foreboding began to dawn upon the officer. With swift determination, Qin Chuan stripped off the officer's coat and bound the bundles of explosives to his chest and back with rope, ultimately securing the 2 grenades as well, leaving one end of the rope attached to the pins of the grenades. The other end rested firmly in Qin Chuan's grip, should the officer attempt any treachery. A gentle tug on the rope would suffice to detonate the explosives strapped to him. The officer, drenched in sweat, watched in horror as Qin Chuan worked his will upon him, all previous calculations evaporating in an instant. Qin Chuan commanded him to don his coat once more. The once slim officer now appeared considerably bulked up. With the rope firmly in hand, Qin Chuan felt secure against any possible deception. "Let us go," he ordered, stowing his gun. The officer, compelled to comply, cautiously led the way, taking care to avoid any missteps that might inadvertently pull on the rope, each step taken with utmost deliberation. As they exited the warehouse, the soldier stationed at the door remained oblivious to any irregularities, merely pondering the oddity of why an officer would bring a civilian to inspect the armory at such an hour. Yet, he was merely a private, tasked solely with guarding the armory and lacking the authority to question such matters. Recently, we find ourselves amidst a tumultuous season. As night falls, the state of alert within the military camp has notably intensified, with patrols frequently brushing past the 2 individuals. Fortunately, the presence of the officer as a hostage ensures that no inquiries are directed their way. They navigate cautiously to the holding area of Zhang Xiaochang and his companions, where the officer instructs the soldiers within to unlock the cell door. The moment the door swings open, Qin Chuan delivers a swift punch to the unsuspecting soldier, rendering him unconscious, and commands the officer to conceal the man beneath the table. The duo proceeds down the corridor, and from a distance, they hear the chilling, blood-curdling screams of Zhang Xiaochang. It is unmistakably his voice. The officer suddenly feels a chilling sensation at the back of his neck and instinctively turns to explain. But before he can utter a word, he receives a solid kick to his abdomen. He bends over in pain, his face contorted in agony, unable to voice a sound as he struggles to straighten himself despite the excruciating discomfort. Recognizing his compliance, Qin Chuan spares him for the moment and instructs him to lead the way. Within a modest chamber, the heat from the furnace is oppressive. 2 muscular African men, bare-armed, are mercilessly lashing Zhang Xiaochang, who is bound to a wooden frame, with a whip soaked in water. Each strike leaves behind gaping wounds, and after only a few blows, Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice has grown hoarse. He has divulged every possible detail, Yet the two tormentors show no signs of relenting. Where is the diamond hidden? One of the men asks, pausing momentarily as if to follow a routine. I truly do not know, Zhang Xiaochang replies weakly, his head drooping, breath shallow. Having never endured such torment, he realizes that he is on the brink of death, yet he is oblivious to the fact that this is merely the prelude. The walls on either side are adorned with an array of horrific instruments of torture, many stained with darkened blood, sending shivers down the spine merely by their sight. Zhang Xiaochang is indeed innocent. He has no knowledge of Qin Chuan's whereabouts of the diamond, but the two men care little for his plight. If they do not obtain the answers they seek, they have countless methods to slowly torment the unfortunate soul before them. One of the men approaches the furnace, seizing a glowing branding iron, and strides over to Zhang Xiaochang. Will you speak? He taunts, bringing the iron closer to Zhang's chest, even before it touches his skin. The searing heat is palpable, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh. I truly do not know. Please let me go. Zhang Xiaochang cries out, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he thrashes in desperation. Bound by chains, he is rendered immobile, tears, saliva, and mucus streaming down his face as he watches the branding iron inch closer. Just as he resigns himself to the thought of his impending doom, the previously ajar door bursts open with a resounding crash against the wall. Zhang Xiaochang gazes at Qin Chuan, who strides in with purpose, as if he were a savior, and cries out in a shrill voice, Boss, save me. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan raises his weapon and fires twice. The interrogators, caught unawares, fall lifelessly to the ground. He swiftly frees Zhang Xiaochang from his shackles, eliciting a torrent of incoherent gratitude from the liberated man. Boss, I knew you wouldn't abandon us, Qin Chuan said, pushing aside the snot-covered, tear-streaked face before him, and in a low voice asked, What about the others? They're all still alive. I'm the unluckiest. The moment I entered, they bound me, the chubby one complained. Hearing his lament, Qin Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Su Yanran and the others were safe, that was what truly mattered. Chapter 85. A fish in a barrel. Su Yanran and the others were well, all imprisoned in the adjacent cell, while only Zhang Xiaochang was suffering. As his anguished cries echoed through the prison, the others could do nothing but tremble in fear. It was as though heaven had heard their prayers. A savior truly appeared. When the cell door swung open, the frightened group initially thought it was their turn. But upon seeing Qin Chuan's face, Su Yanran couldn't hold back her tears. This was not the time for reminiscing. They needed to escape swiftly. There were over 50 of them, including those who had been captured, and their safe departure depended on the officer outside. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the cell, he was taken aback to find Zhang Xiaochang fiercely attacking the officer crouched on the ground. With pent-up frustration finally finding an outlet, Zhang unleashed a flurry of kicks upon his foe, resembling a lion in his ferocity. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Qin Chuan to suffer a heart attack. He handed the rope to Xiaochang, instructing him to keep an eye on the officer. Who would have thought this fool would resort to violence? If he accidentally triggered the grenade pin, they would all be doomed. Fortunately, Qin Chuan acted swiftly, dragging the still pummeling chubby one aside. Boss, don't hold me back. Look at what his men did to me. I want revenge. Zhang Xiaochang protested, flailing about as Qin Chuan restrained him. Do you wish to throw your life away? Qin Chuan retorted, lifting the officer's jacket to reveal bundles of explosives strapped beneath. Realizing the catastrophe he had nearly caused, Zhang Xiaochang shrank back, silenced by fear. Let's go. Once we leave the military camp, I will set you free, Qin Chuan said to the officer, who bore the imprint of a shoe sole on his face. Though the officer's heart was filled with resentment, he had no choice but to comply. On their return journey, they passed a cell where sudden, fervent banging erupted. Brothers, help us. Let us out. Eyes filled with desperation appeared behind the iron bars, clearly recognizing that they were fellow countrymen. Taking a chance, one of them shouted in Mandarin for assistance. Chinese? Yes, yes. I am a merchant from China, with a friend here. Please help us. The man pleaded. Stepping back a couple of paces, Qin Chuan approached the bars, peering through the narrow opening. The dim light revealed two figures standing inside. Surprised to encounter compatriots in such a dire place, he thought, why not save a few more? Step back, he commanded, aiming his gun at the lock and firing twice. Shattering it, he then pulled the door open, liberating them. Thank you, brother. As the middle-aged man emerged, he grasped Qin Chuan's hand with profound gratitude. His suit was somewhat soiled, suggesting he had been confined here for a considerable duration. Trailing behind him was a stern-faced man, of similar age to Qin Chuan, whose expression revealed little joy. He merely nodded slightly at Qin Chuan as a gesture of appreciation for his assistance. Hand me the gun, the austere man stated bluntly. Do you know how to use it? Qin Chuan scrutinized him, sensing an aura of danger. This man was no mere amateur. In light of their current predicament, it was imperative for everyone to unite and fight their way out. Having another ally would certainly be advantageous, regardless of their past identities. They shared a common objective and could thus be regarded as temporary comrades. He relinquished the AM rifle he had acquired from a soldier. The man took the weapon, expertly pulled back the bolt to inspect the chamber, and removed the magazine for inspection. His proficient movements indicated he was not merely posturing. With the addition of this formidable ally, the pressure on Qin Chuan would diminish significantly. The man took the initiative, leading the way. As they rounded a corner, two soldiers suddenly emerged from an unknown location, instantly spotting their motley group. "Halt!" One soldier barked, raising his rifle to fire. In a split second, two precise shots rang out, striking both men down. The man's marksmanship and reaction time were on par with Qin Chuan's. His psychological resilience was equally commendable, as he executed the two soldiers without a flicker of emotion, advancing only after confirming the threat was neutralized and gesturing for the others to follow. The group hastened to the door, pushing it open, but Qin Chuan seized the man's sleeve. Something's amiss. Outside lay a pitch-black expanse, eerily quieter than when he had arrived. What could be wrong? Before he could elaborate, a blinding spotlight suddenly illuminated their surroundings as if it were broad daylight, leaving them utterly exposed. As if rehearsed countless times, a throng of soldiers surged from all directions, swiftly encircling them. Their weapons simultaneously trained on the exit, and even two tanks from the barracks rumbled forth, positioning their cannons at the entrance. With a mere command from the officer, this place could be obliterated in an instant. "Yield. Even using me as a hostage would be futile. Should you resist, the soldiers will fire without hesitation," the officer declared, a malevolent glee evident in his tone. Before he could further taunt, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful punch, causing blood to gush from his nose. Undeterred, the officer continued, "The highest-ranking officer here is not me. I can easily accompany you to death. In any case, there is no escape for you." The hundreds of guns outside affirmed the veracity of his words. A captain stepped forward from the crowd, halting 50 paces away, loudly urging them to surrender. "General Yuniel offers you a chance. Release our people immediately, and you shall be granted a path to safety." Qin Chuan dismissed the captain's words as mere drivel, his mind racing for a means of escape. The situation was grim. The soldiers had encircled them as tightly as a drum, leaving no room for flight. Even hiding within is not a viable solution. The two tanks across the way are no mere decorations. A single shot or two could effortlessly breach this wall, allowing the soldiers to surge in and annihilate everyone inside. The enemy's hesitation to attack immediately stems solely from their hostage. However, relying on this alone cannot prolong their survival for long. Once this general's patience is exhausted, it will spell their doom. What to do? The individuals trapped within have already succumbed to despair, with only a few maintaining their composure. Qin Chuan's face bore an expression of calm, yet his heart raced with urgency. Time was of the essence, yet he could devise no plan to ensure their escape alive. Suddenly, the piercing sound of an air raid siren shattered the night's tranquility, causing the general, who was on the verge of issuing an attack order, to halt in his tracks. Chapter 86. The Outbreak of War. The air raid alarm continued to echo, soon overshadowed by the thunderous roar of fighter jets rapidly approaching from afar. 1, 2, 3. The insurgents had unleashed their entire fleet of aircraft this night, appearing without any prior warning over the city. As a fighter jet zoomed past the barracks, the bomb suspended beneath its wings detached with a chilling whistle, landing near a building less than 200 meters from Qin Chuan and the others. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, flames soared to heights of several dozen meters, and the fierce shockwave sent debris soaring into the air. It felt as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck, causing the ground to tremble violently. Unprepared soldiers stumbled and fell, cries of alarm ringing out incessantly. The 5-story building at the explosion's epicenter now stood precariously with half of it still intact, while the other half lay in ruins. Before the stunned crowd could recover from their shock, the bomber returned, executing a 180-degree turn overhead and releasing a second bomb. This time, the regular army soldiers encircling them were not so fortunate. The 250-pound bomb landed squarely in the midst of the densely packed crowd. With a chorus of agonized screams from the soldiers, the bomb detonated among them. This time, Qin Chuan and his companions were even closer to the blast site. The thunderous roar nearly shattered their eardrums, and the shockwave struck them with a pain akin to being cut by knives. "Get down!" Qin Chuan bellowed at the moment of the explosion. The crowd instinctively obeyed, feeling the ground tremble beneath them, their eyes filled with terror. The chandeliers above swayed violently, only settling after what felt like an eternity, as Qin Chuan, blood surging in his veins, brushed off the dust and debris. He slowly propped himself up to behold a gaping crater, a dozen meters in diameter, a mere 50 or 60 meters away. Everything around them, including soldiers and the two tanks, had been utterly shattered. The twisted turret of a tank lay abandoned beside the entrance. The The scene was chaotic, and it remained unclear whether the commanding officer had survived the explosion. His soldiers were already in disarray, while enemy aircraft continued to circle above, occasionally diving to unleash machine gun fire upon ground targets. The regular army's fragmented defense system finally began to retaliate after the initial wave of bombardment. The thunderous roar of anti-aircraft guns filled the air, unleashing a cascade of crimson light points into the sky. At this moment, there was no time to hesitate. Qin Chuan handed over the officer, who was feigning death on the ground, to the others behind him and boldly surged through the door, automatic rifle in hand. Initially anticipating a fierce battle, he soon realized his expectations were misguided. The soldiers were preoccupied with evading airstrikes and had little inclination to continue the fight. The aircraft overhead, having completed their bombing runs, remained relentless, continuously strafing the ground with their cannons. As if it were not enough, another plane approached from the south, joining the assault. The two aircraft alternated their fire, wreaking havoc on the soldiers below, who scurried about like headless flies, caught in a chaotic frenzy. The bullets from the aircraft's cannons were devastating. Those struck were instantly severed in two, and even a graze would render a limb irretrievable. Run, Qin Chuan urged, grasping Su Yanran's hand as they sprinted towards the camp's exit, the others closely trailing behind, racing for their lives, their hearts pounding in their ears. A barrage of bullets rained down from above, striking the ground less than half a meter away, narrowly missing them. The pilots of the aircraft showed no concern for whether their targets were soldiers or civilians. All moving figures were fair game. Fear gripped them, stifling their breaths as they exerted every ounce of strength to escape. At last, they fled the military camp alongside a throng of disoriented soldiers. Reaching the nearest city exit amidst the continuous gunfire, the rebels had unexpectedly launched an assault on the city. Head south, to avoid becoming victims of war. The wisest course was to flee quickly. Qin Chuan led the group southward, but halfway through their flight, they encountered a large crowd of civilians rushing toward them from that direction. Grabbing one of them, Qin Chuan shouted, "What are you running from? What's happening over there?" "Rebels. The rebels are coming in from the south." The man gasped, breaking free from Qin Chuan's grip and vanishing in an instant. His words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, revealing the grim reality. The rebels were attacking from multiple directions, sealing off all exits. This is it. What do we do now? Panic ensued as the situation proved even graver than they had imagined. Having narrowly escaped one danger, they found themselves ensnared in another. It seemed the heavens had not intended to grant them a path to safety. If they had known this would be their fate, they might have preferred to remain on the deserted island, where fear of death did not loom as it did now, with threats lurking around every corner. In war-torn regions, civilian lives were the least valued, and the rebels, notorious for their brutality, would spell doom for the city once they vanquished the regular army. Thus, the locals harbored even greater fear than Qin Chuan and his companions, desiring to flee, yet finding no escape, left to await their fate within the city walls. "Boss, you need to make a decision quickly. The gunfire is getting closer." Zhang Xiaochang trembled, sharing the same anxiety as the others, placing their hopes solely on Qin Chuan. In their eyes, he was akin to a superhero. However, he too was merely an ordinary man, burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding the lives of his companions. Even if he devised a plan to break through, he could not guarantee that the majority would survive. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to turn back. "Where are we headed?" Zhang Xiaochang inquired as he caught up. "To the hotel. We shall assess the situation at dawn before making any decisions," Qin Chuan replied. Their lodging was the sole global chain hotel in the area, owned and operated by foreigners. As a former colony, the locals harbored an innate trepidation towards white individuals. Thus, despite the rampant insurgency, they were unlikely to jeopardize foreign enterprises, understanding the potential repercussions. This was merely Qin Chuan's optimistic conjecture. Had the insurgents been aware that the murderer of their kin was residing in the hotel, circumstances could drastically change. With conflict raging outside the city, the situation remained uncertain. Should the regular forces manage to repel the insurgents, all would be well. For now, they could only await the break of dawn to decide their course of action. Interestingly, many local residents shared Qin Chuan's sentiments. As they hurried back to the hotel, a multitude of refugees surged in, seeking sanctuary, filling the corridors to capacity. Perhaps stirred by a flicker of conscience, the hotel manager refrained from ejecting these desperate souls, even providing them with water and blankets. Qin Chuan and his companions had paid for 3 rooms for a week, 2 of which had already been relinquished to others in need, leaving them with a single room. Chapter 87. Defending the hotel. The suite was sufficiently spacious, accommodating their group of over a dozen without feeling cramped. Lacking enough chairs, they settled on the carpeted floor, and Qin Chuan requested the manager to bring additional blankets. they would have to make do for the night. Compared to the homeless refugees in the corridors, their situation was relatively favorable, though Zhang Xiaochang felt disheartened, lamenting the loss of the cash he had in the bag, still pained by the thought of it. Outside, the cacophony of gunfire echoed, and the distant sky was illuminated by the fiery glow of explosions. In such an environment, how could anyone possibly find rest? Previously, when Qin Chuan had rescued 2 traitors from military custody, they had nowhere else to go and thus accompanied him to this hotel. The officer who had thwarted their escape plan was also brought along. The explosives that had been fastened to him were now removed, and Zhang Xiaochang found a long, sturdy rope to bind him tightly, also procuring a rag from an unknown source to gag him despite the officer's protests. Once everyone was settled, a man who introduced himself as Duan Honglin approached Qin Chuan. He was in Anhui for a timber business venture but had encountered misfortune, resulting in a betrayal that led to his imprisonment. Had he and his brother Li Feng not crossed paths with Qin Chuan, they might have perished here. The gratitude in his earnest gaze was palpable. As for the legitimacy of his timber dealings and the reasons behind his entrapment, only he possessed the knowledge. Qin Chuan was not easily deceived, but chose not to confront him directly. If the man was reluctant to share, Qin Chuan had no desire to pry further. The nature of his business was inconsequential, provided he refrained from causing disruption at this critical juncture. The debt of gratitude is beyond repayment. Should there be anything I can assist my brothers with in the homeland, do not hesitate to speak. Duan Honglin is a remarkably affable individual, effortlessly engaging in brotherly banter with Qin Chuan within mere moments. It is indeed true that he is a businessman, and under his intentional camaraderie, it is difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards him. In stark contrast, his companion Li Feng exudes an aura of cold detachment. As if inscribed upon his face are the words strangers keep out, causing those around him to instinctively distance themselves. Since their escape from the military camp, he has yet to utter a single word. Duan, come here, Li Feng interjected, unable to contain himself as he observed his boss engrossed in conversation with Qin Chuan. Duan Honglin offered an apologetic nod to Qin Chuan before turning to his brother and stepping aside to converse quietly. As long as their schemes do not implicate others, Qin Chuan finds it unnecessary to intervene. After a taxing night, he had initially believed that crossing the border would lead them homeward, only to find that hope had once again eluded them, compounded by the outbreak of civil war in Anvaga. Is it truly so arduous to return? The gunfire outside persisted throughout the night, instilling fear and trepidation in everyone, making sleep an elusive luxury. Su Yanran, once a strong and self-assured woman, now rested her head wearily upon Qin Chuan's shoulder, her expression a mixture of fatigue and concern as she inquired, "Are we ever going to make it back?" "Not at all. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. Perhaps by dawn, the insurgents will be repelled, and we shall devise a means to escape." Qin Chuan reassured her, gently stroking her silky hair, though inwardly, he held little faith in the regular troops. Having witnessed the combat prowess of the regular army, he found it challenging to place his confidence in them. If the forces of Ku Du are likened to a disjointed assembly, the regular army hardly fares better, being merely equal in shortcomings. The alliance between Ku Du and another armed faction has significantly outnumbered the regular soldiers, and their coordinated assaults have led to the regular army's recent series of defeats. At this juncture, one can only hope that the regular army will muster the courage to fight with unwavering resolve against the insurgents, although such a possibility remains slim. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke outside, and the sound of gunfire seemed to diminish considerably. After a night of conflict, both sides likely found themselves fatigued. Seizing the opportunity to pause during the early hours of daylight, the hotel had originally stocked provisions sufficient for 1 to 2 months, yet with the continuous influx of refugees, food and water had to be rationed. Breakfast consisted merely of porridge and baked flatbreads, given the extraordinary circumstances. Even the foreign guests expressed their understanding and fervently hoped for an end to the war. Before breakfast could be fully consumed, the roar of aircraft once again filled the air, heralding the onset of yet another bombing campaign. The city's air defense arsenal was already limited and had suffered further destruction the previous night. The few remaining anti-aircraft guns emitted futile roars, posing negligible threats to the bombers. The vibrations from the explosions sent ripples through the water in cups on the table, causing children to instinctively seek refuge in their parents' arms. While the adults' faces were etched with panic and helplessness, only those who have truly witnessed the brutalities of war can comprehend the terrifying reality they endure. With every explosion, one's heart involuntarily flinches. The columns of smoke rising outside are but the ethereal silhouettes of lost souls. Countless individuals will lose their homes, and perhaps even their lives, due to this conflict. Clatter, clatter. We need more people at the door to assist. We can barely hold on. The manager, breathless, rushed into the dining area, shouting at the patrons who were enjoying their meals. Barely holding on. Isn't the enemy still engaged in combat with the regular army on the outskirts of the city? Could they have advanced so swiftly? The expression on the manager's face suggested otherwise. With a hint of confusion, Qin Chuan set down his utensils and, along with others, descended the stairs. After receiving the manager's consent, Li Feng grabbed the Mosin-Nagant rifle that had been resting on the edge of the table and followed suit. For the sake of self-preservation, the hotel manager had opened the armory and distributed weapons and ammunition to those proficient in their use. The rifle in Li Feng's possession was a relic among the weaponry. Originally a prized collectible belonging to the hotel owner, it had unexpectedly caught his eye. He chose this antiquated firearm with a meager 5-round capacity over the more powerful automatic rifles, and his reasoning was not without merit. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered that the situation was not as they had imagined. Beyond the iron railing in the courtyard, no soldiers were visible. Instead, it was packed densely with refugees. "Let us in. The insurgents have breached the perimeter. They will kill us." The cries varied, some pleading desperately for entrance while others pounded against the iron gate. It was only thanks to the 7 or 8 burly security guards bracing the gate that it had not been overrun by the throng of desperate souls outside. There were at least 200 to 300 heads in that sea of humanity. They had already taken in a group of refugees the previous night, and allowing more inside would deplete their food and water supplies within days. This was the crux of the manager's dilemma. Chapter 88. Du Zihe, what should we do? Should we let them in? In a state of utter confusion, the manager inexplicably turned to Qin Chuan for advice. Perhaps he perceived Qin as a reliable figure, especially with so many others looking to him for direction, and thus sought to delegate this quandary to him. The hotel had already accommodated over 200 displaced individuals, and combined with the existing guests and staff, it was already overflowing. If they allowed more in, while other resources could be managed, food and drinking water would surely not last more than 2 days. Me? Qin Chuan was taken aback. Wasn't he the manager the one in charge here? Why was he seeking his input? You decide. I will follow your lead. It would be more accurate to say the manager was evading responsibility by placing this burdensome decision squarely on Qin Chuan's shoulders. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed he would not bear the consequences. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan discerned the manager's intentions. Resolute, he accepted the mantle of responsibility, ready to shoulder the burden of this predicament. This course of action is taken with the safety of all individuals in mind. Should a skirmish ensue, the manager's erratic commands could lead to chaos before the battle even commences. It is far more prudent for him to take charge early, thus enhancing their chances of survival. However, this is not a moment for modesty, and Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Outside, the civilians could no longer contain themselves, relentlessly pounding against the iron gate, with some even climbing over the shoulders of their companions to scale the walls. The sound of gunfire echoed nearby, underscoring the urgency of the situation. "Let us in. The rebels have breached the perimeter. Please, save us. They will kill us." The cacophony of cries and curses from outside was overwhelming. Had it not been for the guests who voluntarily stepped forward to assist, the few security personnel would have been unable to withstand the surging crowd. Although the regular army was corrupt and inept, they were not indiscriminate in their slaughter of innocents. The true terror lay with the rebel soldiers, who could justifiably be labeled as bandits. The civilians fleeing from other areas had already witnessed the rebels' brutal ferocity and were filled with dread. Were it not for the blocked exits from the city, they would have long since fled. Now, with no other options, they sought refuge in this international hotel chain. "Open the door and let them in," Qin Chuan commanded after a moment's hesitation. Since he had entrusted the management of the situation to him, the manager complied and instructed the security personnel to open the iron gate. The heavy barred door creaked as it opened, and a cheer erupted from the crowd. Most of the hotel guests sympathized with the refugees beleaguered by the ravages of war, and when the doors swung wide, many breathed a sigh of relief. "Form a line. Come in one by one," the security guard bellowed, wielding a shotgun. Gradually, order was restored as the crowd formed 2 lines, entering the hotel through the open gap, as instructed. However, Qin Chuan's acceptance of them was not an unconditional invitation for all. He bore the responsibility for the safety of those already within the hotel. Should any regular soldiers seeking to escape the battlefield infiltrate the group of refugees, it could provoke an attack from the rebels. Thus, all soldiers were strictly prohibited from entering. Do not mistake their coldness for indifference. Having chosen the path of a soldier, one must uphold the most basic professional ethics and not bring the horrors of war upon innocent civilians. Qin Chuan had a keen eye and could easily discern those who were military personnel. 4 or 5 soldiers attempting to masquerade as civilians were swiftly identified and ousted, despite having discarded their uniforms. Faced with their pleas, Qin Chuan hardened his heart and ordered them to be expelled. Armed security and guests stood ready, and though the soldiers were discontent, They dared not resist and begrudgingly departed in search of another escape route. The civilians continued to file into the hotel, and as the numbers dwindled outside, only a few dozen remained. The hotel's capacity was nearing its limit, and no more could be accommodated. Once the last of them entered, Qin Chuan intended to seal the barred door, vowing it would remain shut until the situation clarified. Halt! As the figures stealthily trailed behind the crowd, poised to enter the hotel, they were abruptly halted by Qin Chuan's voice. With their heads bowed low, they deliberately obscured much of their faces with their cloaks, yet their eyes betrayed a sense of anxiety as they fixated on the approaching individual. Remove your hoods, Qin Chuan commanded, his gaze piercing as though he could penetrate their very souls, evoking a sense of unease. Reluctantly, they lifted their cloaks, revealing 3 familiar faces. Qin Chuan, it has been a long time. How are Yanran and the others? Du Zihe offered a genteel smile, extending a cordial greeting. His nephew, Li, nodded vigorously beside him, exclaiming, "Who would have thought we would encounter you here? Thank heaven you are safe." Despite their outward expressions of joy at meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, if they were truly innocent, why the need for subterfuge? Only when Qin Chuan exposed their ruse did they reveal their true identities. Among the trio, only Bai Lulu cast a gaze of guilt towards Qin Chuan, acknowledging that their actions were indeed dishonorable. A person with even a modicum of conscience would refrain from such ungrateful deeds. Leave. This is not a place for you, Qin Chuan said calmly, his eyes fixed on the 3, revealing that he could hardly harbor no resentment. Given that they were his fellow countrymen, sparing them was a testament to his mercy. Surely, even Su Yanran would not reproach him for his lack of compassion upon witnessing this scene. Upon hearing these words, Du Zihe's expression shifted dramatically, yet he could only force a smile and reply, "Qin Chuan, the situation is not as you perceive. We did indeed drive away at that moment. I reprimanded Li, who turned back to search for you and Yanran, but he could not find you. Yes, I was terrified and drove away. I am sorry for you and Yanran. I returned later but missed you." Li took the blame upon himself, adding, "You and President Su managed to escape. You wouldn't be so heartless as to let us perish at the hands of the rebels, would you? Had they truly turned back to seek them out?" Their duet of excuses was an affront to Qin Chuan's intelligence. He had chosen not to dwell on their earlier betrayal of escaping with the boat out of respect for Su Yanran. Yet, it was clear they had learned nothing, once again prioritizing their own survival over the lives of others. Qin Chuan had no further words for such individuals. Refraining from drawing his weapon was merely an effort to keep his hands clean. "I have stated, you are unwelcome here. Depart," he coldly rejected. Chapter 89. The Hotel Turmoil. Bang. Bang. A few more gunshots rang out, one stray bullet striking the wall beside Du Zihe. "We are all friends. Do you truly wish to be so heartless as to watch us perish?" Seeing Qin Chuan's unwavering resolve, Du Zihe's expression became increasingly complex, his determination wavering. "Uncle, let us cease our pleas and leave. We shall see how he explains this to President Su." Li, exhibiting considerably more fortitude than Du Zihe, declared in frustration as he prepared to escape elsewhere. "Wait," a voice called from behind Qin Chuan, and the 3 figures seemingly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Turning eagerly to look back, the speaker, Zhang Xiaochong, hurriedly approached Qin Chuan, whispering something in his ear. Once he finished, he made a gesture of request. Initially, Qin Chuan remained non-committal, but after a few seconds, he nodded in tacit agreement. Observing this scene, Du Zihe and Li simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, only Zhang Xiaochong demonstrated true camaraderie, prompting thoughts of promoting him to security manager upon their return. Indeed, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope, a salvation at last. As gratitude nearly escaped his lips, Zhang Xiaochong beckoned to Bai Lulu, saying, "Lulu, come in quickly. Old Qin has agreed to let you stay." Feeling guilty towards General Du, he felt powerless to assist. Bai Lulu glanced at the 2 pallid figures beside her, hesitated briefly, and then grasped Zhang Xiaoqiang's hand, pulling him inside. This left Du Zihe utterly isolated, with only his nephew Li remaining by his side, as no one else stepped forward to speak a word in his favor. In his moment of profound despair, he inadvertently noticed Su Yanran standing by the window of the second-floor dining area. His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a lifeline, and disregarding decorum, he waved his hand and shouted, "Yanran, it's me. Please help me." Su Yanran's expression softened. After all, Du Zihe had always treated her well, and the thought of letting him suffer was difficult for her to bear. Hesitating, she couldn't help but glance down at Qin Chuan, her eyes betraying a hint of pleading. However, she was likely to be disappointed this time. Qin Chuan, fully aware of her unspoken thoughts, chose to ignore her resolutely. "Close the door," he commanded, retracting his gaze and instructing the security guard by the door. Without a moment's hesitation, The guard shoved the desperately pleading Du Zihe out the door and slammed the barred gate shut with a resounding clang. Outside stood only the two stunned individuals, as a group of rebel soldiers appeared at that very moment. "Quick, block the door with something." The crowd scrambled, stacking sandbags and various pieces of furniture against the iron gate, preparing to hold their ground. The two outside pounded on the door, pleading for help, but to no avail. Bang! The rebel soldiers outside had spotted the two and fired a random shot in their direction. The bullet struck nearby, causing Du Zihe's eyes to redden with rage. Shedding his polite facade, he glared at Su Yanran above, then turned his ire towards Qin Chuan, threatening through gritted teeth. "Fine, if you wish for my demise. I shall ensure you do not enjoy your days either. Move." With that, he seized his nephew Li and turned to flee. They were not running away from danger, but rather towards the group of rebel soldiers. As they sprinted, Du Zihe shouted, "Don't shoot. I need to see General Kudu. I have something important to tell him." As one of the few who understood the enmity between Qin Chuan and Kudu, he was acutely aware that revealing the location of the man who had killed Kudu's son might afford him a chance at survival. "If you show no mercy, I shall show none in return. Yanran, do not hold this against me," Du Zihe thought to himself, hastening his steps towards the soldiers. Qin Chuan gazed intently at the silhouettes of the two figures, and as he observed them rushing towards the rebels, he surmised their intentions. Had they chosen to flee in another direction, they might have retained a sliver of hope for survival. Alas, it was their own folly that led them down this fatal path. Li Feng crouched beside him, aiming his rifle at the outside. "Shall we fire?" he inquired without turning his head. This time, Qin Chuan did not hesitate, coldly uttering two words, "Fire." Bang! At the moment of his command, Li Feng's rifle discharged. The group of rebels was startled, dropping to the ground, yet the bullets failed to strike any of them. In the chaos, Du Zihe stumbled and fell, a gaping wound the size of a bowl appearing at the back of his head, and he perished instantly. His nephew, Li, was rendered weak-kneed upon witnessing his uncle's gruesome demise. The fierce facade he had previously donned melted away, leaving him terrified and kneeling, about to plead for mercy. Just then, another sharp gunshot rang out from the direction of the hotel, and he too fell, struck down in an instant. The rebels, enraged by the deaths of two of their own, perceived this as a provocation and immediately retaliated. The civilians in the hotel courtyard, startled by the cacophony of gunfire, fled in panic, leaving only Qin Chuan and over 10 armed personnel to engage in the initial skirmish with the rebels. The enemy's small contingent numbered no more than a dozen soldiers, posing a minimal threat to the hotel. With a steely gaze, Li Feng locked onto a target and decisively pulled the trigger. The crack of his gun silenced the sole machine gun among the rebels, a bloodstain blossoming on the shooter's forehead. Qin Chuan turned to him, offering an approving glance, and his rifle erupted in a rapid succession of fire, striking two soldiers who had taken cover behind a rock. A smirk crept across Li Feng's face, pride illuminating his features as he swiftly reloaded and targeted another foe. The exchange of fire lasted barely 10 minutes, culminating in the rebels abandoning 6 or 7 corpses as they retreated. Although they had successfully repelled the enemy, a pall of gloom settled over the hotel's occupants, for they understood that once the rebels had eradicated the remnants of the regular army, they would turn their attention back to them. Above the hotel, dark clouds loomed ominously. Inside the crowded lobby, the manager paced anxiously with a satellite phone. Darting from the east side to a corner, his face etched with worry. "This is futile, the call won't go through," he lamented to Qin Chuan as he entered. No one had anticipated the rebels would launch a sudden attack on this city. By the time the manager grasped the gravity of the situation and sought assistance from his distant employer in Europe, he found the satellite phone utterly useless. With the outbreak of war, the first course of action was naturally to sever all wireless communication signals. Thus, Qin Chuan was not at all surprised by this outcome. Gunfire still echoed within the city, and with the situation remaining unclear, it was far safer to remain holed up in the hotel than to attempt a reckless breakout with so many people. Guards had been stationed outside, ready to alert them at the slightest disturbance. Qin Chuan busied himself organizing the able-bodied refugees, moving cumbersome furniture outside to fortify the first line of defense. Chapter 90, Mr. Su's compensation. Why must he be killed? Upon their first encounter, Su Yanran voiced her inquiry, displaying an anger that Qin Chuan had never witnessed before. It was a feeling difficult to define, though perhaps not entirely unexpected. The employees of the company were well aware that Du Zihe had forsaken a lucrative position abroad to serve as vice president at Hongbing Group, all for the sake of Su Yanran. Although their relationship had not evolved into a romantic one, they maintained a cordial rapport. Witnessing her friend's murder, especially when it was linked to her boyfriend, how could Su Yanran not be furious? "If I do not eliminate him, he will inform the poisoners of our whereabouts in the hotel and perhaps even more lives will be lost due to his selfish actions, Qin Chuan patiently elucidated. Su Yanran, with her keen intellect, understood this rationale. However, the sight of Du Zihe being slain by their own left her with an unsettling feeling. Couldn't you have resolved this differently? Perhaps by letting them in? And when we find ourselves in peril, he would stab us in the back. Don't argue that he wouldn't do such a thing. This is not the first instance, after all. Qin Chuan interjected, posing a series of soul-piercing questions that rendered Su Yanran speechless. Everyone must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. Some matters cannot simply be forgiven with an apology. Reflect on this, he asserted before turning away, leaving Su Yanran standing alone in contemplation. This was indeed the first time he had expressed anger towards her. He recognized that Su Yanran was not oblivious to the stakes at hand. Yet, women often exhibit a softer heart, particularly one accustomed to a life of comfort. Viewing matters through an overly optimistic lens, he was willing to overlook Du Zihe's repeated transgressions, having granted him yet another chance, only for the latter to squander it and entertain notions of dragging everyone down with him. Such a person was not worthy of lament. His death was inconsequential. Qin Chuan's ire stemmed solely from Su Yanran's stance. How could she still defend him? Must it take a catastrophe to provoke regret? Ascending to the balcony on the second floor, he retrieved a cigarette, igniting it and inhaling deeply. The chilling wind swept through the night, seemingly carrying away the earlier tension. With Du Zihe's demise, their grievances dissipated, yet Qin Chuan remained unaware that a far greater crisis loomed on the horizon due to this very death. As night fell, the audacious duo of Qin Chuan and Li Feng scaled the wall, taking advantage of the cover of darkness to approach the bodies of the traitorous soldiers who had been slain earlier in the day. They had long set their sights on a light machine gun. Possessing such a weapon would significantly bolster their firepower at the hotel. The gunman's visage bore a gaping wound from a rifle bullet, with crimson blood congealed upon the bricks, a sight both gruesome and unsettling. Yet, Qin Chuan remained undeterred. Prying the machine gun from the lifeless grip of the corpse, he also relieved the body of the bullet chain that hung from it, claiming it as his own. Uncertain of how long they would remain at the hotel, the more weapons and ammunition he could gather, the better. He proceeded to scour the other two bodies of the traitors, stripping them of their munitions and armaments. On the other side, Li Feng stealthily returned, proudly showcasing his spoils to Qin Chuan, which astonishingly included a rocket launcher and 3 rockets. This rebel squad was surprisingly well equipped, not only armed with a machine gun, but also with rocket ammunition. After cleaning the battleground, the two hoisted their prizes over the wall and returned to the hotel. Gunshots echoed throughout the city, occasionally accompanied by the sound of explosions, indicating that the regular army was still fiercely resisting, which offered them a glimmer of hope. The rebel air force had not appeared all day, likely due to the depletion of aerial bombs. What lay ahead was a confrontation between ground forces, and deep down, everyone hoped the regular army could regain some ground. Outside the hotel, chaos reigned, yet inside, a profound silence enveloped the space. Apart from a few essential sentinels, the others had retreated to rest, gathering their strength for the plans that lay ahead. The suite contained but a single bedroom, where Su Yanran and a few girls slept, while the rest had to make do with makeshift bedding in the living room. To facilitate care, the bedroom door remained ajar, and Su Yanran sat on a chair, her back to the living room, seemingly lost in thought. She had anticipated that upon Qin Chuan's return, he would seek her out for a conversation to resolve the misunderstandings of the day, which was why she had deliberately stayed awake. However, after waiting and waiting, she turned to find the oaf sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. What a hopeless romantic he was, Su Yanran inwardly cursed. Despite her usual icy demeanor, she was merely in her 20s, occasionally harboring the thoughts of a young girl, needing comfort when upset. Yet, Qin Chuan had the audacity to say nothing and simply drift off to sleep. Although she felt frustrated, she understood that he had not closed his eyes for 2 days and 1 night to ensure everyone's safety, and now that he had finally relaxed, it was only natural he would succumb to slumber. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Had it not been for Qin Chuan in recent days, many of them might have perished. Rising, Su Yanran picked up the blanket draped over her legs and, in an effort not to disturb the others' rest, tiptoed to the sofa's edge, gently placing the blanket over Qin Chuan. Just as she was about to straighten up, she noticed that the previously soundly sleeping Qin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Their faces were mere inches apart, and they could feel each other's warm breath. "You were pretending to sleep," she began to say, but before she could finish, an arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her down onto the sofa. The sofa was rather small, causing their chests to press closely against one another. Although they had shared intimate moments before, the presence of their sleeping colleagues made her anxious about being discovered. "Let go of me," she protested, though her tone was more playful than accusatory. She pinched the flesh of Qin Chuan's thigh, eliciting a pained wince from him, though he stifled any sound. "Serves you right for pretending to sleep," she chided, clearly misunderstanding him. He had indeed been asleep, but he awakened immediately upon sensing someone near him. Unyielding, Su Yanran continued her playful torment, while Qin Chuan, not one to back down, retaliated in kind, leaning in to seal her incessant complaints with a kiss. Su Yanran, ensnared in her own web, widened her eyes in a futile attempt to extricate herself from this individual. Yet, she was apprehensive that any excessive movement might rouse the others from their slumber. Consequently, she could only wrestle and push a few times, which not only proved ineffective, but also invoked a more vehement reprisal. As the skirmish intensified, Su found herself devoid of any means of defense, her face flushed like an apple, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed. At that moment, however, a sudden cough from an unknown source in the room jolted her back to reality. "I apologize for today," she whispered in Qin Chuan's ear before quickly pecking him on the cheek as a gesture of atonement, then hastily retreated to her own room. Chapter 91. The flames of conflict in the early morning. Thick smoke billowed over the city. Once densely packed houses now lay in ruins. The gunfire had ceased, leaving an eerie tranquility in the city. Yet for those trapped within the hotel, this was not a harbinger of good fortune. The emergence of such circumstances could only imply one grim possibility. The regular troops had been vanquished. In less than 3 days, they had relinquished the most crucial city of Anwega to the enemy. This minuscule nation, scarcely a speck on the map, often eludes external scrutiny, with power shifts occurring frequently enough to facilitate a change in governance within a matter of months. Qin Chuan gleaned from the refugees that should the insurgents prevail, Kudu would likely ascend as the new ruler of this nation. The thought of a brutal and bloodthirsty pirate assuming power is chilling to contemplate. Currently, the insurgents busied themselves with looting throughout the city, seizing valuable possessions. Any civilian who dared to resist faced a brutal beating, while those who resisted severely were dragged into the streets and executed. Kudu was indifferent to reputation. His sole desire was for wealth, as riches would enable him to continue recruiting soldiers to assault the remaining territories held by the regular forces. Soon, insurgent soldiers set their sights on this international chain hotel, rumored to possess silver cutlery for dining, attracting the affluent. Kidnapping and extortion had long been Kudu's henchmen's forte, and having tasted the sweetness of such endeavors previously, they were unwilling to let this prime target slip away. Aware that the hotel's shareholders were foreign nationals, Kudu hesitated to launch a full-scale assault. Instead, he dispatched a contingent of soldiers under the pretext of searching for remnants of the regular army, demanding the manager open the doors to allow them entry for inspection. The manager understood full well the ulterior motives behind their ruse. Once that door was opened, perhaps the white patrons might secure their lives, while the fates of the others would remain uncertain. He instructed a waiter to fetch a case of champagne and several boxes of high-end cigars, attempting to bribe the soldiers outside. Yet, what had once been an infallible tactic failed to yield results today. The insurgents accepted the offerings delivered over the wall, but remained adamant about their request for the door to be opened for inspection. The manager resolutely refused to comply, articulating every reason he could conceive, but the officer leading the group was impervious to such arguments, even drawing his weapon and threatening to force entry if the door was not opened. It appeared that negotiations were destined to bear no fruit, as the allure of the hotel's wealth had rendered them irrational. The dialogue between the two parties became increasingly intense, veering towards chaos. When it came to eloquence, even 10 officers combined would struggle to outtalk the manager. Observing the other party's obstinacy, the officer, having lost all patience, pulled the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot rang out. The manager could hardly anticipate that he would be shot through the iron bars. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was too late. A bloom of crimson erupted from his chest, and his body swayed momentarily before collapsing. From their position on the second-floor balcony, Qin Chuan and his companions witnessed the manager fall, struck by the bullet. "Open fire," Qin Chuan bellowed, with the prospect of a peaceful resolution now extinguished. The people within the hotel refused to remain passive. As his words echoed, Li Feng decisively squeezed the trigger. The bullet slipped through the gap in the iron gate, embedding itself in the officer's skull, who fell silently. Those who had been concealed behind the walls and on the second floor began to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon the treacherous rebels outside, bullets flying like confetti, causing the insurgents to falter and fall. The machine gun Qin Chuan had set up on the sandbags roared to life, a relentless stream of bullets mowing down several rebels who were lagging behind. The insurgents, a disorganized rabble lacking strict military discipline, were adept at looting and pillaging but crumbled when faced with resolute opponents like Qin Chuan. After leaving over 20 of their comrades' bodies behind, the remaining rebels finally managed to escape the range of fire, leaving a portion of their group to maintain vigilance. Qin Chuan rushed to the manager's side, who was bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound to the chest. More people, including Su Yanran, arrived in succession. Although they had previously held disdain for the manager's mercenary nature, their perception shifted slightly when he unconditionally accepted the refugees. Who would have thought that a man so avaricious and fearful of death would muster the courage to negotiate with the insurgents to protect the hotel and its occupants? Kneeling down, Qin Chuan examined the manager's injuries. After a fleeting glance, he silently shook his head. The bullet had struck a vital area. Even summoning the world's finest doctors would do little to save him now. The manager seemed to realize his imminent demise. Struggling to raise his hand to grasp Qin Chuan's arm, his lips moved feebly as if to convey something, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth. Yet no words emerged. Ultimately, he could not endure. His grip on Qin Chuan's hand slipped away, his pupils gradually losing their luster. Behind them, a muffled wailing filled the air, amplifying the sorrowful atmosphere. "Rest in peace," Qin Chuan said softly, closing the manager's eyes with his hand. Rising once more, he looked back at the grieving assembly, wanting to say something but swallowing his words. Death is irreversible, and for the living to secure their right to persist, they must fight for it themselves. If predictions hold true, the rebels' retaliation would soon follow, and the enemy's assault would be even more ferocious. While others remained engulfed in sorrow, Qin Chuan began to assign roles to everyone in the hotel, insisting that each person prepare for the impending battle. The elderly and women fortified their defenses using any movable objects they could find. He personally led a group over the wall to collect weapons and ammunition from the bodies of the rebels, distributing them among the defenders. The young and strong men, as the main fighting force, were given priority in receiving firearms. In cases where rifles were insufficient, 2 or 3 men would share one. If one fell, another would continue the fight. Some resolutely grasped their weapons to defend the hotel, while others, confronted with offered guns, shook their heads vigorously, lacking the courage to fight back against the enemy. For those timid souls who wished to evade danger and rely on others for protection, Qin Chuan presented 2 choices: either take up arms and join the fight or leave the hotel immediately. Since they had no desire to contribute, the group had no obligation to safeguard them. After a moment of hesitation, these individuals begrudgingly acquiesced. Forcing them to leave the hotel now would undoubtedly mean sending them to their demise. Qin Chuan simply instructed them on the use of firearms and highlighted some essential precautions. Thereafter, their fate lay in their own hands. To become a competent warrior, one must endure the baptism of battle. Just as he finished teaching them how to aim and fire, the lookout on the rooftop sounded the alert and pointed southwest. There, a rebel force of over 100, accompanied by an armored vehicle, advanced towards their position in a formidable manner. This band of insurgents, taking advantage of the ruins surrounding the hotel for cover, dispersed and approached from all sides. Even before the enemy entered shooting range, many hands gripping firearms were already slick with sweat. Previously, most of these individuals were merely ordinary civilians, and now they faced a ruthless enemy. In order to protect their families, they had no choice but to take up arms and resist. Bang! It was unclear who fired the first shot, but the tension that had gripped the crowd found its release as they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the approaching enemy. In an instant, a cacophony of gunshots erupted, and the rebels, at a disadvantage due to the terrain, quickly took cover on the ground, returning fire. The 2 sides exchanged shots fervently, but the resulting casualties were minimal. Some, without even looking, raised their guns above their heads and sprayed bullets indiscriminately, their gunfire merely impeding the enemy's advance without inflicting significant harm. Compared to the ordinary civilians, the foreign gentlemen who perched on tables and shot from the walls exhibited far more precision. Many of them were experienced shooters, with 2 even being retired Marines, displaying considerable tactical prowess in battle. As soon as the enemy peeked out from their cover, they were immediately met with a hail of bullets that forced them to retreat. Bang! Li Feng, lying on the second-floor balcony, was a natural marksman. The moment the gunfire erupted, an enemy 300 meters away collapsed, struck by his bullet. A vibrant life extinguished at his hand, yet his expression remained unchanged as he swiftly reloaded and targeted the next foe. Just then, a bullet ricocheted off the railing in front of him, sparking brightly, but he did not flinch. Calm and collected, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The target fell to the ground. The rebels arrived well prepared this time, and an armored vehicle was dispatched to the front lines by the officers. Bullets struck the vehicle with a resounding clink, yet they posed no threat to the occupants within. This was merely a standard light armored vehicle, but to those inside the hotel, it represented an insurmountable obstacle. The bullets merely sparked as they struck the surface, proving utterly ineffective. The armored vehicle advanced unperturbed, its firing ports emitting fiery bursts of orange. A torrential downpour of bullets swiftly enveloped the entrance. reducing the walls to a cloud of debris and rendering those sheltered behind cover unable to lift their heads. The armored vehicle accelerated, firing as it careened towards the main entrance. The concealed rebel soldiers, under the officer's stern command, scrambled from their hiding places. Should the door be breached, those confined within the hotel would lose their most critical line of defense, sealing their fate. Despite their desperate attempts to fire back, they could only manage to irritate the advancing armored vehicle, which was now less than 100 meters from crashing through the entrance. At that moment, Qin Chuan appeared atop the rooftop. He bore a rocket launcher, salvaged from the battlefield, and from his elevated position, he locked onto his target. With only 3 rockets at their disposal, this was their most significant trump card and could not be squandered lightly. He had already identified his aim, but hesitated to fire. A moving armored vehicle was not an easy target, as the vehicle approached within 50 meters, requiring a directional adjustment to collide with the door. Qin Chuan finally spotted his opportunity when the armored vehicle slowed momentarily. With a swift press of the launch button, a flame erupted from the rear of the rocket launcher. The rocket soared forth, striking the front of the armored vehicle mere seconds later. In a deafening explosion, the vehicle's front was obliterated, flipping over twice before landing on its roof, wheels in the air. As the smoldering wreckage ignited by the roadside came into view, jubilant cheers erupted from within the hotel, momentarily boosting their morale as bullets and torrential rain rained down upon the rebel soldiers who had rushed from their cover. The rebels were thrown into disarray, leaving behind numerous bodies as they turned to flee. They paused only after escaping the enemy's firing range. Though they had repelled the assault, the situation remained dire. The retreating rebels did not scatter but lingered several hundred meters away, seemingly awaiting reinforcements. In the recent exchange of gunfire, 2 members of the hotel's defense were struck, fortunately not in critical areas, thus avoiding immediate death. The wounded had been evacuated, and the defenses were reinforced. However, facing an unceasing influx of rebel reinforcements, their numbers were drastically inferior. If casualties continued to rise, no one held confidence in their ability to maintain their position for long. In this isolated and unsupported environment, their only reliance was upon themselves and the comrades beside them. Li Feng crouched behind the railing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the movements of the distant enemy. Golden shell casings littering the ground. In the recent skirmish, he had dispatched more than 10 enemies, undeniably earning the title of a sharpshooter. Qin Chuan approached him, enveloped in the scent of gunpowder, and crouched down, casting a glance at the distant rebels gradually regrouping. He raised his hand, pointing at an officer who was addressing the soldiers, and commanded, "Eliminate him." The officer was positioned at least 500 or 600 meters away, far exceeding the effective range of the rifle in hand. Li Feng silently shook his head, indicating that it was impossible. "Allow me to try," Qin Chuan insisted, unhesitatingly seizing the rifle, pushing Li Feng aside, who looked on in astonishment. The target was clearly beyond the rifle's effective range. How could such a feat be accomplished? "Bullets," Qin Chuan replied dismissively, ignoring Li Feng's skepticism. He soon found a bright yellow rifle cartridge in his palm, blowing on it and murmuring a few words before loading the bullet into the chamber. Was this some sort of ritual? Li Feng, crouched nearby, observed with a smirk. Eager to see whether this individual was merely boasting or truly possessed the skill to hit a target 600 meters away, he leaned towards the former possibility. With the bullet loaded, Qin Chuan remained motionless on the ground, as if even his breathing had ceased. He maintained his shooting stance for what felt like an eternity, until Li Feng's patience waned, and he considered reclaiming his rifle. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot echoed through the air. The officer, who had been berating soldiers in that direction, abruptly tilted his head back, the high-speed bullet tearing off his cap along with a portion of his skull. The officer collapsed, sending the surrounding rebel soldiers scurrying in fright. Qin Chuan exhaled a breath of relief, returned the rifle to Li Feng, and before departing, patted him on the shoulder, as if to convey that one's limitations do not imply the same for others. Observing the man's retreating figure, Li Feng felt a surge of admiration rather than discontent. As he lowered his gaze, however, he noticed a scattering of fine metallic fragments where Qin Chuan had lain. Could it be that he had bitten off a piece of the bullet with his teeth? Chapter 93. Before the storm. As night fell, torches were erected along the hotel's perimeter, flames crackling as they consumed the oil, swaying in the night breeze. A sentinel stood vigilant behind the wall, meticulously scanning the surroundings, his weapon firmly in hand without a moment's respite. Outside, a few wild dogs had appeared, circling the corpse of a slain rebel. The city, which had buzzed with activity throughout the day, had finally quieted, but this was merely the prelude to the impending storm. In the crowded hotel lobby, several women were distributing the evening meal, but due to food scarcity, each person received only a bowl of porridge and a slice of bread, while those who had fought were granted 2 additional slices of ham. Such preferential treatment was generally accepted, For had it not been for these individuals standing firm against the rebels, they might not have had the opportunity to enjoy this meal at all. Occasional gunshots echoed from outside the hotel, keeping everyone on edge. As Qin Chuan approached, a kind-hearted black woman distributing food hurriedly placed 2 freshly washed apples into his arms. Was this a reward for him? In the face of the kindly smile from the aunt, Qin Chuan returned the gesture with a cheerful grin. After finishing his meal, he ascended to the upper floor, where he encountered Xia Qing, who was approaching with her head bowed and cradling a plastic basket. Startled by the sudden figure blocking her path, she looked up to find it was Qin Chuan, and her expression relaxed. What is the matter? Recently, Xia Qing's demeanor towards him had seemed somewhat distant, and her words had dwindled. Oblivious to this change, Qin Chuan, with his thick-headedness, would not have taken notice even if he had. This is for you, he said, producing an apple from his pocket and placing it into her basket, playfully pinching her delicate cheek. By the time Xia Qing blushed and turned back, he had already walked away. Yanran was busily engaged in her room. Due to a shortage of medical supplies, they needed to wash the soft bed linens and cut them into strips for bandaging the wounded. When Qin Chuan found her, she was in the laundry room, snipping open the dried linens. Take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Here, this is for you, he said, pressing the last apple into her hand. The once lofty female so now resembled a housewife, her hair tousled and a few strands falling over her forehead, her face glistening with a light sheen of sweat, yet even without embellishment, her beauty shone through. Qin Chuan gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and Yanran, unreserved, happily took a bite of the apple before offering it to Qin Chuan. They shared the fruit, taking turns savoring it. As she gazed at the chiseled features of her beloved, Yanran found herself contemplating whether to be grateful for this unexpected turn of events. Had it not been for the shipwreck, perhaps she and Qin Chuan would have remained forever apart. Everything seemed to be a matter of fate. At present, all she desired was to remain by her lover's side, without concern for the future. Qin Chuan devoured the apple, core and all, yet wore an expression of lingering satisfaction, his actions more akin to brazenly taking advantage of President Su rather than merely enjoying a fruit. What are you thinking? Yanran blushed under his unwavering gaze, hastily lowering her head. Before him, she felt like a young girl, her heart racing. In such a moment, Qin Chuan ought to have made some acknowledgement. Just as he extended a foot to close the door, the oblivious businessman Duan Honglin appeared at the threshold. Brother, I didn't realize you were here. There is something I wish to discuss with you, if it's convenient. Duan spoke earnestly, completely unaware of the awkward atmosphere within the room. Yanran quickly turned away, resuming her work with the scissors to mask her embarrassment. Is it urgent? Qin Chuan asked with irritation, though he understood that Duan's approach must pertain to something significant. Though displeased, he suppressed his feelings. It seemed that Duan Honglin finally sensed a shift in the atmosphere, offering Qin Chuan an apologetic smile. Shall I come back in an hour? This remark, once uttered, caused Yanran's face to turn crimson, nearly resembling a ripe fruit. In that instant, Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to kick the man out. The 2 individuals arrived at a secluded location. Qin Chuan produced a cigarette and offered one to his companion. Speak plainly, what is the matter? After igniting his cigarette, Duan Honglin furrowed his brow. The locally produced tobacco was harsh on his throat, causing him considerable discomfort. He gazed into the distant, pitch-black urban landscape and, clearing his throat, began to speak. You are likely more aware of the current situation than I am. We cannot leave. Remaining in this hotel is akin to being a turtle trapped in a jar. The rebels will inevitably return, and unless a miracle occurs, we cannot hold our ground. Qin Chuan understood this all too well. Despite having successfully repelled the rebels' assaults, it was merely a facade. Once the rebels gained full control of the situation, it would not take long for them to reduce this place to rubble. To be frank, what is your proposal? Qin Chuan inquired directly, disliking the indirect manner of conversation. I am an old friend of the chief commander of the Amon military. He happens to be near the border dealing with the refugee crisis. If I were to present him with my handwritten letter, he would surely dispatch troops to rescue us, Duan Honglin replied. Noticing his assuredness, Qin Chuan turned his head, scrutinizing his companion closely. The chief of the Amon military was his friend? Suddenly, Duan Honglin exuded an air of inscrutability, as if he harbored numerous secrets. Now was not the time to dwell on the identity of his companion. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and asked, Are you certain this will be effective? 9 out of 10, Duan Honglin responded with a confident smile, the missing 10th seemingly a gesture of modesty. He was entirely certain he could persuade the commander. Even so, many issues remained unresolved. Not to mention reaching Amman, they could hardly exit the city, and if the route to Amman were easily traversable, they would not be ensnared in this predicament. In summary, the anticipated difficulties were numerous, and many unforeseen circumstances could arise. Nevertheless, apart from the plan he proposed, Qin Chuan could not conceive of any alternative method to safely extricate so many individuals from the city. Do you wish for me to deliver the message? Qin Chuan grasped his intention, but felt uneasy about the safety of the others in his absence. No need. You should remain here to command. This place cannot be without you. I intend to send Li Feng. He should be capable. Duan Honglin had already calculated his strategy. He claimed to consult with Qin Chuan. But in truth, he merely wished to inform him. They were all inextricably linked, and misunderstandings would be detrimental. This indeed appeared to be a mutually beneficial solution. Without further contemplation, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Very well, I will provide cover for him to exit the city. When shall we depart? Tonight. Chapter 94. Crossing the stinking lake between 2 and 3 in the morning, one is most susceptible to drowsiness. The sounds of gunfire had faded into the stillness of the deep night as two shadowy figures stealthily approached the wall, agilely scaling it. A short distance behind the hotel lay a modest artificial lake, which had likely fallen into disrepair over time. The lake had become a receptacle for the city's wastewater. Its surface littered with debris and animal carcasses, while a multitude of mosquitoes thrived in the rancid surroundings, a foul stench permeating the air. Qin Chuan and Li Feng stealthily approached the lakeside, believing that this route might prove relatively easier for their escape. Exchanging a glance, they meticulously wrapped their weapons in pre-prepared plastic bags and trudged through the soft, muddy terrain toward the water. The foul stench of the lake enveloped them as they submerged, leaving only their heads above the surface, while an indescribable odor relentlessly invaded their nostrils. As they swam, they had to exercise caution to avoid creating excessive noise that might alert the unseen rebel soldiers lurking nearby. Navigating through the murky waters with the burden of weapons weighing around 20 to 30 pounds was not overly arduous for them, though they worried about the potential skin ailments they might contract from such filth. After swimming straight for approximately 700 or 800 meters, the shoreline came into faint view, and they could feel the muddy bottom beneath their feet. What do you see over there? Li Feng asked, as he noticed something ahead. About 10 meters away, a multitude of objects floated, some resembling deceased livestock. The dim light made it difficult to discern their true nature, and Qin Chuan was equally perplexed. As they moved cautiously toward the shore, one of the floating objects drifted closer with the rippling water. Suddenly, a pale, swollen face surfaced into view, its eyes wide open in a haunting gaze of death. This was no livestock. It was unmistakably the corpses of civilians, densely packed as far as the eye could see, with many more piled on the shore, at least several hundred bodies. Any ordinary person would likely be struck dumb with terror at such a sight, but the two men, though not typical individuals, felt a shiver run down their spines as they beheld this grim tableau. The bodies bore evident gunshot wounds, and it was clear they had not been dead for long. Their true cause of demise was all too easy to surmise. The merciless rebels spared no one, not even the defenseless elderly, women, and children. Among these corpses, there were even infants in swaddling clothes. A sudden roar of an engine pierced the air nearby, prompting the two men to quickly hide behind a large rock after reaching the shore. After a brief pause, brilliant headlights illuminated the area. A military truck slowly approached the lakeside, turning to face the water. Within the truck's bed lay a gruesome stack of civilian corpses, and two rebel soldiers disembarked. Removing the tailgate. Move faster. We have dozens more waiting to be cleared, the truck driver shouted to his companions at the rear. Just as the words left his mouth, he felt something flash past in front of the truck and quickly turned his head. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A hand tightened around his neck while a sharp knife plunged into the side of his head. The driver convulsed twice before falling silent. Qin Chuan opened the truck door and discarded the driver's body onto the ground. Li Feng circled around to the back, signaling a no with his hand, indicating that he had dealt with the two soldiers. Once he climbed into the vehicle, Qin Chuan started the engine and drove along the muddy road. Throughout the drive, the two men exchanged no words, their weapons within easy reach, while they encountered numerous squads of rebels passing by. The adversaries remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly as the military truck traversed the route uninterrupted. It was only when they approached the city's exit that they encountered a contingent of soldiers stationed at a checkpoint. From a distance of several dozen meters, the soldiers gestured for the truck to halt for inspection. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of stopping. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the truck to roar as its speed increased. The rebels manning the checkpoint soon discerned the impending danger, and the machine gunner, crouched behind sandbags, pulled back the bolt and commenced firing at the oncoming vehicle. Jump! Qin Chuan shouted, and in perfect synchrony, both men flung open the truck doors and leaped from the speeding vehicle. The distance between the two parties was approximately 20 meters, and the truck, propelled by inertia, continued its advance, startling several sentries who hurriedly scrambled aside. Upon hitting the ground, Qin Chuan rolled twice and assumed a kneeling position. hurling a grenade from which he had removed the pin. The grenade arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely in the machine gun nest, and with a resounding explosion. The gunner and his assistant were instantly engulfed in flames. Before the sentries could mount a coherent defense, a series of precise shots felled them. The two men, with unerring accuracy, concluded the skirmish in less than half a minute. Meanwhile, the gunfire alerted enemy forces elsewhere, with soldiers rushing in from all directions. "Let us go?" Qin Chuan tossed another grenade, and a burst of flames erupted at the alleyway's entrance, sending several pursuing enemies sprawling, while the remaining assailants retreated. "Take care," Li Feng said, firing a burst into the alley before decisively turning and fleeing. His figure soon vanished into the darkness beyond the city, and after Qin Chuan emptied a magazine. Repelling the emerging enemies, he resolutely rose and sprinted in the opposite direction. The sound of bullets whizzed closely behind him as Qin Chuan ran with all his might towards a 2-meter-high earthen wall. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, grasping the top of the wall with one hand and vaulting over with agility. By the time the bulk of the rebels reached the wall, Qin Chuan's silhouette had already faded into the shadows of the alley. "Quick, pursue!" P.S. nearby. The once tranquil city erupted into chaos again as soldiers hastily assembled in groups, spreading out in search. Inside the hotel, the hearts of those present tightened with anxiety as they listened to the gunfire erupting outside. Fully aware of Qin Chuan and Li Feng's mission and fearing for their safety, after enduring over an hour of trepidation, a figure finally vaulted over the wall. The sight of a dirt-streaked but unharmed Qin Chuan returning allowed the group to exhale in relief, their worries easing as they sent the watch personnel back to rest. Qin Chuan entered the bathroom, filling a basin with water to cleanse his face and body of grime. Having successfully ensured Li Feng's escape from the city, his mission was deemed complete. Now it rested solely on Li Feng to bring back reinforcements. With uncertainty looming over whether the rebels would continue their assault the following day, he needed to recuperate and prepare for the battles ahead. As he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, he felt a gentle tug, rousing him from his brief respite. "Arise swiftly, for there seems to be a situation outside." The speaker, Zhang Ziqiang, the security captain on watch tonight, roused Qin Chuan from his slumber. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin sprang from his bed, neglecting to don his coat, and hurriedly followed Zhang Ziqiang outside. Chapter 95. Relentless assaults. As the head of the security department and a veteran soldier, Zhang Ziqiang had become somewhat out of shape over the years, his physique having softened considerably, complete with a burgeoning belly. Nonetheless, he had not entirely forgotten his training from the military, and among those on patrol, he was the most vigilant, being the first to detect any anomalies. With his firearm in hand, Qin Chuan accompanied him to the lookout point. Peering through the window, he observed that the night was dark and windy, with visibility reduced to mere meters. After a moment of focused observation, he could only discern several indistinct figures drawing near. Whether they were foes could only be determined through action. His greatest fear was that these individuals might be carrying explosives, intending to breach the walls under the cover of darkness. As the indistinct silhouettes approached the perimeter wall, Qin Chuan no longer hesitated. He raised his rifle and aimed at one of the targets. Bang! Bang! A single shot echoed in the darkness, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Those who had been peacefully slumbering were abruptly awakened. The two gunshots stirred the stillness of the wilderness like a hornet's nest, and the once quiet night erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. Fiery orange flashes illuminated the dark, as the sentinels on duty reacted first, returning fire. Amidst the din of gunfire, the awakened individuals hastily armed themselves and rushed to their respective positions. Qin Chuan fired several rounds, uncertain if he had struck his target in the inky blackness. A volley of bullets shattered the glass before him, and he swiftly redirected his aim at the sources of the flickering gunfire. One shadow collapsed to the ground, but more figures emerged behind it. Zhang Ziqiang crouched by the window and began firing as well. The crossfire created by the two men temporarily suppressed the enemy's advances from that direction. "You hold the position. I shall fetch the machine gun," Qin Chuan declared. But as he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a fiery projectile hurtling towards them with alarming speed. "It's a rocket. Get down." Instinctively, he threw himself atop Zhang Ziqiang, and in the next instant, the rocket struck the windowsill. With a thunderous roar, concrete debris rained down like hail. Coughing, Qin Chuan shook off the rubble from his back and slowly rose to his feet, finding Zhang Ziqiang pinned beneath him, both fortunate to have survived the blast. Zhang gazed outside, still shaken by the near miss. The window had been obliterated in the explosion, leaving only a battered frame and a gaping hole. Ringing filled Qin Chuan's ears, rendering him unable to comprehend Zhang's shouts beside him. The enemy was no longer hesitant. They had unleashed a considerable force in a concerted effort to breach their defenses. Boom! 2 more rockets struck the section of the perimeter wall near the gate, creating a substantial breach. The personnel stationed there suffered heavy casualties, and the gunfire quickly diminished. Observing the collapse of the wall, the insurgents surged forward like a swarm, emboldened and shouting as they rushed toward the opening. As they surged into the hotel, the moment had arrived for indiscriminate slaughter. The sporadic gunfire from outside could no longer impede their advance. Just as the first soldier stepped onto the debris-laden ground, poised to breach the gap, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the balcony of the second floor. The machine gun before Qin Chuan roared ferociously, unleashing a hail of bullets. The soldiers in the vanguard collapsed instantaneously, only for those following to meet a similar fate. Meanwhile, reinforcements from within the hotel hastily took their positions, desperately firing upon the enemies who were perilously close. United in their efforts, they inflicted nearly 100 casualties on the insurgents, forcing them to retreat once more. However, this confrontation claimed a significant toll on the defenders as well, with several individuals trapped beneath the collapsed walls, their fates uncertain. Seizing the brief respite while the enemy withdrew, Qin Chuan hurriedly organized a team to rescue the wounded and block the breached wall anew. A group of individuals gathered at the ruins, lifting and clearing the rubble, with even the elderly and women joining in the effort. They soon located the trapped individuals, but tragically, 3 of them had already succumbed to their injuries, while the remaining 2 were gravely hurt. The injured were promptly carried inside for urgent medical attention, as others hastily piled tables, chairs, and marble coffee tables at the breach. Just as they fortified the gap, the enemy launched a second wave of assault. It seemed the adversaries were resolutely determined to deny them a moment's respite, continuously dispatching reinforcements. This battle raged from night until dawn, a relentless onslaught lasting over 4 hours, until the first light of day illuminated the city, enhancing visibility and accuracy for those firing from behind the walls, compelling the enemy to withdraw. The battleground, thick with the stench of gunpowder, was littered with the bodies of the fallen, while others, still clinging to life, cried out in agony. The insurgents suffered considerable losses during the attack, and the defenders of the hotel fared no better, with 16 dead and over 20 wounded that night alone. The walls, their primary line of defense, had been breached in multiple places, and it was only through the collective bravery of the group that they managed to barricade the gaps with makeshift materials. Otherwise, the enemy would have stormed in. With the ammunition for the machine gun depleted, Qin Chuan replaced it with a rifle, keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of the enemy while directing others to mend the breaches and collect weapons and ammunition from the fallen insurgents. Breakfast was prepared, and those tasked with cooking distributed the food to each combatant. In the opulent yet eerily silent hall, fatigue and dread were etched on every face, many clasping their hands in prayer, murmuring fervent supplications. With a furrowed brow, Qin Chuan contemplated their dwindling ammunition. Should the enemy launch another large-scale offensive, they might not withstand the next onslaught. Uncertainty loomed regarding Li Feng's progress. He had become their sole beacon of hope. If, as Duan Honglan had suggested, he could locate reinforcements and return within 2 days, perhaps a chance would still remain. 10 hours had already elapsed. They just needed to endure for another 30 hours. Reinvigorated by this thought, he took a hearty bite of the now-cold flatbread. This sustenance must be consumed warm. Once it cools, it becomes as hard as stone, producing a dull thud when struck, rendering it nearly impossible to bite for those with poor dentition. It is said that even this bread was saved by the group specifically for the frontline combatants, while the rest could only subsist on porridge. With nearly 1,000 souls relying on the scant provisions of the hotel, the food reserves had long since dwindled, and after tonight, hunger would likely ensue. After tearing off a piece and swallowing it, a voice cried out, "The enemy is coming." So soon, Qin Chuan discarded the flatbread and seized his weapon. A few hundred meters away, a multitude of rebel soldiers reformed their ranks, advancing steadily. An antiquated T-34 heavy tank, belching black smoke, rumbled at the front. Chapter 96. Indomitable Tanks. Anwega was exceedingly impoverished, with an annual GDP comparable to that of a small city in Hoyuo's 3rd or 4th tier. Kudu possessed only a scant number of tanks. He had deployed them all in the assault on the capital's defenses. By now, either they had been destroyed or rendered inoperable, leaving only a few capable of movement. To capture the last stronghold within the city, Kudu dispatched his remaining veteran tanks, relics that could no longer sway the tide of battle on the front lines, yet served as formidable weapons against a hotel lacking anti-armor capabilities. As the tank's lengthy cannon was aimed in their direction, a chill gripped Qin Chuan's heart, prompting him to bellow, "Get down." The combatants firing from behind the wall had already lowered themselves, yet this action offered little solace. The tank's extended barrel quivered before unleashing a blinding crimson flame. Instantly, a thunderous explosion erupted, igniting the northern section of the wall, with bricks and stones flying in disarray. As the smoke and dust dispersed in the wind, a gap approximately 2 meters wide was blasted open. Whoosh! A rocket soared from Qin Chuan's shoulder, trailing a white column of smoke, and struck its target with precision mere seconds later. The rocket detonated against the right side of the tank, casting a dazzling flare, but before anyone could celebrate, the colossal machine, shrouded in swirling smoke, continued its relentless advance. Boom! The turret fired again, and Qin Chuan felt the ground tremble beneath him, nearly toppling him from the rooftop's edge. The outer wall, recently struck by a shell, had been blasted into a massive crater. Had the turret's angle been slightly different, it would have narrowly missed the very spot where Qin Chuan stood. Help me load. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's shout, Zhang Xiaochong, his face smudged with soot, snapped back to reality, straining to lift the last remaining rocket and rushed forward to load it into the launcher. This final rocket represented their last chance. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the still-moving target, delaying the launch. This anxious hesitation drove the others to desperation as the tank, displaying its might, approached the corner of the wall. With a single shot, the painstakingly constructed defense was obliterated in an instant. The tank's treads crushed the scattered debris underfoot as it barreled through the courtyard walls. The frontline combatants had no choice but to retreat into the hotel. As the gunfire diminished, the pressure on the rebel soldiers significantly lessened, prompting them to surge forth in groups. Just as the tank's hull partially entered through the collapsed gap, Qin Chuan decisively launched the last remaining rocket from his shoulder. Boom! The rocket once again struck its target, the explosion casting a blinding light that obscured their vision. The fate of the moment hung in the balance, and everyone instinctively held their breath. As the wind blew, the black smoke dispersed, revealing the T-34 tank, charred by flames. Remaining motionless, thick black smoke continued to billow from the area near where the rocket had struck. Had they succeeded? Just as Qin Chuan felt a weight lift from his shoulders, this antiquated tank surprised him once more. The turret began to rotate slowly, aiming at the entrance of the building, and boom, it fired. The recently sealed gap was obliterated, along with several combatants who had taken refuge behind it, reduced to mere fragments. Damn it! Qin Chuan slammed his fist against the adjacent concrete wall, unable to suppress an expletive. This was their only opportunity, now squandered. Without anti-tank weaponry, were they expected to pit their rifles and bayonets against a tank? The immediate outcome plunged them into despair. A single tank was sufficient to dismantle them, let alone the multitude of rebel soldiers following closely behind. Shielded by the tank, these men would soon storm the building, wreaking havoc, rendering all resistance futile. Just as despair began to engulf them, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The T-34 tank seemed stuck at the gap, showing no signs of movement. Observing the black smoke billowing from its rear, Qin Chuan suddenly grasped the situation. Although the second rocket had not destroyed the iron beast, it had incapacitated its power system, rendering it immobile, a mere stationary artillery piece. Yet, even this did not provide them a means to counter this colossal adversary. With each shot fired, their defenses crumbled. Once the rebels breached the building, they would be left to fight in close quarters, where the enemy's overwhelming numbers could easily annihilate them. In a flash of inspiration, Qin Chuan hurried down the stairs. How much explosives do we have? He inquired of Zhang Ziqiang. The stash of explosives from the last encounter, bound to the officer, remained intact, likely totaling a dozen kilograms. While Zhang Ziqiang went to fetch the explosives, Qin Chuan seized a file and began to modify a grenade before him. Upon Zhang Ziqiang's return with the heavy explosives placed before him, Qin Chuan cautiously extracted the fuse from the grenade's interior. You plan to use explosives against that tank downstairs? Zhang Ziqiang surmised, his gaze reflecting disbelief akin to that reserved for a madman. What other options do we have? Qin Chuan replied, meticulously crafting the bomb. To ensure precise detonation timing, he deliberately prepared a delayed fuse. His words left Zhang Ziqiang speechless. Had there been another method, Qin Chuan would not have chosen this perilous path. To put it bluntly, this endeavor was a dance with death, and whether they would return alive remained uncertain. The tank's most vulnerable point was undoubtedly its undercarriage. Only by placing the explosives beneath it could they hope to breach the armored plating. Engaging in such an endeavor entails immense peril. It is not merely a matter of courage. Apart from Qin Chuan, no one else could possibly accomplish it. Once the explosive package was prepared, Qin Chuan wrapped it carefully in cloth and descended to the ground floor. Without needing to utter a word, his comrades instinctively understood their role, unleashing a torrent of firepower to shield him, momentarily suppressing the enemy infantry amidst a hail of gunfire. Reaching the dilapidated entrance, shattered debris and remnants of human limbs littered the area. If the tank continued to bombard, every additional minute would claim more lives. With a fierce determination, and leveraging the cover provided by his teammates, Qin Chuan sprinted out of the hotel, clutching the explosive package. The tank loomed about 50 to 60 meters away, an insurmountable distance in that moment. The instant he burst forth, the tank commander detected his presence. The turret pivoted slowly, and the commander unleashed the coaxial machine gun upon him. To them, it was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. The machine gun beside the cannon spat fire, bullets raining down upon his position. Qin Chuan ran with all his might, narrowly evading the bullets that grazed the ground he had just traversed. A mere brush would seal his fate that day. He surged forward at an unimaginable speed, executing unexpected evasive maneuvers just as the hail of bullets seemed poised to strike. Those watching from above held their breaths, anxiety gripping their hearts. Chapter 97. A bloodstained defense line. The peril of the situation was most acutely felt by Qin Chuan himself. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The machine gun continued to roar, its sound akin to popping beans. Having covered half the distance, the tension within the tank escalated. "Loaded," shouted the loader from behind. The commander rapidly adjusted the artillery to encompass the target within its sights, foregoing any need to aim, and pressed the firing button. The cannon erupted, launching a shell. Flames erupted several dozen meters away, precisely where Qin Chuan had been running, obliterating the wall beside him in a violent explosion. A chorus of gasps erupted from above, where Su Yanran stood at the window, biting her lip, her gaze fixated on the ruins, oblivious to the pain of her nails digging into her palm. In the aftermath of the explosion, only a scattering of broken bricks remained. The likelihood of Qin Chuan's survival seemed minuscule. Was there truly no hope left? A somber silence enveloped the crowd, punctuated by muffled sobs that deepened the atmosphere of despair. "Look, Qin Chuan is still alive," someone suddenly shouted, and Su Yanran quickly raised her head to gaze outward. Amidst the rubble, a figure gradually arose. Though his face was caked in dust, obscuring his features, who else could it be but Qin Chuan? "Wonderful. Old Qin is alive," Summer Qing exclaimed, covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Chuan was like an indomitable cockroach. As long as he drew breath, he would not fall. As the tank's machine gun erupted once more, he dashed forward, clutching the explosive package, the bullets always a heartbeat behind. Less than 10 meters away, the crew inside the tank could not contain their frantic screams as they beheld the terrifying figure igniting the fuse of an explosive pack and forcefully tossing it towards the ground, where it lodged perfectly beneath the chassis. The crew hastily pushed open the hatch, desperate to escape, but it was too late. Just as Qin Chuan collapsed to the ground, a deafening explosion resonated ahead, causing his entire body to convulse with a surge of energy, and he was momentarily enveloped in darkness. Despite being so close, the shockwave from the blast nearly knocked him unconscious. The tank, weighing over 30 tons, remained in its original position, seemingly unscathed, save for the compromised steel plate on its underside, which had been torn open by the explosives, leaving no survivors within. "Quick, save Qin Chuan." While the others remained in shock, veteran Zhang Ziqiang was the first to react, leading a few companions in a hurried descent down the stairs. The remaining combatants finally recalled that the battle was far from over, and they began to unleash a hail of bullets upon the enemy outside. Zhang Ziqiang and his comrades burst out of the hotel, narrowly dodging incoming rounds. Seeing that Qin Chuan had risked everything for their sake, he too committed to the fray, charging into the storm of bullets. As comrades fell around him, their fates did not deter his advance. He reached Qin Chuan in one breath, without hesitation, hoisting him onto his shoulder and sprinting back. Just as they made it back to the hotel, Zhang Ziqiang lost his footing, tumbling to the ground with Qin Chuan. Having just escaped the clutches of death, the two lay on the floor, utterly spent, barely able to muster the strength to move even a finger. Soon, others arrived to transfer them to a safer location. Su Yanran and Xia Qing surrounded Qin Chuan, fearing he might succumb to his injuries, tears streaming down their dust-streaked faces. The gunfire continued unabated, and after Su Yanran managed to feed him a couple of sips of water, Qin Chuan sprang to life as if injected with adrenaline. He crawled to the window, where he observed small groups of insurgents infiltrating the courtyard, taking cover behind obstacles as they exchanged fire with the defending troops hidden within the building. Reinforcements continued to pour in, increasing the pressure on everyone. "Quick! Move the supplies upstairs." Those not engaged in battle began to carry boxes of vodka and other high-proof spirits to the third floor. The bottles were all stuffed with cloth strips. Once saturated with alcohol, a mere spark would ignite them. A throng of insurgent soldiers, shielded by their comrades, charged towards the hotel entrance, attempting to breach the defenses. Throw the Molotov cocktails. As they approached the ground floor, a flurry of bottles filled with potent liquor and gasoline were ignited and hurled from the third-floor windows. The bottles shattered at the feet of the insurgents, the liquid igniting upon contact with the flames, instantly engulfing those nearby. A roaring inferno erupted, as soldiers on fire writhed on the ground, their agonized screams piercing the air. Being consumed by flames was far more excruciating than a swift bullet to the head. Some, their bodies charred, still clung to life, helplessly moaning in torment. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh, as numerous flaming soldiers collapsed, their struggles ceasing, while the flames continued to rage. They have brought this upon themselves, yet a hint of compassion lingers in the eyes of the onlookers. The harshness of reality is undeniable. Should they exert every effort without eliminating their adversaries, it will be their own lives at stake. The relentless crackle of flames persisted, as the insurgents suffered significant casualties, ultimately failing to breach the stronghold. Only when every combustible material had been consumed did the fire gradually subside, leaving behind dozens of charred corpses and a destroyed tank. While the remaining soldiers had retreated. For now, they had managed to hold their ground. Yet, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the enemy's next offensive would likely be even more ferocious. It had been less than a day since Li Feng departed, and the situation at the hotel had already become precarious. In this single confrontation, the defenders had sustained nearly 50% casualties, and their stockpile of weapons and ammunition was nearly depleted. Tragically, the father of the white twin sisters rescued by Qin Chuan had also succumbed to stray bullets in this battle, losing his life. Sometimes, those who survive endure a greater agony than the deceased, gazing upon the lifeless bodies of their loved ones sprawled upon the floor. The crowd's wails resonated with heart-wrenching sorrow, shrouding every heart in a veil of despair. Once again, the hotel withstood the enemy's onslaught. No one could have anticipated that a retired Special Forces soldier, leading a majority of civilians who had never even held a weapon, could repulse the insurgents time and again amid fierce combat. Their resilience surpassed that of the regular army. The fighting within the city was nearly concluded, with only a handful of regular troops remaining in hiding. As the frontline commander, Kudu finally found the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on the hotel. Just as he gathered 2,000 troops and all available armored vehicles, preparing to raze the hotel to the ground, an envoy from the American Empire arrived overnight, proposing to Kudu that the lives of the white occupants must not be harmed. This suggestion was solely aimed at ensuring the safety of the white individuals. The fates of others were deemed outside the protective scope. The immense losses on the front line rendered Kudu ruthless, and after extorting numerous concessions from the envoy, he reluctantly acquiesced. The decisive assault was scheduled for noon tomorrow, leaving over 10 hours for the envoy to persuade those white individuals to depart with him.